Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2251 to Chapter 2305. One by one, the tree demons came back to life and whipped the surrounding disciples with their thick branches as if they had gone mad. Screams rang out continuously. Many people were killed on the spot. Their corpses were badly mutilated, and they died miserably. Mu Yan's face was solemn. She held her long sword and rushed over to Feng Tianyue's side. "Lord Feng, what's going on?" On the surface, Mu Yan's identity was a junior assassin under Feng Tianyue, so she called him Lord Feng. Lord, Feng Tianyue almost blurted out Lord, but he finally realized in time and changed his words. Mu Yun, the Earth Origin Book is nearby. If we don't subdue the Earth Origin Book, these tree demons won't die. Even if they die, they will revive. Earth Origin Book? Mu Yun was slightly surprised. There's an Earth Origin Book nearby. It's a forest page with majestic vitality. These tree demons have been nourished by the Earth Origin Book. They're simply immortal. Feng Tianyue coughed twice and coughed out a trace of blood. His face was pale. A few days ago, I found that page of the Earth Origin Book and wanted to subdue it by force. I didn't expect to suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. If I wasn't injured, I would have run away with my men. Is the backlash serious? Mu Yun asked. It's a little serious, cough cough. Feng Tianyue coughed out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was green and full of vigorous vitality. As soon as it fell to the ground, flowers and weeds grew out of the blood. Seeing this shocking scene, Mu Yun's expression changed. Feng Tianyue said, among the three origin treasures, the Earth Origin Book is the most difficult to subdue. Back then, Duan Tianya, the #1 mercenary in the three origin realm, dropped his cultivation from the Great Saint realm in order to subdue a page of the Earth Origin Book. I was too impulsive. Subduing it with brute force, sigh. Mu Yan's heart trembled. You're seriously injured. Don't say so much. Let's go. Feng Tianyue smiled bitterly. I'm too injured. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to escape. Take this group of apprentices out. Just as they were talking, a tree demon suddenly pounced at them. Mu Yan's gaze turned cold. She immediately slashed out with her sword. With a crack, the tree demon was cut in half. However, she did not expect that the tree demon's body would quickly regrow. The vigorous vitality of the plant spread wildly. The air was filled with the rich smell of plants. These monsters aren't easy to deal with. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and immediately took out the Earth Origin Book and shouted, Lava World, open. The Earth Elemental Book opened and streams of magma flowed out from the pages. In an instant, the surroundings had turned into a world of magma. The scorching heat was spreading. The tree demon was hit by the lava, and its wooden body was set ablaze. It let out a miserable cry, and in the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. He won't revive like this, right? Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She directly used the magma to burn all the tree demons to death. All the tree demons were turned into ashes. The disciples of the Assassin Guild also fell into the torrent of magma. Everyone was scalded and cried out loudly. They hurriedly retreated back to the front of the waterfall. A few disciples with weak cultivation were drowned by the magma on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. In the current situation, there was nothing she could do even if a few people died. She just needed to save the majority of the people. Everyone safely retreated. When they saw that the tree demons had all turned into ashes, they cheered in unison. They were extremely excited. They had finally eliminated these monsters. The embers of the tree demons floated above the torrent of magma and did not sink. The aura of the surrounding plants did not show any signs of weakening. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. One by one, sprouts grew out of the ashes. As soon as these sprouts emerged, they began to sprout and grow green leaves. They grew at a crazy speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from sprouts into towering trees. They're alive again. Everyone present let out a cry of despair. The resurrected tree demons had resistance and were no longer afraid of the high temperature of the magma. They directly rushed over with the torrent of magma. Everyone held their weapons tightly, but they really did not have the courage to fight. Facing these unkillable tree demons, it was already very good that they did not collapse and commit suicide. Heavenly Origin Mirror, activate. Mu Yun roared and took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror. These tree demons could continuously resurrect. Ordinary attacks were useless. She could only use the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. She formed a seal with both hands and directly activated the Heavenly Origin Mirror's destruction mystic art. Among the 7 arts of Heavenly Tao, the most powerful one was the word destruction. Destruction was the mystic art of destruction. Among the 7 arts of Heavenly Tao, the most terrifying one was the mystic art of destruction. It completely destroyed all enemies and erased them from this world. This method was extremely cruel. It damaged one's cultivation foundation and damaged one's luck. A black mirror light burst out from the Heavenly Origin Mirror. It carried the aura of destruction, and massacre as it suddenly shot out. This was the most powerful light of destruction of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Those tree demons were attacked by the light of destruction and instantly disappeared. They were not injured, not dead, not turned into ashes. They disappeared from this world forever. They were completely erased. The layers of tree demons were like sand sculptures on the beach. When the light of destruction crushed them, all the tree demons were instantly annihilated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Even the magma flowing on the ground disappeared instantly under the light of destruction. It did not even emit any steam. It was gone in an instant. Even the surrounding light disappeared. When the light of destruction shone, everything that could be seen with the naked eye disappeared. Finally, the entire place turned into a dark and chaotic land of death. There was no sign of life. Even if another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years passed, this place would still be a land of death. Not even a weed would grow. This was the power of the light of destruction. It was the most terrifying killing move among the 7 arts of Heavenly Tao. This kind of destructive mystic art was a little outrageous. It was said that it would damage one's luck. The concept of luck was illusory and somewhat superstitious. However, superstitions were superstitions because there were people who believed in them. The imperial court of a country paid attention to the luck of the dragon's veins. The end of a dynasty meant that one's luck had run out. The burial of the ancestors paid attention to yin and yang feng shui. When the descendants achieved meteoric success, they would be emitting smoke from their ancestral graves. The world's feng shui, numerology, physiognomy, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and so on were all derived from luck. Even Mu Yun's title as the 9th son of heaven was related to luck. Unless it was a last resort, Mu Yun would never use the destructive mystic art. It was said that it would damage one's luck. He silently put away the Heavenly Origin Mirror and looked at the chaotic land of death in front of him. He was a little shocked. He did not expect the destructive mystic art to be so powerful. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This kind of destructive technique was simply too powerful. It was simply destroying the world. It was simply too horrifying. Mu Yun, Feng Tianyue shouted. When he saw that the tree demons were finally destroyed, he fainted in excitement. Take good care of Lord Feng. Mu Yun ordered. Now that he had just used the destructive mystic art, he could no longer use the Heavenly Origin Mirror to heal him. Yes. Everyone accepted the order respectfully. They completely regarded Mu Yun as their leader. Baichen said, "My lord, we should go back." Mu Yun nodded and said, "Bring them back first. I want to take a look at the page of the Earth Origin book." Baichen exclaimed, "My lord, you mustn't. Even Lord Feng couldn't subdue that page of the Earth Origin book. You mustn't force yourself." Feng Tianyue was an expert of the Saint Realm. Even he couldn't subdue the Earth Origin book, let alone Mu Yun. Moreover, Duan Tianya and Yin Jian were in front of him. In order to subdue the Earth Origin book, even a former great saint expert had to pay a huge price of a drop in cultivation. Mu Yun now had 3 pages of the Earth Origin book. That was his luck. Those 3 pages of the Earth Origin book had long been subdued. He had only inherited them, so he didn't need to expend any effort. However, the situation now was different. The Earth Origin book here hadn't been subdued yet. It was an unruly existence. With Mu Yun's strength, It was obvious that he couldn't subdue the Earth Origin book. Among the 3 origin treasures, the Earth Origin book was the most difficult to subdue. The earth was too heavy, and its pressure could crush a person to death. Mu Yun said, "I won't force it. I'm just going to take a look. I don't want to subdue it." Mu Yun looked ahead. He really wanted to take a look at the page of the Earth Origin book. It would be good to take a look. Bai Chen looked at Mu Yun's determined expression and didn't want to stop him anymore. He said, "Then I'll wait for you in Baiyun town." Mu Yun said, "There's no need. Bring your men back and prepare the things. After I return, we will set off for the Whispering Forest and kill the Great Witch on behalf of the Cat Queen." Miao Xuani's figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind. He couldn't help but smile. He really wanted to meet her. The cat girl of the past had now become the Cat Queen. It was really surprising. However, before he set off, Mu Yun wanted to take a look at the page of the Earth Origin book. It would be good to broaden his horizons. He immediately bade farewell to Bai Chen and the others and walked forward alone. The further he went, the stronger the vegetation aura became. The surrounding flowers and trees were all lush and green. Finally, he arrived in front of a cliff. There was a huge piece of green paper pasted on the entire cliff. The word forest was written on the paper. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. This page of the Book of Earth Origin was so huge that it was pasted on the cliff and covered the entire surface of the cliff. The word forest seemed to be carved directly on the cliff as it emitted a vigorous aura. It was unknown when it started drizzling in the sky. The rain fell on Mu Yun. Weeds and tender shoots grew out of the rain and covered Mu Yun's body. In an instant, Mu Yun became a savage with weeds growing all over his body. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He immediately circulated his aura and shook off all the rainwater and weeds. This page of the Earth Essence book was stuck on the cliff. He touched it gently and suddenly had a feeling that he could peel off this page. However, he didn't move recklessly because even Feng Tianyue had failed. He didn't want to throw his life away. Mu Yun looked at it silently and tried to comprehend it, hoping to comprehend something from this page of the Earth Essence book. As he was comprehending, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Mu Yun turned around and saw a group of 100 people rushing over on their horses. They were tall and sturdy, and their movements were like the wind. They were extremely valiant. "Hey, where did this kid come from? Get out of my way." The leader was a bald middle-aged man in a green robe with a long saber at his waist. His voice was like a large bell, and judging from his aura, he was an intermediate sage. The most peculiar thing about this middle-aged man was that he was wearing an earring. The earring was exquisite and beautiful, carved with gold and inlaid with jade. It was a woman's accessory. It was strange for a man like him to wear a woman's accessory. Mu Yun couldn't help but frown when he heard his unfriendly tone. "I'm Zhou Tong, the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. We want this page of the Earth Essence book. Get lost, or don't blame us for being impolite." Zhou Tong shouted sternly. "What are you going to use to subdue the Earth Essence book?" Mu Yun was a little curious. This Zhou Tong was only an intermediate sage. What did he use to subdue the Earth Essence book? Even Feng Tianyue had failed. "Brat, stop nagging. I told you to get lost, but you didn't. You're courting death." Zhou Tong's eyes widened in anger. He unsheathed his saber and slashed at Mu Yun. Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless when he saw Zhou Tong's ferocious saber technique. He immediately unsheathed his long sword and stabbed out. However, he suddenly felt weak all over. His arms were sore and he couldn't exert any strength. This stab was so light that it didn't have a trace of strength. What's going on? Why did I become so weak? Mu Yun was shocked. His body felt weak, and he didn't know what was going on. Bang, Zhou Tong's saber slashed at him. He tried his best to block it and was immediately pushed back. He's still alive? Zhou Tong was slightly taken aback. He thought that he could kill Mu Yun with one slash, but he did not expect that Mu Yun would only be pushed back. Her body was still standing steadily on the ground. "What's your name? Tell me your name. Since you can withstand the impact of my nether void earring, you must not be a nobody." Nether void earrings? Mu Yun was shocked. He looked at the earrings on Zhou Tong's ears. The earrings were elegant and exquisite. They were women's accessories. He was wondering why Zhou Tong would wear such earrings. Now, he understood. It turned out that this earring was one of the 7 great ancient ornaments, the Nether Void earring. It originally belonged to the White Dragon Steed tribe. The Nether Void earring had the curse of weakness, which could cause the enemy to fall into a weakened state. If an ordinary person was hit by the curse of weakness, they would not even have the strength to move a finger. Zhou Tong was a little surprised that Mu Yun could still stand. He's Mu Yun. You're no match for him. Hurry up and back down. A loud and clear voice sounded. A burly man carrying a cauldron on one shoulder led a cavalry team and galloped over. The sound of his hooves was like thunder, and he was galloping like a tiger. He had the power of wind and thunder. Lord Dingtian. When Zhou Tong saw this person, he immediately dismounted from his horse and knelt on the ground. His attitude was extremely respectful. That person was Yang Dingtian. He rushed over on his horse and looked at Zhou Tong. Get up. Yes, Lord. Zhou Tong lowered his eyes and his tone was very respectful. After getting up, he stood at the side with his hands by his side. He secretly glanced at Mu Yun and said, "So he is Mu Yun. He is not as powerful as the legends say. I used the curse of weakness just now and almost killed him." You can kill him? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Zhou Tong's face flushed red. He was embarrassed, but he was not convinced. He said, "If Lord doesn't believe me, let me do it. I will definitely cut off this person's head within 10 moves." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You can leave. Since you have joined Jioding Trading, you are my right-hand man. I don't want to see you die. Go back to Baiyun Town and wait for me." It turned out that Zhou Tong's Green Dragon Gang had joined Jioding Trading. No wonder Zhou Tong was so respectful to Yang Dingtian. Lord Dingtian, watch carefully. No matter how powerful this person is, he can't withstand the impact of my curse of weakness. I will kill him for you now. Zhou Tong was still not convinced. There were rumors about how powerful Mu Yun was, but he relied on the curse of the Nether Void earring to easily defeat Mu Yun. In his eyes, Mu Yun was just SOSO. Moreover, he was a middle-level sage, 1 level higher than Mu Yun. How could he not win? Zhou Tong didn't say anything and directly slashed out with his saber. His disciples cheered. Yang Dingtian wanted to stop him, but on second thought, it wasn't a bad idea to let Zhou Tong go out and check the situation. He didn't say a word and silently watched the battle. "Kid, I want to see how capable you are." Zhou Tong laughed nastily and slashed out with his saber. The Nether Void earring released a strong curse of weakness. A group of people flew over from the sky. They were the winged silver lion race. They flapped their wings, but they were attacked by the curse of weakness. They couldn't even maintain their flight and fell from the sky. They fell from the sky. Ouch. What is this? My body can't exert any strength. The double-winged silver lion clan's people shouted. They felt weak and couldn't exert any strength. A bunch of trash. I asked you to find the whereabouts of the Book of Earth Origin, but someone else found it for me in the end. What use do I have for you? Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, his face was full of anger. He took out the fire god cauldron on his shoulder and made a hand seal. A violent energy whizzed out and sucked all the double-winged silver lion clan's people into the cauldron. His fire god cauldron was inlaid with an ancient flame jade. It was one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. It had an extremely terrifying heavenly fire power. When everyone was sucked into the cauldron, they were immediately burned by the heavenly fire. They screamed and shouted, "Lord Dingtian, please spare our lives." Yang Dingtian's face was cold. He waved his hand and the fire in the cauldron soared into the sky. All the double-winged silver lion clan's people were burned to death. Their wails were extremely tragic and unbearable to hear. Zhou Tong's body trembled. He swallowed his saliva in horror. He must not lose this battle. Otherwise, if he angered Yang Dingtian, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Nether Void earring. Zhou Tong tugged with his left hand and directly pulled off the earring. Then, he threw it out. A ferocious wave of cursed chi spread out crazily like an avalanche. The sharp and weak aura continuously rushed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not use the Heavenly Origin Mirror to protect his body. He did not want to use the Heavenly Origin Mirror frequently to avoid damaging the spiritual chi of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. He was prepared to withstand the attack. However, this kind of curse attack was completely different from brute force. It was very difficult to withstand. Ugh, Mu Yun let out a muffled groan. He was attacked by the curse of weakness on the spot. His strength was severely weakened. He only had 20% of his strength left. Ha ha ha, Lord Ding Tian, did you see that? He only has 20% of his strength left. He's dead. Zhou Tong laughed. His disciples also cheered. Even the cavalry disciples behind Yang Ding Tian showed a look of joy and disdain. It seemed that the legendary tyrannical Mu Yun was nothing more than this. Cut the crap. We'll talk after you kill him. Yang Dingtian's face was cold. He knew Mu Yun's strength very well. It was absolutely impossible for him to be defeated so easily. Lord, please wait a moment. He only has 20% of his strength left. I will definitely kill him within 10 moves. Zhou Tong took a step forward. His body shot out and slashed furiously at Mu Yun. 7-star sword box, open. Mu Yun did not panic. He immediately took out the 7-star sword box. 7 flying. Swords spread out behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. They flickered with resplendent rays of light. 7 swords simultaneous attack, starburst airflow slash. Mu Yun waved his hand. 7 flying swords shot out violently. Each of the swords emitted a dazzling starlight like the Milky Way. The fierce chi of the stars constantly whistled and rolled. The sharp sword chi pierced through the air and produced a series of sonic booms. After Mu Yun cultivated the baleful star transformation, the starburst airflow slash had advanced to a first-grade saint art. Even if he only had 20% of his strength left, the power of the 7 swords simultaneous attack was still quite ferocious. It's just an insignificant skill. Zhou Tong did not panic when he saw the situation. Although the aura of these 7 swords was very powerful, he was an expert at the middle stage of the saint realm. As long as he slashed out with his full strength, he would be able to send all 7 flying swords flying. He wanted to brandish his saber to attack, but suddenly, he felt as if his body had been shackled by some restriction. He thought of the Saint Art's moves in his mind, but he was unable to release them. He could only slash out with his saber. Chi chi chi, the 7 flying swords slashed down from the sky. Zhou Tong had only slashed out with his saber. How could he block the attack of the flying swords? He immediately suffered the furious slash of the sword chi. He spat out blood as his body flew backwards. What's going on? Zhou Tong fell to the ground and crawled up in a sorry state. His face turned pale with fright. He clearly wanted to use the Saint Art and had thought of the moves in his heart, but he was unable to use them. He could only slash out with his saber. Sorry, I also have an accessory. Mu Yun smiled and opened his left hand. He was holding a necklace in his hand. A strange and evil aura was emitted from it. Bewitching necklace? Zhou Tong's expression changed. The bewitching necklace was also one of the 7 great ancient accessories. It had a powerful bewitching curse effect and could cause the enemy to fall into a bewitching state. After falling into a bewitching state, the enemy would not be able to use their cultivation techniques or artifacts. They could only use ordinary attacks. I remember that the bewitching necklace was in the hands of 3 mercenaries. How did it fall into your hands? Zhou Tong's body trembled. Under the bewitching curse, no matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he could not use them. Even if Mu Yun only had 10% of his strength, he could still easily kill him. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the bewitching necklace in Mu Yun's hand. They quickly retreated as if they were afraid of being attacked by the bewitching curse. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. He thought, he has already obtained the corpse jade pendant and now the bewitching necklace. Out of the 7 great ancient accessories, this kid has already obtained 2 of them. How can this be? Spare him. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in shock. Zhou Tong was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang and the local tyrant of Baiyun Town. He was of great significance to Jiuding trading. As long as he controlled the Green Dragon Gang, he could control more than half of Baiyun town. If outsiders wanted to explore the primordial ruins and search for treasures, they would have to rest in Baiyun town. At that time, they would have to depend on Jiuding trading. If Zhou Tong died, it would be troublesome. Jiuding trading would lose all the chips here. Haha, do you think I will let him go? Mu Yun sneered. He held the sword in his right hand against Zhou Tong's neck and grabbed an earring with his left hand. Zhou Tong's phantom earring had fallen into his hands. Mu Yun had already obtained 3 of the 7 great primordial ornaments. If you dare to kill Zhou Tong, I will also kill these 2 people. Yang Dingtian's expression was cold. He suddenly took out the fire god cauldron and slapped it with his palm. The cauldron shook and smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, 2 figures appeared from the cauldron. Bai Chen, Fang Tianyue. Mu Yun was shocked when he saw the 2 people. It turned out that Bai Chen and Fang Tianyue had been captured by Yang Dingtian. The 2 of them were on the verge of death under the fire god cauldron's flames. They looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of pity. Let them go quickly. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He did not expect Bai Chen and Fang Tianyue to be captured. Now that Yang Dingtian had hostages, it was difficult for him to deal with them. If you want me to let them go, you have to let Zhou Tong go too, Yang Dingtian said. Mu Yun thought that it was a good deal to exchange 1 for 2. However, Yang Dingtian would not make a losing deal. He continued, you have to give me all 3 ornaments in your hands. Then, I will let them go. Mu Yun snorted and said, that's impossible. Stop dreaming. At most, I'll return the phantom void earring to you. Yang Dingtian said, hee, hand over all 3 accessories. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Yang Dingtian snapped his fingers. Suddenly, intense flames rushed out from the fire god cauldron, roasting Bai Chen and Fang Tianyue. Both of them let out miserable screams. Mu Yun felt a chill in her heart. She knew Bai Chen and Fang Tianyue's temperament. Even if their hands and feet were cut off, they wouldn't make a sound. But now, there were endless screams. It seemed that the heavenly flame in the fire god furnace was truly powerful. The most I can give you is the earrings. As for the other 2 accessories, don't even think about it. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. She could not show weakness at this time. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would definitely go overboard. Since that's the case, I can only kill these 2. A trace of killing intent flashed across Yang Dingtian's eyes. Mu Yun said, kill them if you want. I'll also kill Zhou Tong. Then, we'll have a fight to the death. She gently slashed with her sword, and a line of blood appeared on Zhou Tong's neck. Lord Dingtian, save me. I beg you. Save me. Zhou Tong was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He did not dare to move as he was afraid that Mu Yun would kill him. Useless trash. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. After pondering for a while, he said, other than the phantom void earring, you can also give me the bewitching necklace. I don't want the corpse jade pendant. You can keep it for yourself. How about it? At this point, he could only lower his conditions. As long as Mu Yun handed over the phantom void earring and the bewitching necklace, he would agree to let them go. I said that I can only return the earrings to you. Mu Yun said indifferently. Mu Yun, don't go too far. These earrings were originally ours. Yang Dingtian was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so stubborn. He had already lowered his conditions, but Mu Yun was still unwilling to agree. Mu Yun said, since we can't come to an agreement, then you can kill everyone. I will also kill Zhou Tong. Once everyone is clean, we'll have a fight to the death. After saying this, Mu Yun looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she was very nervous. If Yang Dingtian really decided to destroy everything, then she would also suffer a huge loss. Zhou Tong cried, Lord Dingtian, save me. Save me. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to crack. He roared angrily, all right. Mu Yun, you win. You win. He raised his palm and slammed it hard on the fire god cauldron. The cauldron shook, and Bai Chan and Fang Tianyue's bodies flew out. Mu Yun grabbed them one by one. Seeing that they were on the verge of death, she was glad that their meridians were not damaged. Their injuries were not serious. They would recover after recuperating. Mu Yun did not waste any more words. She threw Zhou Tong and the phantom earrings out. Zhou Tong escaped death. His body was drenched in sweat. His face was pale, and his body was limp on the ground. Yang Dingtian caught the earrings and held them tightly in his hand. Zhou Tong said, "Lord, these earrings are mine, *ck your mother's bullshit. Get lost." Yang Dingtian kicked Zhou Tong and sent him flying. He took the phantom earrings and had no intention of returning them. The Green Dragon Gang's disciples were angry, but they did not dare to flare up. "Mu Yun, just you wait. The next time I see you, I will tear you into pieces." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and turned his horse to leave. His left and right disciples said, "Lord, don't you want the Earth script?" Yang Dingtian said, "Let's return to Baiyun Town first. We'll take it later." "But Mu Yun is here. If we leave, what if he takes the Earth script?" The left and right disciples asked worriedly. "He can take it if he has the ability. Apart from our Jioding Trading's ancient array mystic technique, who else can subdue the Earth script? Even a great sage can't do it. We can only rely on our ancient array to suppress it." Yang Dingtian was not worried. He waved his hand and left with his men. The Green Dragon Gang's disciples helped Zhou Tong up and left dejectedly. The Earth script was in front of Mu Yun, but Yang Dingtian was right. He could not take it. Feng Tianyue had tried to subdue it, but he suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have been captured by Yang Dingtian as a hostage. Now that Feng Tianyue and Bai Chen were seriously injured, Mu Yun took out the 7-star sword case. With a flick of her finger, the green sword appeared. Waves of green light seeped into it and healed their injuries. However, their injuries were too serious. It was difficult to heal them with just the green sword. It would be great if I could get the golden essence iron jade. Mu Yun thought to herself. The golden essence iron jade could strengthen her equipment. If she could get the golden essence iron jade, the green sword would become a grade 1 sacred artifact. Her healing ability would be greatly improved and she would not be as strapped as she was now. Night fell. Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue's injuries had recovered a little. At least they could breathe and speak. Mu Yun asked, "Feng Tianyue, Bai Chen, what happened? Why were you captured? Where are the others?" Feng Tianyue said, "On our way back, we met Yang Dingtian. This person has a page of the Earth Origin book in his hand. He can create rivers and landforms and summon monstrous floods. Together with his fire god cauldron, water and fire intertwined and attacked crazily. We could not stop him and many of our brothers died." After a pause, Feng Tianyue sighed and continued, "The remaining brothers who are still alive have fled back to White Cloud Town. With the Black Tiger Gang's protection, they should be fine." Black Tiger Gang? Yes. White Cloud Town has two major forces. They are the Green Dragon Gang and the Black Tiger Gang. Originally, these two forces were evenly matched. However, after the Green Dragon Gang sided with the Jioding Trading, their arrogance skyrocketed. The Black Tiger Gang was suppressed very badly. They only have a little territory left and can only struggle at death's door. Chen Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, is a friend of mine. Seeing that the situation is hopeless, he is prepared to side with our assassin guild. Feng Tianyue stood up with difficulty and looked in the direction of White Cloud Town. He said, "Lord, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly and return to White Cloud Town first." Mu Yun nodded and said, "All right. It's already late. We will return tomorrow morning." This was the ancient ruins. Mutated beasts ran rampant at night and it was very dangerous. It was best to wait until dawn to leave. Mu Yun and the other two immediately rested on the ground. The Earth Origin book was nearby. The vegetation here was rich in spiritual energy and was very suitable for healing. In the middle of the night, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound, followed by the roars of wild beasts. They were constantly approaching. Not good. A demonic beast is coming. Mu Yun opened her eyes and became alert. Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue were also nervous. Now that they were injured, it would be troublesome if they encountered a demonic beast. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a loud sound came from the forest. They saw a giant ant smashing and biting off all the trees along the way and crazily charging towards them. It's the ironback ant. Feng Tianyue cried out in alarm. Under the cover of the night, the back of the giant ant shone with a metallic luster. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a demonic look. 2 rows of sharp teeth were exposed, making people shudder in fear. The ironback ant was one of the ancient mutated beasts. This mutated beast's strength was equivalent to the Saint Realm. Moreover, it could spit corrosive venom and was very difficult to deal with. The ironback ant in front of Mu Yun was 5 to 6 meters long. When it saw Mu Yun and the other two, it revealed a ferocious expression and brazenly charged towards them. The 2 of you go in and hide first. Mu Yun took out the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue did not hesitate and immediately hid inside. The ironback ant instantly arrived and its sharp teeth bit towards Mu Yun. Beast. Mu Yun flicked her finger and the yellow sword flew out. A yellow sword chi shield blocked in front of her. The ironback ant crashed into the shield and was immediately forced back. Swamp world, open. Mu Yun roared and took out the Earth Origin book to open the swamp world. He had snatched this page of swamp after killing the Plague Emperor Su Yan's incarnation. Once the swamp world was opened, the surrounding land turned into mud. Mu Yan's plan was to use the mud to trap the ironback ant and then kill it. However, she did not expect the ironback ant to be so agile. It could run freely in the swamp and directly pass through the mud. It spat out a mouthful of venom towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun dodged to the side. The venom landed on the ground and sizzled. Fist-sized poisonous ants suddenly jumped out of the venom and pounced on Mu Yun with lightning speed, fiercely biting towards Mu Yun. Snowy world, open. At the critical moment, Mu Yun took out a page of the Earth Origin book. The words Snowy World were written on the page. This page of the Earth Origin book was given to her by Feng Tianyue previously. Now that the spiritual energy had recovered, snowflakes floated out from the page and danced in the air, emitting a biting cold air. In the blink of an eye, the entire world turned into a world of ice and snow. Heavy snow danced in the air. The ironback ant was attacked by the cold air and turned into an ice sculpture. With a bang, it fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Mu Yun circulated her energy and shook off all the poisonous ants on her body. Then, she flew up with her sword and slashed at the ironback ant. At this moment, the ironback ant had turned into an ice sculpture and was unable to move. The power of the Earth Origin book was extremely powerful. After the snowy world was opened, the surrounding cold air was extremely dense, enough to freeze a person to death. Under such intense cold air, the ironback ant was completely an ice sculpture and could not move at all. The ironback ant's blood-red eyes were filled with fury. It struggled with all its might, trying to escape. The ice that covered its body cracked and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. However, the snowy world of the Earth Origin book was too dense. The surrounding snow danced in the air and the cold frost mended the cracks. The ironback ant could not escape no matter what. Mu Yun slashed with her sword and was about to kill the ironback ant. However, at this moment, green venom suddenly flowed out from the corner of the ironback ant's mouth. This venom had an intense corrosive power and melted all the ice. Crash, the ironback ant melted the ice and immediately ran out. Mu Yun was slightly surprised. This ironback ant was indeed an ancient mutated beast. It could even escape. Astral explosion airflow slash. Mu Yun composed herself and slashed with her sword. The galaxy-like sword aura slash ruthlessly slashed at the ironback ant's body. Clang, a crisp sound rang out. The ironback ant was unscathed. The iron carapace on its back had a very strong defense. Mu Yun's slash only left a shallow white mark. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that his starburst airflow slash had already advanced to a first-grade Saint Art. Even if it was a mountain, it could split it open. However, it still couldn't break through the ironback ant's defense. This beast is quite powerful. Mu Yun held her sword diagonally. At this moment, the ironback ant had already charged over. It raised its scissor-like forearm and ruthlessly attacked Mu Yun. Mu Yun took a deep breath and waved her hand. The 7 flying swords danced in the air and merged into one, transforming into a huge 7-star sacred sword. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Purple lightning also emerged from the 7-star sacred sword. It was like a dragon as it crackled and rattled. Boundless lightning aura descended from the 9 heavens and landed on the 7-star sacred sword. The entire sword was covered in lightning, illuminating the entire sky. Second tribulation lightning crescent slash. Mu Yun roared as she swung her sword down from the sky. The violent lightning aura danced wildly like a demon. It rumbled in the wind and snow, revealing a terrifying aura. A crescent-shaped sword chi mixed with purple-gold lightning ruthlessly slashed down. This was the second move of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art, lightning crescent slash. Mu Yun had already mastered this move with the help of the Lightning Emperor Cauldron. At this moment, when she executed it, it had the might of the wind and lightning of heaven and earth. The Ironback Ant's eyes were calm. It didn't even look at it as it continued to charge forward. From its appearance, it clearly thought that it could block the lightning crescent slash with its iron shell. Pucci, the crescent-shaped sword chi ruthlessly slashed down, directly splitting the Ironback Ant's iron shell. Then, with the force of a thunderbolt, the sword cut the Ironback Ant in half. The Ironback Ant let out a painful scream. Its eyes were filled with fear. It clearly didn't expect the lightning crescent slash to be so ferocious. Not only did it break its iron shell, but it also cut it in half. Green blood flowed out from the wound. The Ironback Ant rolled and twitched on the ground, still screaming miserably. Mu Yun took out the Earth Origin book and opened the lava world. Boiling lava flowed out and burned the Ironback Ant's body to ashes on the spot. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this beast. As expected of an ancient mutated beast, it was truly ferocious. If he hadn't mastered the lightning crescent slash, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. After the Ironback Ant died, a blood-colored pearl suddenly emerged from the ashes of its corpse. What's that? Mu Yun was slightly startled. He picked up the pearl and felt that this pearl contained an abundant aura of origin energy. Moreover, it was mixed with the essence of a demonic beast's blood. Is this an origin pearl? Why is it red? Mu Yun was puzzled. He had never seen a red origin pearl before. He released Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue. The two saw that the surroundings were empty and the Ironback Ant was gone. They asked, "Lord, where's that Ironback Ant?" "I've already killed the Ironback Ant. After it died, it dropped this pearl." Mu Yun opened his palm. The blood-red pearl was in his palm, emitting a rich blood essence. "Oh my, this is a blood origin pearl." When Bai Chen saw this pearl, he immediately revealed an excited expression. "What's a blood origin pearl?" Mu Yun asked, puzzled. He had never heard of a blood origin pearl. Bai Chen said, aside from the origin energy of heaven and earth, the blood origin pearl also contains an abundant amount of demonic beast's blood essence. This kind of pearl is very rare and is a very good refining material. Refining material? This blood origin pearl can be used to refine equipment? No, this is a material used for magic infusion. White Dust slowly explained, magic infusion is a profound refining technique that has been lost for a long time. The so-called magic infusion is to inject a blood origin pearl into a piece of equipment, creating a special rune. The rune has 6 attributes, all of which can greatly increase a person's strength. The entire 3 elemental realm has the magic infusion attribute. There are only 5 pieces of equipment with the magic infusion attribute. They are the legendary 5 great demonic artifacts. Only 5 pieces? Why are there so few? Mu Yun was surprised. It turned out that magic infusion attributes were so rare. In the entire 3 elements realm, there were only 5 pieces. There's no other way. The technique of magic infusion has long been lost. So even if we have the blood origin pearl, no one knows how to use magic infusion. Bai Chen sighed. In that case, you don't know how to use magic infusion either? Mu Yun asked. Bai Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he knew how to use magic infusion, the villa master position of the 100 tempering villa would have been his long ago. What a pity. Mu Yun felt a sense of regret. It seemed that even with the blood origin pearl, there was no way to use magic infusion. This was because the technique of magic infusion had been lost for a long time. No one in the entire three elements realm knew how to use it. Mu Yun could only put away the blood origin pearl. After dawn, she brought Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue back to Baiyun Town. In the southern suburbs of Baiyun Town, there was a luxurious mansion. 2 ferocious tiger sculptures were placed at the entrance of the mansion, looking majestic. There was a plaque on the door with the words Black Tiger Gang written on it. Mu Yun and company arrived at the entrance of the mansion. The disciple guarding the door clearly knew Feng Tianyue. When he saw Feng Tianyue, he immediately greeted him respectfully, Master Feng. Feng Tianyue said, I'm here to look for gang leader Chen. The disciple said, please come in. Quickly come in. Feng Tianyue nodded and led Mu Yun and Bai Chen in. In front of outsiders, he was the boss. Mu Yun and Bai Chen were his disciples. When gang leader Chen who of the Black Tiger Gang heard that Feng Tianyue had arrived, he immediately came out to welcome him. When Mu Yun saw Chen whose appearance, she was slightly shocked. Chen who was extremely thin and weak. His face was yellow and he coughed from time to time. Rather than calling him a tiger, it was better to call him a sick cat. Big brother Feng, what brings you here? Chen who smiled and walked forward to hold Feng Tianyue's hand tightly. Feng Tianyue sighed and said, I'm ashamed to say this. I almost failed at an easy task and am now seriously injured. I specially came to ask you to take care of me. These are my disciples, Mu Yun and Bai Chen. Greetings, gang leader Chen. Mu Yun and Bai Chen cupped their hands and bowed. Chen Hu said, you don't have to be so courteous. I know that Zhou Tong and Yang Ding Tian are arrogant and dare to bully brother Feng. Although I'm weak and can't fight against Jiuding trading, if they dare to cause trouble, I'll protect brother Feng even if I have to risk my life. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly shocked. She didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to receive the news so quickly. As expected of a local snake. Their eyes and ears were sharp. Feng Tianyue cupped his hands and said, gang leader Chen is so kind. I can't thank you enough. Chen Hu said, what are you saying, brother Feng? My Black Tiger Gang will join the Assassin Guild in the future. I still want to ask for brother Feng's protection. Feng Tianyue said, of course. With me around, I won't let gang leader Chen suffer. The current situation was very clear. The Green Dragon Gang had the support of Jiuding trading. The Black Tiger Gang was no match for them. If they continued to stay in Baiyun Town, they would probably be destroyed. Therefore, Chen Hu had already planned to rely on the Assassin Guild. Feng Tianyue was the yellow number 1 assassin. Naturally, Chen Hu didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately prepared wine and dishes to welcome Mu Yun and the others. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Tianyue asked, gang leader Chen, we shouldn't stay here for long. Have you packed everything? When you're done, I'll bring you back to the Assassin Guild immediately. Chen Hu said, I've already taken care of the businesses under the Black Tiger Gang. However, there's still a territory that I'm still negotiating with the Green Dragon Gang. Feng Tianyue said, oh, tell me about it. It's the Constellation Lake in Nanshan. This Constellation Lake has been dried up for tens of thousands of years. However, a few days ago, 3 pages of the Earth Origin book appeared in the primordial ruins. The spiritual energy in the earth veins circulated, and the Constellation Lake came alive. Cultivating in the lake will allow you to absorb abundant baleful star spiritual energy. Chen Hu clenched his fist and slammed the table in anger. He continued, logically speaking, the Constellation Lake is in Nanshan. This is my Black Tiger Gang's territory. Naturally, the Constellation Lake belongs to my Black Tiger Gang too. However, the Green Dragon Gang relied on Jiuding Trading's support and wanted to get a share of the profits. They've repeatedly come to cause trouble. Chen Hu said, I absolutely can't give up this Constellation Lake. I've been plagued with illness for many years. As long as I can go to the Constellation Lake to cultivate, I can cure my illness. In order to seize the ownership of the Constellation Lake, I've already fought with the Green Flood Dragon Gang several times these past few days. Both sides have lost many people. Feng Tianyue said, dragging it out like this isn't a solution. It's just a lose-lose situation. Chen Hu said, so, I've already reached an agreement with the Green Flood Dragon Gang. Both sides will send out 3 people to compete. 2 out of 3 rounds. Whoever wins, the Constellation Lake will belong to them. Feng Tianyue said, 2 out of 3 rounds? This method isn't bad. Gang leader Chen, you've already found the people to fight? Chen Hu smiled bitterly and said, I'm one of the people to fight. I'm still missing 2. I originally wanted to ask for your help, but now, Feng Tianyue was injured, and he even suffered the backlash of the Earth Origin book. His vitality was greatly damaged. Obviously, he couldn't fight. Bai Chen was also injured. Even if he forced himself to fight, he would probably lose. Mu Yun said, Gang leader Chen, when will the competition begin? Chen Hu said, 3 days later. So soon? Mu Yun frowned. Time was too tight. Looking at Feng Tianyue and Bai Chen's injuries, it was obvious that they couldn't recover in 3 days. I'll fight. I'm one. Gang leader Chen, you just need to find another person. Mu Yun also wanted to go to the Constellation Lake to cultivate. Because the Constellation Lake had abundant baleful star spiritual energy, if he cultivated inside, he might be able to cultivate the baleful star transformation and forge the baleful star saint physique. The baleful star transformation was the first transformation of the evil Tao's 9 transformations. Absorbing baleful star spiritual energy to nourish the body's lifeline and forge the baleful star saint physique. After cultivating the baleful star saint physique, one's physique would be incomparably powerful, and one would not be afraid of the invasion of evil energy. One could cultivate the 2nd and 3rd transformation of the evil Tao, and continuously go deeper without fear of suffering backlash. But if one didn't have the protection of the baleful star saint physique, just the invasion of evil energy could cause one's cultivation to go berserk, explode, and die. So, Mu Yun also wanted to win this competition. This way, he could also go to the Constellation Lake to cultivate. Chen Hu was overjoyed. It's great that you're willing to help. Of course, Chen Hu had heard of Mu Yun's name. Now that Mu Yun was willing to help, they had already won 1 round of this competition. For the next 3 days, Chen Hu searched everywhere for people to fight, but after searching for 3 days, he still couldn't find a suitable candidate. In the end, he had no choice but to randomly pick a disciple to make up the numbers. Mu Yun frowned. If they were to make up the numbers so casually, they would definitely lose. The Green Dragon Gang had the support of Jiuding Trading, so the people they sent out would definitely be first-rate experts. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Gang was actually pulling people to make up the numbers. It was like child's play. How could they compete with the Green Dragon Gang? Gang leader Chen, with all due respect, I'm afraid we're going to lose if you keep pulling people to make up the numbers, Mu Yun said bluntly. Chen Hu was embarrassed and said, there's nothing we can do. There's really no one left. It's a pity that Brother Feng and Bai Chen haven't recovered from their injuries. Otherwise, my Black Tiger Gang wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said, let me do it. I'll fight 2 out of the 3 rounds. It's better than pulling people to make up the numbers. What? Hearing this, Chen Hu was shocked and said, you want to fight 2 rounds? No, this won't do. How can you hold on if you fight 2 rounds in a row? Mu Yun said, I'll fight the 1st and 3rd rounds. I'll rest for a while in between. I can still fight the 3rd round. Mu Yun was really worried. Casually pulling people to make up the numbers was too child's play. It was better for her to fight personally. Feng Tianyue said, Mu Yun, don't force yourself. I heard that this time even Yang Ding Tian is going to fight personally. There's also an expert who betrayed the corpse-eating beast clan. He's known as Prince Xiaoming. Prince Xiaoming has a very powerful demonic artifact in his hands. You can't let your guard down. On the Green Dragon Gang's side, the people who would fight had been confirmed. They were Zhou Tong, Yang Ding Tian, and Prince Xiaoming. This Prince Xiaoming was a traitor from the corpse-eating beast clan. He publicly announced his rebellion against the Corpse Emperor city. Among the 5 great demonic artifacts of the 3 elements realm, one of them was in Prince Xiaoming's hands. Moreover, Prince Xiaoming was an expert in the middle level of the Saint realm. He was really not easy to deal with. Mu Yun naturally knew this. It was precisely because he was not easy to deal with that he had to fight personally. Otherwise, if he randomly pulled someone to make up the numbers, he wouldn't even know how he died. Chen Hu said, "Nephew, don't say any more. You just have to fight one round." Mu Yun's face darkened. He said, "Gang leader Chen, don't worry. Just let me fight 2 rounds. I'm very confident." When Chen Hu saw Mu Yun's determined expression, he couldn't say anything else. He sighed and said, "All right, then it's settled." The discussion of the people who would fight was thus completed. Mu Yun would fight 2 rounds alone. When this news spread, the entire Black Tiger gang was shocked. At noon, Chen Hu led a majestic team to the Constellation Lake on the southern mountain. The Green Dragon gang's men were all here as well. They stood in formation with a murderous aura. The 3 people in front were Yang Dingtian, Zhou Tong, and Prince Xiaoming. Prince Xiaoming was handsome and had a sword on his waist. His sword was the famous King Ming sword of the 3 elements realm. It was a sword forged by the great King Ming Tianzuan in the ancient times. It was also one of the 5 great demonic artifacts of the 3 elements realm. When the Jiaoding trading and the corpse-eating beasts were at war, Prince Xiaoming was ordered to go to the Corpse Emperor city to help the emperor. However, he betrayed the Corpse Emperor city halfway and announced that he was going against the Corpse Emperor city. This was because the Jiaoding trading had bribed him with a large sum of money. The Jiaoding trading was really rich. They could even bribe an elite disciple of the corpse-eating beasts like Prince Xiaoming. Now, in order to snatch the Constellation Lake, Yang Dingtian also pulled Prince Xiaoming out. It could be said that he was determined to win. The 2 groups of people stood facing each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Zhou Tong said loudly, "Chen Hu, we have agreed that the winner of 2 out of 3 rounds will win. We will send Prince Xiaoming out for the first round." "Who will you send?" Hearing this, Mu Yun stood out and looked at Prince Xiaoming. This Prince Xiaoming was only an intermediate sage. He wasn't considered strong. However, his King Ming sword was one of the 5 great demonic artifacts. It was very powerful. It was said that even an ordinary great sage was no match for Prince Xiaoming. This was because Prince Xiaoming's weapon was too powerful. It could even kill a great sage. "You are Mu Yun? Haha, a piece of trash in the lesser sage realm dares to fight with me?" Prince Xiaoming laughed and said arrogantly, "Do you know that even an ordinary great sage is no match for me? The high priest of the purple-eyed Divine Bull clan was a great sage. I only used 10 moves to kill him. How many of my moves can you take?" Prince Xiaoming was very arrogant. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. This was because he had the ability to kill opponents of a higher level. Although he was only an intermediate sage, he could kill a great sage with the weapon in his hand. When Yang Dingtian saw that the person to fight was Mu Yun, he was a little surprised. He said, "Mu Yun, I thought that you would fight with me. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to die. Unfortunately, I can't kill you with my own hands." In Yang Dingtian's eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. This was because he was very clear about Prince Xiaoming's strength. Prince Xiaoming's weapon was too powerful. Even a great sage couldn't block the blade of Prince Xiaoming's sword, let alone Mu Yun. Yang Dingtian calculated that even if he were to fight with Prince Xiaoming, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. He would definitely lose and die miserably. Prince Xiaoming's weapon was too powerful. Mu Yun stood out and said lightly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Hearing this, Prince Xiaoming was furious and shouted, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Clang, Prince Xiaoming pulled out the Ming King sword. A stunning sword radiance shot up to the sky. Everyone present exclaimed in admiration. They had never seen such a breathtaking sword light, nor had they ever seen such a beautiful sword. The Wisdom King sword was about 3 feet long, and its entire body was filled with water, as if it was forged from a pool of clear water. There was not a single speck of dust in it, and it emitted a pure and cold aura. There was a rune engraved on the body of the sword. The rune was dark and deep, and it was especially eye-catching when it was engraved on the body of the sword. Waves of sacred light flowed out from the rune, and there seemed to be a sacred chant descending from the 9 heavens. That symbol was precisely the symbol that would appear after devil infusion. The method of devil infusion had been lost for a very long time. Thus, no one present knew what that symbol was. However, Bai Chen was able to recognize it with a single glance. It was the legendary heaven-splitting symbol, one of the 6 great symbols. Bai Chen was just about to remind Mu Yun that this was the heaven-splitting rune and possessed extremely powerful destructive power. However, the battle had already begun, and he did not have the time to interrupt. Prince Xiaoming suddenly swung his sword and slashed towards Mu Yun's head. The moment he attacked, he aimed for her vital point. His methods were extremely ruthless. Mu Yun took out the 7-star sword sheath, and 7 swords flew out together, making whooshing sounds as they met the attack. Ding ding ding, Prince Xiaoming brandished his sword and struck down all 7 flying swords. Cracks appeared on each of the flying swords. What? Mu Yun was shocked. He did not expect Prince Xiaoming's weapon to be so powerful. It struck down all 7 of his flying swords in one move. Now, the 7 flying swords had suffered quite a bit of damage, and cracks appeared on the bodies of the swords. When Mu Yun saw this, he hurriedly retrieved his flying swords. The Green Dragon Gang's side let out a tsunami of cheers to cheer for Prince Xiaoming. Yang Dingtian was also secretly shocked. It was just one move, and Prince Xiaoming struck down Mu Yun's weapon. His Prince Xiaoming sword was too powerful. Fortunately, this person is greedy and lustful. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to control him. Yang Dingtian broke out in cold sweat. Prince Xiaoming's strength was beyond his imagination. It seemed that Mu Yun was doomed today. On the Black Tiger Gang's side, everyone's expression was grave. They had just exchanged blows, and Mu Yun's weapon was already damaged. How were they going to fight? Ha ha ha, trash will always be trash. You can be arrogant outside, but in front of me, you are just a useless dog. Prince Xiaoming laughed out loud. He swung his sword and thrust it towards Mu Yun's heart. Mu Yun's face darkened. He immediately took out the bewitching necklace, and a strange bewitching aura quickly spread out. As long as Prince Xiaoming was cursed by the bewitching aura, he would not be able to use any techniques. This way, he could still counterattack. After arriving in the tertiary realm, Mu Yun's greatest experience was the complexity of sacred artifacts. Humph. Insignificant skill. Break. Prince Xiaoming snorted and slashed out with his sword. The surrounding curse aura was slashed apart. He actually broke it. Mu Yun was surprised. The curse aura was illusory and formless. It couldn't be broken by weapons. One could only rely on one's body to withstand it. If one could withstand it, one would be fine. If one couldn't, one would fall into a negative state and their strength would be greatly reduced. Even Mu Yun couldn't withstand the curse of the bewitching necklace. But now, Prince Xiaoming had broken the curse with a casual slash of his sword. The crowd was in an uproar. The curse control tactic was a technique of the great sage realm. Ordinary sages couldn't do anything when they encountered the curse. They could only withstand it. But now, Prince Xiaoming had broken it with a single slash. It was unbelievable. Mu Yun, be careful. His sword has the sky-splitting talisman. This talisman has the power to split the sky. It can even break the curse. It's very powerful. Bai Chen said loudly. Sky-splitting talisman, Mu Yun's face darkened. This sky-splitting talisman was so powerful that it could even break the charm curse of his bewitching necklace. The successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa has good eyesight. Prince Xiaoming smiled when he heard Bai Chen's words. He looked at Mu Yun and said, the sky-splitting talisman on my sword is one of the 6 great talismans. It can split and slash anything. Whatever weapon you have, I can break it with a single slash. Bai Chen said, Mu Yun, forget it. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. This person's weapon is too powerful. Unless it's an expert in the extreme sage realm, no one can defeat him. Prince Xiaoming's weapon was extremely powerful. It could even kill a greater realm sage. Unless it was an extreme realm sage, no one would be able to kill him. You're asking me to admit defeat? Mu Yun laughed and shook his head. How could he admit defeat? Ha 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 ha, trash dog, I'm going to kill you today. You want to admit defeat? Dream on. Prince Xiaoming sneered and waved his sword furiously. His swordsmanship was mediocre and it could even be said to be clumsy and crude. However, his weapon was extremely sharp. Even a simple stab from his sword had great power. Lava world, open. Mu Yun took out the Earth Origin book. Streams of lava flowed out from the pages of the book and quickly covered the surrounding land. A world of lava was instantly born. The spectators hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be attacked by the magma. Mu Yun raised her palm and the magma bubbled. Then, with a splash, 2 lava demons emerged from the magma and attacked Prince Xiaoming. The 2 lava giant demons were 10 meters tall and their bodies were huge. Compared to the lava giant demons, Prince Xiaoming was as small as an ant. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He waved his sword and slashed out. Sharp sword chi filled the sky. In just an instant, the 2 lava demons were completely destroyed. Pieces of broken rock fell into the lava, causing waves of water to splash. Feudal struggle. So what if you have the Earth Origin book? Break! Prince Xiaoming raised his sword and slashed at the Earth Origin book. The Earth Origin book shook a little but it was not struck down. Eh? Prince Xiaoming was surprised when he saw the situation. His sword was extremely sharp and it could kill anything that stood in his way. There had never been any Dharma treasure that could block his sword. No matter how powerful your weapon is, it can't break a 3 origin treasure. Mu Yun snorted and waved his hand. Lava trolls, lava pythons, and lava hounds emerged from the lava and charged towards Prince Xiaoming in a frenzy. Now that Mu Yun was using the Earth Origin book, the power of the Earth Origin book was unleashed. There was no end to the magma monsters. No matter how powerful Prince Xiaoming's weapon was, it could not hurt Mu Yun. The magma monsters were blocking his path. Mu Yun was calm and collected. She held the bewitching necklace in her hand and waited for Prince Xiaoming's flaw. Useless dog, you are just relying on your Dharma treasure. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, let's fight fair and square. Prince Xiaoming was about to explode from anger. There was no end to the magma monsters. Mu Yun smiled and said, aren't you just relying on your weapon too? If you have the guts, put down your weapon. Let's fight barehanded. I will beat you up until your parents can't recognize you. When Mu Yun said that, everyone burst into laughter. Indeed, Prince Xiaoming was so arrogant because he was relying on his powerful weapon. You think I am only relying on my weapon? What a joke. Let's see how powerful I am today. Prince Xiaoming snorted. Suddenly, a dark demonic aura was emitted from his body. When the demonic aura spread out, the surrounding magma changed its color. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, 3rd Transformation, open. Prince Xiaoming shouted. His body emitted a thick demonic aura. Under the condensation of the demonic aura, it turned into a set of Corpse Emperor ghost armor. There was a picture of a skull imprinted on his heart. Countless fiendish demons and monsters emerged from the surrounding lava. The originally blue sky instantly darkened. Countless souls roamed about in the sky, and the surroundings were pitch black. Layers of demons and monsters rushed out like a tide. They were wailing loudly. Any magma monster that popped its head out was immediately dragged into hell by the countless demons and monsters. Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale with fright. Mu Yun was also surprised. She did not expect Prince Xiaoming to have mastered the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. Moreover, he had mastered the 3rd transformation while she was only at the 2nd transformation. On the surface, there was no difference between the 3rd transformation and the 2nd transformation. Prince Xiaoming was also wearing a set of Corpse Emperor ghost armor. However, the difference was that there was a skull imprinted on the heart of the armor. The skull was the imprint of the ghost fetus. It was the symbol of the 3rd transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. As it was imprinted on the heart, it was also known as the heart harboring evil intentions. Lava giant demon, lava python, lava hunting hound, rise. Mu Yun took a deep breath. She circulated the blood in her body and injected it into the Earth Origin book. The magma current roared and magma monsters emerged one after another. This time, other than the aura of origin force, Mu Yun also injected her blood into the Earth Origin book. The power of the Earth Origin book was greatly enhanced. The magma monsters that were summoned were 20 meters tall. They were extremely powerful and had a majestic aura. They crushed the surrounding demons and monsters and charged towards Prince Xiaoming. Then, they charged towards Prince Xiaoming. Flying zombies, see patrolling Xianxias, come out. Prince Xiaoming shouted as the demonic qi on his body exploded. Suddenly, more than a dozen flying zombies appeared in the sky and charged down ferociously. The sound of rolling lava could be heard. Patrolling Xianxias appeared one after another. Their faces were ferocious and murderous. Prince Xiaoming's imprint of the ghost fetus flickered continuously. The sky was filled with flying zombies and sea patrolling Xianxias. They attacked and crushed all the magma monsters. The heart harboring evil intentions was the power of the third transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. With the imprint of the ghost fetus, he could summon high-level ghosts. They were no longer low-level skeletons and spirits. Instead, they could summon flying zombies, sea patrolling Xianxias, ground drilling poison nannies and so on. They could cover the sky and earth, leaving the enemy with nowhere to run. Kill! Prince Xiaoming shouted coldly, and the army of ghosts and monsters surged towards Mu Yun like a tidal wave. Without another word, he raised his sword and slashed towards Mu Yun. This time, he had the protection of the army of ghosts. No matter what, Mu Yun couldn't stop him. She could only face him head-on. Mu Yun didn't panic. She immediately released the heavenly origin mirror. A vast mirror light shone down and annihilated Prince Xiaoming's army of ghosts. The heavenly origin mirror had the supreme heavenly Tao aura. It had a strong restraining effect on these ghosts. Heavenly origin mirror, Earth Origin book. How many treasures do you have? A greedy look flashed across Prince Xiaoming's eyes. His sword aura whistled and slashed towards Mu Yun's head. Now that he had activated the third transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art, his aura skyrocketed. The power of this sword was indeed earth-shattering. The sword aura swept across the void and let out a sharp whistle as if it could pierce through the entire world. Swamp World, open! Mu Yun flipped a page of the Earth Origin book. On this page, the word swamp was written. A dark and damp aura spread rapidly. The surrounding magma world was replaced by a swamp world. The originally solid ground became muddy and soft. Prince Xiaoming's footsteps immediately sank into the swamp mud. Damn it. You're playing this kind of trick again. Can't you fight with me openly? Prince Xiaoming was about to explode in anger. Mu Yun's methods were endless. Moreover, many of them were control-type fighting methods. They were completely different from the enemies he had encountered before. Ordinary sages would only use brute force to fight. Control-type fighting methods would only become popular when one reached the Great Sage realm. But now, Mu Yun had already started to play with control. Prince Xiaoming had strength but couldn't use it. He was only furious. He straightened his body and flew out of the swamp. He brandished his sword in the air. Like a flying immortal, he brazenly stabbed towards Mu Yun. However, he was dragged by the swamp and his momentum was broken. Although the sword was swift and fierce, it didn't have enough momentum. Starburst airflow chop! Mu Yun roared. Using her finger as a sword, she violently slashed out. A milky silver-like sword chi absolute slash was unceasingly slashed out with a whistling sound. He accumulated his power and was ready to strike. This sword's momentum soared to the sky. Moreover, the battlefield was at the constellation lake. There was an abundant amount of star baleful aura in the surroundings. Mu Yun's sword absorbed the surrounding star baleful aura. The entire sword chi was resplendent and incomparably brilliant. Bang, the two swords clashed. Prince Xiaoming relied on his powerful weapon and broke the starburst airflow chop. However, after the starburst airflow chop was broken, the star baleful aura directly exploded. The violent airflow whistled in the air and overturned Prince Xiaoming's body. Prince Xiaoming spat out blood. He hurriedly mobilized the sword's spiritual aura to recuperate the churning blood in his body. He had already reached the realm of one with the sword. He could rely on the Ming King sword's spiritual aura to recuperate his injuries. Now is the time. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. She immediately took out the bewitching necklace. A vast bewitching aura attacked towards Prince Xiaoming. Not good. I finally got you under my control. Murderous intent flashed across Muyan's eyes. She formed a seal with both hands, and the boundless aura of lightning burst out from the vast void in 9 heavens and 10 lands. Above the firmament, dark clouds pressed down and thunder rumbled. Purple lightning flashed between the clouds like dragons and snakes jumping around. It's over. Prince Xiaoming's face changed drastically. He was currently under the control of the charm curse. He couldn't use any techniques, and he couldn't activate the Corpse Emperor tyrannical body art. The demonic aura on his body dissipated on the spot, and he returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Above the 9 heavens, the vast lightning was rolling, and it was soul-stirring. I surrender, I surrender. You win. Prince Xiaoming raised both his hands and wanted to surrender. Under the suppression of the charm curse, he couldn't use any superpower even if he had any. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now you want to surrender? Dream on. Mu Yun sneered. She waved her hand, and the lightning in the sky turned into a crescent-shaped purple sword aura. It descended from the sky and slashed down fiercely. Thunderous crescent slash. Mu Yun shouted, and the ferocious crescent sword aura slashed at Prince Xiaoming. Prince Xiaoming quickly lifted his longsword to block. However, under the suppression of the charm curse, he couldn't use any techniques and could only use normal attacks. His sword was powerless, so how could it block Mu Yun's fierce attack? The crescent sword aura slashed down from the sky and sent Prince Xiaoming's longsword flying. Then, with a poochie sound, the sword aura slashed down from his left shoulder and slashed out from the right side of his waist like a hot knife through butter. It slashed his body diagonally into 2 halves. No blood flowed out. Under the bombardment of the rolling lightning, Prince Xiaoming's corpse turned into charcoal and was blurry. Prince Xiaoming. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Green Dragon Gang exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Tong and Yang Dingtian were also aghast. They didn't expect Mu Yun to be able to kill Prince Xiaoming. This guy actually killed Prince Xiaoming. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Jioding Trading had bribed Prince Xiaoming with a large sum of money. Now that he had been killed by Mu Yun, Jioding Trading had suffered a great loss. Mu Yun raised his palm and snatched Prince Xiaoming's long sword. He also snatched away the secret manual on Prince Xiaoming's body, the 3rd transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. Leave your weapons behind. Yang Dingtian was furious. He flew up and tried to take back the Ming King Sword. The Ming King Sword was one of the 5 great demonic weapons and had the sky-splitting rune. Everyone present had witnessed the might of the Ming King Sword. A divine weapon of this level could not be snatched away by Mu Yun. Yang Dingtian angrily rushed over, only wanting to take back the Ming King Sword. The disciples of the Black Tiger Gang immediately drew their weapons and rushed forward to block Yang Dingtian. Chen Hu coughed sickly and said, Lord Dingtian, the competition hasn't ended yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. If they were to fight now, both sides would suffer great losses. He immediately restrained himself and said, all right, let's continue the competition. He thought in his heart that so long as he won the martial competition and obtained the rights to the Constellation Lake, at that time, he would rely on the abundant baleful star energy within the lake to advance into the Saint Realm, and it wouldn't be too late to seize back the Wisdom King Sword. Chen Hu said, I will fight in the 2nd round. Who will you send? Chen Bingu, I will fight with you in the 2nd round. On the Green Dragon Gang's side, gang leader Zhou Tong stood out. He drew his long saber and was ready for battle. So it's gang leader Zhou. We haven't fought for a long time. Chen Hu smiled. He had received news that Zhou Tong's phantom earring had been snatched away by Yang Dingtian. He had nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Tong was very famous in Baiyun Town. He was nicknamed the Dragon King, but without the phantom earring, he could only be reduced to a small snake. Gang leader Zhou, take this. Chen Hu pulled himself together and drew his long sword, thrusting it towards Zhou Tong. His sword kept shaking and drawing circles. Diagrams of the 8 trigrams appeared in the void. It turned out that this sword technique was called the Primeval Chaos Taiji Sword. It was Chen Hu's famous technique. He was sick, his face was thin and yellow, and his strength was weak. This primeval chaos taiji sword had the advantage of using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. It used softness to overcome hardness, and the weak to defeat the strong. Therefore, although his aura was weak, his sword technique was sharp and exquisite. Zhou Tong saw that Chen Hu's sword technique was fancy and complicated, dazzling. He did not dare to be careless. He held his saber and guarded himself, focusing on the battle. The two of them clashed and fought. Mu Yun returned to the back and sat down quietly to adjust her breathing. She had used up a lot of energy in the battle with Prince Xiaoming. She had to fight the 3rd round later, so she naturally had to recover her strength as soon as possible. Of course, if Chen Hu could win the 2nd round, there would be no need for the 3rd round. In the battle, Chen Hu had the upper hand. Although Zhou Tong had brute strength, he could not use it under the suppression of the primeval chaos taiji sword. Damn it. If it wasn't for that bastard Yang Dingtian who took away my item, why would I be like this? Zhou Tong gritted his teeth. He was furious. If the phantom earring was still in his hands, he would not be in such a sorry state. When the people from the Black Tiger gang saw that Chen Hu was about to win, they could not help but be delighted. Yang Dingtian was secretly anxious. If he lost this battle, there would be no need for the 3rd round. Zhou Tong, this trash. Without an earring, he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. Yang Dingtian's face was cold. He silently took out the phantom earring. A faint and weak aura attacked Chen Hu like smoke. Chen Hu was focused on dealing with Zhou Tong. He was caught off guard and was attacked by the curse of weakness. In an instant, he felt his body go weak and could not use any strength. His wrist went limp and his long sword fell to the ground with a clang. Zhou Tong was surprised and then overjoyed. How could he let go of this rare opportunity? He immediately raised his saber and charged over, slashing at Chen Hu. Yang Dingtian was afraid of being discovered and hurriedly put away the phantom earring. The curse of weakness also disappeared. Chen Hu recovered his strength, but Zhou Tong had already raised his saber and charged over. In his haste, he could not block in time and could only barely avoid his vital parts. Crack, Zhou Tong's saber viciously chopped onto Chen Hu's shoulder. Chen Hu grunted. His shoulder bone was broken and the wound was bleeding. The pain was excruciating. Haha, you've lost. Zhou Tong laughed loudly and kicked Chen Hu's lower abdomen. Chen Hu's body flew backward. Under the intense pain, his facial features were distorted. Gang leader. The Black Tiger gang's disciples exclaimed loudly and hurriedly helped Chen Hu up. They saw that Chen Hu's face was pale and he was on the verge of death. He was severely injured and might not survive the night. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. His kick was very vicious. Chen Hu was severely injured and would not live to see the next day. Yang Dingtian, you cheated. Mu Yun suddenly stood up and glared at Yang Dingtian as he shouted sternly. Others could not see it, but he clearly saw that Yang Dingtian had secretly done something. He used a curse to attack Chen Hu and caused Chen Hu's defeat. What cheating? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Yang Dingtian denied flatly with a smug look on his face. Zhou Tong said, I've won. Don't talk nonsense. Let's start the 3rd round. Yang Dingtian was also afraid of complications. He immediately stood up and said, I'll fight in the 3rd round. Who will you send? Yang Dingtian looked around and saw that other than Mu Yun, the others from the Black Tiger gang were not worth mentioning. No one was his match. It seemed that he would definitely win this round. I'll fight you in the 3rd round. Mu Yun did not waste any more time. As long as they won this round, they would be able to snatch the ownership of Constellation Lake. What? Yang Dingtian was stunned when he saw Mu Yun fight. He said, didn't you just finish the 1st round? Mu Yun said, so what? The rules of the competition only say that the winner of 2 out of 3 rounds. They didn't say that I'm not allowed to fight 2 rounds. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The disciples of the Green Dragon gang were all delighted because Mu Yun had just finished fighting with Prince Xiaoming and had exhausted a lot of her energy. She was not in a good state now. If she insisted on fighting, she was definitely not Yang Dingtian's match. Yang Dingtian took out the fire god cauldron and slapped it with his big palm. With a whoosh, the fire god cauldron smashed toward Mu Yun with earth-shattering power. Snow world, open! Mu Yun took out the Earth Origin book. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers flew out from the pages of the book and instantly covered the entire sky. The surroundings became a world wrapped in silver. Even the lake water at the edge of Constellation Lake was covered with a thick layer of ice. Under the suppression of the ice and snow, Yang Dingtian's fire god cauldron suddenly withered. Even the body of the cauldron had frost. 8 Desolation heavenly fire, 9 heavens raging flames, rise. Yang Dingtian calmly made a hand seal. In an instant, the fire god cauldron shone with a bright red light and erupted with a violent flame aura. The cauldron was like a volcanic eruption. Raging flames constantly roared out and melted the surrounding ice and snow. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. She immediately circulated her aura and poured it into the Earth Origin book. The Earth Origin book shone brightly. The surrounding wind and snow became even more violent. Yang Dingtian's fire god cauldron was suppressed again. You have the Earth Origin book, so do I, Yang Dingtian snorted coldly and took out a page of the Earth Origin book. His page of the Earth Origin book was printed with the word river. River world, open! Yang Dingtian roared. Streams of water flowed out from the pages of his book like a waterfall. They landed on the ground and turned into a torrential river. They rumbled as they rushed forward. It was as if a water dragon was roaring. Its power was astonishing. Even under the suppression of the wind and snow, the surrounding water flow did not freeze. It continued to move forward in a mighty and unstoppable manner, crazily rushing forward. Asterisk splash, asterisk suddenly, more than 10 giant water monsters emerged from the torrent. The water monsters roared at the sky. They were swept by the torrent and brazenly charged towards Mu Yun. Starburst airflow chop. Mu Yun waved her hand. A sword aura that resembled a river of stars instantly slashed out and killed all the water monsters in front of her. All of a sudden, a gust of blazing palm wind whizzed up. Yang Dingtian waved his palm and attacked fiercely. At this time, the mist had yet to disperse. Mu Yun's vision was blocked and he could not see Yang Dingtian's movements clearly. By the time he could see clearly, Yang Dingtian's ferocious palm attack had already arrived. Fire God's palm. Yang Dingtian roared as flames exploded in his palm. The fire god's cauldron emitted a strong heavenly fire aura that was poured into his palm. His palm was raging with flames and it was a sudden attack that was difficult to block. In the midst of danger, Mu Yun opened his palm. The bewitching necklace shone at his fingertips as wisps of demonic and charming aura spread out. Humph, your curse can't hurt me. Yang Dingtian snorted. His fire god's cauldron was one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. It had a majestic desolation ancient chi. Under the protection of the fire god's cauldron, he was not attacked by the curse. His palm attack was still swift and fierce as it struck towards Mu Yun's chest. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately struck out with his fist. A thick black demonic aura emerged from the tip of his fist. Bang, the fist and palm collided. His body remained unmoved while Yang Dingtian stood steadily. The two of them were evenly matched and no one could do anything to the other. Yang Dingtian was shocked. His sudden attack was supposed to dampen Mu Yun's spirit. However, he did not expect that the final result would be a tie. Because Mu Yun had already activated the Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body art. Demonic aura erupted from his body as if he was a death god that had walked out from Azura hell. His combat strength had also soared. Demonic clown, you are nothing in front of my fire god's cauldron. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and the fire god's cauldron whistled out again. It was as if a volcano had erupted in the cauldron as it constantly emitted heavenly fire. Under the roasting of the heavenly fire, Mu Yun's Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body was also severely suppressed. The demonic aura on his body quickly disintegrated. Unless you have completed the 3rd transformation, you will not be able to withstand the suppression of my fire god cauldron. Yang Dingtian pressed his palm down and the fire god cauldron made a whoosh sound. It was like a huge mountain as it pressed down on Mu Yun from the sky. Mu Yun did not panic as he waved his hand. Suddenly, puddles of mud appeared on his palm. The mud piled up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, his palm had already turned into an incomparably huge mud claw. With a paw to sound, he grabbed the fire god cauldron in his hand. The Book of Earth Origin again. How many do you have? Yang Dingtian turned pale with fright. He saw a page of the Earth Elemental book on Mu Yun's arm, and the word swamp was printed on it. Mu Yun stuck the page of the swamp book on his arm. The spiritual energy of the swamp spread out from his arm. His palm turned into a huge mud claw. With a grab, he grabbed Yang Dingtian's fire god cauldron. Yang Dingtian wanted to summon the fire god cauldron back, but the fire god cauldron had fallen into Mu Yun's hands and was stuck in the mud. No matter what, he couldn't get it back. Let go of it. Yang Dingtian roared as his palms whizzed out. His right palm was in front and his left palm was behind. His right palm struck forward while his left palm pushed out. Then, his right palm pulled back and pushed out fiercely. A ferocious flame wave swept out with a roar. This move was called the fire god's triple palm. One layer after another, the 3 layers of palm force stacked together and pushed out crazily. It had the might of the wind and thunder of heaven and earth. It was incomparably ferocious. When Mu Yun saw Yang Dingtian's ferocious palm technique, he immediately became alert. He immediately let go of the fire god cauldron and waved his huge mud claw, colliding with Yang Dingtian. With a bang, Mu Yun took Yang Dingtian's palm head-on. The swamp mud blocked 2 layers of palm force, but there was still a layer of palm force that hit his body fiercely. In an instant, Mu Yun felt the qi and blood in his body churning and stagnating. Yang Dingtian did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, he hurriedly took back the fire god cauldron to prevent it from being snatched away by Mu Yun. In this round of confrontation, he had won. Mu Yun had just finished fighting with Prince Xiaoming and had exhausted a lot of his energy. Now, Yang Dingtian had taken advantage of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. When the Black Tiger gang saw this, their faces turned solemn. This battle was a little tricky. Looking at Mu Yun's appearance, it was obvious that he was not Yang Dingtian's match. Mu Yun, if you surrender now, I can let you live. Yang Dingtian had the upper hand, but he did not pursue. Instead, he persuaded Mu Yun to surrender. This was because he knew that Mu Yun still had a trump card. If they continued to fight, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. The best plan was naturally for Mu Yun to surrender. Then, he would be able to obtain the ownership of the Constellation Lake. At that time, he could absorb the spirit energy in the Constellation Lake and break through to the Sage Realm. Yang Dingtian secretly calculated. As long as he broke through to the Sage Realm, it would not be too late to kill Mu Yun. There was no need for him to fight to the death now. What a joke. I think it's more like you to surrender. Mu Yun smiled coldly. He used his finger as a sword and attacked. The galaxy whistled, and a silver light flashed. The fierce starry sword Qi brazenly slashed toward Yang Dingtian. You forced me. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being heartless. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. He suddenly took out a formation map and spread it out. A mysterious formation map spread out on the ground. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian both stood in the formation. Level 3 Blade Formation, Sword Rain Formation, open. Yang Dingtian shouted fiercely. The formation map was fully activated and emitted dense spirit energy. A cool breeze blew in the surroundings, and raindrops fell from the sky. The rain pitter-pattered as it fell to the ground. With a clink, the raindrops bounced up and turned into flying swords in the air. They swept through the void with a sizzling sound as they attacked Mu Yun. Countless raindrops fluttered and fell. The moment they touched the ground, they bounced up and turned into flying swords that were as thick as fingers. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with flying swords. Thousands of swords carried the cold air of the rain as they crazily attacked Mu Yun. The rain of bullets turned into swords, and tens of thousands of swords filled the sky. This scene was very spectacular. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Other than being rich, Jiuding Trading was also famous for their ancient formation. Today, everyone's horizons were broadened. They could actually witness the wonders of a level 3 blade formation. However, to activate a level 3 formation map, one would need to consume a large amount of lifespan. Yang Dingtian was only a middle-level saint. How could he withstand such a huge consumption? While everyone was puzzled, they saw an earring placed on the formation map of the Sword Rain Formation. Nether Void Earring, one of the 7 great ancient ornaments. Yang Dingtian actually used the Nether Void Earring as a sacrifice to activate the formation map. This way, he didn't need to consume his lifespan. However, the Nether Void Earring was sacrificed. This famous ancient ornament would be gone from now on. My item. When Zhou Tong saw this scene, he immediately felt his heart ache. This Nether Void Earring was originally his. However, now that Yang Dingtian had sacrificed it, this earring would be gone. In order to kill Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian had really gone crazy. He was actually willing to sacrifice the Nether Void Earring to activate a level 3 formation map. This Sword Rain formation was extremely powerful and spectacular. Raindrops fell from the sky and bounced up when they landed. They danced in the air and turned into swords. Tens of thousands of swords shot out from the sky, sweeping away everything in their path. Yang Dingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The Sword Rain formation had been activated. Mu Yun would definitely die. Fortunately, that kid hasn't refined the Ming King sword. Otherwise, my Sword Rain formation would have been broken by his sword. Yang Dingtian secretly rejoiced. He was afraid of Prince Xiaoming, but he wasn't afraid of Mu Yun. This was the reason. If Prince Xiaoming was here, he would be able to break his formation with one sword. However, Mu Yun hadn't refined the Ming King sword yet. He was naturally powerless against the attack of his Sword Rain formation. In Yang Dingtian's eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. Tens of thousands of flying swords could slash through the sky. Perhaps even a greater realm sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. Mu Yun's expression changed. The moment the Sword Rain formation was activated, he quickly reacted. The 3 pages of the Earth Origin book, Lava, Snow, and Swamp, were all activated. Huge lava rocks instantly piled up and formed a city wall. This city wall was reinforced with swamp silt. The outer layer was covered with a thick layer of solid ice. It was simply impregnable. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. Under the protection of the city wall, he silently controlled the Earth Origin book. Chi chi chi, the tens of thousands of swords shot across the sky and slashed fiercely on the city wall. The outer layer of solid ice cracked, but the surrounding cold air surged and quickly mended the cracks. Let's see how long you can last. Yang Dingtian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and the Sword Rain formation shone brightly. Bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground and bounced up. They instantly turned into flying swords and attacked the city wall fiercely. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. In their impression, a martial arts competition should be like the one between Zhou Tong and Chen Hu. You slash me with a sword, and I slash you with a saber. Every move and style was clearly defined. However, the scene in front of them was too spectacular. Chaotic rain swirled in the air as tens of thousands of swords attacked the city. The void was filled with the sharp sound of sword chi. Then, there was the sound of explosions when the city was attacked. It was soul-stirring and moved everyone. Even the tens of thousands of swords couldn't break through Mu Yun's city wall. The 3 pages of the Earth Origin book were mixed together, and their defensive power was truly strong. Among the 3 origin treasures, the Earth Origin book had the strongest defensive power. This was the power of the earth. Even if Yang Dingtian attacked with tens of thousands of swords, he couldn't break through Mu Yun's defense in a short period of time. Yang Dingtian didn't panic. He continued to maintain the Sword Rain formation. Countless flying swords were born and attacked the city wall fiercely. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He knew that he had won. This was because he sacrificed the Nether Void Earring to activate the Sword Rain formation. He didn't need to expend too much energy. On the other hand, Mu Yun would definitely consume a lot of energy to maintain the city wall's defense. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In fact, this was indeed the case. Within the city wall, Mu Yun's face was gradually turning pale. He couldn't bear the large amount of energy he had consumed. He hurriedly took out piles of golden origin pearls and directly absorbed the spiritual energy of the golden origin pearls to replenish the energy in his body. However, this was only a temporary measure. If he wanted to win, he had to come up with another plan. As soon as the rotting corpse jade pendant appeared, a decaying curse aura quietly spread out. Mu Yun opened a crack in the city wall and released the curse of the rotting corpse jade pendant. The crack was only opened for a blink of an eye. Dozens of flying swords fiercely rushed in with a swishing sound. The momentum was astonishing. Mu Yun waved her hand and broke the flying swords. After the flying swords were broken, they turned into rain and fell to the ground. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the light drizzle could turn into such sharp flying swords. This sword rain formation was indeed a third-grade blade formation. Its power was extremely shocking. Mu Yun closed the city wall again. The curse of the rotting corpse jade pendant spread out and quickly spread out on the ground. It was like a bottle of ink pouring on a piece of white paper. It was especially eye-catching. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian was secretly on guard. A curse-level attack was very strange. Once one was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Think about the end of Prince Xiaoming. Such a powerful person was accidentally hit by the charm curse and instantly lost the ability to fight back. He was directly killed by a sword. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to be careless. He used the fire god cauldron to protect his body to avoid being attacked by the curse. He would rather sacrifice the nether void earring than the fire god cauldron because the fire god cauldron was his life-saving trump card. He absolutely couldn't lose it. Otherwise, he would lose his protection and be cursed by Mu Yun. He would die. The higher the level of the battle, the more straightforward the decision of life and death. Victory and defeat were often decided in a single move. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian had the upper hand, he didn't dare to be careless. He fought steadily and surely in order to kill Mu Yun. The ink-like decaying curse aura spread out on the ground and even spread to the vicinity of Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian relied on the protection of the fire god cauldron, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, this decaying curse wasn't a hard control like charm or immobilization. Even if he was hit, his body would at most show signs of corrosion. It wasn't to the point of irreparable damage. What is this guy trying to do? Yang Dingtian frowned. He did not know what Mu Yun's motive was. It was impossible to rely on such tricks to turn the tables. I don't care anymore. In any case, as long as we breach the city walls and kill him, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Dingtian calmed himself down and channeled his qi, constantly urging the sword rain formation. The entire formation shone brightly, and the rain in the sky became denser. It was no longer a patter, but a pitter-patter rainstorm. The crazy torrential rain gave birth to equally crazy flying swords that attacked the city walls. Tens of thousands of swords lined up in the sky and continuously attacked. Finally, the city walls were breached. Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone cried out in alarm. Now that the city wall had been breached, under the attack of the flying swords that filled the sky, Mu Yun would probably be smashed to pieces. It's finally broken. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, your city is broken and your people are dead. You can't surrender even if you want to now. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh wildly. His hands formed a seal, and countless flying swords flew down from the sky, slashing fiercely at Mu Yun. Chi chi chi, the sound of the sword aura piercing through the air was incomparably sharp, sending chills down one's spine. Mu Yun was alone. Facing the attacks of tens of thousands of swords, she did not panic. She waved her hand, and a crimson-red glow whizzed out. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun shouted coldly. The crimson-red glow danced and turned into a lifelike heavenly dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking awe-inspiring. The rising dragon sword aura filled the void and rushed towards the flying swords that filled the sky. Thousands of swords and tens of thousands of swords collided in an instant. The sword rain and the sword dragon exploded at the same time. A terrifying wave of air exploded in the void. The violent wave of air rushed into the sky, scattering all the clouds in the sky. The hazy sky instantly recovered its pure blue appearance. The sun shone down, warming the earth. Mu Yun's Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash collided with the sword rain formation. They were evenly matched. Impossible. Yang Dingtian was shocked. The sword rain formation was a third-grade blade formation, and Mu Yan's rising dragon sword aura was only a first-grade saint technique. The result of the collision between the two should be the flying sword slaying the dragon. However, at this moment, they were evenly matched and dissipated. Something was amiss. Yang Dingtian immediately noticed that the power of the sword rain formation had weakened. Not only had it weakened, but it also showed signs of decay. The rotten corpse jade pendant emitted a strong aura of decay. The fluctuation of the curse was like ink, covering the entire earth. The ancient secret technique focused on forming a formation when the ground touched the ground, forming a prison, and taking root in the ground. The runes of the sword rain formation were deeply imprinted on the earth. At this moment, the earth was decaying. The runes of the sword rain formation also became dim and dull. It gradually lost its vigor, and its power was greatly weakened. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air and finally realized that the decay curse released by Mu Yun was not targeted at him, but at the sword rain formation. As long as the sword rain formation was destroyed, Yang Dingtian would be finished. In a moment of desperation, Yang Dingtian took out the fire god cauldron and descended into the center of the formation. The blazing heavenly fire aura directly dispelled the surrounding dark curse. With the protection of the fire god cauldron, the sword rain formation was restored. The sky instantly turned into dark clouds, and bean-sized raindrops poured down. Withdraw. Yang Dingtian waved his hand, wanting to withdraw the fire god cauldron to protect himself from being attacked by Mu Yun's curse. However, Mu Yun had already made her move. She opened her palm, and a sparkling necklace was wrapped around her fingers. Waves of vast charm aura spread out fiercely. In the next moment, Yang Dingtian was attacked by the charm curse. He instantly felt that his body's lifeline seemed to be under a huge shackle and restriction. He couldn't use his cultivation techniques at all, and he couldn't release his Dharma treasures. The fire god cauldron cried out sadly, turned into a stream of light, and escaped into his body. After he was hit by the charm curse, he couldn't even release the fire god cauldron. Now, Mu Yan's gaze turned cold, and monstrous killing intent surged. She raised her palm to the sky, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The rolling thunder turned into a crescent-shaped sword chi, and was about to slash down. Yang Dingtian panicked. He was really panicking. If this sword slashed down, he would definitely die. Rain threads transform into swords, flying swords across the sky. At the critical moment, Yang Dingtian shouted coldly. The sword rain formation was activated, and the spectacular scene of thousands of swords across the sky appeared again. He was hit by the charm curse, so he couldn't use his cultivation techniques or Dharma treasures. However, he could still use the formation. Mu Yun, if you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. At most, we'll perish together. Yang Dingtian's eyes were about to crack. Thousands of swords condensed in the sky, and they were about to attack. He didn't want to perish together because he didn't want to die. He believed that Mu Yun wouldn't be rash. The charm curse's aura could last for at most a few more seconds. Give him a few more seconds, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything anymore. Thunder crescent slash, kill. Mu Yun shouted and waved her hand. The crescent-shaped sword chi, mixed with rolling thunder, slashed down from the sky, and slashed straight at Yang Dingtian. Good, good, good. If you want to perish together, I'll perish together with you. Yang Dingtian let out a roar of grief and indignation. He didn't expect Mu Yun to be so fierce and actually want to perish together with him. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Yang Dingtian didn't waste any more words. He formed a hand seal and thousands of swords shot out. The sword chi whistled and attacked Mu Yun crazily. In order to use the thunder crescent slash, Mu Yun's body wasn't guarded at all. This wave of sword rain was enough to tear her into pieces. The onlookers were all shocked. Crazy, really crazy. After fighting until now, Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian actually wanted to perish together. Chi chi chi, thousands of swords attacked together. Mu Yun's body was instantly torn into pieces by the thousands of flying swords. She turned into a bloody mess and withered on the ground. Lord! Bai Chen and Feng Tianyue exclaimed at the same time. Chen, who couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he heard them call Mu Yun Lord. Yang Dingtian also suffered a fierce attack from the thunder crescent slash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. His meridians were all broken and he was only left with one breath. However, when he saw Mu Yun's body torn into pieces, he smiled and thought, although we perished together, you died in front of me. It's my win. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a terrifying scene. He saw Mu Yun's body pieces actually recombine. In the blink of an eye, she regained the appearance of a living person. Mu Yun, who had just been torn into pieces, was now full of energy. She stood up with a smile on her face. How is this possible? Everyone turned pale with fright. They didn't expect Mu Yun to be able to come back to life. Mu Yun smiled and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said, sorry, I have 2 lives. Mu Yun took out the heavenly origin mirror. The spiritual light of the heavenly origin mirror had completely dimmed. 7 laws of the heavenly Tao, the secret art of life. Yang Dingtian's pupils contracted as he thought of an ancient legend. It was said that the heavenly origin mirror contained the 7 laws of the heavenly Tao, which represented the 7 laws of the operation of the heavenly Tao. Among them, there was a secret art of life that could give people an additional life. After this life was used, the heavenly origin mirror would lose its spiritual energy for a month. However, after a month, the spiritual energy would recover and it could continue to add life. In addition, there were also some secret arts of killing, secret arts of destruction, secret arts of life, and so on. Yang Dingtian had also read about them in ancient books, but he felt that they were too unbelievable and didn't believe them. When he obtained half of the heavenly origin mirror, he only found a secret art of revelation that could reflect one's inner demons. But now, it seemed that the 7 laws of the heavenly Tao were real. He only felt waves of regret. Back then, in the sky poison forbidden land, in order to escape, he lost half of the heavenly origin mirror, allowing Mu Yun to reunite. Finally, it led to today's disaster. Mu Yun fought with his life, but Mu Yun had 2 lives, and he only had 1. Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with hatred, resentment, and regret. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. His body's lifeline had been destroyed by the lightning, and he had lost all his vitality. Rest in peace. Mu Yun flicked her finger, and a wisp of energy shot out, directly blasting Yang Dingtian's head. From the moment he entered the 3 elements realm, Yang Dingtian had been his enemy. Today, he finally killed Yang Dingtian. Mu Yun felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. When Zhou Tong saw that Prince Xiaoming and Yang Dingtian were dead, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He laughed dryly and said, you guys have won. Constellation Lake belongs to you. Goodbye. After saying that, he waved his hand and wanted to leave with his disciples. Gang leader Zhou, you should stay. Mu Yun smiled coldly as killing intent flashed across her eyes. Do it. Fang Tianyue and Bai Chen did not say anything and immediately led their men out. Now that Prince Xiaoming and Yang Dingtian were dead, it was the best time to exterminate the Green Dragon Gang. Run. Zhou Tong's face was pale as he hurriedly fled. Fang Tianyue and Bai Chen chased and killed the Green Dragon Gang's disciples with irresistible force. Although the 2 of them were injured, it was still easy to deal with these small fries. Zhou Tong ran very quickly and was about to escape. But suddenly, a pool of swamp mud appeared under Zhou Tong's feet and forcefully dragged his footsteps. Mu Yun released the swamp book page and directly trapped Zhou Tong. This swamp book page was very effective in chasing after the remnants of the enemy. Once the swamp world was released, no one could escape. Bai Chen held the lightning sword and chased after Zhou Tong. With a slash of his sword, he cut off Zhou Tong's head. The remaining Green Dragon Gang disciples fled in all directions. But under the delay of the swamp mud, none of them could escape. In the end, they were all wiped out and their bodies were all swallowed by the swamp. Chen Hu was overjoyed when he saw the Green Dragon Gang destroyed. In his excitement, it affected his injuries and hidden illness, causing him to cough violently. Gang leader Chen, are you alright? Mu Yun walked over. Chen Hu's injuries were very serious and his situation was not optimistic. Chen Hu shook his head and said, I can't. My injuries are too serious. I won't be able to survive tonight. Mu Yun said, don't say such things. Gang leader Chen, rest well. Chen Hu said, cough cough. Brother Muyun, my time is up. I only ask that you treat my disciples well. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. After saying that, Chen Hu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He twitched twice before closing his eyes and dying. He was already at the end of his life. He was just unwilling to give up and held on to his last breath until now. Faction leader Chen. Muyun let out a loud cry. She checked Chen Hu's breathing. He was already dead. When the disciples of the Black Tiger gang saw that Chen Hu had died, their faces were filled with grief. Muyun sighed and immediately recruited the disciples of the Black Tiger gang to deal with the aftermath. Muyun was finally able to relax after she was busy until the evening. The night was like water. Under the illumination of the bright moon and stars, the constellation lake was suffused with a layer of silvery white starlight, sparkling and dazzling. The lake water seemed to be dotted with stars, appearing extremely beautiful. Muyun entered the constellation lake alone to cultivate. He had wanted to ask Feng Tianyue and Bai Chen to come with him, but the two of them refused. They did not want to take over the spiritual chi of the constellation lake. Muyun sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake by herself. Her figure was light as a feather, and she didn't cause the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake. The surface of the lake was calm like a mirror, and it reflected the myriad of stars that covered the sky. Strands of baleful energy of the stars that were like white mist slowly suffused out, causing the entire lake to seem like a paradise on earth. Absorb. Muyun took a deep breath, and the surrounding baleful energy of the stars instantly converged into his body. Instantly, he felt refreshed, and the baleful energy of the stars ceaselessly circulated within his body, ceaselessly tempering his meridians. Muyun didn't say anything and immediately started to refine the baleful energy of the stars. The spirit energy of the entire constellation lake was all his. Strands of spirit energy enveloped his body like a light mist, and they lightly fluttered along with the rhythm of his breathing. Gradually, Muyun's skin became incomparably clean, and there wasn't the slightest trace of dust from the mortal world. His face became glossy like jade, and when he looked within himself, he noticed that his bones and meridians were filled with strands of baleful energy of the stars. Under the cleansing of the abundant baleful energy of the stars, Muyun was simply reborn. He felt that the strength of his body had strengthened like never before, and his physique was formidable to an unbelievable extent. Baleful Star Saint Physique, activate! Muyun lightly shouted, and the baleful energy of the stars within his body all condensed together. His body directly transformed and evolved, becoming the Baleful Star Saint Physique. The Baleful Star Saint Physique was the symbol of mastery of the Baleful Star transformation. Successfully refining the Baleful Star Saint Physique represented that Muyun had finally stepped through the threshold on the path of cultivation of the Evil Path's 9 transformations. Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. Muyun directly took out the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. After he obtained the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, he hadn't really used it all along, because his body was too weak, and he was completely unable to use it. But now, after refining the Baleful Star Saint Physique, Muyun had the strength to dominate the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. Whoosh, he waved his hand, and the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda whistled out, smashing towards a mountain peak in the distance. Rumble, a terrifying loud sound was heard. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda smashed down, and the entire mountain peak directly collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere, shaking the heavens and the earth. With just one strike, Muyun smashed the entire mountain. The poisonous gas contained within the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda also crazily spread out. The vegetation and wild beasts on the mountain were all poisoned to death. Some rocks sizzled under the corrosion of the poisonous gas, emitting black smoke, and were directly corroded and turned into dust. Not bad, not bad. Muyun nodded in satisfaction. Now that he had refined the Baleful Star Saint Physique and could dominate the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, if he encountered someone like Yang Dingtian again, he could smash him to death with a single pagoda. And after he refined the Baleful Star Saint Physique, there was still a lot of spiritual energy left in the constellation lake. It could be seen how dense the spiritual energy here was. Muyun licked his lips and continued to swallow and refine. The devouring talent in his bloodline was directly activated, and he started to frantically devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Under such frantic devouring, the spiritual energy in the constellation lake was also rapidly depleted, and the aura of the source power in Mu Yun's body crazily skyrocketed, and his cultivation rose steadily. Middle-level Saint Realm. In the end, Mu Yun's cultivation actually rushed to the middle-level Saint Realm. His strength became incomparably powerful. After stepping into the middle-level Saint Realm, he was simply unbelievably powerful. If he were to fight with Yang Tian again, Mu Yun would not even need to use any Dharma treasures or cultivation techniques. He would smash Yang Tian to death. With his foundation, he was simply invincible among those of the same level. If an enemy of the middle-level Saint Realm encountered him, they would definitely not be able to withstand 3 moves. Unless they were like Prince Xiaoming, who had a heaven-defying weapon like the Prince Xiaoming sword, otherwise, they would definitely not be able to withstand his strength. After stepping into the middle-level Saint Realm, Mu Yun's lifespan also extended, reaching the stage of 1 million years. A lifespan of 1 million years was simply too terrifying. Generally speaking, only a saint of the Supreme Realm would have such a long lifespan. However, Mu Yun was only in the middle-level Saint Realm, but he already had a lifespan of 1 million years. He was simply invincible. Lifespan was not only the length of one's life. It also represented the foundation of one's cultivation and the foundation of one's qi and blood. The longer one's lifespan, the more stable one's qi and blood foundation would be. In a battle, one would be less likely to be injured. Even if one was injured, one could rely on one's vigorous qi and blood to heal quickly. This was the advantage of having a long lifespan. In addition, there were many powerful techniques that required one's lifespan to use. For example, activating the formation required one's lifespan. Some powerful cultivation techniques also required lifespan. Yang Dingtian's level 3 blade formation, sword rain formation, required one's lifespan to activate. Yang Dingtian did not use his lifespan. Instead, he sacrificed the ghostly void earring. Doing so was actually a reckless waste of God's gift. This was because the ghostly void earring was an ancient accessory and was very precious. It was a pity to sacrifice it. If Yang Dingtian had Mu Yun's lifespan, he would not have done this. Fortunately, the sword rain formation did not last for long. The ghostly void earring was not sacrificed. It only lost a little spiritual energy. After a period of time, it would naturally recover. Mu Yun kept the ghostly void earring. Now, he already had 3 ancient accessories. They were the rotten corpse jade pendant, the demonic necklace, and the ghostly void earring. He only needed 4 more to complete the collection of ancient accessories. In addition, Mu Yun's Earth Origin book had an additional page. It was the page of Yang Dingtian's River Origin book. He now had 4 pages of the Earth Origin book. After killing Yang Dingtian, Mu Yun had a great harvest. He had also taken Yang Dingtian's fire god cauldron. Moreover, he had also plundered many secret books on array formations from Yang Dingtian's body. The sword rain formation's formation diagram was also there. However, cultivating ancient array formations required too much time. Mu Yun did not have the time to cultivate now. Time. I need time. Mu Yun sighed. He did not have enough time. He could not leave at all. Jioding Trading was still eyeing him covetously. Since he had killed Yang Dingtian, Jioding Trading would definitely not let him off. I know a place that can give you enough time. A familiar voice sounded. Guai. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. This was Guai's voice. Guai had come out. A figure floated in front of Mu Yun. It was Guai. After not seeing him for a long time, Guai's aura was much more vigorous than before. Mu Yun was overjoyed. He said, Guai, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guai smiled. I spent a lot of time devouring the 5 dragon wheel. Sorry for making you wait. Mu Yun said, it's good that you're out. I have something for you. Guai smiled. I have something for you too. Mu Yun asked, what is it? Guai said, this time, I devoured the 5 dragon wheel and recovered a lot of spiritual qi. I can further unlock the secrets of the scroll of the gods. Now, I can open the life and death secret pavilion for you to cultivate. Life and death secret pavilion? Mu Yan's expression changed. He had never heard Guei mention it before. Guei said, "The Life and Death Secret Pavilion is a very magical place. Cultivating for a year inside is only 1 day outside. Didn't you say that you don't have time? I'll take you to the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. Cultivating for a year inside is only 1 day outside. 1 day for a year? There's such a good thing?" Mu Yan was surprised. Guei said, "It's good, but there's a price. Cultivating in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion will put a lot of pressure on your soul. If you cultivate for too long, your soul won't be able to withstand the pressure, and your soul will scatter." "Scatter my soul?" Mu Yan clicked his tongue. As expected, it wasn't that easy. Guei said, "Do you dare to cultivate there?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Mu Yan took out the Scroll of the Gods and went in with Guei. In the Scroll of the Gods, Mu Yan met Huang Yan and Mou first. Huang Yan and Mou were both from the Qilin clan. They had not seen each other for many days, and their strength had yet to reach the Saint Realm. "My lord." Seeing Mu Yan come in, the two greeted her respectfully. "My lord has reached the middle level of the Saint Realm?" The two felt Mu Yan's aura and were surprised. They did not expect Mu Yan's cultivation to improve so quickly. She had already reached the middle level of the Saint Realm. Mu Yan nodded and said, "I found a good place to cultivate. You can go out and try to reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible." Huang Yan and Mou were from the Kirin clan after all. They were very talented. As long as they were given the right opportunity, they could definitely reach the Saint Realm. Mu Yan let them out without saying anything. When Huang Yan and Mou came outside and saw the constellation lake, they couldn't help but be shocked. The spirit qi in this constellation lake was extremely dense, and it had already condensed into mist. Cultivating in this place was indeed very beneficial, and they might even be able to charge into the Saint Realm. The two immediately sat down cross-legged and cultivated silently. Although more than half of the spiritual qi in the constellation lake had been absorbed by Mu Yan, the remaining spiritual qi was enough for them to cultivate. Under Guei's lead, Mu Yan entered the depths of the Scroll of the Gods. It was a chaotic world. Guei waved his hand and the chaotic world broke open, revealing an ancient pavilion. At the entrance of the pavilion, there was a stone tablet with the words "Life and Death Secret Pavilion" engraved on it. Mu Yan walked towards the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. The closer she got, the more she felt a severe pressure. This pressure created a huge pressure on her soul, making her feel suffocated. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on her body. Even walking seemed difficult. "How do you feel?" Guei smiled and asked. "There seems to be some pressure." Mu Yan took a deep breath, withstood the pressure, and continued forward. Guei chuckled and said, "You haven't even gone in yet, but you're already feeling so much pressure. If you go in, I'm afraid your soul will scatter." Mu Yan said, "Don't look down on others." "I don't believe it." Mu Yan gritted her teeth and walked to the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. She pushed the door open and walked in. Rumble. As soon as he stepped into the Life and Death Secret Pavilion, Mu Yan instantly felt a terrifying pressure that fiercely pounded on his soul. It was a pressure that directly attacked his soul. He immediately felt dizzy and almost fainted. At the critical moment, Mu Yan released all 3 pages of the Earth Origin book. With the help of the spiritual qi of the Earth Origin book, the pressure on Mu Yan was greatly reduced in an instant. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Guei said, "There is a reward for entering the Life and Death Secret Pavilion for the first time, which is 500 years in 1 day. If you cultivate here for 500 years, only 1 day will pass outside 500 years?" Hearing this number, Mu Yan was immediately shocked. Guei said, "You have to grasp it well. There is only one reward, and it will be gone once it's used up." "Okay." Mu Yan nodded. So there was a reward. That was great. With 500 years, she could slowly cultivate. "I'll go out first. The pressure here is too great." Guei shook his head. The pressure in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion was too great. He also could not bear it. He quickly turned and left, closing the door. Only Mu Yan was left in the pavilion. Mu Yan took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. She first took out the fire god cauldron. This fire god cauldron also contained abundant desolation ancient qi. It was one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. An ancient flame jade was inlaid on the cauldron, emitting a boiling hot aura. This fire god cauldron can be used to refine the sparrow god fan. Mu Yun calculated. She took out the sparrow god fan and put it directly into the cauldron to refine it with the heavenly fire. This sparrow god fan was a dharma treasure left to him by his mother. It contained the immortal fire. Back then, he had relied on the sparrow god fan to recover his strength. However, he rarely used the sparrow god fan because this dharma treasure was too mysterious. He had not comprehended the sparrow god fan's secret technique. If he used it rashly, he was afraid that it would backfire on him. Now, he was using the fire god cauldron to refine the sparrow god fan. He only wanted to activate the secret technique of the sparrow god fan so that he could use it smoothly. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly fire, the sparrow god fan gradually released wisps of spiritual qi and transformed into the image of a holy sparrow in the void. This holy sparrow was burning with pitch-black flames. When the flames bloomed, they turned into words and danced like butterflies. These words formed a secret technique. Mu Yun focused and saw that this secret technique was called the Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword. The Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword was not a divine weapon. It was a Dharma treasure secret technique of the sparrow god fan. It was like the 9 changes of the evil way in the heavenly poison ancient tower and the 7 laws of the heavenly way in the heavenly origin mirror. All top Dharma treasures had special secret techniques. These secret techniques had to be performed with the help of the Dharma treasure itself. If the Dharma treasure was lost, no matter how powerful the secret technique was, it could not be performed. The Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword was the Dharma treasure secret technique of the sparrow god fan. It had 3 levels. The first level was called the Immortal Fire. Mu Yun had already comprehended the Immortal Fire. However, he was not familiar with using it. Therefore, he rarely used it. The Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword in front of him recorded the detailed cultivation method of the Immortal Fire. Mu Yun focused on comprehending it. This immortal fire contained a terrifying burning power. Once it hit the target, it would not be extinguished. In the end, it would directly burn the target to ashes. It was very powerful. Although the Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword only had 3 levels, each level was very powerful. The Immortal Fire was the first level. After comprehending it for 100 years, Mu Yun had completely mastered the various techniques of the Immortal Fire. His fire-wielding skills had reached perfection. There are still 400 years left. Mu Yun calculated silently and took out a few array formation manuals. These manuals recorded the ancient array formation secret techniques. The ancient array formation secret techniques were very complicated. It was difficult for ordinary people to comprehend them even if they studied them for tens of thousands of years. In the entire 3 elements realm, there were only a few true ancient array masters. Most of them were only at the apprentice level. They could only use array diagrams and could not personally draw arrays. Mu Yun had 400 years left. If he used it to comprehend the ancient array secret techniques, he would not even be able to understand the surface. However, he still decided to comprehend the array formation. He did not need tens of thousands of years or thousands of years. He was confident that he could become a level 1 ancient array master in 100 years. Mu Yun's confidence came from the heavenly origin mirror. He released the heavenly origin mirror and directly used the damage replenishment mystic technique. Among the 7 techniques of the heavenly Tao, the damage replenishment mystic technique was the most special technique. This mystic technique could not even kill an ant. However, it had heaven-defying benefits for cultivation. The heavenly Tao was to damage the surplus and replenish the deficiency. Mu Yun's current cultivation was very strong. However, he did not have enough understanding of the ancient array formation. Therefore, he released the heavenly origin mirror. Under the illumination of the mirror's brilliant light, the damage replenishment mystic technique was activated. He used all the excess blood and cultivation in his body to replenish his comprehension. Damage was to damage the excess blood and vitality. Replenishment was to replenish his comprehension talent. With the help of this damage replenishment mystic technique, Mu Yun's comprehension instantly reached a heaven-defying level. He could understand any profound ancient array secret technique at a glance. 1 damage and 1 replenishment. Although Mu Yun lost some blood and cultivation, he gained a terrifying comprehension ability. With such an unparalleled level of comprehension, Mu Yun was able to comprehend all the ancient formation manuals without a teacher. First level array, Vermilion Bird Array. Second level Blade Array, Vacuum Chaos Sword Array. Second level array, Swamp Death Array. Second level Blade Array, Sword Storm Array. Second level Escape Array, Meteor Array. Mu Yun had seen array formations before, be it level 1 or level 2. He had comprehended all of them. Even if he didn't have any secret manuals, he relied on his heaven-defying perception to recall the lines and patterns of those array formations. He instantly comprehended them and could draw them with his own hands. In 100 years, Mu Yun jumped 2 levels and became a second-level ancient array master. It's a pity that I am still unable to comprehend a second-level ancient array. Mu Yun felt a little regretful. Ancient array techniques were indeed profound. Although his comprehension ability was heaven-defying, he could only comprehend second-level ancient arrays at most. When he encountered a second-level ancient array, he could only stare at it helplessly. He could not even understand it. For example, the array diagram of Yang Dingtian's Sword Rain Array was in his hands. When he saw the array lines, he felt dizzy. He could not even understand it, let alone comprehend it. Fortunately, he had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. With the array diagram in hand, he could naturally use it by expending some of his lifespan. He did not have to be like Yang Dingtian, who sacrificed an ancient accessory. It was simply a waste of resources. There are still 300 years left. I have to make good use of it. Mu Yun calculated. In the past 100 years, he had benefited greatly from comprehending ancient arrays. He could not waste the remaining time. He took out a sword. This sword's blade was like autumn water, untainted by dust. It was Prince Xiaoming's weapon, Prince Ming's sword. It was said that in ancient times, after the Heavenly Lord of Calamity created the 3 elements realm, he had many friends who sent congratulatory gifts. Among them, there was a great light Lord Heavenly Lord who sent over a Prince Ming's sword. After experiencing the vicissitudes of time, the Prince Ming's sword was still heaven-defying. The sky-splitting runes on the sword's blade was filled with the killing intent of great destruction, great slicing and great splitting. It was as if it could split open the heavens. This sword was the weapon that made Prince Xiaoming famous. The world did not even know Prince Xiaoming's name. They only knew that he had a Prince Ming's sword that could split the heavens and earth. One could imagine how powerful the Prince Ming's sword was. White Dust said that there are 6 great runes. Other than the sky-splitting runes, I wonder what the other 5 are. Mu Yun gently stroked the sword's blade. The runes on the sword's blade emitted a sharp and destructive aura. When his finger touched it gently, it was cut and blood flowed out. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. The sky-splitting runes were indeed powerful. He was injured when he touched it gently. If he could refine this weapon, his strength would definitely increase greatly. I don't believe that a weapon like you won't submit to me. Mu Yun released all the Dharma treasures on his body, such as the Heavenly Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, the Sparrow Deity Fan, and the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda. All of them were released at once, suppressing the Ming King sword. Under such a huge pressure, the Ming King sword did not resist anymore and obediently submitted. Mu Yun put away the Ming King sword. In the following period of time, he used the Heaven Origin Mirror's mystic arts to replenish what he had and replenish what he lacked. He adjusted his body's qi, origin energy, perception, soul, and other attributes to an appropriate level. 500 years passed just like that. Mu Yun walked out of the life and death secret pavilion, and Guai was waiting outside. To Mu Yun, it was 500 years, but only 1 day had passed outside. Guai was shocked when he saw Mu Yun come out. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was mellow and magnificent. Compared to before, he was obviously much stronger. It seems that you have benefited a lot in these 500 years. Guai praised. In the past, Mu Yun had a feeling of showing off his abilities. His aura was too strong, and it was easy to arouse the vigilance of others. But now, his aura was mellow, as if he had returned to his original state. No one could see his hidden sharpness. Muyan smiled and said, Guai, I have something for you. What is it? Guai asked. Muyan took out the Lightning Emperor Cauldron and the Fire God Cauldron. Waves of lightning and fire aura crazily spread out. This is the Lightning Emperor Cauldron and the Fire God Cauldron, the legendary 9 great ancient cauldrons. They are Dharma treasures that contain desolation ancient chi. Where did you find them? Guai saw the 2 cauldrons and was surprised. Then, he beamed and kept the 2 cauldrons. These 2 cauldrons contain desolation ancient chi. It was just right for him to devour and use to recover his strength. I killed 2 true disciples of Jioding trading and snatched it from their hands, Muyan said. During the ancient war in the 3 elements realm, I thought that the 9 ancient cauldrons had been destroyed in the flames of war. I didn't expect them to still be here. Just nice, I can devour them. When the time comes, my strength will be further restored. Guiyi's face was full of joy. How long will it take you to devour this time? Muyan asked. Around a month. During this time, you should continue to look for the 9 ancient cauldrons. It's best if you can gather all 9 of them. I want to, but it's not that easy. Muyan smiled bitterly. He also did not know where the other ancient cauldrons were. Take your time. I'm going out first. Muyan left the scroll of the gods immediately. He still had to deal with the aftermath. Outside, Muyan saw Huangyan and Mou. The 2 of them had borrowed the spirit energy of the constellation lake to greatly increase their strength. They had already reached the peak of the immortal becoming realm and were just a little bit away from becoming a saint. It's a pity that you haven't stepped into the saint realm yet. When Muyan saw this, he felt a little regretful. If the 2 of them became saints, they would definitely become his right-hand men. I'm sorry, Lord. Our comprehension is limited. We have let you down. Huang Yan and Mou both felt apologetic. It was not that easy to step into the saint realm. Other than the cultivation of the body, one also needed comprehension. They had accumulated enough strength by relying on the spirit energy of the constellation lake, but it was still lacking. A little comprehension. It's fine. You can go back first. Muyan did not blame them. He also knew that the saint realm was difficult. It was not that easy to comprehend. Yes. Huang Yan and Mou returned to the scroll of the gods. They were not saints yet, so Muyan did not need their help for the time being. Muyan looked around and saw that the spirit energy of the constellation lake had been completely absorbed. The entire lake had returned to its normal appearance. He immediately left the constellation lake. There were already disciples of the Black Tiger gang waiting at the foot of the mountain. When they saw Muyan come out, they immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Welcome out of seclusion, Lord." Okay, let's go back. Muyan nodded and led his men back to the Black Tiger gang. In the past 2 days, the Black Tiger gang had taken over all the businesses in Baiyun town. As soon as Muyan returned to the Black Tiger gang's residence, the disciples around him gave him all the information about these businesses for review. Now, he had become the true leader of Baiyun town. All the businesses in Baiyun town were his. Muyan was very satisfied. He finally had a territory. In the future, he could take root in the 3 elements realm. A disciple said, "Lord, we have offended the Jioding trading. How should we deal with it? Lord, please tell us." Muyan said, "Don't worry about anything. Just do your part." The disciple said in shock, "What if the Jioding trading attacks us?" Muyan smiled and said, "The Jioding trading is busy fighting with the corpse-eating beasts. They don't have time to care about us, so you don't have to worry. Yes. You may leave." Muyan waved his hand. He wanted to take a good look at the situation in Baiyun town. After all, this place would be his territory in the future. Yes. The disciple retreated. After a while, Bai Chen came in and said anxiously, "Lord, something has happened." "Oh? What happened?" Muyan was slightly surprised when he saw Bai Chen's anxious look. Could it be that the Jioding trading had attacked? That was impossible. The Jioding trading only had 5 true disciples. Now that 2 of them had died, they were short of manpower. It should be impossible for them to divert their attention to deal with Baiyun town. The Earth Origin book has been taken away. Bai Chen said anxiously. What? Mu Yun was shocked. Bai Chen said, I went to the ancient ruins yesterday to check and found that the forest page has been taken away. Mu Yun said, who is it? Who can take away the Earth Origin book? The Earth Origin book was arrogant and unruly. Even a great saint expert couldn't tame it. He didn't expect someone to take away the Earth Origin book. Could it be a great saint expert? Bai Chen said, it's the Great Witch, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Cat tribe and the Black Ears tribe. I received news that the Great Witch took away the Earth Origin book and even refined that page. Mu Yun said in surprise, what? That Great Witch is so powerful that she can refine the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun found it unbelievable. Duan Tianya was a great saint expert back then. In order to refine the Earth Origin book, he had to pay a huge price of his cultivation base. Could it be that the Great Witch was more powerful than Duan Tianya? White Dust said, it said that the witch had an accessory called the Sleepless Ring. It's one of the 7 great ancient accessories, and it carries the sleeping curse. This sleeping curse is extremely powerful, and it's effective against Dharma treasures and weapons. Once the sleeping curse is released, all Dharma treasures and weapons will fall into a state of sleep. Sleepless ring? Mu Yun was shocked. She had heard of this sleepless ring before. It was one of the 7 great ancient accessories. It had the sleeping curse. Compared to the decay curse, charm curse, and weakness curse, the sleeping curse was much more powerful. It could make people fall into a state of sleep, unable to use any offensive means. They would fall into a state of sleep and be slaughtered. This sleeping curse was very terrifying. Once the curse was released, even artifacts and weapons would fall into a state of sleep and lose their effectiveness. Bai Chen said, the Great Witch relied on the sleepless ring to make the Earth Origin book fall into a state of sleep. She easily subdued and refined the Earth Origin book without any effort. Hearing this, Mu Yun was really shocked. She didn't expect the sleeping curse to be so powerful. Even the Earth Origin book would fall into a state of sleep and lose its ability to resist. Among the many curses, the sleeping curse was ranked second. It was really powerful. The Great Witch relied on the sleepless ring to take the Earth Origin book away. Mu Yun still remembered clearly that the mission of her assassin guild was to kill the Great Witch. But now it seemed that the Great Witch had the sleepless ring and a page of the Earth Origin book. It wouldn't be so easy to kill her. Bai Chen said, Lord, what should we do now? Mu Yun pondered for a while and said, kill her. We have accepted the mission. This Great Witch must be killed. Even if she has the sleepless ring and the Earth Origin book, we can't retreat. Mu Yun also wanted to see how powerful this Great Witch was. He had cultivated in the life and death secret pavilion for 500 years. He also wanted to test his strength. Okay, we will listen to Lord's orders. Bai Chen saw Mu Yun's determined tone and was no longer afraid. You don't have to go for this mission. I will go alone. Mu Yun said. Why? Bai Chen was surprised. Mu Yun said, your injuries haven't healed yet. You don't have to take the risk. Stay in Baiyun town and help me with the Black Tiger Gang's affairs. But, no buts. Just listen to my orders. Yes. Bai Chen didn't talk nonsense. His injuries hadn't healed yet. If he followed, he might become a burden. It was better for him to stay and stabilize the business in Baiyun town. After the discussion, Mu Yun and Fang Tianyue returned to the Assassin Guild. Fang Tianyue's injuries were more serious than Bai Chen's. He had to stay and recuperate. Naturally, he couldn't follow Mu Yun. Mu Yun set off with 20 beginner assassins. Although it sounded like a small number, it was actually a lot. These people were assassins, not soldiers. They weren't used to charge head-on. They relied on sneak attacks to win. Mu Yun thought that it would be good if the assassination was successful. But he was afraid that the assassination would fail. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, his manpower was far from enough. 3 days later, Mu Yun arrived at the Forest of Whispers. This place was the territory of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan. It was also the largest forest in the Three Elements realm. The entire forest stretched for tens of thousands of miles. In the past, many people came here to hunt the nine-tailed cat girls and sold them as slaves to earn money. But during this period, no one dared to come here to hunt. This was because the Nine-Tailed Cat clan was no longer in a state of disunity. Queen Cat had changed the structure of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan by herself. Now, other than the Black-Ear tribe, the other tribes of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan had all submitted and were completely under Queen Cat's command. Queen Cat also announced to the outside world that no one was allowed to hunt. She also sent people to redeem the Nine-Tailed Cat girls who had been reduced to slaves. Now that her reputation was booming and she was the reincarnation of the human Yuan brush, no one dared to offend her. The only tribe that was still resisting was the Black-Ear tribe. Mu Yun led his men into the forest. He directly avoided the eyes and ears of the patrolling disciples and sneaked in quietly. He was an assassin and could not reveal his identity. He had to move in secret and wait for an opportunity to assassinate the witch. If his identity was exposed and the witch knew, it would be difficult to assassinate her again. He quietly rushed towards the Black-Ear tribe's territory. There were no accidents along the way, but the Whispering Forest was too big. Mu Yun advanced for a day, but he was still quite far from the Black-Ear tribe's territory. As night fell, he set up camp to rest. He sent a few disciples out to keep watch to prevent any accidents. In the middle of the night, a whistle suddenly sounded. A warning signal came from outside the camp. Mu Yun immediately became alert, thinking that it was an enemy. Just as he was about to go out to take a look, the disciple on watch escorted a girl in. This was a Nine-Tailed Cat girl with pointy ears. She wore a set of light leather armor that outlined her beautiful figure. Her clothes and leather armor were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. Her body was wounded, and her hair was messy. She looked rather miserable. "Sir, we caught a cat girl." She claimed to be the Cat Queen's confidant. She was ambushed by the enemy and her entire army was wiped out. She wants us to report this to her. The disciple on watch threw the cat girl on the ground without any pity. hurry up and report this. Hurry up and tell the queen that something has happened." The cat girl looked panicked. She crawled to Mu Yun's side and hugged Mu Yun's legs. Her voice was filled with fear and sobbing, as if she had suffered a serious blow. Mu Yun said, "Speak slowly. Don't panic. I'm your queen's friend." Mu Yun squatted down and gently stroked the cat girl's head. However, the latter's emotions were on the verge of collapse. No matter how Mu Yun comforted her, there was no effect. Mu Yun thought for a while, took out the blue sky underworld map and released Miao Yutong. This Miao Yutong was also a Nine-Tailed Cat girl. Mu Yun had already subdued Miao Yutong before he entered the Three Elements realm. Now that Mu Yun released Miao Yutong exclaimed when she saw the cat girl, It's you, Yujing. What's wrong with you?" The cat girl was stunned when she saw Miao Yutong. The two of them obviously knew each other. "Sister Yutong." The cat girl shouted and threw herself into Miao Yutong's arms. The two girls hugged each other tightly. Miao Yutong glanced at Mu Yun and said, "She is my friend, Miao Yujing." Mu Yun nodded. Seeing that Miao Yujing had calmed down, he asked, "What happened?" Miao Yujing composed herself and said, "Our cat army has already surrounded the Great Witch. She's holed up in her territory and her day of destruction is not far away. I was ordered to deliver some pills and divine weapons to support the army, but I didn't expect to be ambushed by Zhang Debao on the way. Not only was the entire army annihilated, even the pills and divine weapons were taken away by Zhang Debao. Please quickly go and report this to the Empress. Otherwise, the front line will run out of supplies, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Zhang Debao. Mu Yun's expression changed. Before he set off, he had received detailed information about the Black-Ear tribe. It was said that the witch had 3 powerful generals under her. They were called Zhang Dajiao, Zhang Daliang, and Zhang Debao. Their strength was not to be underestimated. "Miao Yujing, let's see where you can escape to." Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A valiant team barged in from outside the camp. The leader was a man who looked sinister and fierce. He had a hooked nose, triangular eyes, a thin body, and a pair of black cat ears on his head. The ears of the disciples under him were also black and fluffy. This was the symbol of the Black-Ear tribe. It was very easy to recognize. "Zhang Debao is here." Miao Yujing saw that person and immediately revealed a panicked expression. She crawled behind Mu Yun and trembled. She was extremely scared. Mu Yun's heart sank. There were still a few disciples on night duty outside his camp, but Zhang Debao had swaggered in. It seemed that those disciples on night duty had already been killed. "You're Mu Yun. You're from the Assassin Guild." "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence." When Zhang Debao saw Mu Yun, he immediately laughed out loud. Mu Yun was surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Debao to recognize her and even know that she was from the Assassin Guild. Zhang Debao said, "I received news that the Cat Queen entrusted the Assassin Guild to assassinate the witch. I thought they would send the #1 assassin. I didn't expect them to send a trash like you." Mu Yun was shocked. The news about the mission was strictly sealed. The outside world didn't know about it, but this Zhang Debao knew it like the back of his hand. "There's a spy. There must be a spy in the Assassin Guild." Mu Yun immediately became vigilant. There must be a spy in the Assassin Guild. Otherwise, the news wouldn't have spread out. "I heard that you have the Heaven Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, and even the Evil Path's treasure, the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, and Prince Xiaoming's weapon. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be rich today. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Zhang Debao, am not afraid at all." Zhang Debao's eyes revealed a greedy look. Judging from his aura, he was at most a lesser realm saint. Mu Yun's cultivation was one level higher than his, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if in his eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. "You don't know what you're talking about. Die." Mu Yun's face turned cold. She didn't expect a lesser realm saint to be so arrogant in front of her. He was really lawless. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling airflow slash that was as bright as the Milky Way suddenly broke out and charged towards Zhang Debao. Zhang Debao was only a lesser realm saint. If he was hit by Mu Yun, he would definitely die. Zhang Debao was about to be killed by the sword aura, but suddenly, his body swept out and teleported, dodging Mu Yun's attack. Teleportation. Mu Yun's pupil shrank. Zhang Debao's movement technique was actually the rare teleportation. "Ha ha ha, I'll take your head. Die." Zhang Debao laughed loudly. His body flashed, and like a ghost, he teleported and broke through the restrictions of the void. He went around to Mu Yun's back and slashed his palm towards the back of Mu Yun's neck. His palm carried a sharp spatial fluctuation. Teleportation was accompanied by the law of space. His palm technique also contained the fluctuation of the law of space. It wasn't the aura of any source power, nor was it brute force. It was the pure law of space. The pure law of space's suppression came down ruthlessly. Mu Yun's scalp went numb, and his hair stood on end. Zhang Debao's speed was too fast. It was unimaginably fast. The speed of teleportation couldn't be captured by the naked eye. He couldn't even see it clearly. Zhang Debao had already arrived behind him and slashed his palm down ruthlessly. However, after all, Mu Yun had advanced to the middle level. His reaction speed was also very fast. When Zhang Debao flashed behind him, he immediately sensed it and dodged with his meteor battle boots. "It's useless. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than my teleportation." Zhang Debao laughed sinisterly. His body kept flashing as he attacked crazily. Mu Yun didn't dare to be negligent. He focused on dealing with it. After dozens of rounds, he was suppressed and didn't have the strength to fight back. However, after dozens of rounds of confrontation, Mu Yun realized that Zhang Debao didn't have any other abilities other than teleportation. "So you only know teleportation? How dare you be arrogant in front of me? What a joke." Mu Yun sneered. He suddenly summoned the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda and suppressed it ruthlessly. The place he suppressed was only air. There was nothing. However, Zhang Debao's figure suddenly appeared in the void. Zhang Debao happened to rush out with teleportation and was hit by the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. "Ah!" Zhang Debao screamed miserably. He was immediately hit by the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. All the bones in his body crackled. His tendons, bones, and meridians were instantly shattered. Blood spurted out wildly. How is this possible? Zhang Debao's eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect Mu Yun to be able to hit him. Mu Yun's face was cold. Although Zhang Debao could teleport, his movements were not untraceable. After dozens of rounds of confrontation, Mu Yun had already figured out his trajectory and could predict his position. When the heavenly poison ancient pagoda came crashing down, it just happened to predict Zhang Debao's position. Zhang Debao was suppressed by the heavenly poison ancient pagoda and couldn't even use teleportation. All the bones and meridians in his body were broken. He only had one breath left. "Your Excellency, spare me, spare me." At the critical moment of life and death, Zhang Debao's face was ashen. His voice trembled as he begged for mercy. He no longer had the arrogance from before. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Mu Yun sneered. Zhang Debao said, "Your Excellency, spare me. If Your Excellency is willing to let me go, I'm willing to submit to Your Excellency and tell Your Excellency a secret." "What secret?" Mu Yun asked without batting an eyelid. Zhang Debao said, "It's a spy in the Assassin Guild." "There's a spy in your Assassin Guild. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll tell you." "What a joke. If there's a spy in the guild, I'll naturally investigate. You don't have to worry about it." "Die." Mu Yun snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda came crashing down. Zhang Debao screamed miserably and turned into minced meat on the spot. Mu Yun found a secret manual from his body. It was called Instant Kill Ghost Sword. This Instant Kill Ghost Sword was a second-grade saint art. It wasn't a sword technique, but a movement technique. It's actually a second-grade saint art, and it's a movement technique. Mu Yun was overjoyed. A second-grade saint art was extremely valuable. Moreover, this Instant Kill Ghost Sword was a rare movement technique. Zhang Debao dared to be so arrogant because he had mastered the Instant Kill Ghost Sword and could teleport. Mu Yun took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror and activated the Mystic Technique. He sacrificed his own chi and blood to replenish his power of understanding. His power of understanding instantly reached an almost heaven-defying level. He flipped through the secret manual of the Instant Kill Ghost Sword and instantly understood it. Teleportation, this is simply an assassin's divine skill. When Zhang Debao's disciples saw that their leader was dead, they immediately fled in all directions. However, Mu Yun did not give them any chance. The swamp world opened and everyone was swallowed by the swamp. Not even their bones were left. Seeing Mu Yun's tyrannical means, Miao Yujing was also stunned. "Let's go back. I'll go with you to see the Cat Queen." Mu Yun smiled and pulled Miao Yujing up. He had learned the Instant Kill Ghost Sword and his strength had increased a lot. However, he did not advance rashly. Instead, he decided to go back the way he came. That was because the three great generals under the witch were not ordinary people. Zhang Debao could use the Instant Kill Ghost Sword, which was such an exquisite saint art. Zhang Daliang and Zhang Dajiao were definitely not weak. Mu Yun planned to go to the Cat Army's territory first and see the situation. At dawn, Mu Yun and his group arrived at the Cat Army's territory, Empress City. There was no doubt that this was a newly built city. Even the city walls were brand new. The people's faces were full of vitality. Within Empress City, there were peddlers everywhere. There were wine shops and shops everywhere. It was a bustling scene. The houses here were built with stones and were filled with a rough atmosphere. During the war, everything was simple and focused on efficiency and practicality. The surrounding houses did not have any fancy decorations. Even the Empress's residence was very simple. At most, there were 2 lanterns hanging at the door to decorate it. Miao Yujing stood at the entrance of the Empress's residence. Her expression was filled with uneasiness. Although Zhang Debao was dead, her provisions were stolen, causing a shortage of provisions at the front line. If they were investigated, they would be beheaded. She waited anxiously. Finally, the door of the Empress's residence opened and Miao Xuani walked out with her people. Miao Xuani was wearing a green armor, a short skirt and a long sword. Her posture was light and she did not have the airs of an empress. However, once she appeared, all the people of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Mu Yun looked at such a huge scene and was secretly speechless. He looked at Miao Xuani. This little cat girl was no longer as innocent and playful as before. Her expression was very dignified. When Miao Xuanyi saw Mu Yun, her dignified expression quickly disappeared. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Long time no see." Miao Xuanyi was at a loss as to what to do. Long time no see. When the people kneeling on the ground saw this scene, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Mu Yun and Miao Xuanyi to know each other. Moreover, the empress, who had always been high and mighty, showed a reserved attitude like a little girl in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun also understood that the Miao Xuanyi she saw back then was not the real Miao Xuanyi. This little girl was quite good at hiding. Miao Yujing was shocked. She was still waiting for the empress's punishment, but now it seemed that Miao Xuanyi's attention was completely on Mu Yun, and she didn't care about her. "You. Why are you here?" Miao Xuanyi was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Mu Yun to come. "Let's talk inside. There were too many people here to talk." "Alright, come in quickly." Miao Xuanyi's face flushed red. If there weren't so many people watching, she would have gone up to hold Mu Yun's arm and personally led him into the house. The two entered the empress residence one after the other. Miao Xuanyi ordered, "Everyone, get out. Without my order, no one is allowed to come in." The crowd hurriedly retreated, all scratching their heads. In the empress residence, only Mu Yun and Miao Xuanyi were left. Mu Yun laughed and said, "Empress, you are so imposing." Miao Xuanyi stuck out her tongue and returned to her previous playful appearance. She no longer had the dignity of an empress. She said, "Don't laugh at me. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Mu Yun said, "I know that you are the reincarnation of the human origin brush. You are determined to go against the heavens and change your fate, change the structure of the entire nine-tailed cat clan, and make a name for yourself. You have indeed done it. There are many legends about you in the outside world." Mu Yun's tone was full of praise. After all, Miao Xuanyi had really turned the tide and changed the chaotic structure of the nine-tailed cat clan with her own strength. If it weren't for her, the Whispering Forest would still be a place where people could hunt. Miao Xuanyi listened to Mu Yun's praise and blushed slightly. She said, "I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Back then, in the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, you gave me a lot of golden origin beads. In addition, I also sold the black ice water and earned a lot of money. I relied on this money to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Luckily, I am lucky enough to be in heaven's territory." Mu Yun frowned slightly and said, "That bit of money isn't enough to recruit soldiers and buy horses, right?" Miao Xuanyi said, "That money is only enough to buy 50 sets of armor. I started with 50 sets of armor. It's really lucky that I can have today." Mu Yun remained calm and collected. For Miao Xuanyi to be able to take down such a large territory, there must be someone supporting her from behind. She just didn't know who that person was. Miao Xuanyi said, "Now, only the Black Ear tribe is still resisting in the entire nine-tailed cat clan. I have already entrusted the Assassin Guild to help kill the Great Witch. As long as the Great Witch is dead, it will be easy to handle. However, there is no news from the Assassin Guild. I don't know if they are willing to accept this mission." Mu Yun took out the Assassin Guild's token and handed it to Miao Xuanyi. She said with a smile, "I am from the Assassin Guild. I am in charge of this mission." "What? When did you join the Assassin Guild?" Miao Xuanyi was shocked. She didn't expect that the person doing the mission would be Mu Yun. Mu Yun said, "It's a long story. What's the situation on your side?" Miao Xuanyi's face was filled with joy. She said, "Since you are willing to help, that's great." She naturally knew Mu Yun's strength very well. "The situation on my side is a little bad. The Great Witch has obtained a page of the Earth Element book and has the support of Yang Yu Tian. If we fight head-on, even if I can win, I will have to pay a huge price." Miao Xuanyi was a little worried. The Earth Element book was one thing, but the key was that the Great Witch had the support of Yang Yu Tian. Yang Yu Tian, the third true disciple of Jiuding trading, was a powerful second-level ancient array master. In Jiuding trading, Yang Yu Tian was the most powerful in terms of array skills. Even the first true disciple, Vast Sky Great Sage, couldn't compare to Yang Yu Tian in terms of array skills. Yang Yu Tian's art of formation is indeed impressive. He set up a formation for the Great Witch and forcefully blocked the fierce attacks of my cat army. I can't force my way in now, or the losses will be too great. I only want to ask the Assassin Guild to help me get rid of the Great Witch. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as the Great Witch is dead, the matter will be resolved smoothly. Miao Xianxia looked at Mu Yun, her eyes filled with admiration and confidence. With you helping me this time, I can rest assured. The Great Witch is dead for sure. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, don't be so sure. I don't have the confidence to win. I heard that the Great Witch's 3 great generals are not ordinary people. Miao Xianxia nodded and said, yes, if you want to kill the Great Witch, you have to get rid of these 3 people first. Mu Yun said, now that Zhang Debao is dead, only Zhang Daliang and Zhang Dajiao are left. Miao Xianxia said, Zhang Dajiao is the Great Witch's personal bodyguard. He won't come out to die, but as far as I know, Zhang Daliang is preparing to bring people out to snatch the Heaven Slayer rune. Miao Xianxia was secretly surprised to hear that Zhang Debao was dead. Heaven Slayer rune? Mu Yun was stunned. He had never heard of the Heaven Slayer rune. The rune is a special pattern that is produced after a weapon is infused with magic. It has a very powerful attribute. There are a total of 6 types of runes. They are Heaven's Slayer, Heaven's Shield, Heaven's Crack, Heaven's Blood, Heaven's Origin, and Heaven's Sage. Among the 6 great runes, the Heaven Slayer rune is the most special. This kind of rune has a terrifying aging power. After being infused with magic, all weapons and magic treasures will be cursed by the aging curse and become scrap iron. They can't be preserved. Therefore, there are 6 types of runes in the world, but there are only 5 great demonic weapons. Because the Heaven Slayer rune is too special, it can't be preserved on weapons. I see. Mu Yun was enlightened. He killed Queen Xiaoming and obtained the Ming King sword. The sword had the Heaven's Crack rune. Although the Heaven's Crack rune was powerful, the Heaven Slayer rune was the most special. The Heaven Slayer rune had the aging curse. Among the curses in the world, the aging curse was the most powerful. The most terrifying punishment in the world was to age until the end of time. When the aging curse was released, even the heavens and earth would become old, let alone humans. Recently, I have defied the heavens and changed my fate. My aura is very powerful, but my luck is not enough. I actually caused the Heaven Slayer rune to descend. A disaster is imminent. Miao Xianxia sighed and said, once this kind of rune goes out of control, it will really age until the end of time. I'm afraid that the entire forest of my 9-tailed cat clan will die of old age and turn into a desert. Therefore, I have already sent people out to prepare to snatch the Heaven Slayer rune. Mu Yun said, the arrival of the Heaven Slayer rune is such a big news. I'm afraid it will attract many people to come and fight for it. Miao Xianxia said, I have already sealed the news. No one outside knows, but the witch can't be hidden. She will definitely send Zhang Daliang out to snatch it. If she can snatch the Heaven Slayer rune, she will be able to turn the tables. With the aging curse, I will become an old woman. Mu Yun looked at her beautiful face and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't let you become an old woman. Miao Xianxia giggled and said, that's good. I will transfer some people to you. You will set off tomorrow. You must snatch the Heaven Slayer rune. Otherwise, if the witch snatches it away, we will be finished. Mu Yun nodded. He also wanted to see the legendary Heaven Slayer rune. The Heaven Slayer rune was the aging curse. It was the most powerful curse in the world. The world would age until the end of time. When the sea dried up, it would be the end of the world. The Heaven Slayer rune was floating in the world. But this time it had descended on the territory of the 9-tailed cat clan. It might really be related to Miao Xianxia. The next morning, Mu Yun led a team and set off. There were more than 100 people under him. The Assassin Guild disciples he brought were all disguised as 9-tailed cat disciples and mixed in with the team. Miao Yujing and Miao Yutong also came out. The group of people rushed towards the Nirvana shore in the northern part of the Whispering Forest. The Nirvana shore was a famous place in the Whispering Forest. It was full of spider lilies, hence the name. The 9-tailed cat tribe had a tradition. After people died, they would be buried at the Nirvana shore, praying to escape the sea of bitterness and reach the other side. On the way to the Nirvana shore, Mu Yun had a team that was rapidly approaching. This team was sent by the Great Witch and led by Zhang Daliang. Zhang Daliang was simple and honest. His face was bitter, like a farmer with his back facing the sky. There was a hatchet hanging on his waist. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an ordinary farmer. He did not look like a fierce character at all. An elite team followed behind him. They were all armed and murderous. They looked much more valiant than him. Lord Zhang, can we snatch the Heaven Slayer rune? The Cat Queen will definitely send people out, a disciple asked. I don't know. There's nothing we can do if we can't snatch it. When the time comes, we'll chop some firewood and report back. I don't think the Great Witch will blame us. Zhang Daliang revealed a kind smile like an old farmer. He took out the hatchet and gently stroked it. Under the sunlight, his hatchet emitted an extremely sharp light. Hearing this, the disciple shrunk his neck, looking very fearful. A day later, Mu Yun arrived at the Nirvana shore. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered with white flowers. This was a large and endless sea of flowers. These flowers were spider lilies, also known as tumi. A long wind blew, and the air was filled with the fragrance of tumi flowers. This was also the burial place of the nine-tailed cat tribe. The fragrance of the sea of flowers was because there were countless skeletons buried underground. Of course, Mu Yun did not see any skeletons in his eyes. He only saw the endless sea of flowers and the endless white world. He led the team into the sea of flowers. After walking a few steps, the sound of wind suddenly sounded in the sky. Raising his head, he saw more than a dozen figures standing there. I'm an elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, by Guqing. A rare treasure is about to appear here. Leave quickly and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. An old man in a green robe with an arrogant attitude said in a loud and clear voice. By Guqing? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. It was said that the 100 Tempering Villa had 4 great elders, and this Bai Guqing was ranked 4th. He was an expert at the extreme level of the Saint Realm and was very powerful. Why is Bai Guqing here? Mu Yun was flabbergasted. Didn't Miao Xuani say that the news was sealed? But from the looks of it now, Bai Guqing was clearly here for the Heavenly Slayer rune. Senior White, this is the territory of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to enter without permission. Mu Yun remained calm and collected as he cupped his fists at Bai Guqing. He did not want to offend a Saint Extreme Realm expert for no reason. I, Bai Guqing, can go wherever I want. Do you think a few cat demons can stop me? Bai Guqing's face was full of arrogance. When the disciples of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan heard this, they were all furious. Miao Yujing stood out and shouted, "Where did this old man come from? Get out of here." Hearing this, Bai Guqing's face revealed anger. He said, "How dare you? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am." Bai Guqing and more than a dozen people descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, his disciples rushed out with swords in their hands. Their aura was extremely sharp. Miao Yujing snorted and wanted to attack. Mu Yun stopped her and said, "Let me do it." He waved his hand, and more than a dozen assassins flew out. These assassins were all well-trained elites. Their movements were uniform, and even the rhythm of their breathing had a subtle echo. More than a dozen of them formed a line and pulled out their daggers. Like chopping melons and vegetables, they instantly killed all of Bai Guqing's disciples. Not a single scream was heard. These killers' movements were very straightforward, without the slightest hesitation. They directly used the most efficient method to slit the enemy's throat. There were no superfluous tricks. When they attacked, they aimed to kill with a single blow, killing with a single slash. This was not a fighting style. This was a killing style. Their attacks were purely for the sake of killing. Mu Yun looked at the actions of his disciples and felt his scalp tingle. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could easily deal with it. But if a large group of assassins swarmed up, he would have a headache. These were just the assassins of the Yellow Barracks. If it were the Black Barracks, Earth Barracks, or even Heaven Barracks, they would be unstoppable. No. You're all assassins. You're from the Assassin Guild. Bai Guqing's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that such a pure method could only be from the assassin guild. The assassins' expressions did not change. They still held their daggers and were as cold as machines. They adjusted their breathing slightly and immediately rushed towards Bai Guqing. "Don't go. Come back." When Mu Yun saw this, he immediately shouted. He did not want to send people to their deaths. Although the skills of these assassins could be said to be perfect, the huge gap between their realms was not so easy to make up for. They were definitely not Bai Guqing's match. When the assassins heard the order, they immediately stopped in their tracks and retreated quickly. Their movements were still neat and uniform. "How dare you kill in front of me? All of you, die!" Bai Guqing snorted coldly and pounced forward. His right palm clenched slightly and turned into the shape of an eagle's claw. He attacked fiercely. Mu Yun pulled out the Wisdom King sword. A brilliant light soared into the sky. He swung his sword and slashed towards Bai Guqing. Bai Guqing did not dodge. He grabbed the sword with his claw. With a flick of his finger, a huge force hit the sword. In an instant, Mu Yun felt the web between his thumb and index finger go numb. The long sword almost flew out of his hand. The power that burst out with a flick of the finger of a Saint Extreme Realm expert was extremely terrifying. He was different from the Plague Emperor Su Yan. Su Yan's strength relied on his curses and moves. However, Bai Guqing had comprehended the Extreme Realm for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. His cultivation was simply perfect. His strength came from the strength of his aura and strength. Every move he made had a huge burst of aura. This is the Wisdom King sword. Wisdom King's weapon. How did it fall into your hands? Bai Guqing was slightly shocked. The Wisdom King sword has the sky-splitting rune. It has an extremely powerful killing power. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak and can't unleash the power of the Wisdom King sword. Give it to me. Bai Guqing attacked again and grabbed towards Mu Yun's wrist, wanting to seize the Wisdom King sword. Instant Death Ghost sword. Mu Yun suddenly used a movement technique. His entire body moved in an instant and completely disappeared. In the next instant, Mu Yun's figure appeared behind Bai Guqing and fiercely slashed out with his sword. This sword contained the power of spatial laws. It was pure and powerful, and incomparably ferocious. The sword's edge cut through the air and emitted a sharp whistle. What? Bai Guqing turned pale with fright. He did not expect that Mu Yun could actually teleport. This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. He was about to be killed by Mu Yun's sword. However, at this critical juncture, his knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. Then, he rolled out in a sorry state. The sword's edge swept past his head, almost chopping off his head. Mu Yun was delighted. This instant death ghost sword was worthy of being a first-rate movement technique. He suddenly used it and caught Bai Guqing off guard. Bai Guqing fell to the ground and rolled to avoid it. He crawled up in an extremely sorry state. There were still fragments of grass and petals on his body, looking very embarrassed. Damn brat. Bai Guqing gnashed his teeth in anger. He did not expect that a dignified Extreme Realm expert like him would actually be forced into such a sorry state by Mu Yun. Trying to fool me with some movement technique tricks? Aren't you a little too naive? Hand over your life. Bai Guqing roared furiously and suddenly pulled out his long sword. His sword erupted with a monstrous sharpness the moment it was unsheathed. Its aura was crazy to the point of lawlessness. 10 great famed swords, Imperial City sword. Mu Yun was shocked. Bai Guqing's sword was one of the 10 great famed swords of the Three Elements realm, Imperial City sword. Different from Ming King sword, the 10 great famed swords were true divine weapons. They did not rely on runes to be powerful. The 10 great famed swords did not have any runes to augment them. They were pure swords. Each sword was an extremely powerful existence. You do have some eyesight. To be able to die under my imperial sword, you can rest in peace. Bai Guqing snorted coldly and flicked his sword out. Mighty sword Qi, sword fall, founding Imperial City. His sword flew into the sky and landed on the ground. The mighty sword Qi spread out like a tide and surrounded Mu Yun. This sword Qi did not kill or destroy the heart. Instead, it was vast and boundless like an emperor's aura. It spread out continuously and finally formed a palace city. This sword chi palace city surrounded Mu Yun and released a huge pressure. The pressure carried the might of an emperor. The cloud herder felt as if he was a lowly ant in the sword chi palace city, while Bai Guqing was a great emperor who had reached the heavens. Under the suppression of the sword chi palace city, Mu Yun did not have any wounds on his body, nor did he bleed. However, his soul was severely suppressed. He felt like his soul was about to scatter, and he almost vomited blood. The Imperial City sword was ranked 10th in the top 10 famed swords. This sword didn't kill, didn't pierce the heart, and didn't stain it with blood. It only used its monstrous emperor's aura to crush a person's soul. In the end, when a person died, their corpse would still be intact, without a single wound. When an emperor killed someone, he would never see blood. With just a glance, he could scare a person out of their wits. As for Mu Yun, he was also sealed by the Sword Chi Palace City. He could not even use teleportation. Eh? Why is this kid not dead yet? Bai Guqing was secretly surprised. When his Imperial City sword's aura burst out, even a greater realm saint would have their soul scattered. However, Mu Yun was still holding on. Luckily, I went to the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I don't believe that I can't trap you to death. Bai Guqing's face turned grim. His soul burned within his mind, and a boundless aura spread out. His sword of the Imperial City seemed to have come to life, as if it had a soul. It unleashed an extremely tyrannical aura, suppressing Mu Yun continuously. On the path of a swordsman, after the sword realm, there were still the sword soul, and sword physique. Bai Guqing's aura had obviously reached the advanced sword soul realm. On the path of a swordsman, Mu Yun had also made great progress and condensed to elementary sword soul. However, compared to Bai Guqing, there was still a huge gap. I have already condensed an advanced sword soul. My sword is not something that you can withstand. Bai Guqing's aura poured into the Imperial City sword. The entire sword shone with a vast and mighty emperor's aura, enveloping Mu Yun fiercely. Mu Yun clenched his teeth as the blood in his body surged. He held the Ming King sword tightly and poured his blood into the Ming King sword. The entire Ming King sword burst out with a dazzling bloody light. The violent blood burned and transformed into the shape of a dragon. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Break! Mu Yun shouted and slashed out with his sword. A sword chi of the Rising Dragon sword whizzed out and destroyed the sword chi palace with a loud bang. Buzz, the Imperial City sword let out a mournful cry and turned into a stream of light and returned to Bai Guqing's hand. Impossible. You can actually break my sword chi. Bai Guqing was shocked. In terms of materials, his Imperial City sword was one of the 10 famed swords while the Ming King sword was one of the 5 great demonic artifacts. Both of them were equally matched. He had already condensed an advanced sword soul while Mu Yun's sword soul was only at the elementary level. However, Mu Yun's brazen slash directly broke through. Blood chi. What vigorous blood chi. Bai Guqing was astonished. He could feel that the blood chi in Mu Yun's body was so vigorous that it was out of control. That abundant blood chi was vast and mighty, even more tyrannical than his. Lifespan. Mu Yun's lifespan must have reached 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such vigorous blood chi. Lifespan wasn't as simple as the length of one's life. It also represented the foundation of blood chi and bones. Mu Yun's abundant blood chi because his lifespan was extremely long, reaching a terrifying 1,000,000 years. But Mu Yun, an intermediate saint. The longer one's lifespan was, the more chi and blood one had. With such a crazy influx of chi and blood, the Ming King sword in Mu Yun's hand also exploded with a shocking sharpness. 2. Just as Bai Guqing was about to make his move, a gust of wind came from afar. He looked up and saw a dazzling white light in the distant sky. The white light was so dazzling, but it was filled with an ancient aura. As the white light swept past, even the sky seemed to age, losing its vigor. It was decadent. Heaven Slayer Rune. The Heaven Slayer Rune has appeared. Bai Guqing immediately looked excited when he saw it. The Heavenly Slayer Rune. This was the Heavenly Slayer Rune. Even from so far away, he could still sense an intense aura of aging. It was as if the world would age until the end of time, as if everything in the universe would decay and turn to dust under the invasion of this aura of aging. There were 6 great runes between heaven and earth. The Heaven Slayer rune was the most special existence. After this rune was born, it could absorb the aging aura of death in the world. The Heaven Slayer rune could absorb all kinds of aura produced by the withering of flowers, trees, and people. If one could refine the Heaven Slayer rune, it would be enough to dominate an area in the 3 elements world. As long as I refine the Heaven Slayer rune, I will be able to break through the extreme realm and become a great saint. I will become an existence equal to the heavens. Bai Guqing's eyes burst with vigor. He ignored Mu Yun and flew forward. He wanted to snatch the Heaven Slayer rune. As long as he got it, he could curse Mu Yun with an aging aura. Her 1 million years of lifespan would be exhausted and she would die of old age. Bai Guqing's speed was very fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Mu Yun could teleport, she had just learned it. She could only dodge and move in battle. She couldn't use it to travel, so she couldn't catch up to Bai Guqing. Where did this Bai Guqing get the news? He knows about the Heaven Slayer rune. Mu Yun frowned. Miao Shuani had already sealed the news. The outside world didn't know about the Heaven Slayer rune's arrival, but it couldn't hide it from Bai Guqing. Could it be that the 9-tailed cat clan had spies like the Assassin Guild? Let's go quickly. Mu Yun calmed herself down and didn't think too much. She immediately rushed forward with her people. Bai Guqing was the first to arrive at the place where the Heaven Slayer rune landed. He saw a huge rune imprinted in the void. It was a huge Slayer character. There were many mysterious and complicated patterns around it. It was glowing with silver light and constantly released a strong aging aura. All the flowers, plants, birds, and beasts within 10 miles died of old age. There was no chance of survival. The aging aura of the Heaven Slayer rune spread out. Even the sky looked old and lifeless. The clouds were sickly and had lost their color. This aging aura spread over a radius of 5 kilometers. However, in the world beyond the 5 kilometers, there was a lush sea of flowers, full of vitality. The intertwining of life and death formed a very spectacular scene. Bai Guqing looked at the Heaven Slayer rune with tears in his eyes. He said excitedly, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. I, Bai Guqing, can actually see the most powerful curse in the world in my lifetime. My life is not in vain. As he spoke, dozens of figures flew over. They were all disciples of the 100 Tempering Villa. When they saw Bai Guqing, they shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Elder." Bai Guqing nodded slightly and said, "Guard this place. Don't let anyone in. Kill anyone who dares to come close." "Yes." The disciples replied in unison. Someone asked, "Elder, the aura of the Heaven Slayer rune is so powerful. I'm afraid even a Supreme Saint expert would have a hard time subduing it. What should we do?" Bai Guqing said calmly, "Don't panic. Every day at noon, the Yang Qi is the strongest. The curse of the Heaven Slayer rune will weaken. When that time comes, it will be the time to subdue it. Noon today has passed, so we can only wait until tomorrow. We will wait here. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill without mercy." "Yes, Elder." The disciples immediately spread out and stood around the Heaven Slayer rune. They were on guard with murderous intent. Not long after, the people of the Black Ear tribe arrived. The one leading them was Zhang Daliang. Zhang Daliang was wearing a farmer's outfit, holding a hatchet with a bitter expression. Compared to Bai Guqing's arrogant and dignified aura, Zhang Daliang was like a lowly ant. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Daliang was only a lesser saint. Compared to Bai Guqing, who was an supreme saint, he was not worth mentioning. However, when Bai Guqing saw Zhang Daliang, he immediately put up a vigilant look. Even when facing Mu Yun, he was not so nervous. "Zhang Daliang, why are you here?" Bai Guqing asked in a deep voice. "No, I'm just passing by. I want to chop some firewood back to make a fire." Zhang Daliang showed a bright and sincere smile, as if he was really there to chop firewood. However, the disciples of the Black Ear tribe behind him pulled out their weapons in unison, their faces full of murderous intent. "Your Black Ear tribe is being suppressed by Cat Queen. Don't worry, after I refine the Heaven Slayer rune, I will send someone to help you deal with Cat Queen. As long as you are willing to leave immediately. Bai Guqing's attitude was extremely courteous. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. He was an extreme-level saint, and he was also an elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. He was a lofty figure with a revered status. Facing an ordinary person like Zhang Daliang, he was actually so considerate. This was truly unbelievable. Elder, this person is just a lesser saint. Why are you being so polite with him? Wait for me to chop him up. A disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa was a little unconvinced. He held his weapon and was eager to fight. Bai Guqing did not say a word. Suddenly, he slapped the disciple's head. The disciple's headless body immediately withered and fell to the ground. The people around saw it and were all shocked. Bai Guqing said faintly, "Zhang Daliang, my disciple speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense." Zhang Daliang smiled warmly and said, "It's okay, I'm just here to chop firewood. Don't be afraid." Bai Guqing's face darkened and said, "Zhang Daliang, I've given you enough face and promised to help you deal with Cat Queen. If you still don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if the baleful spirit iron is in your hands, what do I have to fear?" Zhang Daliang smiled and said, "Elder Bai, don't be angry. I'm just passing by to see the scenery." After saying that, Zhang Daliang sat down and even sang a mountain song. He was completely pretending to be stupid. Bai Guqing was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. At this time, Mu Yan also led the team over. When she saw this scene, she was surprised. "Sir, that person is Zhang Daliang." Miao Yujing whispered into Mu Yan's ear. Mu Yan nodded. This Zhang Daliang did not have the slightest fierce expression. He was just an honest farmer. He was even singing a mountain song with a chopper. Compared to the surrounding hostile environment, he seemed out of place. He suddenly thought of the Plague Emperor Su Yan. These people who were a little abnormal usually had tyrannical strength. Otherwise, they would not pretend to be stupid. However, the Plague Emperor Su Yan was really strong. His strength could be seen at a glance. As for this Zhang Daliang, his qi and blood were weak and his muscles and bones were shallow. He was just an ordinary lesser saint. There was nothing powerful about him that could make Bai Guqing so afraid. Miao Yujing said, "The baleful spirit iron is the most powerful material in the 3 Yuan world. This kind of spirit iron material has a very strong baleful aura. Even the top ancient blacksmith would find it difficult to forge it." In the end, it fell into Zhang Daliang's hands and was ground into a hatchet. His hatchet is the baleful spirit iron? Mu Yan was slightly surprised. She looked at the hatchet in Zhang Daliang's hand. It was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Miao Yujing said, "Yes, you have to be careful. The baleful aura of the baleful spirit iron is very strong. Even a great saint expert would be wary of it. If you want to restrain the baleful spirit iron, you can only use the baleful fire spirit iron. It is said that the baleful fire spirit iron has been forged into a long spear. It is just that no one knows where it is." Mu Yan's face sank. Seeing Bai Guqing's vigilant look, the baleful spirit iron must be very terrifying. Otherwise, with Bai Guqing's arrogant temperament, he would have killed Zhang Daliang long ago. Since Zhang Daliang has such a divine weapon, why can't he defeat you? Mu Yan was puzzled. Now that the Black Ear tribe was suppressed by the Heavenly Cat army, it was difficult for them to breathe. If Zhang Daliang was really so powerful, they should have killed him long ago. Miao Yujing shook her head and said, "He is only good in one-on-one fights. If it is on the battlefield, we just need to open up a distance and shoot arrows at him. What's the use of his hatchet?" "Yes, my hatchet is useless, but it is more than enough to kill you." Zhang Daliang's face sank when he heard Miao Yujing's words. His honest eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. He held the hatchet and rushed over. Without saying a word, he swung the hatchet towards Miao Yujing's head. Miao Yujing was shocked. She did not expect Zhang Daliang to attack. She hurriedly hid behind Mu Yan. Mu Yan saw the flaws in Zhang Daliang's moves and could not help but frown. But since Miao Yujing said that the baleful spirit iron was so powerful, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately pulled out the Ming King sword and stabbed it. Ding, Mu Yun swung his sword and hit Zhang Daliang's hatchet. He wanted to knock his weapon away, but he did not expect a sharp cold aura to be transmitted from Zhang's hatchet. What a heavy chill. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, she felt a bone-piercing cold. A layer of ice appeared on her skin and hair. The qi and blood in her body were also attacked by the cold air and showed signs of freezing. He did not expect Zhang Daliang's hatchet to be so powerful. Just a light touch and he would be attacked by a monstrous cold air. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frozen to death. When Bai Guqing saw that Mu Yun was at a disadvantage, he felt his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, Frostfiend Spirit Iron is indeed the best artifact refinement material in the three elements realm. This Frostfiend aura is indeed terrifying. No wonder senior brother couldn't withstand it back then. Zhang Daliang snorted coldly and swung his saber towards Mu Yun's neck. At this moment, Mu Yun was attacked by the baleful aura. Her body was frozen stiff, and she was about to be hacked to death. But suddenly, Mu Yun's figure disappeared from where she stood. She teleported and appeared behind Zhang Daliang. Instant kill ghost sword. Its third brother's instant kill ghost sword. How did you learn it? Zhang Daliang was shocked. This instant kill ghost sword was his brother Zhang Debao's secret skill. It was a second-grade saint art and was extremely difficult to cultivate. He did not expect Mu Yun to learn it so quickly. In the end, Zhang Daliang was only powerful with his weapon. He was not strong himself. He was completely caught off guard by Mu Yun's teleportation. Bang, Mu Yun struck out with her palm and slapped Zhang Daliang's back hard. If it was any other time, this palm strike would have killed Zhang Daliang. But at this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was shrouded in baleful aura. The strength of this palm strike was not strong. It only repelled Zhang Daliang. Zhang Daliang, you are only powerful with your weapon. You can't beat him. Bai Guqing narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, work with me. Let's work together and kill this kid. Zhang Daliang's expression changed slightly and said, it's easy to kill him. But the problem is, who will the Heavenly Slayer rune belong to? We can discuss who the rune belongs to later. Let's kill him first. Bai Guqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pulled out the Imperial City sword and looked coldly at Mu Yun. Zhang Daliang pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, sorry, I refuse. What did you say? Bai Guqing was furious. He did not expect Zhang Daliang to refuse. You guys take your time. I won't accompany you. Zhang Daliang was not a fool. If Mu Yun died, Bai Guqing would have nothing to worry about, and he would not be able to live. Although his weapon was powerful, his cultivation realm was too far from Bai Guqing's. If he was not careful, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. The best strategy now was to take advantage of the situation. Mu Yun also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the two of them worked together, it would be difficult to deal with them. The situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. Mu Yun, Zhang Daliang, and Bai Guqing did not dare to act rashly. Soon, night fell. The three parties distanced themselves and set up camp to rest. There were no stars or moon tonight. Only the Heaven Slayer rune quietly emitted a silver glow. Mu Yun sat cross-legged and quietly adjusted her breathing. She looked at the Heaven Slayer rune from time to time. Tomorrow afternoon, in order to snatch the Heaven Slayer rune, there would definitely be a fierce battle. She needed to rest up tonight and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Buzz, while she was adjusting her breathing, Mu Yun suddenly heard a strange sound. She looked up and saw a figure appear near the Heaven Slayer rune. It's Zhang Daliang. Mu Yun focused and was shocked. She saw that Zhang Daliang had already appeared beside the Heaven Slayer rune. The Heavenly Slayer runes carried a terrifying aging curse. As the aura of aging spread out, Zhang Daliang's hair and beard turned white. Wrinkles appeared on his face and body, and even his clothes became dirty and dim under the effects of the aging curse. They were covered in dirt. What is Zhang Daliang trying to do? Is he crazy? Mu Yun was shocked. The curse of the Heaven Slayer rune had not weakened yet. Coming into contact with the Heaven Slayer rune's aura at such a close distance was simply seeking death. Frost Wraith Spirit Iron, take it. Zhang Daliang roared at the sky. He looked old and dispirited. His voice was filled with the aura of old age. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon die of old age. However, an accident happened. At this moment, the aging aura suddenly disappeared. The land regained its vitality and the sky regained its spiritual energy. The moon and stars appeared in the pitch-black night, emitting a bright light. Zhang Daliang had actually taken the Heaven Slayer rune. He raised the hatchet and subdued the Heaven Slayer rune. The rune imprinted itself on the blade and the entire blade began to distort and deform. Finally, it turned into a strange metal slab. There was a large Slayer word imprinted on the metal slab. Zhang Daliang held the metal slab with both hands. His palms were already covered in wrinkles and he had aged beyond recognition. His life was at its end, but his expression was filled with ecstasy. He could not help but laugh at the sky. Ha ha ha, I've finally snatched the rune. The tribe is saved. When Mu Yun saw this scene from afar, she was immediately shocked. She did not expect the Frost Wraith Spirit Iron to be so powerful that it could withstand the impact of the Heaven Slayer rune. Zhang Daliang put away the rune and immediately turned to flee. His figure was stooped and his footsteps were slow. He did not run very fast. Not good, chase after him. Mu Yun's face sank. If Zhang Daliang escaped, it would be over. The consequences would be unimaginable if the Heaven Slayer rune fell into the hands of the witch. He immediately led his men in pursuit. Bai Guqing also saw this scene and hurriedly led his men to chase after them. Damn it, is this bastard crazy? He actually wants to forcefully subdue the rune. Bai Guqing gritted his teeth. He did not expect Zhang Daliang to be so crazy as to take the risk to subdue the Heaven Slayer rune. One had to know that the curse of the Heaven Slayer rune had not weakened. To forcefully subdue it, he would have to pay the price of his life. He would definitely die of old age. Soon, Mu Yun and Bai Guqing caught up. One in front and one behind, they blocked Zhang Daliang. When Mu Yun saw Zhang Daliang's appearance, she almost could not recognize him. The current Zhang Daliang was already beyond recognition. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. Zhang Daliang had also paid a heavy price to forcefully subdue the Heaven Slayer rune. Now, he was already at the end of his life. Even if Mu Yun did not make a move, he would die of old age. Bai Guqing shouted, Zhang Daliang, you're crazy. Even if you take the rune, you're going to die. Zhang Daliang said, my life is worthless. It doesn't matter if I die. As long as the witch can get the rune, my mission is complete. I can die without regrets. Hand over the rune. Bai Guqing was furious and immediately slashed out with his sword. Zhang Daliang's hatchet had been completely distorted under the impact of the Heaven Slayer rune. It had turned into a lump of metal, like a strange stone. Looking at Bai Guqing's sharp sword, Zhang Daliang did not dodge. He directly raised the baleful Ice Spirit Iron. The Slayer character on the iron let out a terrifying curse aura. Bai Guqing's long sword slashed out, but before it could touch Zhang Daliang, it was hit by the curse of aging. The sword's radiance immediately dimmed, and the entire sword became old and rusty in an instant. Ouch! My sword! Bai Guqing's expression changed drastically. He withdrew his long sword. The entire sword had lost its luster and was covered in rust. He touched it lightly, and the sword actually broke with a crack. Bai Guqing's face turned green at the sight. His Imperial City sword was one of the 10 famed swords, but after being attacked by the Heaven Slayer rune, it was reduced to scrap metal. Mu Yun was also dumbfounded. She did not expect the Heaven Slayer rune to be so terrifying. It destroyed Bai Guqing's sword in an instant. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to make a move, or she would have suffered a great loss. Zhang Daliang, return my sword. Bai Guqing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In his fury, he waved his hand and a violent aura shot out toward Zhang Daliang. I'll hold them back. You guys hurry up and bring the rune back to the witch. Zhang Daliang's eyes were filled with determination. He suddenly waved his hand and threw the baleful Ice Spirit Iron to his disciples. The remaining disciples were still fearless as they charged forward one after another. When someone died, they would immediately replace him. Soon, there were more than a dozen withered corpses on the ground. However, they had the advantage in numbers, so they could bring the Frost Spirit Iron and Heaven Slayer rune back to the Black-Ear tribe. For the tribe! Zhang Daliang shouted to the sky as if he had gone mad. He charged towards Mu Yun and Bai Guqing. Now that Zhang Daliang was at the end of his rope, he was naturally no match for Mu Yun and Bai Guqing. However, if he fought with his life on the line, he could delay the two of them and give the tribe's disciples a chance to escape. For the tribe! The Black-Ear tribe's disciples were also shouting as if they were a bunch of lunatics. Hurry up and chase after them. Mu Yun and Bai Guqing knew that the situation was serious and immediately sent people to chase after them. However, they were entangled by Zhang Daliang and couldn't get away for a while. Miao Yujing and Miao Yutong immediately led people to chase after them. The Black-Ear tribe left behind a dozen people to cover their retreat. For the tribe! These dozen or so people also shouted their slogans and charged forward without any fear of death. Under their cover, the Black-Ear tribe successfully took away the Heaven Slayer rune. No one could catch up to them. Mu Yun and Bai Guqing saw that the situation was hopeless and their faces turned ugly. Damn it! Bai Guqing was furious and slapped Zhang Daliang's head. Zhang Daliang could no longer hold on and had no strength to fight back. Bai Guqing's slap exploded his head. Zhang Daliang's headless corpse stood on the spot like a towering mountain. It didn't fall and was still in a fighting posture. Mu Yun didn't say a word. She didn't expect Zhang Daliang to be so fierce. For the tribe's survival, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to snatch the Heaven Slayer rune. It seemed that the witch was well prepared this time. The people she brought with her were all fearless. Now that the Heaven Slayer rune had fallen into the witch's hands, the consequences were unimaginable. Bai Guqing was about to explode. He didn't get the rune and even lost the Imperial City sword. Brat, it's all your fault. If you had joined hands with me earlier and killed this lunatic, would we have fallen to this extent? Bai Guqing flew into a rage and tossed the Imperial City sword onto the ground. His sword had already been reduced to scrap metal after being struck by the Heavenly Slayer runes. Mu Yun was secretly amused when she heard his words. During the day, it was clearly Bai Guqing who wanted to join forces with Zhang Daliang to deal with her. Now that Bai Guqing was defeated, he was blaming her instead. Mu Yun was too lazy to argue with him. The current situation was not good. The Black-Ear tribe had snatched the Heavenly Slayer rune. He had to think of a way to deal with it. You're finished. Mu Yun, you're all dead meat. The Black-Ear's tribe has snatched the Heavenly Slayer rune. Let's see how you're going to die. Gritting his teeth, Bai Guqing waved his hand and yelled at the surrounding disciples, "Let's go." After saying that, he angrily left with his men. He didn't even want the Imperial City sword anymore since it had already turned into scrap metal. "Sir, what should we do?" Miao Yujing and Miao Yutong walked over worriedly. They hadn't expected Zhang Daliang to be so powerful. He was willing to risk his life to snatch the Heavenly Slayer rune. "You guys go back first and tell the Cat Queen." Mu Yun's face was gloomy. Now that the Heavenly Slayer rune had been snatched by the Black-Ear's tribe, the situation wasn't good. He had to tell Miao Xuani as soon as possible so that she could make arrangements. Miao Yujing asked, "Sir, what about you?" "I'll bring some men over to take a look." Now that Zhang Daliang is dead, the Great Witch is only left with Zhang Dajiao as her guard. "If I have the chance to assassinate the Great Witch, things will be easier." Mu Yun remained calm. Although the current situation was difficult, it wasn't irreversible. As long as the Great Witch was assassinated, there would be a chance to turn the situation around. "Sir, you have to be careful." Miao Yujing sighed. Assassinating the Great Witch was easier said than done. The next morning, Mu Yun brought some men to the vicinity of the Black-Ear's tribe. The Black-Ear's tribe was surrounded by trenches and city walls. It was impossible to sneak in. "You guys stay here to support me. I'll go in and take a look." Mu Yun looked at his disciples and said, "Sir, how are you going to get in?" Everyone was surprised. Now that the Black-Ear's tribe was guarding the city, there were a large number of disciples patrolling the area. It was impossible to get close. Looking at the situation, he could only wait until the sky turned dark and find an opportunity to sneak in. However, time was of the essence. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous the situation would be. Mu Yun didn't want to wait any longer. Instant kill ghost sword. Mu Yan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. He directly teleported away. Everyone suddenly realized that Mu Yun knew the secret technique of teleportation. He could easily avoid the eyes and ears of others and sneak into the city. Swish swish, Mu Yan's figure appeared in the Black Ears tribe at the foot of the city wall. Coincidentally, a patrolling disciple walked over. When he saw Mu Yun suddenly appear, he was shocked. Just as he was about to shout, Mu Yun swung his sword and cut his throat. Mu Yun dragged the corpse to the side alley and changed into the patrolling disciple's uniform. He pulled up his hat to cover his head so that others wouldn't see his ears. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary disciple of the Black Ears tribe. Without making a sound, he quietly entered the tribe. The war was still going on. There were no civilians on the streets. They were all soldiers and disciples with weapons. The entire tribe was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. When Mu Yun passed by a stall on the street, he heard someone talking. I heard that General Zhang Daliang didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself for the tribe. He wanted to get the Divine Slayer rune. Alas, it's a pity that General Zhang Daliang, such a good man, died just like that. However, our tribe got the Divine Slayer rune. We finally got through the crisis. Now, we just need to wait for the witch to refine the rune. Then, we can counterattack the Cat Queen. I'm afraid that the rune's curse is too vicious. Even the witch can't refine it. Mu Yun secretly listened to their discussion. It seemed that the Divine Slayer rune had fallen into the witch's hands. However, she hadn't refined it yet. After all, the curse of the Divine Slayer rune was too powerful. It wasn't easy to refine it. Since the Divine Slayer rune is still here, I still have a chance. Mu Yun did not say anything and quietly walked forward. Now, the entire tribe was filled with a strange aura. This aura was the aura of aging. Mu Yun quickly found the source of the aura. It was in the palace in front of him. He quietly approached and came to the palace in front of him. The palace was decorated magnificently. Without a doubt, it was the witch's residence. Mu Yun had already sensed the aura of the Divine Slayer rune. Hey, what are you doing? The palace is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. As soon as Mu Yun approached the palace, he was reprimanded by the gatekeeper. Sorry. Mu Yun retreated to the side. When no one was paying attention, he immediately used the insta-kill ghost sword. He teleported and sneaked into the palace. He quietly walked toward the place where the Divine Slayer rune's aura was emitted. He didn't encounter anyone along the way. Everyone couldn't withstand the aging aura and ran away. Mu Yun effortlessly came to the depths of the palace. He saw a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged in a large hall. She was a graceful and elegant feline girl. She was lying lazily on the carpet in the hall. There was a twisted and strange ore floating above her head. It was the Frost Spirit Iron. And on the Frost Spirit Iron, there was a large Slayer word imprinted on it. Without a doubt, this was the Divine Slayer rune. Beside the feline girl, there was a general. He was burly and looked similar to Zhang Daliang. He must be Zhang Dajiao. If Zhang Dajiao was here, where was the witch? Mu Yun was puzzled. He didn't see the witch in the hall. Instead, the feline girl was very beautiful and seductive. She gave off a noble and dignified feeling. Lady Witch, this rune's curse is very strong. It's not easy to refine, Zhang Dajiao said with a worried expression. Yes, it's indeed not easy to refine, the feline girl said lazily. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the Divine Slayer rune's light. She's the witch? Mu Yun was shocked. He imagined the witch to be an old woman, but he didn't expect her to be such a graceful and noble woman. Lady Witch, what do you plan to do? If you forcefully refine it, you might become old, Zhang Dajiao said in a deep voice. I can die, but I can't become old. The witch's eyes turned cold, and her expression was a little stern. Zhang Dajiao didn't say a word. The witch said slowly, General Zhang, your two brothers have sacrificed their lives for the tribe. What are your plans? Zhang Dajiao was stunned. He had a bad premonition and said, Lady Witch, what do you mean? The witch smiled coldly and said, I want to borrow something from you. Zhang Dajiao took a step back. His scalp was numb. He said, Lady Witch, what do you want to borrow? The witch said, your head. Zhang Dajiao trembled and said, I only have one head. This can't be lent. Lady Witch, you must be joking. The witch said, to refine the Divine Slayer rune, you have to pay a price. I plan to sacrifice you. This way, I can refine it smoothly and don't have to risk the danger of becoming old. Zhang Dajiao's face darkened. He said, Lady Witch, I can fight to the death for the tribe, but I can't accept dying in such a cowardly way. Haha, you still want to bargain? Die. The witch's expression turned cold. She waved her slender hand, and a tyrannical force whizzed out. You old witch, I served you for so many years in vain. You actually want to kill me? Zhang Dajiao was furious. He immediately pulled out his long saber and prepared to fight. However, the ring on the witch's hand suddenly emitted a strange light. This light enveloped Zhang Dajiao's body. Zhang Dajiao, who was still full of fighting spirit, immediately fell down and fainted. He even started snoring. Sleepless ring, that ring is the sleepless ring. Mu Yun was shocked. The ring on the witch's hand was undoubtedly the sleepless ring, one of the 7 great ornaments. This sleepless ring was more powerful than his nether void earrings, rotten corpse jade pendant, and evil charm necklace. This was because the sleepless ring had a sleeping curse that could make people fall asleep. When Mu Yun saw that Zhang Dajiao had already fainted, she was shocked. This sleepless ring was really powerful. Zhang Dajiao had been hit by the sleeping curse and had directly collapsed. No matter how powerful his divine ability was, he couldn't use it. A futile struggle. Why bother? The witch sneered and immediately began to refine the Heavenly Slayer rune. The Heavenly Slayer rune released a ferocious aging curse. Under the corrosion of this curse, the witch's hair gradually turned white. Damn it, this curse's aura is really strong. The witch gritted her teeth and immediately sacrificed Zhang Dajiao's body. Zhang Dajiao's entire body was shrouded by the aging curse. He woke up in shock and saw that his body was rapidly aging. He was instantly scared out of his wits and shouted, Old witch, what are you doing? He struggled to crawl outside, but vines suddenly appeared from the floor of the hall. They were like poisonous snakes and directly entangled him. Ah! Zhang Dajiao let out a miserable cry. His body was aging too quickly. After being entangled by the vines, his old bones actually broke, giving off a screeching sound. It was like a withered tree branch that was placed in a wet towel and then fiercely twisted, giving off a series of dense crackling sounds. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she only felt her scalp go numb. She was secretly shocked. Earth Origin Book, this is the Earth Origin Book. The vines that suddenly appeared in the hall were undoubtedly released by the Earth Origin Book. The forest page from the primordial ruins had indeed fallen into the witch's hands. The witch dragged Zhang Dajiao's broken body back and continued to sacrifice. Most of the Heavenly Slayer rune's curse aura was on Zhang Dajiao's body. Old witch, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Zhang Dajiao let out a sorrowful roar and completely died of old age. He was reduced to a pile of grey bones. Don't worry, I won't let you die in vain. I will refine the Heavenly Slayer rune and control the heaven-defying curse of the world. I will lead the tribe and sweep through the entire 3 elements realm. The witch raised her hand and began to refine the Heavenly Slayer rune. After sacrificing Zhang Dajiao's life, the Heavenly Slayer rune's evil aura had weakened a lot and could be successfully refined. The Heavenly Slayer talisman transformed into a streak of light and drilled into the witch's body. When Mu Yun saw this scene, his face immediately darkened. If the Great Witch merged and refined the Heavenly Slayer rune, then it would be over. He definitely could not sit and wait for death. Instant kill ghost sword. Mu Yun's body flashed out in an instant. Like a ghostly sword, she broke out from the void and struck her palm fiercely towards the witch. His palm also carried the energy of the spatial laws. It was very powerful. Who is it? The Great Witch was surprised. She didn't expect that someone would stop her at this critical moment. She was at the critical juncture of fusing the Heavenly Slayer rune. If she was interrupted, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, in the face of Mu Yan's fierce attack, the witch gritted her teeth and forcefully withstood it, continuing to fuse the Heavenly Slayer rune. Bang! When Mu Yan's palm landed on the Great Witch's body, a majestic force exploded and directly exploded the Great Witch. It really exploded. When his palm landed, the Great Witch's body exploded into pieces. However, a strange scene appeared. After the Great Witch exploded, what flew out was not flesh and blood, but flowers and leaves. The Great Witch's body didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was an empty shell woven from flowers and leaves. Once it exploded, flowers and leaves flew all over the sky. It was very beautiful. Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, he felt the aura of the Earth Origin book. In the main hall, a green book page slowly appeared among the flowers and leaves flying all over the sky. On one side of the page, the word forest was printed, and on the other side, a large Slayer word was printed. The Heavenly Slayer rune had already been imprinted on the Earth Origin book. Success, I finally succeeded. A sharp voice filled with ecstasy sounded. The surrounding leaves and petals quickly gathered together and transformed into the Great Witch's appearance. It turned out that the Great Witch had already fused with the Earth Origin book. As long as the Earth Origin book wasn't destroyed, she wouldn't die. Even if she was destroyed by Mu Yun, she could still be revived. At most, she would lose some spirit chi. At this moment, the witch had successfully refined the Heavenly Slayer talisman. Her appearance had become strange and terrifying. Half of her body was tender and plump, and her skin was snow-white and elastic. The other half was withered and wrinkled, and her entire body was covered in bumps and hollows. She looked extremely ugly. You are Mu Yun? How dare you trespass into my palace? The Great Witch looked coldly at Mu Yun. With a wave of her slender hand, the Earth Origin book page was released. The entire main hall suddenly turned into a forest. There were lush flowers and trees everywhere. Poisonous vines scuttled out like pythons and crazily attacked Mu Yun. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Slayer rune was still refined by her. Mu Yun's face sank. Now that the Great Witch had successfully refined the Heavenly Slayer rune, her strength had skyrocketed. She was extremely difficult to deal with. However, he didn't shrink back. Instead, he pulled out the Ming King's sword and brazenly slashed out. Although the Great Witch was very powerful, he still had the strength to fight her. The heaven-splitting rune on the Ming King's sword exploded with a sharp radiance. A brilliant sword aura soared into the sky. The sword aura swept past and severed all the vines in front of him. It's Prince Xiaoming's weapon. The Great Witch's eyes narrowed. This Ming King's sword was one of the 5 great demon weapons. It was extremely destructive. The forest world created by her Earth Origin book couldn't block the Ming King's sword's radiance. As expected, Mu Yun charged forward with the sword. He was like a hot knife through butter and had already arrived in front of the Great Witch. You dare to be impudent in front of me just because you have a powerful weapon? You overestimate yourself. The Great Witch snorted coldly. Suddenly, she took out the sleepless ring. A strong sleeping curse spread out like a tide. Under the suppression of the sleeping curse, Mu Yun's Ming King's sword instantly fell into a deep sleep and lost its radiance. This sleeping curse was extremely strange. It was effective against weapons and magic treasures. Even the Ming King's sword couldn't block it. In an instant, Mu Yun felt dizzy and drowsy. He wanted to sleep. If he fell asleep, then he could only allow himself to be slaughtered by the Great Witch. He wouldn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Baleful Star Saint Physique, activate. At the critical moment, Mu Yun shouted and immediately activated the Baleful Star Saint Physique. His body exploded with a monstrous aura of stars. In an instant, specks of starlight circulated on his body. Countless starlights were like fireflies that hovered around Mu Yun. Boundless baleful star chi surged out crazily. After he absorbed the spirit energy of Constellation Lake, he had already cultivated the Baleful Star Saint Physique. At this moment, when he activated it, his entire aura skyrocketed. His eyes were resplendent like stars, and with every movement, a tyrannical heavenly might of stars erupted. Whoosh! A tyrannical airwave rushed out from Mu Yun's body and dispersed the surrounding curse aura. After he activated the Baleful Star Saint Physique, even the sleeping curse couldn't harm him. Old witch, let's see how you're going to fight me. Mu Yun brandished his sword and slashed wildly. A sword chi absolute slash that was like a galaxy shot out brazenly and slashed directly at the Great Witch's head. Starburst airflow slash. The power of Mu Yun's sword was abnormally ferocious. After he activated the baleful Star Saint physique, the power of the starburst airflow slash had increased greatly. It was comparable to a second-grade saint technique. Looking at the aura of Mu Yun's sword, the Great Witch revealed a slightly astonished expression. However, she didn't panic at all. She chuckled and said, "So what if you're powerful? Can you block the curse of the Heavenly Slayer rune?" The Great Witch took out the Book of Earth Origin. The Heaven Slayer rune on the back of the book immediately burst out with a dazzling white light. This light was filled with an intense aura of aging. Once it was released, it made people feel as if the world had aged and the world had changed. What a powerful curse. Mu Yun's expression changed. However, he didn't retreat and continued to charge forward with his sword. When the Great Witch saw this, she couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, her entire body was filled with the aging curse. Mu Yun actually dared to charge over. He was simply courting death. "Kid, are you courting death?" The Great Witch's expression turned cold. She stood on the spot and didn't dodge because in her eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. The aura of the Heavenly Slayer rune's curse wasn't something that Mu Yun could withstand. The distance between Mu Yun and the Great Witch was constantly closing. 10 feet. 10 feet was the effective range of the aging curse. Mu Yun charged in. In an instant, he felt his lifespan continuously flowing away. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun's lifespan had lost 30,000 years. 30,000 years of lifespan was gone in an instant. The curse of the Heavenly Slayer rune was indeed terrifying. "I have 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Even if I die today, I will snatch the Heavenly Slayer rune." Mu Yun's eyes exploded with a fierce fighting spirit. If he could snatch the Heavenly Slayer rune, he would be invincible. 9 feet, the distance between Mu Yun and the Great Witch was shortened by another 10 feet. The aura of the curse was getting stronger and stronger. Mu Yun lost another 50,000 years of lifespan in an instant. "Let's see how much lifespan you have to withstand the curse of the Heavenly Slayer rune." The Great Witch was calm and didn't panic. She believed in the power of the Heavenly Slayer rune. Even if Mu Yun had 1,000,000 years of lifespan, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the curse. 8 feet, the main king sword in Mu Yun's hand began to rust under the impact of the aging curse. 7 feet, the main king sword couldn't withstand it anymore. It was covered in rust and then broke with a crack. Back then, Prince Xiaoming's unrivaled divine weapon was reduced to scrap metal under the impact of the curse of the Heavenly Slayer rune. One could imagine how terrifying this curse was. There was only a bare sword hilt left in Mu Yun's hand. The distance between him and the Great Witch was constantly closing. 6 feet, 5 feet, 4 feet. His lifespan was also rapidly decreasing. In a breath, a total of 300,000 years of lifespan was gone. Why hasn't he aged yet? The Great Witch was shocked. Mu Yun was only a middle-level sage. Without 300,000 years of lifespan, even if he didn't die, he should be old and in his twilight years. It's fine. There's still a distance of 4 feet. If he dares to advance rashly, he'll definitely die. The witch composed herself. The closer Mu Yun was to her, the more severe the curse would be. Even a 1,000,000-year lifespan wouldn't be able to withstand the final distance of 4 feet. Swoosh, suddenly, Mu Yun's body disappeared. She teleported and suddenly appeared in front of the witch. "Die!" Mu Yun shouted out loudly as his sword shot out fiercely, and the bare hilt of the sword directly erupted with a sharp baleful star sword chi that pierced fiercely towards the Grand Shaman. The witch was horrified. She didn't expect Mu Yun to teleport over. In order to make her lower her guard, Mu Yun suddenly teleported when she was 4 feet away. She slashed her sword and caught the witch off guard. The witch was in a hurry and couldn't block in time. Mu Yun's sword pierced through her heart. The witch groaned and fell to the ground, dead. However, no blood flowed out from the wound in her heart. Instead, tender shoots sprouted out. These tender shoots caused the witch's corpse to explode. After the corpse exploded, no blood flowed out. Instead, it exploded into petals and leaves that danced in the sky. The abundant vitality of plants spread throughout the hall. My body has already merged with the Earth Origin book. As long as the Earth Origin book isn't destroyed, I won't die. You can't kill me. The witch's voice resounded in the hall. You still want to be resurrected in front of me? What a joke. Die. Mu Yun snorted coldly. The Devour innate skill in her bloodline was activated. A tyrannical devouring aura spread out. The witch's soul and blood were instantly devoured. Impossible. What bloodline is this? It can actually devour my soul. The Great Witch let out a panicked cry. Before her soul could return to the Earth Elemental Book, it was devoured by Mu Yun. It's not that easy to devour me. The Great Witch shouted angrily. Her soul consciousness moved, and she summoned the Sleepless Ring and the pages of the Earth Essence book, fusing them into her soul. Her soul carried the curse of the Sleepless Ring and the Heavenly Slayer rune. If Mu Yun forcefully devoured her soul, she would also be attacked by the curse. A futile struggle. Mu Yun's face was still. Without any hesitation, she swallowed the Sleepless Ring and the page of the Earth Origin book. You lunatic, how dare you try to devour me? Just you wait, we'll perish together. The witch let out a cry of despair. She didn't expect that Mu Yun would dare to devour her soul. Wasn't she afraid of the impact of the curse? Boom. The moment Mu Yun swallowed the Great Witch's chi, blood, and soul, she felt a strong curse aura explode in her body. Mu Yun groaned as he felt the blood in his body churning, but he did not panic. Instead, he activated his purifying blood meridians, purifying all the cursed evil chi in his body. Phew. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his bloodline blood meridians were strong enough to purify the evil chi of the Heavenly Slayer rune. He had successfully inherited the power of the Heavenly Slayer rune. The Heavenly Slayer rune appeared on his right eye. There was a large Slayer word imprinted on his right eye. The Heavenly Slayer rune was extremely ferocious. Mu Yun activated his Heaven's Eye and imprinted the rune on it. This way, he wouldn't be attacked by the curse, and he would also avoid the Great Witch's ghostly appearance. Buzz, there was another rune in the void. Heaven-splitting rune. After the Ming King sword turned into scrap metal, the heaven-splitting rune also peeled off and floated in the air. Mu Yun waved his hand and refined the heaven-splitting rune. A beautiful and exquisite rune pattern appeared on his palm. In the middle of the pattern was a black split word. I paid a heavy price to kill the Great Witch this time. In order to kill the Great Witch, Mu Yun lost 300,000 years of lifespan and the Ming King sword. However, although the loss was huge, the gain was equally huge. He finally snatched the Heavenly Slayer rune and the Sleepless Ring. The first and second ranked curses in the world were all under his control. I am invincible in the Saint Realm. Even a saint of the Supreme Realm is no match for me, unless it is a great saint expert. Mu Yun calculated secretly. With his current strength, even an ordinary Supreme Realm saint wouldn't be able to defeat him unless it was a great saint expert. A saint was an existence that had obtained the recognition of the world. A great saint was an expert equal to the heavens. They no longer needed the recognition of the world, but were on equal footing with the world. This was equal to the heavens. This was a great saint. Although Mu Yun's curse technique was powerful, a great saint expert's resistance was very strong. Ordinary curses were completely useless. However, he was only a middle-level saint. There was no need for him to go head-to-head with a great saint expert. He was already very powerful to be able to defeat a Supreme Realm saint. I can't stay here for long. Mu Yun killed the Great Witch. He needed time to recuperate the aura in his body. He couldn't stay here any longer. He plundered the remaining spoils of war. He obtained many golden origin pearls from the Great Witch, as well as a large number of materials. He also took the Frost Spirit Iron. The Frost Spirit Iron was said to be the top refining material in the Three Elements world. Only the Fire Spirit Iron could be compared to it. This kind of Spirit Iron contained an extremely strong murderous aura. It was very difficult to forge a weapon. When Zhang Daliang obtained the Frost Spirit Iron, he could only grind it into a hatchet. It couldn't be forged into a weapon at all. As soon as the frost spirit iron was in his hand, Mu Yun felt a familiar feeling. Why is the feeling of this refining material so familiar? Have I seen it before? Mu Yun was stunned. He felt that the frost spirit iron was very familiar to him. In the next moment, he came to his senses and exclaimed, "Crimson Spirit Spear." He took out the Crimson Spirit Spear and held it in his hand. In an instant, he felt that the material of the Crimson Spirit Spear was very similar to the Frost Spirit Iron. Although the two were fire and water, hot and cold, the feeling of the material was very similar. Could it be that the material of my Crimson Spirit Spear is the legendary Fire Spirit Iron? Mu Yun was shocked. He never knew what material the Crimson Spirit Spear was made of. But now, it seemed that the material of the Crimson Spirit Spear was very similar to the Frost Spirit Iron. It might even be forged from the legendary Fire Spirit Iron. But it's strange. Why doesn't the Crimson Spirit Spear have the murderous aura of the Frost Spirit Iron? Mu Yun frowned. Just as he was deep in thought, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. "Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, you killed the Great Witch for me. I have to thank you properly." A figure flew in from outside the hall. It was Bai Guqing. "Bai Guqing, it's you." Mu Yun's face sank. He didn't expect Bai Guqing to return. "Mu Yun, the Heavenly Slayer rune is mine. Give it to me." Bai Guqing waved his claws and poked Mu Yun's right eye. He wanted to dig out Mu Yun's eyeball. Mu Yun's eyeball was imprinted with a large Shang word. At this moment, it was faintly glowing with silver light. Waves of aging curse aura spread out like a tide. "The Heavenly Slayer rune is in my hands. Let's see how you fight me." Mu Yun's eyes were brimming with murderous intent as layers of cursed aura whizzed out. Even if Bai Guqing was an extreme level elite, under the suppression of this cursed aura, he would still be completely drained. However, Bai Guqing didn't panic when he saw the curse aura rushing over. He said, "No matter how powerful your curse is, it can't hurt my puppets." He waved his hand and two mechanical puppets appeared. Puppets? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. She only felt an extremely powerful aura emitting from the two puppets. The aging curse spread over, but it did not cause any damage to the puppets. "The 4 great elders of my 100 tempering villa all have unparalleled refining secret techniques. My secret technique is puppets. The puppets I refine are unparalleled in the world. Today, I'll let you see how powerful my puppet technique is." Bai Guqing flicked his fingers repeatedly, and waves of spiritual energy hit the puppets. The two mechanical puppets were filled with killing intent. With a clang, blades appeared on their wrists and stabbed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face darkened. She had also heard that the 4 great elders of the 100 tempering villa all had unique refining secret techniques. For example, Bai Guqing had mastered the refining method of puppets. The puppets he refined were the most powerful existences in the entire 3 elements world. Bai Guqing and Mu Yun distanced themselves from each other to avoid being attacked by the curse. Bai Guqing stretched out his 10 fingers and condensed his chi into threads, controlling the mechanical puppets from afar. The weakness of the curse was exposed. It had a limited range. Once the enemy exceeded the range, the curse would be useless. The outer shell of my mechanical puppets is made of the primordial spiritual wood, which is a specialty of the primordial ruins. The core is the crystal core of an ancient beast. Then, it is tempered with various kinds of demonic blood and spirit water. In the world, there are very few people who can force me to use my puppets. Even if you die today, you will have no regrets. Bai Guqing flicked his fingers, and the two mechanical puppets suddenly increased their speed. Like ghosts, they charged towards Mu Yun one after another. This kind of mechanical puppet was made of primordial spiritual wood. It was not afraid of the impact of the curse. Even if it faced the curse of the Heavenly Slayer rune, it could at least resist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. However, in a life-and-death battle, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. There was not much time left for Mu Yun. Swoosh, Mu Yun directly teleported and dodged the puppet's attack. However, the moment his figure reappeared, a puppet immediately charged toward him, as if it could predict his position. My mechanical puppets have already locked onto your chi. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape my pursuit. Bai Guqing had a smile on his face, looking as if victory was in his hands. Clang, Mu Yun raised the Crimson Spirit Spear and blocked the mechanical puppet's attack. When the saber and spear collided, Mu Yun immediately felt a huge force coming over. The qi and blood in her body also surged. These puppets are a little strange. Mu Yun shook her slightly numb arm. The strength of these two mechanical puppets was very great. Because their cores were made of the primordial beast's crystal cores, they possessed the brute force of the primordial beasts. It was very powerful. His mechanical puppets possessed the brute strength of ancient beasts, but their bodies danced and spun like ghosts. Even a great saint would have to be careful when dealing with them, let alone a middle saint like Mu Yun. Dream on. Mu Yun sneered. Although the mechanical puppets were powerful, they also had a fatal weakness. He had already discovered it. Sparrow God Fan, open. Mu Yun roared and took out the Sparrow God Fan. The Sparrow God Fan unfolded behind him like a peacock spreading its tail, and a vast flame aura spread out. Your mechanical puppets aren't afraid of curses, but are they afraid of fire? Mu Yun snorted and waved his hand. The undying divine flame exploded with a monstrous aura, mixed with the might of Inferno, and attacked the two mechanical puppets. Fire? Bai Guqing was stunned. Although his mechanical puppets were made of wood, they were connate spiritual wood, so they naturally weren't afraid of ordinary flames. However, the flames released by Mu Yun were eerily black. My puppets aren't even afraid of the Heaven Slayer rune. Why would they be afraid of your little flame? Bai Guqing snorted. Although he felt that Mu Yun's black flames were a little strange, he wasn't afraid. He still controlled the mechanical puppets to attack Mu Yun. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the undying divine flame fell on the mechanical puppets. Bai Guqing injected his origin force aura into the mechanical puppets, wanting to extinguish the flames. However, the black flames were like maggots that wrapped around the puppets, and showed no signs of being extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the black flames burned wildly, and directly covered the entire body of the puppets. Crackling sounds were heard, and under the burning of the undying divine flame, Bai Guqing's two mechanical puppets were quickly reduced to charcoal. Oh no! Bai Guqing turned pale with fright. He wanted to recall the puppets, but it was too late. Now, his mechanical puppets had been completely reduced to charcoal. He and the puppets were connected by blood. If the puppets were destroyed, he would also be severely injured. Pfft! Blood spurted out from Bai Guqing's mouth. His face turned pale, and a hint of fear could be seen on his face as he asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of flame is that? Could this be the 9 Netherworld's Vermilion Bird Clan's undying flames?" Bai Guqing was knowledgeable and experienced, and had also recognized the origin of the undying god flame. It's too late for you to realize it now. Die. Mu Yun snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, poisonous vines shot out like pythons and coiled around Bai Guqing. Don't kill me, let's talk. Bai Guqing hurriedly begged for mercy when he saw that things were going south. Mu Yun didn't say a word as she flipped open the pages of the Earth Elemental book. The main hall was covered in grass as a few man-eating flowers broke out from the ground. They opened their bloody mouths and were about to swallow Bai Guqing whole. Don't kill me, I'm Queen Cat's friend. Mu Yun raised her hand, and the man-eating flowers stopped moving. Their bloody mouths stopped above Bai Guqing's head, and sticky juice dripped onto Bai Guqing's neck. Bai Guqing felt a chill run down his spine. He said in a trembling voice, I'm Queen Cat's friend. Speaking of which, we're also friends. Don't kill me. It was all a misunderstanding in the past. Let's talk things out. How are you Queen Cat's friend? Mu Yun asked. Bai Guqing composed himself and said, Queen Cat, Miao Xuani, is actually the daughter of our 100 Tempering Villa's Villa Master. It's just that the outside world doesn't know about it. In terms of seniority, she still has to call me Uncle Master. She turned from a little cat girl to a high and mighty queen. Our Villa Master is supporting her from behind. Mu Yun came to a realization. She had long guessed that Miao Xuani had an expert backing her, but she didn't expect it to be the Villa Master of the 100 Tempering Villa. Bai Guqing said, she has tightly sealed the news of the Heavenly Slayer rune this time. The outside world doesn't know about it, but our 100 Tempering Villa still knows about it. It's just that our villa master has ordered us not to come and snatch it. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. Since your villa master won't let you come, why did you come? Hearing this, Bai Guqing was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had said something wrong. He immediately felt regretful and hurriedly said, "Our villa master is her father. It's the same whoever gets the Heavenly Slayer rune." Mu Yan smiled coldly and said, "Forget it. You don't have to explain. No matter who you are, you have the intention to kill me. I can't let you live. Die." Bai Guqing said in panic, "Don't kill me. I'm really, crack." Before he could finish his sentence, the man-eating flower swallowed him. Mu Yan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly killed Bai Guqing and devoured his qi, blood, and cultivation. Mu Yan also found some good things on Bai Guqing's body. Other than the basic refining manual, there was also a special puppet manual. What Bai Guqing said might be true. Miao Xuani was really the daughter of the 100 Tempering Villa's villa master. In terms of seniority, Bai Guqing was Miao Xuani's uncle master. However, Mu Yan didn't care anymore. Since Bai Guqing had the intention to kill him, he couldn't let him go. Otherwise, if he let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble in the future. It was best to kill him directly. A series of footsteps came from outside. The sounds of fighting here also attracted the attention of the guards outside. Mu Yan did not stay and directly teleported away. After devouring Bai Guqing's qi, his cultivation had increased by a lot. Now, the range of his teleportation had reached a radius of 5 miles. Mu Yan could teleport within a radius of 5 miles. It was very convenient. He quickly left the Black Ear tribe. Now that the Great Witch was dead, the Black Ear tribe was leaderless. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Even if they had the support of the Jiuding trading, they wouldn't be able to survive. Outside the Black Ear tribe, there were already assassin disciples waiting. When they saw Mu Yan come out, the disciples were very nervous. "Sir, how's the situation? I just saw Bai Guqing go in. This is troublesome." Fortunately, Sir was able to escape unscathed and didn't get the Heavenly Slayer rune. "There's nothing we can do as long as Sir is safe." All the disciples thought that Mu Yan had failed. After all, even Bai Guqing had gone in. The situation was already out of control. "Let's go back first." Mu Yan remained calm. He knew that there were spies in the Assassin Guild, so he didn't dare to expose too much information. It was naturally best to keep a low profile. When everyone saw Mu Yan's appearance, they thought that he had really failed and couldn't help but sigh. Mu Yan didn't say anything. He was secretly thinking about who the spy was. This time, the assassination mission of the Great Witch was strictly sealed. However, the Great Witch's subordinates already knew about it. Clearly, someone had leaked the news, but he didn't know who it was. "If I know who the spy is, I will definitely kill him." Killing intent flashed across Mu Yan's eyes. There was actually a spy. It seemed that he had to discuss it with Feng Tianyue. Mu Yan returned to the Empress City and returned to the Empress residence. He saw Miao Xuani again and thought to himself, "I didn't expect her to be the daughter of the 100 Refinements Manor Master. No wonder she could take out a piece of Golden Essence Iron Jade as the mission reward." Golden Essence Iron Jade was a rare refining material. This material was almost impossible to see on the market. However, the 100 Refinements Manor was an orthodox refining sect. Naturally, they could take out a piece of Golden Essence Iron Jade. "Mu Yan, you're back." Miao Xuani was very happy to see Mu Yan return. She said, "Fortunately, you're fine. I received news from the spies that the Great Witch is already dead. She was killed by Bai Guqing. The two of them died together. It's a pity that I don't know where the Heavenly Slayer rune is." Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. The outside world did not know that he had killed the Great Witch and Bai Guqing. Now that the Great Witch and Bai Guqing were dead, outsiders thought that they had died together. Mu Yan remained calm and did not say anything. If it was in the past, he would definitely tell Miao Xuani the truth. However, it was different now. Miao Xuani had the support of the 100 Refinements Manor. He did not dare to speak carelessly. It was best not to expose some secrets. "It's a pity that I couldn't complete the mission. I won't be able to get your golden essence iron jade. Mu Yan smiled bitterly and felt a little regretful. It's okay. The Great Witch is dead after all. Take this iron jade. I will also reward your disciples. Miao Shuani took out a piece of jade. This jade was about the size of a palm. It looked like iron but was not iron. It looked like jade but was not jade. Its entire body was flowing with colors and was warm and lustrous. So this is the golden essence iron jade. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. The golden essence iron jade was a material used to strengthen equipment. After using it, it could increase the power of magic treasures and weapons. It was quite precious. Of course, he wanted it. Forget it. I can't take it. I didn't complete the mission. How can I take your things? Mu Yan rejected helplessly. He did not want to expose the truth of the matter because compared to the golden essence iron jade, the Heavenly Slayer rune was obviously much more precious. He did not want others to know the secret of the Heavenly Slayer rune. Just take it. If you didn't help me back then, I wouldn't be here today. Miao Shuani stuffed the golden essence iron jade into Mu Yan's hands. Alright, I'll give you 100,000 golden essence beads. Take it as a purchase. Mu Yan put away the golden essence iron jade, but he did not take it for free. 100,000 golden essence beads? That's too much. Although the golden essence iron jade is precious, it's not worth that much. Miao Shuani was shocked. 100,000 golden essence beads was enough for her to reward the 3 armies. It's fine. I don't lack money. Mu Yan smiled. He had a lot of money in the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda storage. After killing the Great Witch, he had also plundered a lot of golden essence beads. Although 100,000 golden essence beads was a lot, he could still take it out. After all, this golden essence iron jade was not something that could be bought with money. Alright. Miao Shuani did not refuse anymore. She was also in need of money. After all, war burned money. She took out 2 pieces of a broken sword and handed them to Mu Yan. She said, "This is by Gu Cheng's Imperial City sword. Although it has been attacked by the Heavenly Slayer rune and has been reduced to scrap metal, it was once one of the 10 great famous swords. Its material is extraordinary. I originally wanted to give it to my father. Cough, cough. I'll give it to you. N. Now that the Great Witch was dead, the Black Ears tribe had lost their leader and was in a state of disunity. Miao Shuani wanted to recruit the Black Ears tribe, but the tribe refused. She did not waste any more time and sent troops to kill them. Mu Yan did not participate in the battle. Since the victory was already decided, there was no need for him to do anything. He stayed in the Empress residence and cultivated silently. The environment here was quiet and suitable for cultivation. Mu Yan did not want to leave so soon. Now that there was a spy in the Assassin Guild, he did not want to go back so soon. He specially ordered his disciples to call Feng Tianyue over. He wanted to discuss with Feng Tianyue about the spy. Inside the Scroll of the Gods, Guai was still devouring the ancient cauldron. Mu Yan went to the Life and Death Secret Pavilion alone. 1 year of cultivation in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion was only 1 day outside. However, there was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. Therefore, Mu Yan did not cultivate here to improve his cultivation, but to save time. He had plundered a lot of refining manuals from Bai Guqing. He could slowly comprehend them in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. His comprehension was almost heaven-defying. Even if there was no one to guide him, Mu Yan could comprehend ordinary refining manuals by himself. A gentleman's nature is not unusual. He is good at using things. The way of refining is the way to refine weapons. Mu Yan started from the simplest refining foundation. This was the way to refine ancient weapons. Ancient weapons were more powerful than immortal weapons, divine weapons, and creation artifacts. Currently, most of the ancient weapons in the 3 Yuan realm were saint weapons. Saint weapons were divided into 9 grades. Because it was extremely difficult to refine them, most people did not have saint weapons. At most, they only had minor saint weapons. For example, Mu Yan's 7-star sword box was a minor saint weapon. There were 9 grades of saint weapons. The first grade was spirit accumulation, the second grade was heart execution, the third grade was heaven glimpse, the fourth grade was nightmare, the fifth grade was mystic realm, the sixth grade was true martial, the seventh grade was star slayer, the eighth grade was Daluo, and the ninth grade was Jade Emperor. The Three Elements world was a world where the ninth-ranked races lived. The saint artifacts that were passed down here were extremely powerful. For example, White Dust's Rushing Thunder Sword was a saint artifact of the Heart Executioner. Ordinary saints would not be able to control it. Forcefully controlling it would only result in the destruction of one's soul, unless they burned their lifespan. He had to pay a price to barely control the Heart Executioner. The Ming King Sword, the Imperial City Sword, had the power of a heart execution sacred weapon. However, the Ming King Sword mainly had powerful runes, and its material was not as good as the Imperial City Sword. As for the third-grade heaven spying sacred artifact, it allowed one to pry into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Such sacred artifacts were extremely rare in the Three Elements world. A Grade 4 Nightmare Saint artifact had a nightmare barrier attached to it. Once it was released, the enemy would fall into endless nightmares and be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead. They would never be able to rise again. Mu Yun had never heard of a sacred artifact of this level. For example, the Scroll of the Gods, the Yellow Springs Diagram, and the Sparrow God Fan. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda and the Triple Origin Supreme Treasure were magical treasures from the Antiquity Age or even the Primordial Age. They were special existences and could not be compared to the grade of sacred artifacts. However, their power was not something that ordinary sacred artifacts could compare to. In the Three Elements world, people who refined sacred artifacts were called Ancient Artifact Masters. There were 9 grades of Ancient Artifact Masters. In the Three Elements world, there were only a handful of first-grade Ancient Artifact Masters. Most of them were artifact refining apprentices. Having the title of Junior Artifact Master was enough to make people admire them. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the spiritual energy in the Three Elements world was limited. This place was where the 9th-grade races lived. In the Kanglin Myriad world, they were insignificant existences. The truly powerful Ancient Artifact Masters were in higher-level worlds. A 2nd-grade Ancient Artifact Master here was enough to shock the world. Mu Yun silently flipped through the Artifact Refining Manual. These Artifact Refining Manuals were all from the 100 Tempering Villa. They had unique explanations for the Tao of Artifact Refining. As Mu Yun continued reading, he also learned a lot. There are different ways to refine sacred artifacts, such as weapon splitting and breaking, shattering and recasting, setting formations like paintings, condensing iron to create objects, gathering souls to nourish artifacts, transforming blood into demons, and so on. Mu Yun silently comprehended. Just like ancient array masters, who had techniques such as setting up formations and drawing a prison, ancient artifact masters also had special refining techniques. For example, condensing iron to create objects. Holding a piece of spirit ore and not using tools such as a hammer or furnace, ancient artifact masters could directly cast a spirit art, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit ore weapons. Ancient artifact masters were true blacksmiths, not blacksmiths. They did not need to swing hammers, bellows, and furnaces. That was the method of mortals. True ancient artifact masters relied on their unique refining techniques. Once they released a secret technique, they could cast primitive minerals into powerful weapons and artifacts. Condensing iron to create was the most basic refining technique. One step further was gathering soul to nurture artifacts. This was condensing an artifact soul, allowing artifacts to give birth to spirituality and be reborn. Such spiritual artifacts were truly powerful equipment. Some of the more powerful refining techniques were formation painting. The so-called formation painting was to engrave an ancient array on a weapon. This kind of engraving was not a firm mark, but a painting that could be taken off at any time for a second use. This technique was a little high-end. The array engraved on it could not be locked. It had to achieve the effect of drawing paper. It could be pasted on or torn off. This technique was very difficult to complete alone. It required the cooperation of an ancient array master. A weapon engraved with an array was simply terrifying. At the same time, it had the sharpness of a sacred artifact and the attributes of an array. Its lethality was very high. Among the refining techniques, the most powerful one was transforming blood into magic. The so-called transforming blood into magic was to use the blood origin pearl as a material to infuse it into a weapon and artifact, giving birth to a special rune. There were 6 types of rune attributes. Mu Yun had the Heavenly Slayer rune and the Heavenly Fisher rune. He also had a blood origin pearl. However, the technique to infuse magic had been lost since ancient times. He did not know it, and there were no records in the secret manual. Mu Yun studied for 10 years, and learned all the refining techniques recorded in the secret manual. He relied on the heavenly origin mirror to replenish and deplete his excess chi and blood to replenish his comprehension talent. His comprehension talent was simply heaven-defying. In just 10 years, he had mastered all kinds of refining techniques. He cultivated in the life and death secret pavilion for 10 years, but only 10 days had passed in the outside world. Mu Yun continued to cultivate. In the secret manual left by Bai Guqing, other than all kinds of refining techniques, there was also the secret method of refining puppets. Mu Yun's perception was extremely high, and he was able to infer many things from one example. Since he had already learned the method of refining weapons, when he looked at the secret method of refining puppets, he felt that it was very simple. He learned the method of refining puppets without any effort. Refining puppets, in simple terms, consisted of 3 steps: consolidating form, consolidating bone, and consolidating soul. Consolidating form was to use all kinds of materials to create the shape of the puppet. Consolidating bone was to create the core of the puppet. This was the core of the puppet's energy. Consolidating soul was to connect one's own blood and soul with the puppet. This way, one could easily control the puppet. Another 10 years passed, and Mu Yun had completely grasped the method of refining puppets. And only 20 days had passed in the outside world. My limit, I'm almost at my limit. Mu Yun felt dizzy. Cultivating in the life and death secret pavilion required his soul to bear a huge pressure. He also felt that he was almost at his limit. At most, in a few more days, his soul would disperse. Although the pressure was huge, Mu Yun still decided to stay for one more day. He took out the broken 7-star sword box, the remains of the Ming King sword and the Imperial City sword, and piled them all together. Then, with a flip of his palm, he formed a spirit art and enveloped them. Separate weapons, break weapons, reforge weapons. Mu Yun used the refining techniques he had just learned to crush all these materials and then reforge them. Soon, the 7-star sword box, the Ming King sword, and the Imperial City sword were all fused together, turning into a huge metal plate. Mu Yun closed his eyes and imagined the shape of a sword in his mind. Then, he moved his hand and shouted, "Condense iron to create." He cast a spirit art, and the metal plate immediately twisted. Then, according to his thoughts, it gradually stretched and turned into the shape of a long sword. Mu Yun opened his eyes and looked at the long sword in front of him. Indeed, it was exactly the same as what he had imagined. Very good, very good. Mu Yun was overjoyed and nodded with satisfaction. This refining technique was indeed amazing. He didn't need to use a hammer or a furnace to forge a weapon. He only needed a thought and a spirit art to forge materials into a weapon. From now on, you'll be called the Star Emperor Sword. Mu Yun gently stroked the body of the Star Emperor Sword. This sword was made of high-quality materials and was comparable to a second-grade Heart Punisher Saint weapon. However, it wasn't a second-grade weapon because it didn't have spirituality. A weapon without spirituality was only a first-grade weapon no matter how sharp it was. It was called a Spirituality Saint weapon. First-grade spirituality saint weapon meant that it contained spiritual chi and would gradually nourish and strengthen it. In the end, it would give birth to spirituality. Then, it would be a true second-grade saint weapon. Gold essence iron jade, gather the soul and nurture the weapon. Spirituality is born. Mu Yun took out the gold essence iron jade and directly fused it with the Star Emperor sword. He used the gather the soul and nurture the weapon technique to shatter the gold essence iron jade and turn it into a pool of spiritual liquid that poured onto the Star Emperor sword. Under the nourishment of the gold essence iron jade, the Star Emperor sword gradually transformed and gave birth to spirituality. It turned into a true second-grade saint weapon. Heart Punisher Saint weapon. It's really a heart punisher saint weapon. Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. He saw the Star Emperor sword emitting a sharp aura that directly had the aura of a heart punisher. It was no longer a vulgar ordinary item, but a true heart punisher saint weapon. It could kill people, destroy their hearts, and destroy their souls. Its sharpness was incomparably sharp. The gold essence iron jade was indeed a top-grade refining material. After fusing with the gold essence iron jade, the Star Emperor sword had also received a huge enhancement. At this moment, it was a true second-grade heart punisher saint weapon. This Star Emperor sword retained the sharpness of the Wisdom King sword, the special attribute of the 7-star sword case, and the Emperor's aura of the Imperial City sword. It was also a heart punisher saint weapon. It was unknown how much more powerful it was compared to Bai Chen's Spring Thunder sword. If I can inscribe an array formation on it, this sword of mine will be invincible. Mu Yun secretly calculated. He also knew the ancient array formation technique. With his own strength, he could use the array formation painting technique without the help of others. Mu Yun walked out of the Life and Death secret pavilion and returned to the outside world. He appeared in his room. A disciple came to report, Master Feng Tianyue has arrived and is waiting for you in the meeting hall. Got it. Mu Yun responded. He called Feng Tianyue over to discuss the matter of the spy. There was no doubt that there was a spy in the Assassin Guild, and he was in the Yellow Battalion. If he didn't get rid of the spy, Mu Yun wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Mu Yun walked out of the room and came to the meeting hall. Feng Tianyue had been waiting for a long time. When he saw him, he immediately cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Lord. Mu Yun said, No need to be so courteous. Feng Tianyue took out a letter and handed it to Mu Yun, saying, Lord, the President asked me to give this letter to you. President? Mu Yun frowned. There was a master list in the Three Elements world. The president of the Assassin Guild, the #1 assassin in the world, was ranked 3rd. This person's identity was very mysterious. No one knew what she looked like or where she came from. They only knew that she was a woman. What does the letter say? Mu Yun was puzzled. He had never seen the president of the Assassin Guild before. He didn't expect the other party to know him and even send a letter. I don't know. How would I dare to peek at the letter the president gave you? Feng Tianyue said submissively. Okay. Mu Yun opened the envelope silently and took out the letter. There were only a few simple lines on the letter. Feng Tianyue is a spy. Kill him and I'll let you take over the Yellow Battalion. The handwriting was beautiful. It was obviously written by a woman. Mu Yun read the contents of the letter. His head buzzed as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't expect the spy in the Assassin Guild to be Feng Tianyue. The president wanted to use him to clean up the mess and kill Feng Tianyue. In the future, he would be in charge of the Yellow Battalion. Lord, what did the president say? Feng Tianyue asked. Nothing. Come here. Mu Yun remained calm and collected as he beckoned Feng Tianyue over. What's wrong? Feng Tianyue was puzzled and walked to Mu Yun's side. Mu Yun suddenly made a move and took out the sleepless ring. A strong sleepy curse aura instantly enveloped Feng Tianyue's body. Feng Tianyue was stunned. He did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly launch a sneak attack. The strong curse hit him, causing him to feel dizzy. His body immediately collapsed and he fell into a coma. I'm sorry, but you're a spy. The president asked me to clean up the mess. Mu Yun's face was cold. He did not expect Feng Tianyue to be a spy. He could not let Feng Tianyue live, or else there would be endless trouble. Feng Tianyue was in a daze. When he heard Mu Yun's words, he was scared out of his wits. However, under the suppression of the sleeping curse, he couldn't even move a finger. He could only lie on the ground like a corpse, unconscious. He wanted to explain, but a muffled sound came out of his throat. However, Mu Yun did not give him a chance to explain. She immediately stabbed her sword through Feng Tianyue's heart. Feng Tianyue twitched and immediately died. He did not even have the ability to resist. In fact, if it was a head-on confrontation, Mu Yun would have to spend some effort to kill Feng Tianyue. However, she now had all kinds of strong curses. With just one curse, Feng Tianyue lost his ability to fight. He had no room to resist. This was the horror of curses. If one's resistance was not enough, they would be attacked by curses. No matter how powerful one was, they would not be able to use it. I didn't expect the spy to be Feng Tianyue. Mu Yun sighed. Looking at Feng Tianyue's corpse, she wanted to burn it with the immortal fire. However, on second thought, she might as well refine him into a puppet. It would be more convenient. Mu Yun immediately took action. The method of refining a puppet was divided into 3 steps: condensing form, bone condensing, and soul condensing. The first step was condensing form. She formed a seal with both hands, and a series of spiritual seals landed on Feng Tianyue's corpse. She directly refined Feng Tianyue's corpse into a puppet. Feng Tianyue stood up again, but his eyes were lifeless. He was extremely weak and had no fighting power at all. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She immediately carried out the second step, bone condensing. The so-called bone condensing was to condense the energy core of the puppet. As long as the core was not destroyed, the puppet would not die. Mu Yun took out the blood origin pearl of the ironback ant and stuffed it directly into Feng Tianyue's heart. She used the blood origin pearl as the energy core. Under the stimulation of the blood origin pearl, Feng Tianyue's eyes glowed again. A powerful aura spread out from his body. It was even more powerful than before. Not bad, not bad. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. Feng Tianyue had just died, but the qi, blood, and cultivation in his body were still there. Now that he had become a puppet, not only did he retain all of his cultivation, but he had also become much stronger under the nourishment of the blood origin pearl. The current Feng Tianyue already had the strength of an extreme saint. The last step was soul condensing. She would merge her own blood and soul with the puppet. This way, she could easily control the puppet. However, there was also a risk. If the puppet was destroyed, she would also be injured. Mu Yun bit her fingertip and dripped a drop of blood. She merged it with Feng Tianyue's puppet body. It's my first time refining a puppet. I should be able to make do with it. Mu Yun looked at Feng Tianyue. From his appearance, Feng Tianyue did not look like a puppet at all. He was almost like a living person. Mu Yun took Feng Tianyue and the others back to the Assassin Guild. Now that Miao Shuani had slaughtered the Black Ear tribe and unified the entire Nine-Tailed Cat clan, the situation here had stabilized. Although the Black Ear tribe was supported by Jioding Trading, now that the situation had been settled, Jioding Trading did not dare to fall out with them. Mu Yun could go back with peace of mind. The Assassin Guild's encampment, Spiritual Sword Lake. On the vast lake, there was a palace in the north, south, east, and west. They were the territories of the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow camps. In the center of the lake stood a stone sword. This stone sword was huge. It stood tall and the tip of the sword reached the sky. The tip of the sword was inserted into the lake. The sword was engraved with various mysterious and complicated totem patterns. This stone sword was the most important weapon of the Assassin Guild. It was the ancient Yuan sword, ranked first among the top 10 famous swords. No one could pull out this sword and it had always been left in the Assassin Guild. Legend had it that whoever could pull out the ancient Yuan sword would become the master of the 3 Yuan world. For thousands of years, countless people had tried to pull out the ancient Yuan sword, but they all failed. In the end, a woman became the guardian of the ancient Yuan sword and established an organization to forbid anyone from getting close to the ancient Yuan sword. Those who violated the rule would be killed without mercy. No one knew the name of this woman. Everyone called her the Black Swordswoman. The organization founded by the Black Swordswoman was the Assassin Guild. The Black Swordswoman was naturally the president of the Assassin Guild, ranked 3rd on the expert list. Mu Yun returned to the Assassin Guild and was quickly summoned by the Black Swordswoman. He rushed to the center of the lake and saw the indomitable stone sword. He immediately felt how small he was. The aura of this stone sword was so strong that it was out of control. It made people feel suffocated just by looking at it. This is the head of the top 10 famous swords, the ancient Yuan sword. Mu Yun exclaimed in admiration. For thousands of years, no one had been able to pull out the ancient Yuan sword. He flew to the top of the ancient Yuan sword and saw a graceful figure. She was covered in a black robe and wore a white skull mask on her face. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her head was also covered with a bamboo hat and her body was wrapped tightly. This person was the Black Swordswoman, the president of the Assassin Guild. It was said that she sat on the top of the ancient Yuan sword all year round and rarely went out. However, legends of her still circulated in the 3 Yuan world because she was ranked 3rd on the expert list. Anyone who saw the list would see her name. When Mu Yun saw the Black Swordswoman's figure, he suddenly felt that she looked familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Strange, have I seen the Black Swordswoman before? Mu Yun was puzzled, but he immediately shook his head. This was the first time the Black Swordswoman had summoned him. He definitely hadn't seen her before. President, I have already killed Feng Tianyue and made him into a puppet. Mu Yun released Feng Tianyue. N. The Black Swordswoman nodded coldly. She wasn't surprised to see that Feng Tianyue had become a puppet. She appeared to be deep and dull. In the future, you will be in charge of the Yellow Barracks. Your name will spread throughout the entire 3 Yuan world. In the future, everyone will know that you are the Yellow #1 assassin. The Black Swordswoman's voice was cold and hoarse. President, it's not good to be so ostentatious, right? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. The Black Swordswoman said, the rules of our assassin guild state that the Yellow Barracks must be publicized and maintain contact with the outside world. Otherwise, if others want to discuss business, they won't be able to find us. All right. Mu Yun shrugged. So be it. After all, he was already famous enough. From today onwards, you are the Yellow #1 assassin. This is your famed saber. Take good care of it. The Black Swordswoman threw out a token. This token looked like a flying saber and had the word yellow printed on it. Famed saber? Mu Yun was stunned. The name of this token was rather peculiar. The Black Swordswoman nodded and said, yes. With the famed saber in hand, you can block a fatal attack and trigger a temporary invincibility effect that lasts for about 2 seconds. This famed saber can only be used once. Treasure it well. So mystical. Mu Yun was astonished. This famed saber was simply a divine weapon. It could actually block a fatal attack and trigger a temporary invincibility effect. There's nothing mystical about it. It's just an ordinary equipment. When you reach the Great Saint Realm, you will naturally understand. The famed saber sounds powerful, but it can only block a single attack. If others want to kill you, they just need to hit you twice. The Black Swordswoman's tone was still cold. Where's Feng Tianyue's famed saber? Mu Yun recalled that when he killed Feng Tianyue, he didn't see the existence of the famed saber. He killed him easily. The Black Swordswoman said, he already used his famed saber. Back then, he was ordered by Yang Yutian to kill Chen Wutian. In the end, he was almost killed by Chen Wutian. If he didn't have the famed saber, he would already be dead. Wait, President, you said that Feng Tianyue was sent by Yang Yutian? Yang Yutian was the 3rd true disciple of Jioding trading. His array skills were very powerful, and he was known as the #1 ancient array master in the 3 Yuan world. No one was his match in terms of array skills. Yang Yotian's strength had also reached the extreme Saint Realm. He was just a little bit away from entering the Great Saint Realm. As for Chen Wutian, he was the 4th true disciple of Jioding trading. He was Yang Yotian's junior brother. They were fellow disciples, so why would they kill each other? What's so strange about a fight between fellow disciples? It's normal to play some tricks. Feng Tianyue is Yang Yotian's subordinate. He's a spy that Jioding trading placed in our guild. You've done a good job in cleaning up the guild and getting rid of the spy for me. The black-clothed swordswoman's tone was filled with praise. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. It turned out that Feng Tianyue was actually a spy for the 9 Tripod Trading Company. No wonder the Great Witch knew about the mission. The 9 Tripod Trading Company was the support behind the Great Witch, so they would naturally tell her about the mission. Mu Yun felt that the situation was a little complicated, but fortunately, it had been resolved. Now that Feng Tianyue was dead, he could rest assured and stay in the Assassin Guild. You've done a great job this time. What reward do you want? The black-clothed swordswoman asked. It's all thanks to President, I don't need any reward. Mu Yun was modest, but of course, he was just being polite. If the black-clothed swordswoman were to give him a reward, he would definitely want it. You've done a great job. I'll definitely give you a reward. The black-clothed swordswoman took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun was overjoyed. Thank you, President, for your reward. He took the medicine bottle and opened the lid. However, he smelled an extremely unpleasant stench that made him want to vomit. The bottle didn't contain any elixirs, but poison. The black-clothed swordswoman said indifferently, "This Skycorp's brain poison pill is the elixir I'm giving you. After you take it, it will prolong your life. However, there are some side effects. It will act up once a year and poison your soul and brain. But you don't have to worry. As long as you come to see me at this time every year, I will give you the antidote." Mu Yun's expression immediately changed. So the black-clothed swordswoman wanted to use poison to control him. No matter what, he did not want to eat this heavenly corpse brain poison pill. "Don't just stand there, eat it quickly." The black-clothed swordswoman's voice was very calm, but Mu Yun knew that if he didn't eat it, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and thought, if I take this pill, I'll be at her mercy in the future. I'd rather die than live. Since that's the case, I might as well take the risk. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. He wanted to escape. He had the famed blade in his hand and the Heaven Origin mirror gave him another life. However, even with these life-saving trump cards, he was not confident that he could escape alive when facing the black-clothed swordswoman. This person was ranked third on the expert list. It was impossible for him to escape from her hands alive. However, if he had to eat this poison pill and be at her mercy for eternity, Mu Yun would rather die than be willing to do so. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Mu Yun, take this pill. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Mu Yun's ears. Guai. Mu Yun was overjoyed. It turned out that Guai had successfully swallowed the Lightning Emperor Cauldron and the Fire God Cauldron and had come out. If I eat it, I'll be finished. I'd rather die. Mu Yun was secretly worried. No matter what, he couldn't eat this pill. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. It's fine. Don't worry and eat it. I have a solution. Guai's tone was rather confident. All right. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He still believed in Guai's words. He didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill. Although this pill smelled bad, it tasted sweet. Very good. The black-clothed swordswoman was relieved when she saw Mu Yun eat the pill. You're very smart and sensible. I won't treat you unfairly. This Water Mother Cauldron is one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. It contains a strong desolate ancient chi. It's a treasure I obtained from killing the 9 cauldrons patriarch. I'll bestow it to you. The black-clothed swordswoman took out a large cauldron. The large cauldron was dark blue like the vast sea. There were many water patterns engraved on the cauldron's body. Waves of vast water vapor permeated the air along with a strong desolate ancient chi. Hee, I've obtained another ancient cauldron. I can swallow it now. Guai was overjoyed when he saw the Water Mother Cauldron. He had already swallowed the Lightning Emperor Cauldron and the Fire God Cauldron among the 9 great ancient cauldrons. With the help of the aura of these 2 ancient cauldrons, his strength had recovered quite a bit. Thank you, my lord. Mu Yun kept the Water Mother Cauldron. The Water Mother Cauldron's spiritual energy was very rich. He naturally had to make good use of it before giving it to Guai to swallow. The 3rd tribulation of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art was the tribulation of the water path. It was called the Heavenly Water Ancient Blade. The Heavenly Water Ancient Blade was the 3rd move of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art. It was even more powerful than the Black Dragon Hurricane and Thunder Crescent Moonslash. To cultivate this move, one had to absorb a vast amount of water path spiritual energy. This Water Mother Cauldron came at the right time. It was perfect for Mu Yun to cultivate. If my lord doesn't have any other instructions, I'll take my leave first. Alright, you can go back first. If I have a suitable mission, I'll summon you. Yes. Mu Yun flew away from the ancient origin sword and returned to his residence. He took out the scroll of the gods and saw Guai. Guai looked much more energetic than before. It was obvious that he had recovered a lot of his strength. It seemed that whether it was the Joding Trading or the Hitman Guild, none of the fellows in the tertiary realm were easy to deal with. With my current strength, I can unlock new secrets of the scroll of the gods. Do you want to know? Guai smiled. Tell me first. How should I deal with the poison? Mu Yan's face darkened. He wanted to resist, but after hearing Guai's words, he ate the Sky Corpse poison pill. If he didn't get rid of this poison, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Try using the Heavenly Origin Mirror first, Guai said. The Heavenly Origin Mirror is useless. Mu Yan took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror and used the nourishing mystic art to nourish his body's lifeline. However, it couldn't cure the poison in his body. The black-clothed swordswoman definitely knew that he had the Heavenly Origin Mirror. If the Heavenly Origin Mirror was useful, the black-clothed swordswoman wouldn't have used this poison to control him. Although Mu Yun was an extremely powerful alchemist in the past, the pills used by saints were the legendary origin pills. They contained the chi of saintly path origin energy. It was completely different from the pills he had come into contact with before. He couldn't break it. Guai said, although the Heavenly Origin Mirror is useless, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you ask Xianxia's Zhou Feishuan to help, he will definitely be able to get rid of the poison in your body. Zhou Feishuan, the first true disciple of Xianxia, was a great saint-level expert. He was ranked 10th on the experts ranking. At the same time, he was also the #1 ancient alchemist in the Three Elements realm. His alchemy skills were the most powerful in the Three Elements realm. In terms of alchemy, he was comparable to Zhou Feishuan. If he could ask Zhou Feishuan to help, the poison in Mu Yan's body would naturally be removed. Ask Zhou Feishuan to help? You must be joking. With my status, how can I ask him to help? Mu Yan sneered. He did not leave a good impression on Xianxia. Zhou Feishuan, Lin Jueyue, and the others all regarded him as a swindler who only knew how to fool a little girl like Liao Xue. It would be extremely difficult for him to ask Zhou Feishuan to help. Guai said, everyone has a price. As long as you can afford it, Zhou Feishuan will definitely help you. Mu Yan said, she is a great saint-level expert. How can I satisfy her needs? Guai said, you have so many treasures on you. Give her a few pages of the Earth Origin book. I don't believe she can resist. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had many treasures on him. Even a great saint-level expert would be very interested in them. However, he only had 5 pages of the Earth Origin book. He was reluctant to give it away. As for the ancient ornaments, he was even more reluctant to give them away. These curses were extremely powerful killing moves. It would be a pity to give them away. After thinking about it, Mu Yan thought of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Mu Yan said solemnly, we still have to use the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Guai said in surprise, Heavenly Origin Mirror? Are you crazy? Giving away the Earth Origin book is better than giving away the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The Heavenly Origin Mirror's 7 arts of Heavenly Tao had a very powerful buff in addition to battle. It would be a loss if he gave it away. Mu Yan shook his head and said, no, I don't want to give away the Heavenly Origin Mirror. I want to use the Heavenly Origin Mirror to give her another life. Another life? Guai was stunned. Then, he came to his senses and clapped his hands, saying, yes, the life secret technique. If you activate the life secret technique, you can add another life. Even a great saint-level expert would want another life. She will definitely not refuse. Mu Yun nodded. It was indeed so. The buff of adding another life was too great. Even a great saint-level expert would not be able to resist. Although Mu Yun would not have any more life to add after adding another life to Zhou Feishuan, he had a saber that could block a fatal attack. His life was still somewhat guaranteed. I hope she will agree. Mu Yun was still a little worried. He did not expect that Guai's idea was to ask Zhou Feishuan for help. Now, he was in a bit of trouble. If Zhou Feishuan did not agree, he would be at the mercy of the black-clothed swordswoman. Guai said with a smile, she will definitely agree. Don't worry. Mu Yun nodded slightly. He could only do so now. He immediately wrote a letter and instructed Feng Tianyue to send it to Zhou Feishuan. This matter was of great importance and must not be leaked. If the black-clothed swordswoman knew about it, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could not even trust Bai Chen and could only entrust Feng Tianyue to deliver the letter. Feng Tianyue was his puppet and would definitely be under his control. There was no need to worry about betrayal. After sending the letter, Mu Yun calmed down a lot. Guai said, "If you know how to refine medicine, you don't have to ask for help." Mu Yun rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I know how to refine medicine. But the problem is that the medicinal pills here are called source pills. They are more powerful than immortal pills and divine pills. I can't refine them." Source pill was the general name for medicinal pills in this world. The person who refined the source pill was the legendary alchemist Gu. Guai said, "I have recovered quite a bit of my strength this time. I can open the source pill land in the scroll of the gods. Refining pills in the source pill land is guaranteed to be a success. There won't be any embarrassing situations like cauldron explosion." Refining pills was risky. Mu Yun knew this very well. Refining source pills was no exception. It was also very risky. If one wasn't careful, they would fail. However, Guai said that he could open the source pill land. Refining pills in this place was guaranteed to be a success. Unfortunately, you don't know the secret method of refining source pills. Even if I can open the source pill land, it's useless. Guai shook his head helplessly. After he swallowed the Lightning King Cauldron and Fire God Cauldron, he had recovered quite a bit of his strength. Now, he could open a new secret in the Scroll of the Gods, which was the source pill land. Unfortunately, Mu Yun didn't know how to refine source pills. It was useless for him to go there. "If only you could get me a set of source pill secret manual." Mu Yun sighed. "I don't have a set of source pill secret manual, but Jiuding Trading has it. If you have the money, go and buy one." Jiuding Trading? I have a deep hatred for Jiuding Trading. They are all looking for me. If I go to their place to buy things, I'm afraid I'll be courting death. Mu Yun sneered and shook his head. They opened the door to do business. If you have the money, you will be the boss. They even opened the door to wait for me to walk into their trap. Mu Yun rolled his eyes. He definitely couldn't go to Jiuding Trading. He would be courting death if he went. If he wanted the source pill secret manual, he had to think of another way. Alright, you slowly think of a way yourself. Give me the Water Mother Cauldron. Haha, another ancient cauldron. My luck is not bad. Guai was all smiles. He was very happy. Wait first. I want to cultivate too. Mu Yun glared at him. Before he gave the Water Mother Cauldron to Guai, he had to cultivate for a while. Mu Yun immediately entered the Life and Death Secret Pavilion and started to absorb the spiritual energy of the Water Mother Cauldron. First Tribulation Wind, Black Dragon Hurricane. Second Tribulation Thunder Half Moon Slash. Third Tribulation Water, Heavenly Water Ancient Blade. Mu Yun pondered silently while the various profound techniques of the Seven Tribulation Dragon Slaying technique flashed through her mind. This set of ancient sacred arts was very profound and difficult to understand. Mu Yun activated the Heavenly Origin Mirror and raised her perception to a heaven-defying level. At most, she could only comprehend up to the Third Tribulation. As for the content after the Third Tribulation, she could not understand it no matter what. This was not a problem that could be solved by his comprehension ability. It was because his cultivation base was not up to par yet, so he could not cultivate it. In the end, he was only a middle-level saint. Moreover, his cultivation speed was too fast, so his foundation was not stable enough. Comprehending the Third Tribulation was already his limit. Mu Yun continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the Water Mother Cauldron. Waves of spiritual energy condensed in his body. This dense water vapor continuously flowed through his meridians. He silently adjusted his breathing and began to cultivate the Heavenly Water Ancient Blade. The pure water vapor in his body gradually turned into jagged ripples. These ripples were like water ripples, but they carried an extremely strong killing aura, as if they could cut through everything in the world. Mu Yun bent and extended his fingers. The jagged ripples danced on his fingertips like thin lines. These jagged ripples were the heavenly water ancient blade. It was a deep blue color and emitted a sharp aura. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the heavenly water ancient blade was immediately released. It sizzled in the void and emitted a terrifying whistling sound. Looking at the sharpness of the heavenly water ancient blade, perhaps even an extreme saint would be wary of it. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying technique was indeed a secret technique of Jade Toad House. Each level was more powerful than the previous. With his current strength, cultivating to the 3rd level was already his limit. Since Mu Yun had successfully cultivated the heavenly water ancient blade, the water mother cauldron could be handed over to Guai. Ha ha ha, I have already obtained 3 of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. Mu Yun, quickly go and collect the rest. If we collect all 9 cauldrons, we can unlock a great secret. Guai was very happy to have obtained the water mother cauldron. Mu Yun's expression changed. He asked, "What great secret?" Guai said, "Help me collect all 9 cauldrons, and I'll tell you." Mu Yun shook his head and was too lazy to ask further. What he was most concerned about now was the problem of the heavenly corpse brain poisoning pill. He only hoped that Zhou Feishuan would be willing to help. However, entrusting it to others was not a long-term solution. The best way was to master the secret technique of the source pill himself. Unfortunately, he did not have the secret technique of the source pill, so he did not know where to start. Time passed bit by bit. Half a month later, Mu Yun received a reply from Zhou Feishuan. The content of the reply was very simple. There were only 4 words: "See you in Baiyun Town." Baiyun Town? Zhou Feishuan is in Baiyun Town? Mu Yun was stunned. Baiyun Town was a stronghold in front of the primordial ruins. Its location was very important. After destroying the Green Dragon Gang, Baiyun Town was now the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. As for Mu Yun, he was the supervisor behind the Black Tiger Gang. He did not expect that Zhou Feishuan would ask him to meet in Baiyun Town. This was good. Baiyun Town was his territory, so it was convenient for them to talk. He immediately rushed to Baiyun Town. As soon as he arrived at the town entrance, Mu Yun felt a powerful aura. The aura of a great sage expert was monstrous and vast. Zhou Feishuan did not deliberately hide it, so he could feel it clearly. Mu Yun stepped into Baiyun Town and walked towards the place where the aura came from. Along the way, he saw the situation in Baiyun Town. It was orderly, and the shops on both sides of the street were also very lively. Under the management of the Black Tiger Gang, this place was thriving. It was a glorious situation. Mu Yun returned to the Black Tiger Gang's mansion. The aura of a great sage expert was coming from here. As soon as Mu Yun returned to the Black Tiger Gang, he immediately saw Bai Chen. When Bai Chen saw that Mu Yun had returned, he smiled bitterly and said, "Lord, I've been managing Baiyun Town under your orders. It's quite effective now. We collect more than 100,000 golden origin pearls every month, and we're making a lot of money." Mu Yun said, "That's a good thing. Why are you frowning?" Bai Chen said, "No, we're in trouble now. A great sage expert has barged in, and it's Zhou Feishuan, who's ranked 10th on the experts list. I don't know what she wants to do, so she's been sitting there. Our territory is not enough for a great sage expert. She can destroy it with a finger." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, she's here to look for me." Mu Yun immediately went in. As expected, he saw Zhou Feishuan's figure in a pavilion. Zhou Feishuan was dressed in red, looking elegant and beautiful. When she saw Mu Yun, she smiled and said, "Mu Yun, we meet again." Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, "Miss Zhou, how have you been?" His attitude was very polite. In the past, his cultivation was weak. Even if he knew that Zhou Feishuan was a great sage expert, he didn't feel anything. But now that his strength had increased, he increasingly felt the terror of a great sage expert. For example, this Zhou Feishuan's aura was so vast that it was on par with the heavenly Tao. This was the legendary great sage, an existence equal to the heavens. Unlike saints who had to painstakingly pursue the recognition of heaven and earth, the great sage himself was equal to the heavens. "You said that you're poisoned and want to ask me to cure you." "Yes." Mu Yun didn't mention the heavenly corpse poison pill. He only said that he was poisoned and had no choice. He wanted to ask Zhou Feishuan to help treat him. As a reward, he would activate the Heavenly Origin Mirror and give Zhou Feishuan another life. Show me the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Zhou Feishuan was willing to come over because he wanted another life. Mu Yun immediately released the Heavenly Origin Mirror. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Feishuan would snatch it away. This was because he was already the owner of the Heavenly Origin Mirror and had obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. If Zhou Feishuan rashly killed him and snatched the treasure, it would be too outrageous and would inevitably damage his own luck and good fortune. Although luck was illusory and difficult to speculate, there was no great sage expert who didn't believe in luck. To be able to cultivate from an ordinary person to the level of the great sage, heaven's equal, this wasn't something that could be done with hard work. The element of luck was too big. If one was careless, they would end up in eternal damnation. Therefore, experts of this level cared a lot about luck and would rarely do things like bully the weak. Zhou Feishuan glanced at the Heavenly Origin Mirror and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. The aura of this magic treasure is very pure. It seems that you have obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Origin Mirror and comprehended the 7 laws of Heavenly Tao. Zhou Feishuan had rich insight and knowledge. She naturally knew the secrets of the 7 laws of Heavenly Tao. The 7 laws of Heavenly Tao are damage, replenishment, life, death, destruction, and illumination. Among them, the secret of life can give people an extra life. It's very magical. Are you willing to let me use it? I'm poisoned. I only hope that Miss Zhou can save me. I will naturally give you the reward I promised. Mu Yun only wanted to solve the problem of the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill immediately. This way, she wouldn't have any worries. Come here and let me take a look. Zhou Feishuan waved his hand and Mu Yun walked over. He checked Mu Yun's pulse and pondered for a while before saying, "It's the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill." The black-clothed swordswoman used the poison to control her subordinates. You have been promoted to the #1 assassin in yellow. The black-clothed swordswoman has bestowed you a famous saber and also bestowed you with the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill. You will be under her control forever. Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. Zhou Feishuan didn't reveal anything, but his insight was really sharp. He was really powerful. He immediately guessed the whole story after checking his pulse. It's indeed the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill. Can it be cured? Mu Yun asked. When I received your secret letter, I guessed that it was the Heavenly Corpse brain poison pill. So, I asked you to come to Baiyun Town to meet me. I'm going to the ancient ruins. If you want to refine the antidote, you must obtain a kind of spiritual herb called the 7 Hearts Begonia. This kind of spiritual herb can only be found in the ancient ruins. Yes. 7 Hearts Begonia, yes, go and look for it in the ancient ruins. If you find it, bring it out and give it to me. I'll refine the antidote for you. Miss Zhou, can I go in alone? Aren't you going? There were many dangers in the ancient ruins. There were many ancient mutated beasts. For example, the ironback ant that Mu Yun encountered last time was quite difficult to deal with. With his strength, although he wasn't afraid of any ancient mutated beasts, it would still be a little troublesome if he was attacked by them. If Zhou Feishuan could go with him, with her great sage aura, no mutated beasts would dare to approach and look for the spiritual herb. It would also be more convenient. You have to be careful. After the 7 Hearts Begonia is plucked, it can only survive for 7 days. After 7 days, it will wither and wither. Therefore, you have to bring it back to me within 7 days. Otherwise, it will lose its medicinal effect. Zhou Feishuan's expression was serious. Heavy. Okay, I understand. Mu Yun nodded. Also, you have to be careful not to get into a conflict with the people from Jioding Trading. They have the advantage in numbers. You won't be able to defeat them, Zhou Feishuan warned. Someone from Jioding Trading is here too? Mu Yun was slightly surprised. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He only wanted to pick a spiritual herb. Did Jioding Trading want to snatch it too? Zhou Feishuan said. The 3rd successor disciple of Jioding Trading, Yang Yu Tian, has already brought people into the primordial ruins to find the mortal yuan brush. If you encounter them, stay away. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Mu Yun asked, do they know where the mortal yuan brush is? The mortal yuan brush was one of the 3 origin treasures. It represented the mystery of the human Tao. It was said that the mortal yuan brush was in the primordial ruins. However, the primordial ruins were huge. It was not easy to find the mortal yuan brush. Back then, Mu Yun learned the secret of the mortal yuan brush from Miao Xuani. Miao Xuani even gave him a strand of hair and tied it to his finger. This way, when he entered the primordial ruins, as long as he was close to the mortal yuan brush, the strand of hair would sense it. Mu Yun had already obtained the Heaven Origin Mirror and 5 pages of the Earth Origin book. If he could get the mortal yuan brush, it would be great. However, Mu Yun did not have much hope because the primordial ruins were too big. He had been there previously, but Miao Xuani's strand of hair did not move at all. Clearly, the mortal yuan brush was not nearby. It is said that the 9 Cauldrons Patriarch spent a lot of money to buy information from the Divine Secrets Pavilion. He said that the mortal yuan brush is in the primordial ruins. However, he can't tell me the exact location. I don't know either. Divine Secrets Pavilion? Mu Yun's heart pounded when he heard the words Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Back then, his 9 wives had been taken away by various powerful factions. It was the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that was behind it. The Divine Secret Pavilion was good at divination. Could it be that they had found the whereabouts of the mortal origin brush this time? However, this was the 3 elements realm. Could there be traces of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Anyway, you have to be careful when you go to the primordial ruins this time. If you run into Yang Youtian's men, you have to stay far away. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, lest you get into trouble. Zhou Feishuan warned again, Yang Youtian is the #1 ancient array master of the 3 origin realm. His ancient array cultivation has reached an unimaginable level. As a great saint expert, even I have to be wary of him. If you encounter him, you must avoid him immediately. Otherwise, if he suppresses you with an ancient formation, you'll definitely die. Zhou Feishuan's tone was very serious. Yang Youtian was only a supreme saint, but as a supreme saint, Zhou Feishuan was also very wary when he mentioned Yang Youtian. Obviously, Yang Youtian's formation skills had reached a heaven-defying level. Otherwise, Zhou Feishuan would have been very worried. Otherwise, Zhou Feishuan wouldn't have been so wary. Miss Zhou, please don't worry. I'm just going to pick herbs. I won't fight with them. Mu Yun only wanted to pick the 7-star begonia. As for the mortal yuan brush, he felt that there wasn't much hope because the primordial ruins were just too big. Trying to find a brush without any clues was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The next morning, Mu Yun set off for the primordial ruins alone. He had hidden Feng Tianyue's puppet in the heavenly poison ancient pagoda in case he needed it. Currently, the people outside didn't know that Feng Tianyue was already dead. Mu Yun opened the map and followed the route on it. The location of the 7-star begonia was marked on the map. It was deep in the primordial ruins and would probably take 7 to 8 days to reach it. Mu Yun lowered his head and avoided people he met along the way. He was very low-key. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble and only wanted to pick herbs. After 3 days, Mu Yun had already gone 1,000 miles deep into the primordial ruins. He couldn't fly in the primordial ruins, so he walked on foot. There were also mutated beasts harassing him along the way. It was already very fast to be able to go 1,000 miles in 3 days. 1,000 miles deep, the surroundings were already filled with danger. All kinds of powerful mutated beasts appeared in groups and were very difficult to deal with. There was once when Mu Yun was almost torn to shreds by a pack of ferocious demonic wolves. These mutated beasts no longer moved alone. Instead, they charged out in large groups. It was very dangerous for him to walk alone. Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. Every time before he set off, he would first let Feng Tianyue out to scout the way. After confirming that there was no danger, he would set off himself. Early in the morning, Mu Yun let Feng Tianyue out again. Feng Tianyue was his puppet. With Feng Tianyue's puppet body, he could clearly see the surroundings. Mu Yun controlled Feng Tianyue to advance. His luck wasn't bad and he didn't encounter any danger. But suddenly, a roar sounded from the forest. Then, a huge demonic tiger suddenly charged out and bit at the puppet's body. "You're courting death." Mu Yun snorted coldly and immediately used the ancient heavenly water saber. Faint blue sawtooth water patterns appeared on his fingertips. The puppet's movements were synchronized with his. When he used the ancient heavenly water saber, the puppet also used the ancient heavenly water saber. Their movements and postures were exactly the same. However, the puppet's moves weren't as powerful. Mu Yun waved his hand and controlled the puppet to release the ancient heavenly water saber. Faint blue water patterns were like sharp saw teeth. They slashed out fiercely and directly slashed the demonic tiger's body. The demonic tiger roared and charged over brazenly. More than a dozen faint blue water patterns swept past and cut the demonic tiger's body into pieces. However, because these water patterns were too sharp, the demonic tiger didn't know that it had been cut into pieces and continued to charge forward brazenly. In the next instant, its body fell apart and transformed into a few dozen pieces of bloody remains that scattered on the ground. This ancient heavenly water saber is indeed very sharp. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. The ancient heavenly water saber used by the puppet wasn't as powerful as the one he used, but it still killed the demonic tiger in an instant. It was obvious how powerful the ancient heavenly water saber was. Mu Yun controlled the puppet and continued to move forward. He bumped into a person head-on. This person had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes were deep and his facial features were clear. He was wearing a sky-blue robe and had an extremely powerful aura. He was actually a saint of the Supreme Realm. Mu Yun didn't expect to meet a saint of the Supreme Realm here. He immediately controlled the puppet to avoid trouble. He only wanted to pick herbs now. He didn't want to interfere with other things to avoid delaying his business. "Feng Tianyue, why are you here?" That person saw Mu Yun's puppet and immediately exclaimed. He actually recognized Feng Tianyue. Mu Yun had never seen him before. He didn't dare to speak. He stood where he was and didn't move. "I heard that you've been relieved of your duties and reduced to an ordinary disciple. Now, the #1 killer of yellow has become Mu Yun. Don't worry, I, Yang Yu Tian, am a quasi-great saint. You're my subordinate. I won't let you suffer." That person walked forward and patted Feng Tianyue's shoulder affectionately. "He's Yang Yu Tian?" Mu Yun was shocked. Yang Yu Tian, the third true disciple of Jioding trading. It turned out that this person was Yang Yu Tian, the #1 ancient array master of the three elements realm. It was said that he was the most powerful person in ancient array techniques. Feng Tianyue was Yang Yotian's subordinate and a spy of Jioding trading. The outside world didn't know about this yet. Therefore, Yang Yu Tian thought that the matter hadn't been exposed. Now that he saw Feng Tianyue, he immediately came forward to greet him. Mu Yun came to his senses and immediately controlled the puppet. He pretended to be grateful and knelt on the ground. "Thank you for your kindness, sir." "Well, you can get up." Yang Yu Tian didn't see any clues. After all, he was only a supreme saint. Even if he was called a quasi-great saint and almost stepped into the realm of the great saint, heaven's equal, he still wasn't a supreme saint. His eyesight was limited, and he couldn't tell that Feng Tianyue was a puppet. Mu Yun controlled the puppet to stand up. He thought of an excuse to leave. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Yang Yu Tian. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he delayed the harvesting of the herbs. Yang Yu Tian asked, "Why did you come to the ancient ruins?" Mu Yun continued to control the puppet. "I came to experience the world. I didn't expect to meet you, sir. It's fate. Haha, I'm looking for the mortal Yuan brush. You should come too." Yang Yu Tian laughed. Mu Yun frowned. He just wanted to leave immediately. "Sorry, sir, I can't accompany you. My experience is almost over. It's time to go." Yang Yu Tian said, "Don't go so fast. I caught someone. She's the second true disciple of Jade Toad House, Lin Jianxin. I'm going to tear her into pieces. You can come and watch the show before you leave." Among the 4 true disciples of Jade Toad House, Lin Jianxin was ranked second. It was said that her swordsmanship was unparalleled. She was the top swordsman in the three elements realm. In terms of swordsmanship, even the first on the master ranking couldn't compare to her. However, this woman was too obsessed with swordsmanship, which delayed her own cultivation. Therefore, her strength was only at the level of Supreme Saint, one level lower than Yang Yutian. You caught Ling Jianxin? Mu Yun was secretly shocked. Ling Jianxin was Zhou Feishuan's junior sister. Now that she was in trouble, it was best for him to save her. If he saved Ling Jianxin, he could at least do Zhou Feishuan a favor. It would be easier to talk to him in the future. Yes, this girl is arrogant. She thinks her swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. She wanted to assassinate me in the dark. Fortunately, I have the habit of setting up a formation to rest. She was trapped by my formation and couldn't escape. I'm going to kill her. Come and take a look. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't refuse Yang Yotian's invitation. He also wanted to take a look. Of course, he didn't want to see how Ling Jianxin died. He wanted to find a way to save her. Sir, why did Ling Jianxin want to assassinate you? Mu Yun asked. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. The battle between Jiuding Trading and the Corpse Eaters was getting more and more intense. Both sides had already begun to form an alliance, and the flames of war were about to spread throughout the Three Elements realm. Jade Toad House didn't want to join Jiuding Trading's North Alliance. Ling Jianxin still wanted to assassinate Yang Yutian, but she was now captured by Yang Yutian and her life was in danger. Mu Yun didn't say anything. She controlled the puppet and followed Yang Yutian to the camp in front of him. There were more than 100 people gathered here. They were all disciples of Jiuding Trading. Their expressions were fierce, and there were many horned dragon horses with shiny golden fur. They looked extraordinary. In the center of the camp stood a large cauldron. The cauldron was inlaid with a demonic jade. It was as black as ink, and there were engravings of demons and ghosts around it. It was a scene of hell. Demonic chi surged inside the cauldron, emitting a terrifying aura. This cauldron was one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons, the Great Demonic Cauldron. It contained a strong demonic aura and ancient chi. A beautiful girl was locked inside the cauldron. Her clothes were stripped off, and her hands and feet were bound by demonic chi chains. She couldn't move. This young girl was very alluring, but none of the surrounding people dared to take a peek. This was because the young girl's eyes were too sharp. Even though she was bound, there was not the slightest hint of surrender in her eyes. She was still emitting a sharp and cold light. It was as if there was a sword hidden in them. Mu Yun felt a stab of pain when she met her eyes. The girl's eyes seemed to carry sword chi. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at her directly. This girl is Ling Jianxin. She's known as the top swordsman in the Three Elements realm. But now I've captured her. Ha ha ha, Yang Yutian laughed with a smug look on his face. Yang Yutian, kill me if you want. No need to talk nonsense. Ling Jianxin looked arrogant and fearless. Yang Yutian chuckled and said, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't worry. He waved his hand, and 5 horses came to him. He prepared the ropes and was ready to cut Ling Jianxin into pieces. Yang Yutian, you want to cut me into pieces? Ling Jianxin's face turned cold. Yang Yutian laughed and said, ha ha ha. What, are you scared? Ling Jianxin said, just kill me, don't play these little tricks. Hee hee, you want to die so easily? How can it be so easy? Yang Yutian personally tied a rope around Ling Jianxin's neck. Mu Yun's face darkened. Just as she was about to make a move to save them, a series of shouts suddenly came from the nearby forest. A group of valiant people, numbering in the hundreds, immediately charged out. These people had green faces and fangs, and their appearances were quite terrifying. They were the corpse-eating beasts. Kill Yang Yutian, and Lord Corpse Emperor will reward you handsomely. The leader of this group was a tall and sturdy man wearing beast armor. His appearance was the most terrifying. His face was densely covered with eyes, and there were dozens of them. Each eye had a different color, and they flickered with various evil lights. It was extremely strange. Not good, the Heavenly Eye Monarch is here, everyone be careful. Yang Yotian's expression changed. The Heavenly Eye Monarch was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating beasts. His strength had reached the supreme realm. Aside from him, there was also Monarch Xiaoming, Monarch Lanling, and Monarch Whitebone. The 4 heavenly kings each had a demonic artifact. Monarch Xiaoming had a monarch sword with sky-splitting runes, and the heavenly eye monarch also had a demonic artifact. Exploding chi pearl, open. The heavenly eye monarch shouted, and took out a pearl. The pearl was blue, and the word source was engraved on it. It was surrounded by runes, and it emitted a majestic aura. After the heavenly eye monarch released the pearl, his source energy aura skyrocketed, and his overall strength soared. In the end, he broke through the Supreme Saint realm, and became a Supreme Saint expert. Ha ha ha, my exploding chi pearl is one of the 5 great demonic artifacts, and it has heavenly source runes. Once the heavenly source runes are activated, my aura will soar several times. I've temporarily reached the Supreme Saint realm, and my aura is on par with the heavens. Yang Yutian, you're dead today. The heavenly eye monarch's dozens of eyes exploded with murderous intent. He was now a Supreme Saint expert, and his aura was vast. He was practically invincible. Yang Yotian's expression changed. He did not expect to be ambushed by the heavenly eye monarch here. Moreover, the heavenly eye monarch had become a Supreme Saint. This was going to be troublesome. Brothers, charge. The heavenly eye monarch waved his hand, and the hundreds of corpse-eating disciples behind him roared and charged forward. There were only about 100 disciples from the Jioding trading. They were outnumbered, and under the suppression of the heavenly eye monarch's Supreme Saint aura, they were dispirited and had lost their will to fight. They were immediately defeated by the corpse-eating beasts. Don't panic. I'm here. What's there to panic about? Yang Yutian calmed down and pulled out his longsword. He personally killed a few of the fleeing disciples and stabilized the situation. This sword, Mu Yun was shocked when he saw Yang Yotian's sword. After learning how to refine weapons, his eyes had become much sharper. He could tell at a glance that Yang Yotian's sword was made of excellent materials. Its aura was unparalleled, and there was a vortex pattern on the sword that emitted a vast aura. However, Yang Yotian's movements were sluggish, as if he had not refined the sword yet. He was very unfamiliar with it. This sword is called the Qiyao sword. It's ranked second among the 10 famous swords. It's Leng Jianxin's weapon. She tried to assassinate me last night, but was hit by my sword cleansing formation. I washed away all her clothes, treasures, and weapons. This sword is also in my hands. Yang Yutian brandished his sword and attacked. Although he hadn't refined the Qiyao sword yet, he was still an extreme-level cultivator, after all. His techniques were powerful, and his sword moves gradually became smooth and fluid. Every time he slashed out, a corpse beast disciple would fall. Mu Yun controlled the puppet to follow Yang Yutian and attack the enemy. Yang Yutian, stop struggling. I'm now the great saint, heaven's equal. How are you going to fight me? Heavenly Eye King clenched his fist and punched down. He did not use any techniques. He simply punched out, and his aura was overwhelming. It was difficult to resist. Yang Yutian hurriedly dodged, but the Heavenly Eye King's fist smashed down. With a bang, it directly smashed a hole in the ground. The rumbling continued, and the surrounding disciples were hit by the wind waves of the fist. Their bodies shook violently, and they bled to death from their 7 orifices. We can't do it. The aura of a Supreme Saint is too strong. If we take a light hit, we'll be smashed to pieces. Yang Yotian's face was gloomy. The power of a Supreme Saint was beyond the saint's imagination. Even if he was a Supreme Saint, he could not withstand an attack from a Supreme Saint. If he was hit, he would die. Mu Yan's face was also grave. A Supreme Saint's aura was indeed invincible. With her current strength, she could not withstand a single attack from a Supreme Saint. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Yang Yutian gritted his teeth. I'm going to set up a formation. You go attract his attention. When I set up the sword cleansing formation and wash away his exploding chi pearl, he'll be finished. Sword cleansing formation? Yes. This sword cleansing formation is a level 3 formation. It can wash away the enemy's clothes and weapons. Once hit by my sword cleansing formation, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will be naked and have no power to resist. Yang Yotian's eyes lit up. In the entire 3 Yuan realm, he was the only one who could set up a level 3 formation with his bare hands. The title of the number 1 ancient formation master was definitely not undeserved. Leng Jianxin wanted to assassinate him last night, but was hit by his sword cleansing formation. All his clothes and weapons were washed away, and he became naked. He was like a beast that had its claws cut off, and could no longer be fierce. Yang Yutian wanted to repeat the same trick. As long as he washed away Heavenly I King's exploding chi pearl, his strength would return to its original state, and he would no longer be the great sage. Heavenly I King is the great sage. I'm afraid it won't be easy to attract his attention. Mu Yun looked worried. If she rushed forward, her puppet would be destroyed by Heavenly I King. If you don't go, we'll all die. With a flying kick, Yang Yutian actually kicked Mu Yun's puppet away. You're courting death. Heavenly I King saw the puppet rushing over and sneered. He immediately punched out, and a violent aura came whistling over. Mu Yun immediately controlled the puppet and dodged with an instant shift. Your movement technique is not bad. Unfortunately, I have dozens of eyes. Where can you hide? Heavenly I King snorted. His dozens of eyeballs rolled around and scanned the area. As soon as Mu Yun appeared, he threw a punch over. Mu Yun rolled on the ground to dodge, looking a little pathetic. He looked at Yang Yutian and saw that Yang Yutian was waving his hands and drawing lines of matrix runes. He was drawing the matrix very quickly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of matrix runes appeared in the air. They were complex and profound, falling down like meteors. Fall to the ground and form the formation. Yang Yutian shouted. As long as the formation patterns fell, it would be time for him to counterattack. You want to set up a formation under my nose? Dream on. Heavenly I King's face was gloomy. Yang Yutian was the world's top ancient formation master. Although he was the great sage, heaven's equal, he still had to be careful. Seeing Yang Yutian want to set up a formation, Heavenly I King did not hesitate and immediately punched out. Hold him back for me. Yang Yutian gritted his teeth. This was the critical moment of setting up the formation. He could not back down. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and only death would await. At the critical moment, Mu Yun flew out and released the Earth Origin book. She flipped to the swamp page, and a wave of moist water vapor immediately spread out, turning the ground into a swamp. Heavenly I King's body immediately sank into the swamp, and his fist attack was also delayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Yutian landed on the ground and set up a dazzling formation on the ground. Sword cleansing formation, open. Yang Yutian roared, and the spirit formation's light spread out. The 9 Cauldron Trading Company's disciples and corpse-eating beasts' disciples who were hit by the spirit formation's light immediately washed away their clothes and weapons, leaving them completely naked. Clang, clang. When Mu Yun saw this scene, he was also amazed. Yang Yutian is indeed the number 1 ancient array master. I can't set up this array with my current abilities. Mu Yun was full of praise. The sword cleansing array had no power on its own. It couldn't even kill an ant. However, the effects of the sword cleansing array could only be described as magical. It could cleanse a person's clothes and weapons, leaving them naked. The surrounding trees were also attacked by the sword cleansing array. All their leaves were washed away. The trees rustled in the air and became bare. Damn it! King Heavenly I was enraged when he saw this. He flew out of the swamp mud. The disciples of the necrophagus beast race screamed in fear as they dodged. They were afraid of being hit by the sword cleansing array. Don't panic. His array hasn't been sealed yet. Watch how I break it. King Heavenly I took a deep breath. He lifted his foot and stomped hard. With a bang, the ground cracked and rocks flew. Huge fissures spread out like ravines. The ground within a radius of a few miles immediately shook and cracked. After the ground cracked, Yang Yotian's array also cracked and lost its effect. The surrounding people hurriedly picked up their clothes and weapons. After all, it was too ugly to be naked. However, they couldn't identify them in time. Many disciples of the Joding Trading grabbed the clothes of the necrophagus beast race. The disciples of the necrophagus beast race also changed into the clothes of the Joding Trading. Both sides were in chaos. Otherwise, they would accidentally injure their own people. As expected of the number one ancient array master of the three Yuan realm. I, King Heavenly I, have broadened my horizons today. If I don't kill you, it will be a disaster. King Heavenly Eye's expression was cold. Yang Yotian's array had caused chaos in the army. If it was spread out on the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of people's weapons and clothes would all be washed away. The scene would be too spectacular. He didn't even dare to imagine it. Fortunately, he had already broken the sword cleansing array. After the ground cracked, Yang Yutian couldn't seal it. The array couldn't be used and he lost the chance to resist. Heavenly Eye King made a prompt decision. He rushed forward and threw a punch at Yang Yutian. Ha ha ha, I, Yang Yutian, am the number one ancient array master in the world. Do you think my methods are as simple as drawing a prison? Yang Yutian laughed loudly as he raised his hands into the air. A boundless aura was released, causing the sky to darken. What? King Heavenly Eye's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Shadows of the heavens, sword cleansing formation, open. Yang Yutian shouted coldly. The shadow of a matrix appeared in the sky. It was blurry and indistinct, but it was certain that it was the sword-washing matrix. His sword-cleansing array was actually imprinted into the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. They had not expected Yang Yotian's formation to be able to imprint itself into the sky. This method of setting up a formation was called sky-sealing shadow. After setting up the formation on the ground, there was no need to draw a circle on the ground. Instead, it was directly imprinted into the sky. Although this method would cause the power of the formation to decrease, it could at least guarantee that the formation would be successful and wouldn't fail because of the enemy's interference. The dazzling sword-washing matrix descended from the sky. King Heavenly I was suppressed by the sword-washing matrix. His chi explosion pearl was immediately washed away. With a clink, it fell to the ground and rolled into a crack in the ground, disappearing. Ouch, my treasure! King Heavenly I cried out. His chi explosion pearl was one of the 5 great demonic artifacts with heavenly origin runes. Now that it had rolled into a crack and disappeared, he had suffered a great loss. Whoosh, the clothes on his body had also been washed off by the impact of the sword cleansing array. He was completely naked. Seeing King Heavenly Eye's body, the crowd burst into an uproar. King Heavenly Eye's body was densely covered with eyeballs. There were probably hundreds of them. With so many eyeballs covering his body, it made him look extremely terrifying. After losing his chi explosion pearl, his aura had weakened, and he had returned to the level of an extreme saint. Yang Yutian, return my treasure. King Heavenly I was furious. Although he was no longer a great saint, his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, he was an extreme saint. Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art, 4th Transformation, activate. King Heavenly I roared. Demonic chi erupted from his body, and his eyeballs shot out dark rays of light. In the next moment, asuras, zombies, spirits, and evil spirits crawled out from his eyeballs. Demonic chi billowed like a tide, turning into a blade that fell into King Heavenly Eye's hand. This blade was called the Corpse Emperor Blade. After activating the 4th transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art, one could form a Corpse Emperor Blade. This Corpse Emperor Blade carried the bleeding curse. After injuring the enemy's wound would continue to bleed, unable to heal. They would carry the bleeding wound for eternity until death. King Heavenly I swung his blade at Yang Yutian. Ha ha ha, King Heavenly I, you want to fight me without your chi explosion pearl? You're courting death. Yang Yutian laughed. With a wave of his hands, the sword-washing matrix shone brightly. Great sword-washing matrix, activate. Yang Yotian's expression was cold. He activated the great sword-washing matrix and suppressed King Heavenly Eye. The great sword-washing matrix was an enhanced version of the sword-washing matrix. Under the suppression of the great sword-washing matrix, King Heavenly Eye's skin and flesh were washed away. His eyeballs were also washed away, rolling on the ground like pearls. In the blink of an eye, King Heavenly Eye was left with only a skeleton. His skin and flesh were all washed away. Mu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. What kind of matrix is this? King Heavenly Eye was shocked. Ha ha ha, my great sword-washing matrix can even wash away a person's skin and flesh. Let's see how arrogant you can be without your chi explosion pearl. Under Yang Yotian's matrix, King Heavenly Eye's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all washed away. His head became a skull. Back then, your corpse Emperor City Lord, Shi Tianlai, was also attacked by the great sword-washing matrix. His skin and flesh were all peeled off, leaving only a skeleton. Shi Tianlai survived with only his skeleton. Let's see how long you can live. Yang Yotian's face was cold. King Heavenly Eye's body was only left with a beating heart wrapped in a thin layer of bone. As long as his heart was washed away, he would die. Mu Yun was secretly shocked as he recalled the appearance of Shi Tianlia's skeleton. It turned out that Shi Tianlai had turned into a ghost because he had been attacked by the great sword cleansing array. All of his skin and flesh had been washed away. Mu Yun wondered how he had managed to survive. Retreat! Retreat! Go! King Heavenly Eye's skeleton trembled. The power of Yang Yotian's matrix was beyond his imagination. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely die. He hurriedly led his men to retreat. He no longer had any arrogance. Kill them! Yang Yotian waved his hand, and his disciples chased after them. King Heavenly Eye left behind dozens of corpses and fled with his remaining troops. The battle ended. Yang Yotian had won. The disciples of Jioding Trading cheered. Sword, come! But suddenly, a cold shout interrupted everyone's joy. It was Leng Jianxin. She was locked in the demonic cauldron and naked. Qi Yao's sword wasn't in her hand either. She looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But after she shouted the two words, sword, come, the whole place fell silent. Qi Yao's sword rushed to the sky and flew toward Leng Jianxin. Oh no! Yang Yotian's expression changed. He was too focused on setting up the matrix to notice that he had placed Qi Yao's sword on the ground. Leng Jianxin saw the opportunity and immediately called for Qi Yao's sword. A cold sword light spilled out like moonlight, cutting all the demonic chains in the cauldron apart. Leng Jianxin flew out with Qi Yao's sword in hand. Her naked body was snow-white and translucent. She waved her slender hand, and the clouds in the sky fell and turned into a robe that covered her body. She was elegant and beautiful, like a fairy who stood aloof from the world. Capture her! Yang Yotian's expression darkened. He immediately ordered his disciples to swarm over. They wanted to kill Leng Jianxin with their numbers. With my sword, I'm invincible. Yang Yotian, you're dead. Leng Jianxin's eyes were cold. She swung her sword. Her sword technique was very elegant. There was no killing intent at all. It was as if she was dancing. Every move was beautiful. She was like a butterfly, flashing through the crowd. Wherever her sword light passed, flesh and blood flew. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 corpses on the ground. It was the first time Mu Yun had seen such a beautiful sword technique. It was clean and untainted. There was no killing intent at all. It was as if she was dancing, as elegant as a fairy. Leng Jianxin lived up to her reputation as the best swordsman in the world. Her level of swordsmanship must have reached the level of sword body. Sword soul, and sword physique. Of these three great realms, sword physique was the most powerful. Sword techniques were a whole of their own and had a unique style. Once one reached this realm, one would be able to wield the sword freely. The sword was like the wind, the person was like a dragon, and a single sword strike was invincible. Leng Jianxin killed dozens of people in an instant. She rushed in front of Yang Yotian and stabbed her sword at him. Yang Yotian was a saint at the extreme level. He was one level higher than Leng Jianxin, but he couldn't resist Leng Jianxin's sword technique at all. He rolled on the ground and dodged in a hurry. Fang Tianyue, help me hold her back. I'm going to set up a formation. Yang Yotian shouted at Mu Yun. As long as he had time to set up a formation, Leng Jianxin would definitely die. Mu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to save Leng Jianxin, but looking at the situation now, Leng Jianxin could even kill Yang Yotian. Mu Yun controlled the puppet and flew out to block Leng Jianxin. He wanted to fight casually and pretend that he couldn't win. That way, Yang Yotian wouldn't have time to set up a formation. But when they really fought, Mu Yun realized that he didn't need to pretend anymore. He really couldn't win. Leng Jianxin's sword technique was tricky and ruthless. Sword chi filled the sky and enveloped him instantly. Before he could react, his throat was cut open and blood spurted out. Fang Tianyue! Yang Yutian exclaimed, thinking that Fang Tianyue had been killed. But in fact, Fang Tianyue had already become a puppet. As long as the core blood origin bead was still there, he would not die. However, Mu Yun did not control the puppet to stand up. She pretended to be dead. This Leng Jianxin's swordsmanship is indeed powerful. It has already formed its own system. I can't underestimate him. Mu Yun focused. His puppet had reached the extreme level of the Saint Realm, but Leng Jianxin had taken care of it with just a few slashes. His swordsmanship was invincible. The puppet alone would not be able to defeat Leng Jianxin unless he attacked himself. Leng Jianxin rushed forward with his sword, pointing it at Yang Yutian. Yang Yutian could not resist at all. His throat was slit. His formations were powerful, but his actual combat ability was not. If an enemy got close to him, he would definitely die before he could set up his formation. However, he did not die after his throat was slit. He took a few steps back and ran away. He said angrily, Leng Jianxin, just you wait. You dare to offend me? You're dead. Your jade-toed house will not have an easy time either. Yang Yutian ran away quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The disciples of Joding Trading also ran away. A famed blade? Leng Jianxin frowned. She had just slit Yang Yutian's throat, but he did not die. Obviously, he had a famed blade that could block a fatal attack. I should have cut his head off. Leng Jianxin sighed. However, her swordsmanship pursued efficiency. If she could slit the throat, she would not waste her energy like cutting off a head. If he doesn't die this time, he'll be prepared in the future. It won't be easy for me to attack him. He's the best ancient formation master in the world. If I'm suppressed by his formation again, I won't be able to escape. I heard that senior sister has come to Baiyun town. I'll go see her. Leng Jianxin's eyes were a little annoyed. She did not expect Yang Yutian to have a famed blade. If he escaped this time, there would be endless trouble. Thinking of the power of Yang Yutian's formation, Leng Jianxin could not help but feel a chill. She quickly left. Crack, seeing that everyone had left, Mu Yun controlled the puppet and stood up slowly. I can't believe no one wants the great magic cauldron. Mu Yun looked around. Yang Yutian had been focused on escaping and hadn't taken the great magic cauldron with him. Leng Jianxin hadn't taken it either. Mu Yun immediately put away the great demonic cauldron. Out of the 9 ancient cauldrons, he already had 4. They were the Thunder Emperor Cauldron, the Fire God Cauldron, the Water Mother Cauldron, and the Great Demonic Cauldron. Guai had said that if he could gather all 9 cauldrons, he would be able to unlock a huge secret. However, he did not know what that secret was. Mu Yun composed herself and continued to set off to pick the 7 Hearts begonia. Fortunately, he didn't suffer any losses from this setback. He even picked up the Great Magic Cauldron, which could be considered a gain. He had also witnessed the prowess of Yang Yutian and Leng Jianxin, especially Yang Yutian. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 ancient array master in the 3 elements realm. His array techniques were indeed impressive. Mu Yun was also quite interested in his sword cleansing array. It would be great if she could snatch it away. Mu Yun continued forward. 2 days later, she arrived at the place marked on the map, Water Heart Valley. The 7 Hearts begonia was in Water Heart Valley. Zhou Feishuan had said that after picking the 7 Hearts begonia, she had to hand it over to him within 7 days. Otherwise, the 7 Hearts begonia would wither and lose its medicinal effect. For safety reasons, Mu Yun first controlled the puppet to enter Water Heart Valley. Water Heart Valley was lush with lush vegetation and floating spirit chi. The surrounding vegetation was quite rich. There were also many strange flowers and herbs growing here. It was a treasure land. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw a group of corpses gathered in Water Heart Valley, clustered around a skeleton. This skeleton was without a doubt Heaven Eye Monarch. All that was left of the Heavenly Eye King's body was a skeleton. The only flesh left was his heart. His heart was covered by a thin layer of bone membrane and was beating loudly. Heaven Eye Monarch carefully held his chest, as if afraid that his heart would fall out. You guys go in and look for it. Help me pick the 7 Hearts Begonia. This 7 Hearts Begonia has the effect of expelling poison and restoring blood. It has the effect of regenerating flesh and bones. At the saint level, flesh and bones were not like immortals or gods. Once damaged, it would be difficult to recover. Heaven Eye Monarch gave his orders and warned again, but you guys have to be careful. The 7 Hearts Begonia is guarded by demonic beasts. You guys stall the demonic beasts. The rest of you go and pick the herbs. Hurry up and bring them to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on. Yes, Monarch. The group immediately set off, leaving behind a dozen people to take care of Heaven Eye Monarch. Monarch, are you all right? A corpse-eating disciple showed a concerned expression. Heaven Eye Monarch, one of the famous 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating race, had fallen to such a state. I'm fine. My chi explosion pearl is still here. What am I afraid of? When my body recovers, I will find Yang Yu Tian for revenge. Heaven Eye Monarch took out a pearl. The pearl was blue with the word origin engraved on it. It was one of the 5 great demonic tools, Chi Explosion Pearl. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. Didn't the Chi Explosion Pearl fall into the crevice and disappear? Why did it return? Look, my Chi Explosion Pearl is still here. This pearl has already recognized me as its master. Even if it fell into the crevice, it will crawl back out and return to my hand. It can be seen that I am a person with great luck. I won't fall so easily. Heaven Eye Monarch was calm and composed. The return of the Chi Explosion Pearl had restored his confidence. He no longer looked dispirited. As long as he could get the 7 Hearts Begonia and recover his flesh, he might be able to break through and rise again. Reaching the Great Saint Realm, Mu Yun looked at the Chi Explosion Pearl and was a little tempted. This Chi Explosion Pearl had heavenly origin runes. It could raise one's origin energy aura and temporarily increase one's strength. Heaven Eye Monarch was just an extreme saint, but after using the Chi Explosion Pearl, he immediately became a great saint. He was invincible and unstoppable. If not for Yang Yotian's formation being so tricky, he would have killed him long ago. Who is it? Mu Yun was thinking when Heaven Eye Monarch suddenly shouted. He looked over and immediately discovered the location of Mu Yun's puppet. Fong Tianyue, it's you bastard. Heaven Eye Monarch was furious. If not for Mu Yun stalling for time, Yang Yu Tian wouldn't have had the chance to set up the formation, and he wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable state. Kill him. Heaven Eye Monarch shouted. His disciples immediately drew their weapons and chased after him. Mu Yun was calm and collected. She silently controlled the puppet and ran towards the entrance of the valley. The group of corpse-eating beasts also chased after her. Soon, they reached the entrance of the valley and saw Mu Yun. Mu Yun, it's you. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw Mu Yun. Without saying a word, Mu Yun waved his hand and took out the Book of Earth Origin. He flipped to the forest page and a jade-green radiance spread out like a tide. The grass on the ground instantly rose up and became as sharp as a longsword. The cliffs around the valley cracked open with a cracking sound. Vines shot out like demonic snakes, grabbing all of the corpse-eating beast disciples and strangling them to death. I didn't expect Heaven Eye Monarch to also come to Waterheart Valley. If he gets the 7-hearted begonia, it will be bad. Mu Yun calmed herself down and kept the Earth Origin book. She strode into Waterheart Valley. Now that the situation was clear, there weren't any dangerous demonic beasts in the Waterheart Valley, but the Heavenly Eye King was here and wanted to seize the 7 Hearts Begonia. If the 7 Hearts Begonia was taken by him, Mu Yun would be in trouble. Mu Yun quietly went around Heaven Eye Monarch and entered the depths of Waterheart Valley. He didn't want to clash with Heaven Eye Monarch because Heaven Eye Monarch had the Chi Explosion Pearl. Once the Chi Explosion Pearl was released, Heaven Eye Monarch's origin Chi aura would increase several times and become Great Sage equal to Heaven. Mu Yun didn't have much confidence in dealing with a Great Sage expert. He was very clear about his goal. He only wanted to get a stalk of herb and didn't want to complicate matters. He came to the depths of Waterheart Valley and saw a huge beast. It looked like a lion and was covered in golden flames. This beast was called the Golden Fire Swan Lion and was the guardian beast of the seven-hearted begonia. Behind the Golden Fire Swan Lion was a large field of herbs. There were dozens of them. These herbs had 7 leaves and each leaf had a flower. The 7 flowers were of different colors and looked very beautiful. This is the seven-hearted begonia. There are so many of them. That's great. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. There were so many seven-hearted begonia and he only needed 1 stalk. Dozens of corpse-eating beasts were dealing with the Golden Fire Swan Lion. A few of them quietly went around and ran to the herb field to harvest the seven-hearted begonia. Don't touch my herbs. The Golden Fire Swan Lion suddenly spoke in human language. Its eyes were filled with anger. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flames, burning those who stole the herbs to death. Kill this beast first. Seeing this, everyone joined forces and attacked the Golden Fire Swan Lion. Ha ha ha, you bunch of little zombies want to fight me? What a joke. The Golden Fire Swan Lion's aura surged as it rampaged through the crowd. The golden flames on its body seemed to have a special restraining effect on the corpse-eating beasts. Waves of screams sounded as the corpse-eating beasts were utterly defeated. A bunch of trash. Let me do it. Mu Yun couldn't stand it anymore and flew out. Mu Yun, it's you. Everyone was shocked when they saw Mu Yun appear. Now that Mu Yun was a wanted criminal of the corpse-eating beasts, they naturally recognized him. Mu Yun looked at the Golden Fire Swan Lion and said coldly, "Submit to me or I'll kill you." A large death character appeared in his eyes. The Heavenly Slayer rune was ready to be released. Hee, you want me to submit to you? Dream on. The Golden Fire Swan Lion roared and pounced towards Mu Yun. You're courting death. Mu Yun opened the Eye of Heaven. The aura of the Heavenly Slayer rune whizzed out crazily. A strong aging curse descended on the Golden Fire Swan Lion's body. I am an ancient mutated beast with an ancient bloodline. Why would I be afraid of your little curse? The Golden Fire Swan Lion's aura surged wildly and directly shook off the curse aura. Seeing this, Mu Yun didn't panic. He directly pulled out the Star Emperor sword. A vast star aura and a monstrous emperor aura instantly erupted. Mu Yun held the Star Emperor sword and stood before the Gold Fire Swanee as he activated the baleful Star Saint physique. His entire body erupted with tyrannical baleful star energy, as if he was a war god that descended from the heavens. His entire sword surged with starlight as if it was condensed into a Milky Way. It's the Heart Extermination Saint artifact. The Goldfire Swanee could be considered to be knowledgeable and recognized the power of Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword with a glance. The Heart Extermination Saint artifact killed people's hearts and souls. Its destructive power was extremely great. The sword energy of Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword suffused out, and the Goldfire Swanee instantly felt a dangerous aura. It didn't sit and wait for death, but immediately pounced out violently as its body ignited with vigorous golden flames. It raised its claws and fiercely slapped down at Mu Yun. With a whoosh, it brought along a burst of brazen wind with the might of wind and thunder. What a powerful aura. Mu Yun was slightly surprised. This Goldfire Swanee was much more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. Moreover, the aura on its body was pure and majestic. It was obviously an ancient species that couldn't be underestimated. Mu Yun raised the Star Emperor sword and retreated instead of advancing, directly slashing at the Goldfire Swanee's body. He wanted to force the Goldfire Swanee to retreat and then seize the initiative. Only by seizing the initiative and pressing forward step by step, the Goldfire Swanee would absolutely not have the strength to fight back. Starburst Airflow Slash. Mu Yun shouted out explosively as he brandished his sword and furiously slashed out. The Milky Way sword energy was dazzling as it illuminated the entire sky and erupted with a ferocious aura. The Star Emperor sword itself carried the aura of stars. Coupled with the baleful Star Saint physique, the might of his Starburst Airflow Slash was incomparably powerful and had already reached the peak of second-grade Saint arts. Looking at Mu Yun's fierce sword, the Goldfire Swanee's expression was heavy, but it didn't shrink back. It still slapped down with its claws, wanting to slap Mu Yun to death. Hiss, Mu Yun's sword arrived first. With a hiss, it slashed open the Goldfire Swanee's flesh and the sword's edge directly collided with its bones. If it wasn't for its thick skin and flesh, this sword would have already sliced its waist. Bang, the golden fire swanee also slapped down with its claw. Just as it was about to slap Mu Yun to death, Mu Yun's body suddenly disappeared from her original spot. She teleported and dodged. Teleportation? The golden fire swanee was slightly shocked. She didn't expect Mu Yun to know such a wonderful movement technique. Its claw missed, and it smashed onto the ground with a bang. It smashed the ground to the point the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart, causing rocks to fly in all directions and dust to rise into the air, and its imposing manner was extremely ferocious. Mu Yun was secretly alarmed. This golden swanee's might was truly ferocious. If he was struck by its claws, he was afraid that his famed blade would be struck out. In terms of attacking, dodging, and cursing, Mu Yun was extremely powerful. However, her defense was too weak. Encountering a demonic beast like the golden fire swanee, her weakness was immediately exposed. If she had been hit just now, her famed blade would definitely have been knocked out. But fortunately, his movement technique was exquisite, and he instantly avoided the fatal blow. Now, the golden fire swanee's injuries were very serious. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen, and it was bleeding profusely. "You're still not willing to submit to me?" Mu Yun's expression turned cold. This golden fire swanee was a rather ferocious beast. If she could subdue it, it would naturally be a good thing. "Humph, I am an ancient sacred beast. How could I submit to a mere ant like you?" The golden fire swanee snorted coldly, and a lava-like breath spewed out of its nose. The bleeding on its body quickly stopped, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "In the past tens of thousands of years, I have used the 7 Hearts begonia to nurture an immortal body. Unless you can kill me with a single sword strike, you can forget about killing me." As the golden fire swanee spoke, the wound had completely healed, and not even a scar was left. Mu Yun was secretly alarmed. She didn't expect the golden fire swanee's recovery ability to be so strong. It seemed that this 7 Hearts begonia was indeed worthy of being a spiritual medicine that could revive the dead and regenerate flesh and bones. In the past tens of thousands of years, the golden fire swanee had consumed countless 7 Hearts begonia, and it had actually directly nurtured an immortal body. Immortal body. When the surrounding disciples of the corpse-eating beast race saw this scene, they were all pleasantly surprised. "Your Highness is saved. As long as we pick these herbs back, Your Highness's body will definitely recover. Hurry up and do it." Everyone swarmed into the medicinal field and began to crazily snatch the 7 Hearts begonia. "You little zombies, what are you trying to do?" The golden fire swanee was furious. It immediately slapped out with its claw, trying to stop the corpse-eating beast race from picking the herbs. Mu Yun saw the opportunity and immediately slashed out with her sword. The sword blade exploded with monstrous lightning. In the boundless void, the 9 heavens and 10 earths gathered towards the Star Emperor sword in a frenzy. In an instant, the Star Emperor sword exploded with a golden aura of thunder and purple lightning. Crackling sounds were heard, and the momentum was terrifying. Second tribulation lightning, lightning crescent moon slash. Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. A crescent moon sword aura mixed with the aura of the lightning tribulation whistled out and directly slashed towards the golden fire swanee's head. Although the golden fire swanee's recovery ability was very strong, Mu Yun did not believe that it could still survive if its head was chopped off. The golden fire swanee's expression changed drastically. It could only focus on the battle. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame, which directly turned into a resplendent flame shield in front of it. Bang! Mu Yun destroyed the raging flame shield with a single slash of his sword. Lightning and flames blended together and exploded, creating a loud rumbling sound. A powerful shockwave swept out, and a few corpse-eating beast disciples in the surroundings were struck by the shockwave and died on the spot. However, the remaining disciples were still fearless. They crazily picked the 7 Hearts begonia. In the blink of an eye, the entire medicinal field was gone. All the herbs were snatched away by them. "My elixirs!" The golden fire swanee was shocked and angry. It did not care about Mu Yun anymore. It hurriedly rushed out, wanting to snatch the herbs back. However, those corpse-eating beast race disciples quickly fled after snatching the herbs and quickly disappeared into the forest. The golden fire swan and I lifted its feet, wanting to run out and chase after them. Where do you think you're going? Muyan smiled and slashed out with her sword. Although the 7 Hearts begonia had been snatched away by the corpse-eating beast race, Muyan did not panic. That was because there were dozens of 7 Hearts begonia. The Heavenly Eye King would definitely not be able to use them all. The most important thing now was to kill the golden fire swan and I. Since this demonic beast was unwilling to submit, Muyan also had the intention to kill it. He did not have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Stinking brat, it's all your fault. You caused all my elixirs to be snatched away. The golden fire swan and I was furious and directly pounced over. In its rage, the aura on its body soared. Golden flames soared into the sky. Its entire body was bathed in the flames. It was like a flame saint beast. Its aura was so strong that it was suffocating. When Muyun saw the golden fire swan's ferocious appearance, he did not panic. Because such a fierce momentum would definitely not last long. Snow World, open. Muyun took out the Earth Origin book and flipped to the Snow World page. Pieces of goose feather snowflakes floated out from the pages. In an instant, the world was covered with snow and frost. The surrounding valley directly turned into a world of ice and snow. The trees and flowers were wrapped in silver. Look. Waves of intense cold air also whizzed out. Under the suppression of this cold air, the golden fire swan's aura also weakened a lot. Roar, the golden fire swan and I roared angrily and rushed over against the snowstorm. Its brute force was incomparably ferocious. It was simply earth-shattering. But no matter how ferocious its brute force was, it could not hurt Muyun. Swamp World, open. Muyun was calm and composed. She flipped a page of the Earth Origin book and created a swamp world. Puddles of swamp mud directly delayed the golden fire swan's footsteps. The golden fire swan and I found it difficult to move. It immediately roared angrily. In front of Muyun, even if it had earth-shattering strength, it could not display it. Little bastard, if you have the ability, fight me fair and square. What's so great about playing these little tricks? The golden fire swan and I gritted its teeth. It wished it could tear Muyun into pieces. But its feet were stuck in the mud and its footsteps were extremely sluggish. It could not even touch Muyun's clothes, so it was impossible to fight. Alright, I'll fight you fair and square. Muyun leaped into the air. In the sky, he immediately struck down with his palm. Between his fingers and palms, faint blue serrated water patterns appeared. These serrated water patterns were filled with a sharp aura and constantly cut the surrounding air, producing a sharp sound. A sharp whistling sound. 3 Tribulations Water. Heavenly Water Ancient Saber. On Muyun's palm, the heavenly splitting rune bloomed with a resplendent light. With the support of the heavenly splitting rune, his heavenly water ancient saber suddenly erupted with a fierce aura, as if it could cut the void of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the golden fire swan and I was secretly delighted. It was very happy that Muyun was finally willing to fight it fair and square. Although this heavenly water ancient saber was powerful, it had an immortal body and was not afraid. It directly raised the flames all over its body and prepared to fight Muyun. Muyun slashed at the golden fire swan's waist. The flames on the golden fire swan's body erupted. Just as it was about to counterattack, Muyun's figure suddenly disappeared. He had actually used an instant kill move and circled around the golden fire swan's head. Oh no! The golden fire swan and I turned pale with fright and wanted to block, but it was already too late. Muyun ruthlessly slashed at its neck. With a crack, its head was directly chopped off. Golden blood spurted out as hot as fire. A demonic beast is a demonic beast. Stupid. Muyun shook his head. He had already used his instant movement technique before. The golden fire swan and I also knew about it, but it was actually caught off guard and was attacked on the spot. It died. Although this demonic beast is a little stupid, its vitality is abundant and its body is strong. It's not bad to use it to refine a puppet. Muyun immediately took action and refined the golden fire swan and I into a puppet. He took off the lava book page from the Earth Origin book and stuffed it into the golden fire swan's heart to act as its energy core. The flames that emerged from the golden fire Xianxia's body also revealed a bright red magma-like color. From then on, its body carried the spiritual chi of the lava book page, and its strength was even stronger than before. With this golden fire Xianxia, I can resist a supreme saint-level expert in the future. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. What he was most afraid of now were supreme saint-level experts. Soon, he arrived at King Heavenly Eye's location. There was a pile of herbs beside King Heavenly Eye. They were all 7-heart begonia. He ate them one by one. Flesh and blood gradually grew on his white skeleton body. Not bad, not bad. These herbs are good. I didn't expect there to be dozens of them. Looks like my body will recover soon. King Heavenly Eye was overjoyed. As long as his body recovered, it would be time for him to counterattack. Yang Yutian was not powerful. It was just that his formations were a little tricky. As long as he attacked fiercely and did not give him time to set up his formations, he would definitely be killed. Mu Yun did not move. He hid in the dark and sent the golden fire Xianxia out. He did not want to complicate matters. He only wanted one herb. Just one was enough. Whoosh, the golden fire Xianxia was covered in flames. Every step it took was mixed with the whistling of flames. Its aura was extremely fierce. King Heavenly Eye and the disciples of the corpse-eating beast race were shocked when they saw the golden fire Xianxia. King, this beast is the guardian beast of the 7-heart begonia. A disciple said. King Heavenly Eye nodded. He looked coldly at the golden fire Xianxia and said, Beast, what are you doing here? I only want your herbs. Not killing you is already very merciful. Leave quickly and don't bother me. Mu Yun was furious when he heard this. He did not expect King Heavenly Eye to be so unreasonable. He did not want to cause trouble. He controlled the golden fire Xianxia and said, There are dozens of 7-heart begonia. I don't think you can eat that much. I only ask that you return one to me. One is enough. I will be grateful. Ha ha ha. What I snatched is mine. Heavenly Eye King laughed out loud. He picked up a 7-heart begonia and threw it on the ground. He stomped on it and said, Even if I throw it away, I won't give it back to you. What can you do to me? Hearing this, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He did not expect the Heavenly Eye King to be so barbaric. He would rather destroy the herb than return it to him. *CK off. I was talking to you nicely. I did not expect you to be so barbaric. Mu Yun could not bear it anymore. He jumped out and stood in front of King Heavenly Eye. He looked at him angrily. Mu Yun, so it's you. When the Heavenly Eye monarch saw Mu Yun appear, he was slightly surprised. Then, he laughed loudly. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you're here. My corpse-eating beast race is looking for you. You're looking to die. Heavenly Eye monarch's expression was cold. He waved his hand and shouted, Kill him. Yes, Your Highness. The group of corpse-eating beast clan disciples immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Mu Yun. Mu Yun rode on the golden fire Xianxia lion. In her rage, she directly started a massacre. She urged the golden fire Xianxia lion to rampage through the crowd. A violent aura wreaked havoc. Anyone who was hit by the golden fire Xianxia lion immediately bled to death. Eh? Why is this demonic beast so fierce? The Heavenly Eye monarch was slightly shocked. The ferocity of the golden lion was clearly out of his expectations. Mu Yun rode on the golden fire Xianxia as if she was in an unstoppable state, charging and crashing, instantly arriving in front of the Heavenly Eye monarch. Fixed body eye, activate. The Heavenly Eye monarch opened his palm. An eyeball suddenly appeared in the middle of his palm. It emitted a strange aura that was mixed with a strong curse. Mu Yun was attacked by the curse and instantly fell into a fixed state. I, the Heavenly Eye monarch, have 108 eyeballs on my body. Each eyeball has a different effect. After the Heavenly Eye monarch consumed the 7-heart begonia, his flesh and blood gradually recovered. The eyeballs that were washed away previously reappeared one by one. Mu Yun immediately circulated the golden fire Xianxia lion's blood chi to break free from the fixed body curse's aura and firmly protected her body. But she did not make a sound. She pretended to be controlled by the curse and still maintained her fixed state. No matter how powerful you are, you don't have any resistance. Under the suppression of my curse, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, you can't use them. The Heavenly Eye Monarch saw that Mu Yun had fallen into a fixed state and could not move. He was relieved. He pulled out his long saber and walked in front of Mu Yun. He laughed coldly and said, "Die." "Who?" The Heavenly Eye Monarch waved his saber wildly and slashed towards Mu Yun's neck. He was about to chop off Mu Yun's head. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Mu Yun snorted and immediately grabbed Heavenly Eye Monarch's wrist. He then pulled Heavenly Eye Monarch over. "What?" The Heavenly Eye Monarch was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun to not be controlled by the curse. In his haste, he did not expect Mu Yun to be able to counterattack. He was not prepared at all. He staggered and was pulled over by Mu Yun. "Golden Fire Swanee Lion, do it!" Mu Yun shouted coldly. The Golden Fire Swanee Lion immediately opened its mouth and spat out a gush of lava flames towards the Heavenly Eye Monarch. "Who?" The Heavenly Eye Monarch's entire body burned. He let out a mournful scream. The flesh that just grew out of his body was instantly burned by the flames. "Monarch!" The surrounding disciples of the corpse-eating beast race shouted. But they were afraid of Mu Yun's might. No one dared to go near. They could only watch as the Heavenly Eye Monarch was burned by the flames. The Heavenly Eye Monarch fell to the ground and rolled around. The lava flames had burned his bones to ashes. His screams quickly died down. In the end, only a black skull was left, lying on top of a pile of ashes. Mu Yun spurred the Golden Swanee to charge forward and stomped on the skull, crushing it to pieces. "I killed the Heavenly Eye Monarch so easily. How lucky." Mu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He brushed away the ashes of the Heavenly Eye Monarch and saw a blue pearl. On it was a large origin word. It was one of the 5 great demonic artifacts, the explosive chi pearl. This explosive chi pearl had heavenly origin runes. It could temporarily increase a person's strength. It was extremely powerful in battle. When the Heavenly Eye Monarch used the explosive chi pearl, he immediately turned into the great sage equaling heaven. Mu Yun picked up the explosive chi pearl and held it in his hand. Just as he was about to keep it, he suddenly realized that in the depths of the explosive chi pearl, there seemed to be a round object embedded in it. Upon closer inspection, there was actually an eyeball embedded in the explosive chi pearl. That eyeball was still moving, as if it was alive. Not good. Mu Yun's expression changed. He immediately threw the explosive chi pearl out. "Hee, kid, your reaction is fast. I still wanted to take root in your body." The Heavenly Eye Monarch's voice rang out. That explosive chi pearl twisted and changed. In the end, it turned into a fist-sized eyeball. The eyeball had veins growing out of it. It looked very strange. "Monarch. Monarch is not dead?" The surrounding disciples of the corpse-eating beast race were stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. That huge eyeball seemed to be the Heavenly Eye Monarch. But the Heavenly Eye Monarch's ghostly appearance was too shocking. They could not accept it. "Of course I'm not dead." The Heavenly Eye Monarch snorted. The eyeball flew over and attached itself to a disciple's chest. That disciple screamed and died on the spot. His body was taken away by the Heavenly Eye Monarch. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. Luckily he reacted quickly and threw the explosive chi pearl out. Otherwise, the Heavenly Eye Monarch's eyeball would take root in his hand. It would be difficult to deal with it. He also realized that the explosive chi pearl could climb out of the crevice. It was not because the Heavenly Eye Monarch had great luck. It was because he had already embedded an eyeball in it. That was why he could control the treasure to return. "This body is a little weak. I'll just make do with it." The Heavenly Eye Monarch stretched his waist and slowly got used to this body. His gaze landed on Mu Yun. He could not help but lick his lips. "This body of yours might be more useful." Whoosh, the moment the Heavenly Eye Monarch finished speaking, his body rushed out. "Lightning Eye, activate." An eyeball popped out from his ankle. His speed also became very fast. He left behind afterimages in the void and instantly rushed in front of Mu Yun. The Heavenly Eye Monarch could open 108 eyeballs. Each eyeball had a miraculous effect. Once the lightning eye was opened, his speed would become as fast as lightning. It was very powerful. Giant Spirit Eye, activate. The Heavenly Eye Monarch rushed in front of Mu Yun and immediately slapped out. The Giant Spirit Eye opened in his palm. His palm instantly became 100 times bigger. It turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and pressed down on Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face changed. The Heavenly Eye Monarch's secret technique was extremely strange. If Yang Yutian was here, he could set up the Great Sword Cleansing Formation and wash away all of the Heavenly Eye Monarch's eyeballs. But Mu Yun did not know such a formation. Your demonic technique is indeed strange. You have an eyeball. I have one too. Mu Yun calmed down and immediately opened her Heaven's Eye. A death rune appeared on her eyeball. The aura of the Heavenly Slayer rune swept out like a tide. It's the Heavenly Slayer rune. The Heavenly Eye Monarch's face changed. He felt an intense aging aura spread out. As soon as his hand came into contact with the aging curse, wrinkles popped out, and his entire hand withered up. In the blink of an eye, he began to age and lose all of his blood energy. Under the effects of the aging curse, the surrounding disciples of the corpse-eating beast race all became white-haired, and their bodies rapidly aged. When the mountain wind blew, their old and weak bodies directly fell to the ground and exploded on the spot. However, no blood flowed out. All of their blood and spiritual chi had already withered. There was not a bit left. In the blink of an eye, all of the corpse-eating beast disciples had died of old age. The Heavenly Slayer rune's killing power was too great. If an ordinary person touched it, their bloodline and spiritual chi would wither and die instantly. The Heavenly Eye Monarch's body was just the body of an ordinary corpse-eating beast. Naturally, it could not withstand the impact of the Heavenly Slayer rune. Exploding Chi Pearl, activate. The Heavenly Eye Monarch immediately activated the Exploding Chi Pearl. A majestic aura of origin energy poured into his body. His aura skyrocketed, and he instantly turned into the Great Sage. The Heavenly Slayer rune rushed over, but the Heavenly Eye Monarch blocked it. The body of a Great Sage was unparalleled. It could directly block the impact of the curse. Of course, if it was a true Great Saint expert, like Zhou Feishuan, his resistance would be very high. No matter how powerful Mu Yun's Heaven Slayer rune was, it wouldn't be able to harm a true Great Saint. But the Heavenly Eye King was only a temporary Great Saint. His resistance was very weak. As long as Mu Yun was given 15 minutes, he could kill the Heavenly Eye King. Little bastard, you actually forced me to use the explosive Chi Pearl. I'm going to kill you. The Heavenly Eye King was furious. He had already used the explosive Chi Pearl once today. If he used it again, the explosive Chi Pearl wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Who, the Heavenly Eye King threw out a punch. It was ferocious and unparalleled, heading straight for Mu Yun. The aura of a great saint was vast and invincible. Mu Yun was sure that if he was hit by the Heavenly Eye King's punch, he would definitely die. Nether Void Earring. Mu Yun immediately released the Nether Void Earring, and the curse of weakness spread out. The Heavenly Eye King groaned. He felt that his strength had weakened a lot. The strength of his fist was also greatly reduced. Damn it, it's another curse. How do you know so many curse techniques? The Heavenly Eye King gritted his teeth. Curse techniques were a great saint expert's ability. But Mu Yun, a middle saint, actually knew so many curse techniques. He quickly calmed his mind and used half of his cultivation to defend against the curse. Then, he threw out another punch. But this punch was only half of his strength. It wasn't as powerful as before. The pressure on Mu Yun was greatly reduced. He was secretly happy. He immediately urged the Golden Fire Swanee to charge towards the Heavenly Eye King. If the Heavenly Eye King attacked with all his strength, he would naturally be wary. But with only half of his strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Little bastard, even if I only use half of my strength, I can still kill you. The Heavenly Eye King saw that Mu Yun still dared to charge towards him. He immediately sneered and threw out a punch. His punch was naturally only half of his strength. This was something that couldn't be helped. Mu Yun had too many curse techniques. He had to reserve his strength for defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died if he was entangled by the curse. Starburst Airflow Chop. Mu Yun activated the baleful Star Saint Physique, drew the Star Emperor sword, and violently slashed out. A sword light that was as resplendent as the Milky Way whistled as it sped out, and it had the momentum to slash through the heavens and the earth. Starburst Airstream Chop? Isn't this the little Saint Art? How can it be so powerful? The Heavenly Eye King's expression changed slightly. He felt that Mu Yun's sword contained the might of the stars in the heavens and earth. It was truly difficult to block. According to where he was, the starry current slash was only a little Saint Art. However, Mu Yun's sword had the power of a second-grade Saint Art. Its aura was extremely powerful and was almost comparable to a third-grade Saint Art. Left without a choice, Heavenly Eye King used 70% of his strength to block Mu Yun's sword chi. Bang, the fist and the sword collided, creating a shockwave. Mu Yun and Heavenly Eye King stood still, allowing the wind to howl around them. The two of them were evenly matched. Fortunately, I have the golden fire Swanee. Otherwise, I would have died in this exchange. Mu Yun touched the mane on the golden fire Swanee's neck and was secretly glad. He was only a middle-grade saint, but he was actually able to fight evenly with a great saint expert. It was all thanks to the golden fire Swanee. He rode on the golden fire Swanee and his strength had increased tremendously. However, he was able to fight evenly with the Heavenly Eye King. Fortunately, the Heavenly Eye King had to guard against the curse and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, Mu Yun might not be able to win. The gap between their realms was too big. The moment the exchange ended, the Heavenly Eye King wanted to retract his strength to defend himself from the curse. However, Mu Yun was quick and had already discovered the Heavenly Eye King's weakness. Taking advantage of the fact that the Heavenly Eye King's body was defenseless, she immediately took out the sleepless ring. A strong curse of drowsiness spread out like a tide. Not good. The Heavenly Eye King's expression changed. He did not expect Mu Yun to react so quickly. Before he could defend himself, the curse of drowsiness had already rushed over. Buzz, in a split second, the Heavenly Eye King felt dizzy. His body swayed and wanted to fall to the ground and sleep. He screamed in his heart. Don't sleep, don't sleep. If I fall asleep now, I will never have the chance to wake up again. Poochie, the Heavenly Eye King swung his blade and chopped off his left hand. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The intense pain caused the sleepiness in his mind to disappear, and he immediately regained his consciousness. At the crucial moment of life and death, the Heavenly Eye King displayed the courage of a hero. He was an expert. Mu Yun's face congealed. A true expert was not only powerful in terms of strength, but also in terms of spirit and fighting spirit. The Heavenly Eye King was undoubtedly an expert. A hero cutting off his wrist, that was a great courage. Little bastard, seems like I have underestimated you. The Heavenly Eye King clenched his teeth and held on to the wound on his hand. Mu Yun's curse technique was powerful beyond his imagination. He was not afraid of ordinary curses, but the curse from the ancient ornaments was too strong. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. You used a curse to win against me. That's not glorious. Just you wait, I will settle this with you in the future. The Heavenly Eye King held on to his wound and turned to leave. He did not want to continue fighting. Stop, we have not decided the victor. Mu Yun's face sunk. She did not expect the Heavenly Eye King to want to leave. If I, the Heavenly Eye King, want to leave, who can stop me? The Heavenly Eye King snorted and left immediately. He said with disdain, you little bastard, only your curse is powerful. Wait for me to go back and think of a way, then we can continue fighting. Haha, you think I only know how to curse? Earth Origin Book, stop him for me. Mu Yun took out the Earth Elemental Book and flipped to the forest page. A vigorous green aura immediately spread out, and the entire valley became overflowing with vitality. Tender shoots broke out of the ground, and then grew at a crazy speed, instantly turning into a forest. Instantly, they turned into towering trees. In a blink of an eye, the entire valley turned into a forest world. The Heavenly Eye King wanted to leave, but dozens of tree demons popped out and blocked his path. Poisonous vines popped out from the tree demons' bodies and coiled around the heavenly I King. Stalks of grass grew out like blades and turned into a cage, trapping the heavenly I King. Under the nourishment of the aura of the Earth Origin book, the seven-hearted begonia on the ground had also turned into man-eating flowers. The 7 petals represented 7 ferocious mouths filled with dense rows of sharp teeth, causing one to feel a chill down their spine. Mu Yun had 5 pages of the Earth Origin book. The forest page was the most powerful existence. When the forest world was created, it was an army of countless plants. A forest page was an army of thousands. The heavenly I King's face was filled with shock. He did not expect so many plant monsters to suddenly appear. His body was instantly bound and locked in the grass cage, unable to escape. "Kill him!" Mu Yun shouted. The man-eating flowers that were transformed from 7-hearted begonia opened their 7 bloody mouths and tried to devour the heavenly I King. "You want to stop me with just a bunch of weeds and wildflowers?" The heavenly I King was enraged. Demonic chi erupted from his body and he broke free from the cage. Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art, 4th Transformation, activate. The heavenly I King shouted and activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. A pitch-black Corpse Emperor saber appeared in his hand. Mu Yun did not have the 4th Transformation secret manual. He only had the 3rd Transformation. Compared to the 3rd Transformation secret manual, the 4th Transformation secret manual was more powerful. It could condense chi into a saber, a Corpse Emperor saber. The heavenly I King wielded the Corpse King saber and slaughtered his way through the forest. The tree demons that blocked his way were all killed. The man-eating flowers around him were also destroyed. There was nothing in the forest that could withstand his saber. The 4th Transformation secret manual seems to be more powerful than my baleful star sacred body. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Looking at the heavenly I King's ferocious appearance, the 4th Transformation secret manual was obviously more powerful than his baleful star sacred body. 3rd Calamity Water, Heavenly Water Ancient Saber. Mu Yun flew out and slashed the heavenly I King with her Star Emperor sword. A series of water ripples burst out from the tip of the sword. The heavenly water ancient saber's sharp aura slashed towards the heavenly I King. The heavenly I King was slightly shocked as he felt a strong killing aura. Those water ripples seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. The aura was extremely sharp. If he was hit by it, he would be sliced into pieces. The heavenly I King calmed himself down and slashed out with his Corpse Emperor saber. However, Mu Yun's body suddenly disappeared. She teleported and appeared behind him. "You want to trick me with your petty tricks?" The heavenly I King sneered and immediately slashed his saber towards Mu Yun. Suddenly, he felt that his life was being shackled. His aura was stifled and he could not even maintain the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. The saber did not have any aura and it was just a normal slash. Mu Yun opened her left hand and a necklace was hanging on it. It was emitting a seductive aura. "Sorry, the curse is still better." Mu Yun smiled and released the curse of the bewitching necklace. Although the heavenly I King's body was guarded, and normal curses could not hurt him, Mu Yun used the curse at such a close distance. The aura of the curse was too strong and the heavenly I King could not block it. Oh no! The heavenly I King was shocked. His body's defense was very good. Even if he was hit by the curse at such a close distance, the negative effect would only last for a second. However, this second was too fatal. This was the charm curse. Once one fell into the charm state, they would not be able to use any techniques or treasures. Clang, the heavenly I King's chi explosion pearl fell to the ground. Under the attack of the charm curse, he could not even release his treasures. Without the chi explosion pearl, his aura instantly weakened and he returned to his original state. He was no longer a great saint expert. His Corpse Emperor Tyrannical body could not be activated. The Corpse Emperor saber in his hand let out a sad cry and dissipated into smoke. All the eyeballs on his body were closed. Under the effect of the charm curse, he could not even use his bewitching eye technique. Mu Yun's face was solemn. The curse could only last for a second. She did not hesitate and immediately pierced the heavenly I King's heart. The heavenly I King took a step back. He did not die. It turned out that he had a famed saber. He immediately turned and ran. Famed saber? Even a famed saber is useless. Die obediently. I have already killed Prince Xiaoming of the 4 heavenly kings. I don't mind killing one more. Mu Yan's face was cold. He did not want to fight, he only wanted a stalk of herb. But this heavenly king was too much. He would rather trample the herb and throw it away than return it to him. He could not take it anymore. Mu Yun did not say anything and killed heavenly king with a sword. He waved his hand and devoured heavenly king's aura. This heavenly king was a Saint Extreme Realm expert. His aura was very powerful. After Mu Yun devoured and purified it, he immediately felt his cultivation rising. Soon, I am about to advance. Mu Yun felt his aura surging. This was the sign of a breakthrough. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. The golden fire Swanee was guarding him. The wild beasts nearby did not dare to disturb him. 5 days later, Mu Yun opened his eyes. He felt the aura in his body was vast and mighty. He had obviously broken through the middle realm and directly advanced to the Saint Extreme Realm. His body was filled with aura. He could not help but roar to the sky. His roar was majestic and intense. It was like the roar of a dragon and tiger, resounding through the mountains and valleys. Very good, very good. I did not expect to advance to the Saint Extreme Realm so quickly. Mu Yun was overjoyed. He was very satisfied. His speed of advancement could only be described as terrifying. After his advancement, he kept the heavenly king's Qi Explosion Pearl. The Qi Explosion Pearl had the heavenly origin rune. Mu Yun calculated and thought, I have already obtained 3 of the 6 great runes. Out of the 6 great runes, Heavenly Slayer and Heavenly Origin were all in his hands. He only needed 3 more to complete the 6 great runes. Mu Yun kept the Qi Explosion Pearl and picked up the 7-heart begonia that was scattered on the ground. The material of the begonia was much dimmer than before. It seemed to be about to dry up. Oh, no, this is bad. Mu Yun suddenly realized. Zhou Feishuan had said that after the 7-heart begonia was unearthed, it could only survive for 7 days. After 7 days, the 7-heart begonia would wither. Now that 5 days had passed, there were only 2 days left. This place was far away from Baiyun town. It was not possible to fly in the ancient ruins. We have to hurry back. Mu Yun's expression was heavy. She immediately put away the 7-hearted begonia and rode the golden fire Swanee towards Baiyun town. The golden Swanee's running speed was very fast, and its qi and blood were very strong. No demonic beasts dared to block the way. Mu Yun thought that she should be able to rush back to Baiyun town in 2 days. Halfway through the run, Mu Yun suddenly realized that his fingers were moving. She looked down and saw that the hair wrapped around his fingers was twisting. This strand of hair was given to him by Miao Shuani. She said that if the mortal origin brush was nearby, this strand of hair would react. Could it be that the mortal Yuan brush is nearby? Mu Yun was astonished. This strand of hair was fluctuating more and more intensely. It was obvious that the primordial brush was nearby. Let's go and take a look first. Mu Yun immediately urged the golden fire Swanee into the nearby forest. Although time was tight and there were only 2 days left before the 7 hearts begonia would wither, the mortal Yuan brush was nearby. If she didn't take a look, how could Mu Yun bear to leave? I'll just take a look. I'll take a look and leave immediately. Mu Yun pondered and soon arrived at the place where the mortal Yuan brush's aura was emitted. This was a bare cliff. There was not a single flower or tree on the mountain. Where's the mortal Yuan brush? Mu Yun was stunned. The mortal Yuan brush's aura was indeed emitted from here, but he didn't see the mortal Yuan brush's existence. He looked around and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything strange. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark and the moon rose. Sigh, maybe I'm not fated to be with the mortal Yuan brush. Mu Yun shook his head and sighed. A treasure like the mortal Yuan brush couldn't be obtained without good fortune. He didn't have time. If he didn't return to Baiyun town, the 7 hearts begonia would wither. He had no choice but to turn around and leave on the golden fire Swanee. Mu Yun really couldn't bear to go back empty-handed. He looked back and suddenly realized that under the moonlight, the reflection of the cliff was very strange. It looked like a brush. He took a closer look, and sure enough, the reflection of the cliff was a pen. Could it be that this cliff is the mortal Yuan brush? Mu Yun was shocked. He looked at the bare cliff. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a brush. Save me, save me. Suddenly, Mu Yun heard a voice that was as weak as a thread. Who's talking? Mu Yun was surprised. He quietly walked forward and realized that there was a person under the cliff. It was a white-haired old man who had been suppressed by the cliff for many years. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. When he saw Mu Yun appear, his turbid eyes revealed an excited expression. Mu Yun was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be someone here. Who are you? Mu Yun's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't know who this person was, but he was suppressed here. I'm the 5th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch, Yan Nanfei. That person was on the verge of death and was panting when he spoke. You're the 5th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch? Mu Yun frowned. The president of Jioding Trading was called 9 Cauldrons patriarch. It had been passed down from the 1st generation to the 5th generation. According to Mu Yun's knowledge, the 5th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch was indeed called Yan Nanfei. 100 years ago, the 4th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch was killed by the black-clothed swordswoman. The water cauldron was also taken away, and Jioding Trading fell into chaos. Yan Nanfei became the 5th generation patriarch in the chaos. Yan Nanfei is doing well outside. He's even preparing to establish the North Alliance and start a war with the corpse-eating beasts. If you say that you're Yan Nanfei, I'm afraid you can't lie to me. Mu Yun shook his head. This person was talking nonsense. Yan Nanfei was clearly outside, and he was the leader of the North Alliance. How could he be suppressed here? Start a war? Jioding Trading values peace. Peace breeds wealth. Why do we have to start a war? The old man was shocked, and immediately revealed a look of grief and indignation. It must be that traitorous disciple. He's dreaming of unifying the world again. Once the flames of war start, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Our Jioding Trading has sinned deeply. The old man cried when he spoke of grief and indignation. Mu Yun saw that he was sincere and did not seem to be pretending. She asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The old man said, "I'm the 5th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch, Yan Nanfei. The one outside is a fake. It's a puppet." What? Mu Yun turned pale with fright when he heard this. The old man continued, "That traitorous disciple of mine is called the Great Sage. He suppressed me here and made a puppet to pretend to be me. He took my place and controlled the entire Jioding Trading behind the scenes." The old man sighed, looking extremely pained. "That traitorous disciple of mine is delusional. He always says that he wants to unify the world, but our Jioding Trading is a business. We've always paid attention to peace and prosperity. Why would we start a war?" Is what you said true?" Mu Yun's face darkened. The Great Sage was the first true disciple of Jioding Trading, and he was ranked 2nd on the experts' ranking. There were very few legends about the Great Sage because he was extremely low-key. He had only made a move once since his debut. 100 years ago, the black-clothed swordswoman killed the 4th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch and wanted to destroy the entire Jioding Trading. At the critical moment, the Great Sage made a move and defeated the black-clothed swordswoman, protecting the foundation of Jioding Trading. Because of this battle, he surpassed the black-clothed swordswoman and was ranked 2nd on the experts' ranking. However, from the old man's words, the Great Sage seemed to have betrayed his master and ancestors, and he wanted to unify the world. Mu Yun took out the Heaven Origin mirror and shone it on the old man. She said, "Say it again. Who are you?" "I'm Yan Nanfei." "It's true. I'm the 5th generation 9 Cauldrons patriarch, Li Haoyan's master." The old man was extremely emotional, and tears flowed down his face. "You really are Yan Nanfei." Mu Yun turned pale with fright. Under the Heaven Origin mirror's reflection, the old man did not show any inner demons. It was obvious that he was not lying. Everything he said was true. "Get me out of here. Hurry up and get me out of here. When I regain my position, I'll give you everything you want." The Jiaoding trading is the richest in the world. I have everything. Yan Nanfei's voice trembled. Mu Yun finally believed him. I can get you out of here, but you have to let me plant a seal of life and death in your head. Seal of life and death? Yan Nanfei's expression changed. He had obviously heard of the legend of the seal of life and death. Once this thing was planted in his body, he would have to obey Mu Yun's whims in the future. If Mu Yun suffered any harm, he would also suffer. Think about it carefully. Mu Yun's expression was still. She did not urge Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Very good. Mu Yun nodded and immediately released the seal of life and death. Yan Nanfei did not resist and directly accepted it. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, she was not afraid of Yan Nanfei playing tricks. Tell me, how do I get you out of here? If I'm not wrong, this mountain is the legendary mortal Yuan brush, right? Mu Yun looked at the bare cliff. If it was an ordinary mountain, he could directly destroy it and save Yan Nanfei. However, this was the mortal Yuan brush. It was obviously impossible to destroy it. I didn't expect you to recognize the mortal Yuan brush. That's right, this mountain is the mortal Yuan brush. Back then, my traitorous disciple used the mortal Yuan brush to suppress me. Yan Nanfei thought of the past and immediately gritted his teeth. He's really willing to use the mortal Yuan brush to suppress you. It's better to keep this Dharma treasure for his own use. He can't use it. The mortal Yuan brush has already given birth to wisdom and an artifact spirit. The first on the expert list is the artifact spirit of the mortal Yuan brush, Ao Renwang. Ao Renwang is the artifact spirit of the mortal Yuan brush? Mu Yun was speechless. He had also heard of Ao Renwang, who was ranked first on the expert list. It was said that this person's identity was very mysterious and his cultivation was extremely powerful. No one knew his background. However, Yan Nanfei actually said that Ao Renwang was the artifact spirit of the mortal Yuan brush. Back then, my traitorous disciple offered a very high price to entrust Ao Renwang to suppress me. The price was too tempting and huge. Ao Renwang could not help but cooperate with him and directly suppressed me. Yan Nanfei spoke of the past with grief and indignation. It's a long story. I don't have time. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Yan Nanfei coughed with a pained expression. I have to suffer the suppression of the mortal Yuan brush every day. Most of the time, I can only sleep to reduce the pain. I can't hold on any longer. Don't go. Wait for me here. I'll teach you how to save me tomorrow at this time. With that, Yan Nanfei fell into a deep sleep. Senior Yan. Mu Yun shouted, but Yan Nanfei was already asleep. If I don't go back now, the 7 hearts begonia will wither. But if I leave and Senior Yan can't see me tomorrow, what should I do? Mu Yun was caught in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, he decided to leave the puppet Feng Tianyue behind and return to Baiyun Town first. He had consumed the black-clothed swordswoman's Skycorpse poison pill and needed the 7 hearts begonia to refine the antidote. Now, the 7 hearts begonia was about to wither. Time was of the essence. Mu Yun immediately left the puppet behind and rode the golden Swanee back to Baiyun Town. In the early morning, Mu Yun was running when he suddenly heard a familiar voice in front of him. It was Yang Yu Tian. Yang Yu Tian is nearby. Mu Yun's face darkened. Yang Yu Tian was the #1 ancient array master in the 3 elements realm. His array skills were quite powerful, and Mu Yun had seen them before. I've already advanced to the greater immortal realm. Even if his array skills are powerful, I don't have to be afraid of anything. Mu Yun composed himself. After advancing to the greater immortal realm, he was much stronger. As long as he acted decisively and didn't give Yang Yu Tian time to set up his array, he could easily kill Yang Yu Tian. Mu Yun remained silent and quietly hid in the nearby forest. Sure enough, he saw Yang Yu Tian leading a team on horseback and resting in the nearby open space. The mortal Yuan brush is nearby. Let me tell you a secret. The mortal Yuan brush looks like a mountain, and an old monster is suppressed under the cliff. Today, I'm going to kill to prove my Tao. I'm going to prove my Tao by killing that old monster and reach the Supreme Saint realm. Yang Yutian took out his water skin and drank a mouthful of strong wine. He seemed quite excited. A disciple asked, Master Yang, what kind of old monster is it that we need to use the mortal origin brush to suppress it? Yang Yutian chuckled. If I tell you the name of this old monster, I'm afraid you'll be scared to death. Better not. Mu Yun listened to Yang Yotian's words and was secretly shocked. In terms of seniority, Yan Nanfei was Yang Yotian's master. Could it be that Yang Yutian wanted to kill his master? Yang Yutian, do you want to kill your master? Mu Yun stepped forward and looked at Yang Yutian coldly. The crime of killing one's master was extremely vile and would greatly damage one's own fortune. However, Yang Yutian actually wanted to kill his master to prove his Tao. This was truly shocking. When a sage ascended to become a great sage, the heavens were equal to attaining the Tao. The various sects and clans all had different methods of attaining the Tao. There were some who attained the Tao through killing, but he had never heard of anyone killing their own master. Mu Yun, it's you! Yang Yutian exclaimed. His subordinates all drew their weapons and were on guard with murderous intent. No one expected Mu Yun to suddenly appear. Yang Yutian, the old monster you're talking about is actually your master, Yan Nanfei. Do you want to kill him? Mu Yun asked sternly. Yang Yutian said, What nonsense are you talking about? His heart trembled, and he thought to himself, Senior brother Hao Yan refused to tell me, so I bought the information from the divination pavilion. Yan Nanfei, that old bag of bones, is being suppressed by the origin brush. If I kill him, I can kill my master to confirm my Tao and ascend to the great saint realm. How did this kid know? The surrounding disciples of the Jiuding trading were all secretly puzzled when they heard Mu Yun's words. Yan Nanfei was enjoying life in the trading company. How could he be suppressed by the mortal origin brush? You still dare to deny it? You're crazy and want to kill your own master. Mu Yun took out the heavenly origin mirror and was about to reveal Yang Yotian's inner demon. But Yang Yutian was very vigilant. He immediately retreated, then waved his hand and shouted, This kid is a wanted criminal. All of you, attack together and kill him. Understood. The dozens of disciples of the Jiuding trading immediately gathered into a formation and surrounded Mu Yun. Like a huge wave, they charged toward Mu Yun. Divine Slayer Rune, activate. The rune pattern appeared above Mu Yun's eyes. Waves of intense aging curse spread out wildly. Plop, plop, bodies fell down one by one. Anyone who came into contact with the aging curse immediately exhausted their lifespan and turned into withered corpses. The Divine Slayer rune was very effective in combat. When encountering enemies below the Great Sage Realm, it was almost a one-sided massacre. Unless they had resistance, they could absolutely withstand the impact of the aging curse. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yotian's team was completely wiped out. Not a single one was left alive. Divine Slayer rune. Why is the Divine Slayer rune in your hands? Yang Yutian was completely stunned. The Divine Slayer rune was the most terrifying of the 6 great runes. He didn't expect it to be in Mu Yun's hands, and that Mu Yun had successfully refined it. I won't give you time to set up a formation. Die. Mu Yun stood motionless. Her eyes opened, and the curse of the Divine Slayer rune was released. It pressed down on Yang Yutian. Ha ha ha, I am the top ancient formation master of the 3 origin realm. No matter how powerful your rune is, it won't scare me. Yang Yutian laughed. His body bloomed with blue light, and an illusory shadow appeared. This shadow was a very cold and arrogant man, filled with the aura of a great sage expert. This illusory figure of a great sage expert was guarding Yang Yutian. Mu Yun's aging curse rushed over, but it didn't hurt Yang Yutian. It was blocked by the illusory figure of the great sage. Fortunately, senior brother Hao Yan gave me a great sage Dharma body. It has resistance and can withstand the curse. No matter how powerful your rune is, it won't hurt me. Rings of blue light bloomed on Yang Yotian's body. No matter how powerful Mu Yun's aging curse was, it couldn't hurt him. His protective aura was called the Great Sage Dharma Body. After entering the Great Sage realm, the first refinement was the Golden Body, and the second refinement was the Dharma Body. The Golden Body increased defense, and the Dharma Body increased resistance. This was the foundation of a great sage expert. As long as the golden body and Dharma body were refined, the entire person would be reborn. Mu Yun also had a golden body of the great sage. It was left behind by the top mercenary of the three-origin realm, Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, his golden body of the great sage was destroyed by a punch when he fought Plague Emperor Su Yin. This was because the golden body of the great sage only increased defense. It couldn't withstand the attack of the curse. The only treasure that could increase resistance was the Dharma body of the great sage. Yang Yotian's protective aura was the Dharma body. Clang, Mu Yun pulled out the Star Emperor sword. Since the curse was useless, he didn't waste any time. He directly stabbed with his sword. The Dharma body had high resistance, but its defense was extremely weak. It was the complete opposite of the golden body. As long as his sword hit Yang Yutian wouldn't be able to resist. The Heart Destroyer. How can you control the Heart Destroyer? Yang Yutian was shocked when he saw Mu Yun's sword. That was because Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword was a second-grade Heart Exterminator Saint weapon. This kind of saint weapon could exterminate a person's heart and soul, and its destructive power was extremely high. Normally, only great saints could wield it. Even Yang Yutian, who was an supreme-level expert, couldn't use the Heart Destroyer unless he burned his lifespan. But now, Mu Yun held the Star Emperor sword. The sword was like a shooting star. It came straight at him without any hesitation. Yang Yotian's face turned serious. The Heart Destroyer was really capable of killing people's minds. Even if he was an supreme-level expert, he couldn't withstand the Heart Destroyer's sharpness. If he was hit, he would definitely die. You won't have time to set up a formation under my sword. Die obediently. Mu Yun swung her sword wildly. The sword exploded with a monstrous star chi. It rolled like the sea and was incomparably vast. Yang Yutian snorted coldly and suddenly took out a formation map. This formation map was obviously a leader formation. It emitted bits of starlight. Yang Yutian spread the formation map on the ground and burned his lifespan to activate it. His lifespan was rapidly draining, and the formation map he released covered the entire ground. Buzz, the ground seemed to turn into a galaxy. A dazzling leader formation suddenly appeared. Even if I don't have time to set up a formation, I can kill you with the formation map. Yang Yutian clasped his hands and shouted, "Third-grade leader formation, star mistake formation, open." He stood in the center of the formation. His expression was as cold as water. The formation map could be released instantly. It only needed one's lifespan to activate it. Mu Yun immediately became vigilant. But strangely, after the star mistake formation was set up, she didn't feel anything strange. She didn't feel any powerful aura. Pretending to be mysterious. Mu Yun frowned. She immediately stabbed her sword at Yang Yotian's heart. But after she stabbed her sword, it didn't listen to her. She clearly wanted to stab Yang Yotian's heart, but it ended up pointing at his shoulder. Why isn't my body listening to me? Mu Yun was shocked. Her sword movement was not what she expected. Naturally, she felt a sense of loss. It was like missing a step when walking down the stairs. This huge sense of loss caused Mu Yun to suffer a huge backlash on the spot. Her blood and chi churned in her body. She froze for a moment. Ha ha ha, in front of my star mistake formation, even if you have a heaven-defying ability, you can't use it. Yang Yutian unsheathed his saber and slashed at Mu Yun. Mu Yun wanted to dodge to the right, but even though he wanted to go right, his body took a step to the left. Although he dodged, his actions were completely different from what he imagined. His body didn't seem to listen to him, and this huge difference almost caused him to lose control of his body. Mu Yun spat out blood. I understand now. This star mistake formation can disturb one's senses. Mu Yun's face darkened. She also understood. It turned out that this star mistake formation could disturb one's senses. It could cause one's left, right, up, and down to be reversed. Her moves would be completely chaotic. It's too late for you to understand now. Yang Yutian slashed his saber at Mu Yun's neck. The momentum was extremely swift and fierce. Mu Yun wanted to dodge backward, but her movements were already disrupted. Up, down, left, and right were completely reversed. She clearly wanted to dodge backward, but her body rushed forward and her neck was under Yang Yotian's saber. Instant kill ghost sword. Mu Yun used his movement technique and teleported out. He only needed to move to avoid Yang Yotian's fatal attack. It did not matter if the left and right were reversed. This star mistake formation is a little strange. Mu Yun hid in the distance and gradually calmed down. This star mistake formation could not even kill an ant, but it was enough to drive people crazy. The feeling of reversing one's movements was too strange. Mu Yun tried to raise his left hand, but he ended up raising his right hand. He wanted to jump up, but he ended up squatting on the ground. Up, down, left, and right are indeed reversed. Mu Yun came to a realization. He had roughly figured out the star mistake formation's routine. If he wanted to return to normal, he just had to reverse his movements. He thrust his sword straight at Yang Yutian, but the power of this strike was very weak. Although he had already figured out the reverse pattern and his sword moves would no longer be messed up, he was still using the sword upside down after all. It took a lot of effort, and his sword moves were also sluggish. Ha ha ha, if the star mistake formation was so easy to break, it wouldn't be worthy of being called a third-level formation. Even if you know the routine, you can't do anything about it. Yang Yutian waved his saber and slashed wildly. He pressed on, forcing Mu Yun to retreat. Originally, he was only good at formations and was weak in close combat. But now, he could completely suppress Mu Yun. Because Mu Yun had to calculate the order of his movements, it took a lot of effort. His moves were very clumsy, and he could not unleash his usual power at all. If you can't break my formation, you can wait for your death. Yang Yutian became braver as he fought. He relied on the strange effect of the star mistake formation to completely suppress Mu Yun. It's not easy to break the formation. Watch carefully. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. He had already thought of a way to break the formation. What a joke. You think you can break my formation? Yang Yutian sneered and slashed his saber at Mu Yun. However, black tornadoes suddenly appeared around Mu Yun's body. These tornadoes came from all directions. With Mu Yun as the center, they surged out violently. One calamity wind, Black Dragon Calamity. Mu Yun directly used Black Dragon Wind Calamity. The wind calamity covered the entire area. It did not matter even if the left and right were reversed. After all, it was a large-scale killer move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Many withered corpses were blown into the sky, and then turned into ashes in the tornado. 3 Tribulations Water, Heavenly Water Ancient Saber. Mu Yun roared. Jagged water ripples appeared on her body. These water ripples quickly merged with the tornado. Wind and water intertwined, and rain flew into the sky. The tornado, which was mixed with the sharpness of the Heavenly Water Ancient Saber, immediately attacked Yang Yutian. Yang Yotian's expression immediately changed. Mu Yun's 2 killer moves did not have to worry about the order of her attacks at all. Because they were both large-scale attacks, they directly crushed down from the sky and covered the earth. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. What's your relationship with Jade Toad House? How do you know the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slaying Technique? The 7 Tribulations Dragon Slaying Technique was an ancient secret technique of Jade Toad House. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was said that in the entire Jade Toad House, apart from the housemaster, only Zhou Feishuan could cultivate it. He did not expect Mu Yun to know it as well. The Heavenly Water Ancient Sabers whistled over with the tornado. Yang Yutian was certain that if he was hit by the Heavenly Water Ancient Sabers, he would definitely be torn to pieces. 3 Astral Formation, Incomplete Heavenly Formation. At the critical moment, Yang Yutian spread out a formation diagram. This formation diagram was a grade 3 astral formation, incomplete heavenly formation. After the formation was activated, it could reflect the enemy's attack 3 times at most. As soon as the incomplete heavenly formation was activated, the tornadoes and the sharp Heavenly Water Ancient Sabers immediately turned back and ruthlessly slashed at Mu Yun. All of Mu Yun's full-powered moves were now being reflected. You're still using formation diagrams? Do you want to die? Mu Yun's expression changed. Using formation diagrams required one's lifespan. Using 2 formation diagrams at the same time increased one's lifespan by several times. Yang Youtian's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face also aged a lot. His lifespan was rapidly decreasing. Even if I only have 1 breath left, I don't have to worry. After I kill Yan Nanfei and prove my Tao by killing my master, I can step into the Supreme Saint realm and greatly extend my lifespan. Yang Yutian was not afraid because Yan Nanfei was suppressed by the Renyuan brush and could not resist. Even if he only had 1 breath left, he could still kill Yan Nanfei. The difference between the Supreme Saint realm and the Supreme Saint realm was not qi and blood cultivation, but an opportunity. An opportunity to prove one's Tao. There were 3,000 great paths and 800 unorthodox paths. There were many ways to prove one's Tao. Yang Yutian wanted to prove his Tao by killing his master. He did not know whether he would succeed or not, but now he was going all out, madly burning his lifespan to maintain the formation diagram. Mu Yan looked at the tornadoes that filled the sky and could not help but smile bitterly. This was his own move, but it ended up right in front of him. Immortal Divine Fire, ignite. Mu Yan waved his hand and immediately released the Immortal Divine Fire. Wisps of pitch-black flames immediately whistled out, burning all the surrounding wind and water disasters. There was a sizzling sound in the void, and white smoke rose in spirals. Your divine fire seems very powerful, but I'm not afraid. Come and kill me if you have the guts. Yang Yutian provoked. Mu Yan sneered. I may not be smart, but I won't kill myself. Now that Yang Yutian had activated the Heavenly Ruin formation, it could reflect the enemy's attack. If Mu Yan attacked him with the Immortal Divine Fire, it would definitely rebound back and hurt him. The best way was to delay because Yang Youtian's lifespan was rapidly decreasing. If this continued, he would be a lamp without Mu Yan's help. Yang Youtian said, "Ha ha ha, you don't want to fight, but I'll force you to." Yang Youtian's hands danced, drawing lines of formation patterns. If Mu Yan was not mistaken, those were the formation patterns of the sword cleansing formation. Yang Yutian was preparing to set up a formation right under his nose. If the sword cleansing formation was set up, all of Mu Yan's weapons and treasures would be washed away. Not a single one would be left. Oh no. Mu Yan's expression changed. If he attacked, he would be injured by the Heavenly Ruin formation. If he did not attack, Yang Yutian would set up the formation. He was caught in a dilemma. Yang Yutian was setting up the formation very quickly. If he did not interrupt him, when the sword cleansing formation was set up, the situation would be over. Golden Fire Swanee, do it. Mu Yan shouted. The Golden Fire Swanee rushed out and immediately pounced on Yang Yutian. Yang Youtian's movements were immediately interrupted, but he was not injured. The damage caused by the Golden Fire Swanee was all reflected back to Mu Yan. Mu Yan felt a scorching heat wave coming at him, mixed with the aura of magma. He grunted. His body was also suffering from a huge burn, and his internal organs were aching. Fortunately, Yang Youtian's formation had been disrupted. Do you think I only know how to set up formations? Today, I'll show you the power of my sword technique. Yang Yutian saw that Mu Yan had suffered internal injuries from the rebound and immediately attacked. He held the saber in his left hand and shook it forcefully. The outer shell of the saber shattered, revealing a sword inside. This sword was completely white, whiter than frost and snow. It was as pure as lime, without any extra impurities. It was a pure white sword. Of the 10 famed swords, the true wound sword. Mu Yan's expression changed when he saw this sword. This sword was called the True Wound Sword, ranked 9th among the 10 famed swords. The True Wound Sword's greatest characteristic was that it ignored all defenses and directly caused true damage to the enemy. The power of the True Wound Sword was the same as your own strength. The enemy's defense and armor were completely useless. Yang Yutian gripped the True Wound Sword tightly in his left hand and suddenly attacked. Everyone in the world thinks that I, Yang Yutian, only know how to set up formations and never dare to fight in close combat. That's all an act. I also know sword techniques. No one in the world knows how powerful my sword techniques are, because everyone who knows is dead. Yang Youtian's sword went straight for Mu Yan's body. He did not care about what kind of armor Mu Yun had, because the damage caused by the true injury sword was absolute true damage. Everyone who had seen his swordsmanship before was already dead. In his eyes, Mu Yun was in his eyes, there would be no exception. Mu Yun was shocked. He did not expect Yang Yutian to have such attainments in sword techniques. This person hid too well. He thought that he would only cower behind and set up formations. He did not expect that it was all an act. When the time was right, he would directly attack with his sword. It was impossible to guard against. He still practiced with his left hand. Because he was used to using his right hand, he might give himself away if he was careless. Therefore, practicing with his left hand could ensure that it was a secret. No one knew that he knew sword techniques, because everyone who knew was dead. I didn't expect this person to be so shrewd. I've been fooled. Mu Yun's heart sank. Yang Yotian's sudden attack had burned his inner breath. He could no longer block it. Yang Yutian slashed at Mu Yun. The true damage was truly terrifying. Mu Yun's armor was completely useless. It was like paper. A hideous wound suddenly appeared on his chest, but no blood flowed out. Famed saber? Yang Yotian's expression changed. He could not kill Mu Yun with one strike, so he directly used Mu Yun's famed saber. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You didn't expect it, did you? I have a famed saber. Mu Yun looked at the token at his waist. It had already cracked. Yang Yotian's strike directly used his famed saber. A famed saber could block a fatal attack and trigger 2 seconds of invincibility. Now, Mu Yun was invincible. Using one of my famed sabers in exchange for your life. It's worth it. Mu Yun shouted and slashed at Yang Yutian. The blade exploded with a monstrous star force. A sword aura slash that was like the Milky Way was ruthlessly slashed out. Even if Yang Yutian held the true injury sword, it was useless. Mu Yun had 2 seconds of invincibility. Bang! Mu Yun's sword aura slash hit Yang Yutian, but a strange scene occurred. The sword aura slash suddenly rebounded and slashed at Mu Yun. Slash, with a single slash, Mu Yun died on the spot. His body fell to the ground. After spending so much effort, I've finally killed you. Eldest senior brother will definitely reward me handsomely. Yang Yutian looked at Mu Yun's body. He was so excited that his face flushed red. Crack, but all of a sudden, Mu Yun's corpse came back to life, and he stood up energetically. Sorry, I have 2 lives. Mu Yun loosened his muscles. His eyes were extremely cold. What? Yang Yutian was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun to have 2 lives. If it was a famous saber, it would be fine. Many people had it. He used to have it too, but unfortunately, he had already used it. However, a situation like having 2 lives was too heaven-defying. Even a supreme saint did not have 2 lives. Yang Yutian was very excited just now, but now that Mu Yun had come back to life, he was instantly disheartened. His face turned pale, and he seemed to have aged hundreds of thousands of years. His hair was white, and his face was full of wrinkles. The light of the formation diagram also dimmed. Go. Mu Yun picked up a stone and flicked it toward Yang Yutian. This time, he learned to be smart. He did not attack with all his strength to avoid being rebounded. In the end, not only did he not kill his enemy, but he also committed suicide. Fortunately, Yang Yutian had no more tricks up his sleeves. He was already at the end of his rope. He could not even block a small stone. Smack, the stone pierced his head. It exploded. Mu Yun looked at Yang Yotian's body on the ground and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had been full of twists and turns. He finally killed Yang Yutian. Mu Yun waved his hand and devoured Yang Yotian's qi, blood, and cultivation. He was now in the greater plane. If he wanted to advance, unless he devoured a supreme saint, he would not gain much even if he was in the supreme plane. What Mu Yun cared more about was Yang Yotian's things. The true injury sword, supreme saint dharma body, star mistake formation, incomplete heavenly formation, sword cleansing formation, various formation diagrams, and various secret formation manuals. Mu Yun did not stand on ceremony. He took them all. He planned to study them when he had time. While he was reaping a bountiful harvest, Jiaoding trading was shrouded in a dark cloud. The number one true disciple of the 9-tripod trading company, Li Haoyan, also known as the Great Heavenly Sage, was sitting on the golden throne with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The aura of a great saint emanated from his body, vast and overwhelming. His eyes were like the sun and moon in the sky. Every time he blinked, it shone with a peerless radiance. His entire body was filled with a misty green and golden saint light that made people not dare to look up at him. Lord Haoyan, urgent report. A disciple ran in, his forehead covered in sweat. Needless to say, I've already guessed it. Yang Yutian is dead, right? Li Haoyan said indifferently. The disciple said in surprise, My lord, how did you know? Master Yang's life tablet is already broken. You gave him the famed blade and Dharmakaya, but he still met with misfortune. Li Haoyan said, he wanted to kill his master to prove his Tao. From the moment this evil thought was born, his fate is already exhausted. He must die. The crime of killing one's master is not tolerated by heaven and earth. I didn't dare to do it back then, and even specifically asked Proud Wang not to tell me where master was, lest I couldn't help but kill him. Yang Yutian wanted to kill his master to prove his Tao. With this evil thought, his fate is gone. Even if I give him more life-saving trump cards, he won't be able to live. Fate is illusory. Wait until I find out who killed Master Yang, then we'll think of a way to take revenge, the disciple said carefully. You don't believe in fate, but I do. That's why I'm a great saint, and you're a lackey, Li Haoyan said indifferently. The disciple's face flushed red, and he was speechless. Also, you don't have to investigate anymore. It must be Mu Yun who did it. In the saint realm, only Mu Yun has the ability to kill Yang Yutian. There's no one else. This person's fate is enormous, even more magnificent than mine. One day, I'll go and meet him. I'll kill him, or be killed by him. I'll have no regrets in this life. Li Haoyan's tone was not filled with hatred, but with anticipation. The disciple asked carefully, Master, why don't you do it now? With your strength in the great saint realm, killing Mu Yun is as easy as killing an ant. Li Haoyan said, he's not strong enough yet, so he's not worthy of me making a move. If I lower myself to make a move, I'm afraid I'll be bullying the weak, and it'll damage my fate. At least, I'll wait until he reaches the great saint realm. That disciple was slightly dissatisfied as he said, My lord, you often talk about karmic luck. However, karmic luck is something that cannot be seen or touched. We do not know if it is real or not. In my opinion, this Mu Yun has already caused a serious threat to our 9-tripod trading company. Master, you should personally make a move and kill this person to boost your prestige. Li Haoyan sighed, and looked at the disciple as if he was looking at a pig or a dog. How long have you been following me? You're actually teaching me how to do things. Sai, you should reflect on yourself. Li Haoyan waved his hand, and a ray of light enveloped the disciple. The disciple's body twisted, and he immediately turned into a mouse, crawling all over the ground and squeaking in fear. After a pause, Li Haoyan called someone in, and said, Go and find out where the people from the divination pavilion are. Yang Yutian actually went to buy information from them. Legend has it that this faction is very good at divining the secrets of the heavens. I also want them to make a divination. My fate in this life. Yang Yutian wanted to kill his master, and had once asked Li Haoyan about his master's whereabouts. However, Li Haoyan really didn't know, so Yang Yutian went to the divination pavilion to buy information. The search for the mortal Yuan brush was fake, and the real purpose was to kill Yan Nanfei. At this moment, Yan Nanfei was being suppressed by the mortal Yuan brush, and was suffering. Night fell, and the moonlight was like water. Mu Yun stood in front of the mortal Yuan brush, waiting for Yan Nanfei to wake up. After fighting with Yang Yutian today, he didn't have time to return to White Cloud Town. He took out the 7-hearted begonia, and it had all withered and lost its effectiveness. Alright, now the materials for refining medicine are gone, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He could only hope that there were still 7-hearted begonia in other places. Otherwise, his losses would be severe. The 7-hearted begonia was a necessary herb to refine the antidote. Whoosh, a mountain breeze blew, and Yan Nanfei opened his eyes, waking up. "Senior, you're awake," Mu Yun said joyfully. The murderous aura is gone." Yan Nanfei opened his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Senior, what are you talking about? My third disciple, Yang Yu Tian, has always wanted to go down the evil path of killing his master. He's always wanted to kill me." Yan Nanfei's face darkened. His eldest disciple had suppressed him here, and his third disciple was always trying to kill him. His master's situation was really miserable. "How do you know he wants to kill you?" Mu Yun was secretly shocked. Yan Nanfei was suppressed here and didn't know anything about the outside world, but he knew that Yang Yu Tian wanted to kill him. "At my level of cultivation, I can lock onto the murderous aura of someone who wants to kill me from billions of miles away. I know who wants to kill me." "I see." Mu Yun also knew a little about foreseeing danger and avoiding disaster, but at most, he could only vaguely sense the murderous aura. He couldn't directly determine who the enemy was like Yan Nanfei. "Senior, may I ask what your cultivation level is, Lesser Ancient Sage?" "Ancient Sage?" Mu Yun's expression changed drastically. The first three realms of the Sage realm were Sage, Great Sage, and Ancient Sage. The strength of an Ancient Sage was far above that of a Sage. This kind of expert rarely appeared, and once they did, it was earth-shattering. And this Yan Nanfei was actually a lesser Ancient Sage expert. Are you stronger, or is Proud Wang stronger?" Mu Yun said in surprise. Yan Nanfei said with some arrogance, "Of course it's me. I'm an Ancient Sage, and he's at most a Great Sage." Mu Yun asked doubtfully, "If that's the case, why aren't you number one on the experts ranking?" Yan Nanfei rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, this experts ranking is for Great Sages. We Ancient Sages have another universe ranking, which is different from yours." Mu Yun pondered for a while and asked, "Since you're an Ancient Sage expert, how did you end up like this? Proud Wang and Li Haoyan can't beat you, right?" Hearing this, Yan Nanfei became agitated and cursed, "Li Haoyan, that bastard, sneaked an attack on me while my aura was weak after returning from the Seamless Land. If not for that, how could I end up like this?" Mu Yun smiled bitterly. After Yan Nanfei calmed down, he asked, "Senior, how can I save you?" Yan Nanfei was once an Ancient Sage expert, and he was also the fifth-generation ancestor of the Jioding Trading Company. If he saved him and let him regain his position, Mu Yun would obtain endless benefits. He wasn't worried that Yan Nanfei would go back on his words, because he had already planted the seal of life and death. Yan Nanfei said, "That's simple. You just have to take down the talisman paper on the mountain, and the seal will naturally be broken. I can also leave." After a pause, Yan Nanfei reminded, "But you have to be careful. That talisman paper is formed from the mountain book of the Earth Origin book. It's abnormally heavy. After you take it down, be careful not to be crushed to death." "There's an Earth Origin book on this mountain?" Mu Yun's eyes widened, but he saw that the cliff was bare. There was no Earth Origin book. "Take a closer look. Of course there's a page of the Earth Origin book. Otherwise, without Proud Wang, how could the mortal origin brush without an artifact spirit suppress me?" "Okay, I'll take a look again." Mu Yun focused and looked again. This time, he saw two shallow words on the cliff. It was the word mountain. "Climb to the top of the cliff and go down. Then, you can take down the talisman paper," Yan Nanfei instructed. "Yes." Mu Yun immediately teleported to the top of the mountain. As expected, he saw the tip of the talisman paper. He pulled the talisman paper and took it down with a whoosh. The entire talisman paper was formed from the mountain book of the Earth Origin book. It wrapped around the entire cliff. After the talisman paper was taken off, the cliff also revealed its original appearance. It turned out to be lush and full of vitality. Previously, it was covered by the mountain book, so it looked bare. It was completely bare. A huge talisman paper appeared in Mu Yun's hand. This talisman paper was a page of the mountain book. It was very heavy, and he couldn't hold it. With a whoosh, the talisman paper pressed down on him. If he was hit, he would probably be flattened. Mu Yun immediately teleported away, and the mountain book page smashed onto the ground. It was obviously just a piece of paper, but when it smashed onto the ground, an earth-shattering rumble erupted. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down, causing the entire earth to tremble. Come. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. This mountain book page was very heavy. Even a greater sage would find it difficult to resist the suppression of a mountain. He opened the Earth Origin book and kept the mountain book page inside. Why do you have so many pages of the Earth Origin book? Yan Nanfei asked in surprise. Not many. Including this page, there are only 6 pages. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. The Earth Origin book had 18 pages, and he only had 6 pages in his hand now. 6 pages is not many. For a treasure like the Earth Origin book, 1 page is already very powerful. Yan Nanfei rolled his eyes. At this time, the mountain book page had been removed, and the pressure on him was greatly reduced. His expression was also much more relaxed. I'm coming out. Stay away. Yan Nanfei took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Mu Yun took a few steps back. She heard a loud rumble. Yan Nanfei actually carried the entire mountain and stood up step by step. In the end, Yan Nanfei lifted the entire cliff. His waist was as straight as a spear, and his aura was steady and majestic. Although he was disheveled, it was difficult to conceal his fierce aura. Lesser Great Sage Realm. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Judging from his aura, the current Yan Nanfei obviously had the strength of a Lesser Great Sage Realm. Unfortunately, I have been suppressed for too long and lost too much of my cultivation. The current me is no longer an ancient sage, but an ordinary great sage. Yan Nanfei sighed and threw the entire cliff down. The cliff instantly shrank and turned into the shape of a pen. The tip of this pen was unusually sharp. Even though Mu Yun was standing far away, she could feel a fierce aura. The tip of this mortal origin brush is even more powerful than swords and sabers, Mu Yun exclaimed. Of course. The sharpest thing in the world isn't a sword or saber, but the tip of a brush. The mortal origin brush represents the great Tao of the human world. Back then, that person refined the mortal origin brush to help the world. Yan Nanfei held the Renyuan brush in his hand and drew a covenant character in the air. I'll make a contract with you. As long as you help me kill Li Haoyan, I'll give you whatever you want. Yan Nanfei's eyes were filled with hatred and fury. What he wanted the most now was to clean up the mess and kill his traitorous disciple, Li Haoyan. What can you give me? Mu Yun asked. The entire Jiuding trading. As long as you help me clean up the mess, I'll give you the entire Jiuding trading once I regain my position. Oh? Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. The Jiuding trading was rich and overbearing. If he could take control of the Jiuding trading, he would be able to obtain countless treasures and wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. However, controlling Yan Nanfei was actually controlling the Jiuding trading. The prerequisite was, of course, to help Yan Nanfei take control of the Jiuding trading. In addition to doing business, my Jiuding trading is also proficient in ancient array formations. This Heaven's Divination book is a supreme treasure of my Jiuding trading. I'll give it to you now. Yan Nanfei took out a secret manual and threw it to Mu Yun. He didn't care about anything now. He didn't want anything. He only wanted to kill Li Haoyan. Mu Yun took the secret manual and saw the words Heaven's Divination book written on it. She flipped through it, but there was nothing inside. Why is it blank? Mu Yun was stunned. Yan Nanfei said, this Heaven's Divination book is a wordless book. Your perception isn't good enough, so you can't see the contents. When your perception is good enough in the future, you will naturally be able to see it. Is that so? Mu Yun frowned and pressed her palm on the Heaven's Divination book. Indeed, she felt a mysterious and vast aura. This book seemed to contain some great Tao of heaven and earth. However, her perception wasn't good enough, so she couldn't see through the contents. My strength has been severely damaged. I need Jade Toad House's special elixir, the 9 Suns Great Rejuvenation Pill, to recover my vitality. Go to Jade Toad House and ask for one for me. When my vitality recovers, it will be the death of that traitorous disciple. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth. Clearly, he hated Li Haoyan to the core. 9 Suns Great Rejuvenation Pill. It doesn't sound like an ordinary pill. I'm afraid Jade Toad House won't give it to me so easily, Mu Yin said in a deep voice. Find a way to get one for me. I'll be eternally grateful. Yan Nanfei sighed. He was very tired and his vitality was severely damaged. All he wanted was a pill to slowly recover his vitality. All right. Mu Yin nodded and took out the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda. Senior, rest in the pagoda for now. Don't come out so easily to avoid exposing your identity. Eh? This is the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda. How did it fall into your hands? When Yan Nanfei saw this pagoda, he was instantly shocked. Luck. Mu Yin smiled lightly. The Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda has the secret manual of the Evil Tao's 9 transformations. This Evil Tao's 9 transformations is the source of all the Evil Tao's secret techniques. Which transformation have you cultivated to? Yan Nanfei asked. I've only cultivated the first transformation, the Baleful Star transformation. Mu Yin had only cultivated the Baleful Star transformation and hadn't learned the other secret techniques. This Evil Tao's 9 transformations is extensive and profound. You must study it diligently. If you can cultivate to the 6th transformation, the Ghost Doctor transformation, your medical skills and alchemy skills might even surpass the world's #1 alchemist, Zhou Feishuan. The 6th transformation, the Ghost Doctor transformation, Mu Yin smiled bitterly. He had only cultivated the 1st transformation and was too far away from the 6th transformation. Yan Nanfei flashed into the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda and said, I'll hide in your pagoda first to prevent others from seeing me. You must not expose my identity. Otherwise, you will definitely attract a fatal disaster. I understand. Senior, please rest. I will help you go to Jade Toad House and think of a way to get a 9 Suns Great Rejuvenation pill. That's good. Thank you. Yan Nanfei calmed down and hid in the pagoda. Mu Yin put away the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda and immediately rode the Golden Fire Swanee towards Baiyun Town. The Golden Fire Swanee's speed was extremely fast and its vitality was vigorous. No demonic beasts dared to come and disturb them, so Mu Yin's journey was unimpeded and he quickly returned to Baiyun Town. He went straight to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, but he didn't sense Zhou Feishuan's aura. Strange, why is Miss Zhou's aura gone? Could it be that she's hiding? Mu Yin frowned and quickly returned to the Black Tiger Gang. He met Bai Chen and asked, Where's Miss Zhou? Bai Chen replied, Miss Zhou has already returned to Jade Toad House. She said that the second true disciple of Jiuding Trading, Shi Juntian, is besieging Jade Toad House with his men. She and Miss Ling Jianqin have already rushed back to support them. She left just like that? Mu Yan's face darkened. Miss Zhou told me to give you this jade box. Bai Chen took out a jade box and handed it to Mu Yin. Mu Yin hurriedly opened the box and saw a snow-white, jade-like pill inside. It emitted a cool medicinal fragrance and a letter. Mu Yin opened the letter to take a look. It turned out that this pill was the antidote for the Heavenly Corpse toxic brain pill. After Ling Jianqin came out of the primordial ruins, he had also brought out many treasures, including the 7 Hearts Begonia. Zhou Feishuan had already obtained the 7 Hearts Begonia and helped Mu Yin refine the antidote in advance. That's great! The antidote has already been refined. Mu Yin was overjoyed. He was originally worried that the 7 Hearts Begonia had already withered and there were no medicinal ingredients left. He did not expect that Zhou Feishuan had already refined the antidote. Mu Yin took the antidote and swallowed it. He immediately felt a cool aura spreading in his body. The poison in his body also quickly disintegrated. In an instant, the Heavenly Corpse poisonous brain pill's poison completely disappeared. Mu Yan's body returned to normal. Mu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was all thanks to Zhou Feishuan. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned and it would have been inconvenient for him to do things. Now that he had returned to normal, he was not afraid of the black-clothed swordswoman threatening him. He had promised Zhou Feishuan that he would use the Heavenly Origin Mirror to give her another life. Zhou Feishuan also mentioned that she had urgent matters to attend to and had to rush back to Jade Toad Monastery. She asked Mu Yin to personally go to Jade Toad Monastery to discuss the reward. Back then, Jiuding Trading invited Jade Toad Monastery to join the alliance, but it was rejected by Jade Toad Monastery. Now, Shi Jingtian directly led people to besiege Jade Toad Monastery. It was revenge. This Shi Jingtian was the second true disciple of Jiuding trading. This person was a great sage expert. His cultivation had already reached the lesser great sage realm. His strength could not be underestimated. Compared to his cultivation strength, Shi Jingtian was more famous for his stealing skills. This person was known as the world's #1 thief. All his weapons and Dharma treasures were stolen. Zhou Feishuan is an expert ranked 10th on the expert list. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Shi Jingtian. Mu Yan composed himself and prepared to rest in Baiyun town for a few days before setting off for Jade Toad Monastery. The Skycorp's brain toxin pill's toxicity had been removed. Mu Yan no longer had any worries. He could now focus on cultivating. He entered the Life and Death secret pavilion and began to cultivate in seclusion. He took out the Qi explosion pearl. The Heavenly Eye King had sealed the fourth transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art in the Qi explosion pearl. Mu Yan focused on comprehending it and directly cultivated the fourth transformation. There was also the formation left behind by Yang Yu Tian. The level 3 sword cleansing formation was very powerful in battle. Mu Yan also focused on comprehending it. His strength had reached the greater sage realm. His comprehension had also improved a lot. He couldn't comprehend level 3 formations in the past, but now he could. He reconstructed the golden body of the great sage. This golden body of the great sage was something left behind by Duantianya. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the Plague Emperor Su Yin. Now, Mu Yun had reconstructed the golden body and refined it together with Yang Yotian's great sage Dharma body. Mu Yun's weakness was that his defense was too weak and he had no resistance. But now that he had the golden body Dharma body, his golden body increased his defense, and the Dharma body increased his resistance. His weakness was made up for. I can fight against a great sage expert now. Mu Yan's eyes were full of confidence. Now that his overall strength had improved greatly, even if he encountered a great sage expert, he wouldn't have to be so cautious like before. He could fight with all his might. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient ruins. The only regret was the mortal Yuan brush. Mu Yun did not know what this big secret was. It was a pity that Yan Nanfei did not give him the mortal Yuan brush. Otherwise, this secret could be solved. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun walked out of the secret pavilion of life and death and went straight to Jade Toad building. He rode on the golden swanee and rode on the clouds. His speed was very fast. In a few days, he arrived at the territory of Jade Toad building. Jade Toad building was located in Jiangnan. It was surrounded by misty towns. However, when Mu Yun arrived at a small town, he did not see any beautiful scenery. He only saw corpses all over the ground. Wails could be heard everywhere, and there were broken walls everywhere. There were many disciples of Jiuding trading walking on the streets with weapons in their hands. When they saw a living person, they would directly swing their weapons and kill them, leaving no one alive. What are you doing? Mu Yan's face darkened. He grabbed a few people and brought them over. You are Mu Yun. When the crowd saw Mu Yun, they were all shocked. Mu Yun was a notorious wanted criminal in Jiuding trading. When these ordinary disciples heard Mu Yun's name, they would be scared witless. Now that Mu Yun appeared in front of them, they were all shocked. Everyone was stunned. Sir, please spare our lives. We killed the innocent. We were just following orders. It was all ordered by Shi Jingtian. It has nothing to do with us. Everyone knelt down and threw their weapons on the ground. No one dared to resist Mu Yun. Even Yang Dingtian, Chen Wutian, and Yang Yu Tian had died in Mu Yun's hands. Mu Yun's fierce name had already shocked the entire Jiuding trading. When ordinary disciples saw him, they did not dare to resist. Mu Yun did not say a word. Poisonous vines suddenly appeared under his feet. The willow trees on the side of the road also became lively and turned into tree demons. They crazily pounced on the surrounding disciples of Jiuding trading. Mu Yun did not bother to talk nonsense. He directly took out the forest page and killed all the disciples of Jiuding trading in his sight. Then, he refined them into puppets. When the surrounding residents saw how brave Mu Yun was, they were all dumbfounded. Mu Yun asked. It turned out that Shi Juntian had attacked Jade Toad sect. He had scorched the walls and cleared the fields. He wanted to wipe out all the towns around Jade Toad sect. Meanwhile, Jade Toad House was suppressed within the mountain gate, unable to come out to stop the massacre. Mu Yun remained calm and collected as she led the puppet army straight to Jade Toad House. His puppet army was made up entirely of Jiuting Trading's disciples. On the surface, there was nothing strange about it. I heard that Shi Juntian is a lesser great sage, the #1 master thief in the world. Let's see how strong he really is. Mu Yun's strength had improved a lot now. She also wanted to test the power of a great sage expert. He commanded the puppet army to arrive at the foot of Jade Toad Lodge's mountain gate. At this moment, Jade Toad House was already surrounded by Shi Juntian's troops. Shi Juntian's troops were like iron buckets, surrounding Jade Toad House. Mu Yun commanded the puppet army to arrive at Jiuting Trading's camp. The surrounding people didn't notice anything strange. They couldn't tell that these people were puppets at all. Mu Yun sent a puppet out. When it entered the main camp, it saw Shi Juntian. Shi Juntian had a skinny body. He looked like a ghost. His entire body was shrouded in a gray robe. His body exuded a powerful aura. He was indeed a great sage expert. His aura was earth-shattering. No one dared to look up at him. My lord, we caught a spy. Please go out and make a decision. Mu Yun controlled the puppet and spoke flawlessly. What spy? Just kill him. I'm very busy. I don't have time to go out. Shi Juntian's tone was cold. The spy said that his name is Mu Yun. What? What did you say? You caught Mu Yun? Shi Juntian turned pale with fright and jumped up. We're not sure. Please go out and take a look. Mu Yun remained calm and continued to control the puppet. She only wanted to lure Shi Juntian out. Okay. Quickly bring me out to take a look. Shi Juntian's face was filled with joy. If we can catch Mu Yun, we can get rid of a big problem for Jiuting Trading. Eldest senior brother is honorable and won't lower himself to make a move. If you want to deal with Mu Yun, you can only rely on me. Shi Juntian followed the puppet and walked out of the tent. Mu Yun set up the sword cleansing formation in the open space outside and waited for Shi Juntian to arrive. Soon, Shi Juntian arrived at the open space under the puppet's lead. Where's Mu Yun? Shi Juntian frowned. He didn't see anyone around and felt that something was wrong. I'm here. Mu Yun shouted and suddenly rushed out from the nearby forest. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Shi Juntian's expression changed drastically. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Sword cleansing formation, activate. Mu Yun's expression was cold. She immediately activated the sword cleansing formation. A huge formation enveloped Shi Juntian. This sword cleansing formation could cleanse the enemy's clothes and weapons. However, when the light of the sword cleansing formation enveloped him, it didn't hurt Shi Juntian. Green light bloomed from Shi Juntian's body and directly blocked the formation. Hee, I thought that Zhou Feishuan had come out. It turns out that you're alone and you want to ambush me. Shi Juntian was relieved when he saw that Mu Yun was alone. He activated the Great Sage Dharma body and directly blocked the formation. The Dharma body's resistance was very strong. In addition to resisting curses, it could also resist formations. With the Dharma body's protection, Mu Yun's formation couldn't hurt him at all. A great sage expert is indeed powerful. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that her ambush method didn't have any effect. It seemed that a great sage expert was more powerful than she imagined. This Shi Juntian wasn't a fake great sage like the Heavenly Eye King, but a genuine great sage. He was an existence equal to heaven and had already cultivated the golden body Dharma body. His body was indestructible and impervious to poison. He was very powerful. There's a path to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you came. You want to ambush me? You're simply courting death. Shi Juntian snorted coldly and immediately flew over. He clenched his 5 fingers slightly and punched towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun felt a huge pressure coming towards her. The momentum of a great sage expert was indeed amazing. Even an ordinary punch had the power to shake heaven and earth. Starburst airflow chop. Mu Yun immediately unsheathed her sword. Her sword was pure white, like snow and lime. There wasn't a trace of impurities. It was just pure white. Silver-white starlight exploded on the white sword. It condensed into a sword chi absolute slash and slashed towards Shijun Tian. Hee, I've already cultivated the golden body of the great sage. Even if I stand and let you hit me, you won't be able to break my defense. Shijun Tian sneered. He didn't care about Mu Yun's sword move and still punched down. Mu Yun's sword arrived first. With a swoosh, the sharp sword chi slashed across and directly opened a huge wound on Shijun Tian's chest. Blood spurted out. What? Shijun Tian was shocked. He only felt an intense pain and blood flowed out of the wound. Impossible. I have the golden body of the great sage. How can you break through my defense? Shijun Tian felt incredulous. Mu Yun was only a greater sage. How could she break through his golden body of the great sage? Sorry, my sword deals true damage. It ignores the defense of the golden body. Mu Yun held the long sword in her hand. This was the true injury sword of the 10 famed swords. True injury sword. The true injury sword is actually in your hands. Shijun Tian exclaimed. This true injury sword was very powerful in actual combat. It could cause true damage to the enemy. The defense of the golden body was completely useless. He was caught off guard and was seriously injured. This true injury sword was originally Yang Youtian's weapon. However, Yang Youtian hit it very well. Shijun Tian didn't know about it. Count yourself lucky. The next time you meet me, you'll be dead. Shijun Tian gritted his teeth. He was seriously injured. If he continued fighting, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. He immediately retreated and returned to the camp. Mu Yun didn't chase after him. If they really fought, she had no chance of winning. After this short exchange, she understood that the most powerful part of a great sage expert was their golden body. As long as she could break their golden body, she still had a high chance of winning. For example, her sword just now dealt true damage. It ignored the defense of the golden body and seriously injured Shijun Tian. If it wasn't for Shijun Tian's strong body, this sword would have killed him. The gap between our realms is too big. If I want to win, I have to find a way to break his golden body and make him lose his resistance. Then, I can use my curse to control him and kill him. Mu Yun thought silently. As long as her curse took effect, Shijun Tian would die even if he had 10 lives. However, the problem was that Shijun Tian had the protection of his golden body. His resistance was very high. If she couldn't break his golden body, Mu Yun's curse would be useless. Rumble. At this time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. A group of people arrived in front. They were the elites sent by Shijun Tian. Mu Yun didn't want to complicate matters. She immediately avoided them and teleported into the mountain gate of Jade Toad House. Inside Jade Toad House, Liao Shue was patrolling the mountain with some female disciples. When she saw Mu Yun, she exclaimed, "Oh, Mu Yun, it's you. Why are you here?" "I'm here to look for your senior sister Zhou." Mu Yun smiled and saw Liao Shue again. After not seeing her for a long time, this girl's strength seemed to have improved a lot. However, she was still in the lesser sage realm and hadn't broken through. People like Mu Yun, who broke through to the greater sage realm in a short time, were rare freaks. How could other people's cultivation speed compare to her? Liao Shue was wearing a long black dress today. She looked elegant and serene. Mu Yun looked at her figure and suddenly had a very familiar feeling. She seemed to have seen it somewhere else. However, she couldn't recall it at the moment. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Liao Shue blushed and glared at Mu Yun. "Ahem. Nothing." Mu Yun coughed dryly and calmed down. She said, "Take me to see your senior sister Zhou." "Okay, come with me. Senior sister Zhou has been waiting for you for a long time." Liao Shue brought Mu Yun up the mountain and arrived at the residence of Jade Toad House. In a rather spacious hall, Mu Yun saw Zhou Feishuan, Ling Jianxin, and Lin Jueyue. The 4 true disciples of Jade Toad House, Flying Sword Pride, were all here. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked embarrassed. Because he had already used up his life in the battle with Yang Yutian. Now that the Divine Origin Mirror had lost its spiritual chi, he had to wait for a month before he could use it again. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. My Divine Origin Mirror spiritual chi is temporarily gone. I have to wait for a month before I can use it again. Mu Yun took out the Divine Origin Mirror, only to see that it was dim and had lost its spiritual chi. What? Zhou Feishuan's expression changed. Wait for a month? In a month, I'm afraid my Jade Toad House will be razed to the ground. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said nothing. He had no choice. Who would have thought that Yang Yutian would be so vicious? Not only did he waste his famed saber, but he also wasted his life. Senior sister, wait for me. I'll assassinate Shi Juntian. With the Qi Yao sword in hand, I'm invincible. Even if he's a supreme saint, he won't be able to block my sword Qi. Leng Jianxin stood up, her eyes full of fighting spirit. With a sword in hand, her aura was majestic. It was as if she didn't care about all the masters in the world. Zhou Feishuan's face darkened. Second sister, don't mess around. You failed to assassinate Yang Yutian last time and almost caused a disaster. Leng Jianxin said, Humph, that guy only knows how to use formations to harm people. If we really fight, I can kill him with one strike. This Shi Juntian doesn't know any formations. He's easy to kill. Senior sister, let me go. Mu Yun was listening from the side. When he saw Leng Jianxin's murderous look, he smiled bitterly in his heart. This woman looked like an assassin. He wondered if she had been instructed by someone to only think about assassinating people. Zhou Feishuan said, Shi Juntian is a supreme saint. You're no match for him. Leng Jianxin said, I heard that his saint path was stolen. He didn't comprehend it himself, so his saint path aura is very weak. I can definitely kill him. There were many ways to prove one's way. Shi Juntian was the best thief in the world. It was said that he had stolen his divine path instead of comprehending it himself. Second sister, don't talk nonsense anymore. Be on guard on the mountain. We'll hold on and wait for the sect leader to come back. Zhou Feishuan's face was cold. Assassinating Shi Juntian was something she absolutely could not do. Leng Jianxin's killing intent was too strong. She was afraid that Shi Juntian had already sensed her killing intent and had made preparations in advance, waiting for her to walk right into his trap. Mu Yun, come with me. Zhou Feishuan waved his hand and brought Mu Yun out to the forest at the back of the mountain. The forest was rather quiet. There were only Mu Yun and Zhou Feishuan. I've already given you the antidote. Are you trying to fool me by going back on your word? Zhou Feishuan's face was filled with anger. If she had 2 lives, she would have no worries and could defend herself against Shi Juntian. But now, she only had 1 life. She really did not dare to take the risk. If something happened to her, the entire Jade Toad House would be gone. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Miss Zhou, wait for me for another month. After a month, I can use the Tianyuan mirror again. Alas, it's not that easy to hold on for a month. Unless you can release the sacred beast snow-devouring toad, it will be difficult to resist Shi Juntian's attack. Zhou Feishuan sighed. Then why don't you release the sacred beast, Miss Zhou? Mu Yun asked in confusion. Snow-devouring toad, together with the golden fire swan and the poisonous blood-flying radiance, the ancient demonic ape, and so on, are known as the top 10 sacred beasts of the ancient times. This snow-devouring toad is the guardian beast of our Jade Toad House, but it has been hibernating for a long time. We have to awaken it. Fire essence grass, yes, this fire essence grass is a very good material for feeding sacred beasts. Unfortunately, it only grows in the Valley of Beasts, and the Valley of Beasts does not welcome outsiders. I want to borrow a fire essence grass, but I can't. Where is the Valley of Beasts? The Valley of Beasts is not far from our Jade Toad House. In fact, the Valley of Beasts is also a big force of the human clan. But they stand aloof from worldly affairs and rarely show up, so many people don't know about them. But in fact, the disciples of the Valley of Beasts are proficient in the secret method of raising demonic beasts. There are many powerful demonic beasts below, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Miss Zhou, then I will go to the Valley of Beasts and ask for a fire essence grass for you. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Zhou Feishuan said so much because he wanted him to go to the Valley of Beasts and ask for a fire essence grass to awaken the snow-devouring toad. Zhou Feishuan said happily, "That's great. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Mu." Mu Yun nodded. His heavenly origin mirror had lost its spiritual qi, so he could not fulfill his promise. Now, he could only make a trip on behalf of Zhou Feishuan. But from Zhou Feishuan's tone, the Valley of Beasts did not seem to be easy to talk to. Mu Yun asked for the location of the Valley of Beasts and immediately set off. He knew the movement technique that could kill Ghost Sword instantly. Even if the Joding Trading Company was surrounded at the foot of the mountain, and even if there were people patrolling in the sky, he could still escape. No one could stop him. The Valley of Beasts was near the Jade Toad House. Mu Yun rode the Golden Fire Swanee and arrived at the territory of the Valley of Beasts in less than a day. This place was a rather quiet valley. The valley was located in the depths of the mountains and was very remote. If not for Zhou Feishuan's guidance, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to find the way. The Valley of Beasts was winding and secluded. There were many spiritual flowers and strange herbs. Mu Yun rode the Golden Fire Swanee in. The Golden Fire Swanee revealed a rather happy expression and ran quickly in the valley. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. One must know that the Golden Fire Swanee had been refined into a puppet by him and had lost its spiritual intelligence. But now, under the nourishment of the Valley of Beasts' spiritual qi, the Golden Fire Swanee had become active. The environment of the valley was indeed very suitable. The demonic beasts lived here. Mu Yun walked along the mountain path and came across an iron chain bridge. At the mouth of the bridge stood a stone tablet with 2 lines of scarlet words written on it. The Valley of Beasts is an important place. Trespassers will die. Trespassers will die? What big words. I want to go in and take a look. Mu Yun rode the Golden Fire Swanee and directly crossed the iron chain bridge, entering the depths of the Valley of Beasts. As soon as he entered, he saw a young girl working in the medicinal field. The young girl was wearing animal skin clothes. There was a trace of wildness in her elegance. She was born with delicate features. When she saw Mu Yun appear, she exclaimed, "Io, are you an outsider? Hurry up and get out. Don't run in. This is not a place you can come." The young girl's tone was rather worried. She did not seem disgusted but instead worried about Mu Yun's safety. Mu Yun was stunned. He originally thought that he would be cursed, but he did not expect this young girl to be so kind. "Miss, why can't I come in?" Mu Yun asked. The young girl answered, "This is the Valley of Beasts. There are many demonic beasts living here. These demonic beasts will tear you apart when they smell the aura of an outsider. Grandpa Ancestor has set up a stone tablet at the mouth of the bridge and told you not to barge in. You all came to court death." Sigh. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the people in the Valley of Beasts did not have any ill intentions. On the contrary, they were rather kind. However, there were many demonic beasts in the valley. If an outsider barged in and angered the demonic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, although your Golden Fire Swanee is one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts, it has already become a puppet and has lost its spirituality. The demonic beasts in the valley will not welcome it. When the young girl saw the Golden Fire Swanee, she revealed a regretful expression. This was because this sacred beast had already been refined into a puppet. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. His puppet technique was very secretive. Ordinary people could not see it at all. However, the young girl could see at a glance that his Golden Fire Swanee was not a living beast, but a puppet. It seemed that the young girl had dealt with demonic beasts since she was young, so she was very familiar with them. She was familiar with the aura of demonic beasts. She could immediately detect any clues. "Sorry to disturb you." Mu Yun immediately put away the Golden Fire Swanee and cupped his fists. "Miss, I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask for a stalk of fire essence grass. Please give it to me." The young girl said, "Fire essence grass? This is one of the 5 best materials to feed demonic beasts. It's very precious. I can't make the decision. Mu Yun said, then take me to see someone who can make the decision. I'm here on the orders of Jade Toad Sect. Please make an exception. The young girl said, my grandfather can make the decision, but he's not free. You'd better go out. Ordinary materials are fine, but we don't have much fire essence grass. We can't give it to you casually. Mu Yun was silent. How could he go back empty-handed? Just as they were in a stalemate, they suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Mu Yun looked up and saw hundreds of figures flying over from the distant sky. These people had wings on their backs and held spears and halberds in their hands. Their faces looked like lions. They were the disciples of the winged silver lion clan. Oh, no, the bad guys are here again. Run. When the young girl saw these people, she immediately showed a look of horror. She pulled Mu Yun's hand and ran into the valley. The leader of this winged silver lion team was a man in silver armor. His aura was vast and boundless. He was actually a great saint-level expert. Young master, there are two who are alone, a winged silver lion disciple said. Yes. The young master nodded and looked at Mu Yun and the young girl in the beast robe. He said lightly, kill them. Yes, young master. More than a dozen disciples immediately flapped their wings and swooped down, surrounding Mu Yun and the young girl. Oh no. The young girl showed a panicked look. She whistled and summoned demonic beasts to fight. But before the demonic beasts arrived, these winged silver lion disciples had already pounced on them like wolves and tigers. They waved their spears and halberds and attacked Mu Yun and the young girl fiercely. Let's go. Mu Yun didn't want to expose his strength so quickly, so he directly summoned the golden fire Swanee and pulled the young girl on it. He urged the golden fire Swanee to break through the crowd and run forward. Hey, it's the golden fire Swanee. This kind of sacred beast is one of the top 10 ancient sacred beasts, just like our 9-headed snake. When did the Valley of Beasts capture a golden fire Swanee? In the sky, the winged silver lion young master frowned and showed a rather surprised look. The golden fire Swanee ran very fast. Mu Yun ran all the way with the young girl and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Young master, what should we do? A disciple asked. Mu Yun ran with the girl. Halfway through, they suddenly heard the roars of demonic beasts. A group of wild wolves and tigers rushed out of the forest beside them. They were all fierce and ferocious. My companions are here. Be careful. When the girl saw the wolves and tigers appear, she was relieved. Even if the enemy chased after her, she would not be afraid. However, the golden fire Swanee ran really fast. They had already left the enemy behind, and no one chased after them. As soon as this group of wolves and tigers appeared, their eyes were fierce. They stared at Mu Yun with murderous intent, as if they did not welcome Mu Yun's arrival. He has no ill intentions. Don't act recklessly, the girl warned. However, just as she finished speaking, a large group of wolves and tigers pounced on Mu Yun ferociously, as if they wanted to tear Mu Yun into pieces. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He did not expect the demonic beasts in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts to be so fierce. He hurriedly summoned the Earth Origin book and flipped to the swamp page. He directly created a swamp world to delay the footsteps of the surrounding wolves and tigers. However, looking at the momentum of those wolves and tigers, it seemed that they would break out soon. The swamp could not trap them. The girl sighed and said, I already said that the Valley of 10,000 Beasts does not welcome outsiders. Hurry up and leave. I'll just hide my aura. Take me to your grandfather. With a thought, Mu Yun merged his aura into the scroll of the gods and completely hid it. Then, he kept the golden fire Swanee. The surrounding wolves and tigers immediately quieted down. At this moment, Mu Yun looked like an ordinary person. The girl said helplessly, all right, you saved my life. I can't chase you out again. However, I'm afraid that you will be scared to death when you see my grandfather. Does your grandfather look very scary? Mu Yun smiled. The girl remained silent and led Mu Yun forward. What's your name? Mu Yun asked. My name is Hani. As the saying goes, Iren is on the other side of the water. Your name sounds nice. Really? Grandpa gave it to me. Hani blushed as she listened to Mu Yun's praise. Her lips curled into a slight smile. Soon, she brought Muyun to a village. This village was filled with peach blossom trees, crisscrossed by crisscrossed paths, and the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. Yellow hair drooped down, and everyone was happy and carefree. It was the scene of a paradise. Hani brought Muyun to her house. "Grandpa, I'm back." Hani pushed open the wooden door and pulled Muyun inside. This was a rather simple courtyard. When Muyun stepped into the hall of the house, she did not see anyone. She only saw a painting on the wall. The painting was of an old man, and it was very lifelike. Upon closer inspection, the old man in the painting seemed to be blinking. Inhale. Muyun thought that she was seeing things. When she took a closer look, the painting actually floated over. An old voice came from the painting. You're back. Who is this person?" Muyun was stunned. The person in the painting was actually alive, and his eyes were staring at her. "Hey, my grandpa is asking for your name." Hani nudged Muyun. "Junior Muyun greets Senior." Muyun cupped her hands with a stunned expression. Could it be that the person in the painting was actually the Valley Master of the Myriad Beasts Valley? "Did my appearance scare you?" The old man smiled. Muyun remained silent. The old man sighed and said, "My name is Han Bai. I was struck by the vast sky sage's ultimate curse and was beaten into a painting. I'm barely hanging on and won't be able to live for long. I can only spend the rest of my life in a painting." "Ultimate curse?" Muyun's heart trembled. She had never heard of an ultimate curse. Hanbai said, "The ultimate curse has been lost since ancient times. Currently, in the entire three primordial realms, only the Grand Heavenly Sage has mastered the ultimate curse. This curse has earth-shattering power. Even Dharmakayas can't withstand it. The effects of the curse area it's very terrifying." Hanbai's tone revealed a hint of awe and fear. "As far as I know, the vast sky sage has mastered two types of ultimate curses. They are degrading animals and painting suppression. Once, there was an empire dynasty that offended the vast sky sage. When he used the painting suppression curse, the empire's mountains and rivers were instantly turned into a painting scroll. Ordinary people couldn't survive in the painting scroll world and died immediately. Some experts could survive, but they were suppressed by the vast sky sage's degrading animals curse and became pigs, dogs, and beasts." Hearing this, Muyun was shocked. She only felt that it was unbelievable. She said, "Is there really such a curse? It can suppress the entire empire into a painting? Haha, I've already become a painting. How can it be fake? Only the vast sky sage has mastered this kind of ultimate curse. I caught a glimpse of the vast sky sage's chi from you. It seems that there must be some enmity between you and him." Muyun nodded. Although she had never met the vast sky sage, there was indeed a deep enmity between them. There would definitely be a confrontation in the future. Han Bai suddenly took out a saber from the painting and handed it to Muyun. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Muyun was stunned. Han Bai said, "I'm giving you this saber. You should kill yourself as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be suppressed by the vast sky sage in the future and become a ghost like me. That would be a fate worse than death." Muyun laughed involuntarily. She said, "Senior, you must be joking. I came here on the order of Jade Toad Sect to borrow a stalk of fire essence grass. I hope you can help me." "Fire essence grass? I don't have much of this material." Han Bai frowned. At this moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open and came in. He knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Valley Master, bad news." Han Bai asked, "What's wrong?" That person said, "The winged silver lion clan's young lord, Yu Wudao, personally led a large number of elites to besiege our valley of beasts. They spread poison everywhere. The water and materials in the valley have been polluted. Many monsters have also been poisoned to death." Han Bai's face darkened. He said, "Don't panic. They want to force us out. We must not fall into their trap." That person said, "Valley Master, what should we do?" Han Bai said, "Just guard. Our village is protected by an ancient formation. They won't dare to come in rashly." "Yes." That person bowed and retreated. "Senior, What's going on? Mu Yun was a little puzzled. The Valley of Beasts had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Why would they fight with the winged silver lions? Han Bai smiled bitterly. He said, the winged silver lion clan has a guardian beast called the nine-headed snake. It is one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts. A few days ago, this nine-headed snake traveled around and came to our Valley of Beasts. It liked the environment here and actually stayed here. The Silver Lion clan's young lord, Yu Wudao, came here to take back the nine-headed snake. Mu Yun was speechless. She had heard of the nine-headed snake before. It was rumored that this sacred beast had incomparably powerful blood and qi. It was even more powerful than his golden Swanee lion. Come with me. Han Bai waved at Mu Yun and led Mu Yun out. Mu Yun followed Han Bai to the mountain behind the village. Immediately, he felt an abnormally ferocious aura. Even though the sun was shining brightly, the surrounding forest was emitting a sinister chill. There was even a fishy stench. Mu Yun was on guard. She followed Han Bai to a waterfall on the mountainside. She saw a huge python bathing under the waterfall. It looked happy and carefree. This python's body was as thick as a water tank. It had a total of 9 heads. It looked rather ferocious and terrifying. The scales all over its body emitted a dazzling radiance under the sun. This is the nine-headed snake? Mu Yun was secretly shocked. This nine-headed snake's aura was indeed incomparably powerful. It was comparable to a great saint expert. It was worthy of being an ancient sacred beast. Lord Sanctum. Han Bai kept his hands at the nine-headed snake and said, your clansmen are here to take you back. The nine-headed snake's expression darkened. It's that brat Yu Wudao again? Tell him that I don't want to go back. The environment here is very good. I like it very much. I'm prepared to stay here for a long time. Han Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, if Lord Sanctum likes our Valley of Beasts, you can visit us often in the future. But now that Yu Wudao has brought people here, if Lord Sanctum doesn't go back, I'm afraid our Valley of Beasts won't be able to deal with the aftermath. The nine-headed snake said, help me kill Yu Wudao. This brat has the great defying fate. I've long disliked him. Mu Yun had also heard of Yu Wudao. It was said that he was the reincarnation of the defying character of the mortal Yuan brush. He had the great defying fate. Moreover, Yu Wudao was the founder of the Tao of Killing. He was the one who created the Tao of Killing. Back then, in order to ascend to the great saint realm, he killed his wife and concubines. He killed all of them, including the children of his subordinates. Not a single one was left alive. This person's ruthlessness shocked the entire 3 Yuan world. His notoriety of killing his wife to ascend to the Tao had even spread to the outside world. This person also became the founder of the Tao of Killing. Many people, in order to ascend to the great saint realm, massacred cities and destroyed countries. Wails of misery could be heard everywhere. Yang Yutian was also inspired by Yu Wudao. He wanted to ascend to the great saint realm by killing his master, Yan Nanfei, to ascend to the great saint realm. Lord Sacred Seat, I can't beat Yu Wudao. I'm under the curse of the painting suppression and have lost the ability to fight. Han Bai looked helpless. If he could kill Yu Wudao, he would have done it long ago. This painting suppression curse is really strange. Even with my strength, I can't break it. It seems that the vast sky great sage is really powerful. I wonder where he learned this ultimate curse from. The nine-headed snake sighed. When it mentioned the vast sky great sage, its tone was filled with fear. After a pause, the nine-headed snake glanced at Mu Yun and said, hey, kid. Since Han Bai can't do it, then you do it. Help me kill Yu Wudao, and I can give you whatever you want. Mu Yun said, Yu Wudao has the great defying fate. He's a great saint expert. I'm afraid I'm not his match. The nine-headed snake said, what's the big deal about the great defying fate? I can see an even more powerful fate in you. Your fate is abundant. You can definitely kill Yu Wudao. Mu Yun didn't say a word. He only wanted to borrow a stalk of Ignis essence grass. He didn't want to complicate matters. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. This berserk bracelet was one of the 7 ancient ornaments. It could make people enter a berserk state. After entering the berserk state, the whole person's strength would be greatly improved. This berserk state was similar to the berserk state of the exploding chi pearl, but it was more ferocious and had a certain side effect. After using it, it would cause chi and blood to be emptied. The Hydra said, "It's good that Yu Wu Dao is willing to leave, but if he insists on staying, you can kill him. After killing him, I will give you this bracelet." Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression changed. He already had 4 ornaments in his hand. He naturally didn't want to miss out on this berserk bracelet. It was said that after collecting the 7 ancient ornaments, a big secret would be unlocked. If he missed out on the berserk bracelet now, it would be almost impossible to get it back in the future. After all, this belonged to the Hydra. "Okay, I'll go and take a look." Mu Yun accepted the bracelet and agreed. The Hydra was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Yu Wu Dao is dead today. This guy has evil intentions. He wants to stew me and eat me all day long so that he can absorb spiritual energy and break through to the middle level of the great sage. I don't like him. You'd better help me kill him." Mu Yun nodded. This Yu Wu Dao, in order to advance to the great sage, killed his wife to prove his Dao. His methods were extremely ruthless. He also didn't like him. He thought of Qin Mengyao, Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, and other women. They could be said to be the love of his life. He couldn't wait to dote on them. How could he bear to kill them? Killing one's wife to prove one's Dao, this was really too crazy. Han Bai was slightly surprised. He looked at Mu Yun and said, "Little friend, Yu Wu Dao is an expert of the lesser level of the great sage. Even if you have the berserk bracelet, you may not be his opponent." Mu Yun said, "It's okay. Let's go and take a look first. If he is willing to leave, it will be for the best." Han Bai nodded and said, "Well, now that things have come to this, we can't be cowardly." Han Bai immediately brought Han Yi and a dozen elite disciples of the Valley of Beasts out of the village with Mu Yun and went outside. Yu Wu Dao was above the sky, surrounded by a large number of elite disciples of the Winged Silver Lion clan. He was overjoyed when he saw Han Bai come out. "Old dog Han, hurry up and hand over Hydra." Han Bai's face fell, and he said, "Yu Wu Dao, be more polite when you speak." Yu Wu Dao laughed and said, "You're just a crippled person in a painting, struggling at death's door. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Hurry up and release the 9-headed snake. Otherwise, I'll give the order and your Valley of Beasts will be razed to the ground." Han Bai was so angry that his face turned red, and the whole picture was shaking. "Hey, you're so rude. How can you talk to my grandfather like that?" When Han Yi heard this, she was so angry that her face turned cold. Yu Wu Dao snorted coldly. He suddenly pointed a finger, and a sharp light shot towards Han Yi's head. Han Yi's face drained of color. She had never imagined that Yu Wu Dao would suddenly make a move. His finger attack was incomparably swift and fierce, and seemed capable of piercing through the void. The majesty of a great sage erupted. Clang, Mu Yun pulled out her Star Emperor sword and attacked Yu Wu Dao's aura. "Eh?" Yu Wu Dao was slightly shocked. He looked at Mu Yun with rapt attention and said, "Grand Sage Realm? Although your cultivation is a bit weak, your weapon is not bad." He was also someone who knew his stuff. He could tell that Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword was extraordinary. It was obviously a second-grade Saint Exterminator artifact. This kind of saint artifact was very precious, and he didn't have it in his hands. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. She had already concealed her aura, but she didn't expect that Yu Wu Dao could see through her cultivation. The eyes of a great sage expert were indeed sharp. Yu Wu Dao stared at Mu Yun. He also recognized her and said, "I recognize you. So you're Mu Yun. I didn't expect you to be here too. You're lucky that the vast sky sage hasn't killed you yet." When he mentioned the vast sky sage's name, Yu Wu Dao's arrogant tone became respectful and humble. The vast sky sage was a top-notch expert in the 3 Yuan world. When Yu Wu Dao mentioned him, he was also full of respect. Mu Yun took out the berserk bracelet and said, "Yu Wu Dao, the 9-headed snake Saint Seed ordered you to get lost immediately. If you're willing to leave, I'll return this berserk bracelet to you. If you're still stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." "Ha ha ha, you're just a puny saint. How dare you talk to me like that?" If the vast sky sage doesn't kill you, I'll do it for him today. Die. Yu Wudao took out his weapon. It was a sky halberd. He held the sky halberd and swooped down from the sky, ruthlessly attacking Mu Yun. The disciples of the Silver Lion clan also flew down and surrounded them with murderous aura. Han Bai also became alert. He brought people to guard the surroundings and waited with rapt attention. In an instant, Mu Yun felt a huge pressure. Yu Wudao was a great sage expert. When he attacked with his halberd, there was the power of wind and thunder. He really couldn't be underestimated. Mu Yun held the Star Emperor sword and slashed out. With a clang, it collided with Yu Wudao's halberd. Sparks flew everywhere. Yu Wudao's body didn't move, but Mu Yun took 3 steps back. Her palm was numb, and the blood in her body was surging. Humph, a useless dog. You can be arrogant in the Saint Realm, but I'm the great sage equal to heaven. In front of me, you're not even comparable to an ant. Yu Wudao held the sky halberd tightly and attacked again. A great sage expert is indeed fierce. Mu Yun's face sank. She shook her numb arm and rushed forward with her sword. Suddenly, Yu Wudao clenched his left hand and released a body immobilization curse. He was a great sage expert and knew many curses. In a battle between great sages, other than the fierce exchange of weapons, there were also curses and control attacks. If one was controlled by a curse, the consequences would be unimaginable. Great Sage Celestial Body. Mu Yun immediately activated her Great Sage Celestial Body. Circles of green light bloomed from her body. Her resistance also greatly increased, directly blocking Yu Wudao's curse. Why do you have a Great Sage Celestial Body? Yu Wudao was slightly surprised. Mu Yun's Great Sage Celestial Body even vaguely showed the figure of the vast sky Great Sage. Mu Yun snorted and rushed out with her sword. When she killed Yang Yutian, she also took Yang Yotian's Great Sage Celestial Body. Now that she had refined it, she easily blocked Yu Wudao's curse. This Great Sage Celestial Body was created by the vast sky Great Sage. It was very effective. No matter how powerful Yu Wudao's curse was, it wouldn't be able to break this celestial body. Yu Wudao's face sank. He didn't use any more curses. Instead, he swept out his halberd. A dazzling cold light appeared on the halberd's blade. It was extremely sharp. Instant slaying ghost sword. Mu Yun suddenly teleported and went behind Yu Wudao. She slashed her sword at his back. It's a movement-type Saint Art. Yu Wudao was slightly surprised. A movement-type Saint Art was very rare. He didn't expect Mu Yun to know it too. He didn't panic and immediately activated his golden body of the Great Sage. His body bloomed with golden light, and his aura was boundless. It's useless even if you sneak attack me. My golden body of the Great Sage isn't something you can break. Yu Wudao was very calm. His golden body of the Great Sage was very strong, and its defense was very strong. Mu Yun, a greater realm sage, wouldn't be able to break his golden body. I'm sorry, this sword can ignore your golden body. Mu Yun flipped her palm. White light flashed, and the Star Emperor sword was replaced by the True Injury sword. She slashed down fiercely. Not good. Yu Wudao's face changed. He felt a sharp aura coming at him. Pucci, his golden body of the Great Sage was useless. It couldn't block the True Injury sword. The damage caused by the True Injury sword was absolute true damage. It could ignore the defense of the golden body. Mu Yun's sword slashed down and opened a wound on Yu Wudao's back. It even injured his wings, causing blood and feathers to splatter everywhere. Damn brat. Yu Wudao was furious. He could only feel the pain from his wound. He quickly circulated his aura to suppress the blood from his wound. Soon after, he slashed out with his halberd. Mu Yun felt a strong pressure coming at her. She hurriedly dodged, but she was still swept by the remaining wind from the halberd. Her body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the mountain wall in the distance. She was directly embedded into the cliff. This won't do. The gap between our realms is still too big. Mu Yun felt pain all over her body. That halberd attack had injured her quite badly. The gap between her and Yu Wudao was still too big. She had used all her strength to slash Yu Wudao. Moreover, it was true damage. Yet, it couldn't kill Yu Wudao. At most, it would cause some light injuries. However, Yu Wudao could kill her with a casual swing of the halberd. Although Yu Wudao only slashed lightly, his bones were about to break. The gap between their realms was just too big. Mu Yun finally understood how big the gap was between her and a great sage expert. In a head-on confrontation, she could at most last a dozen rounds. Wanting to kill a great sage expert was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Brat, prepare to die. Yu Wudao spread his wings. His feathers were mixed with blood, and they shone brightly under the sun. His aura surged wildly. Holding the sky halberd, he was like a god of war descending from the sky. He charged towards Mu Yun fiercely. Mu Yun already had no way out. Even if he wanted to retreat now, Yu Wudao wouldn't let him go. Berserk mode. Activate. Mu Yun shouted loudly. He immediately took out the berserk bracelet and activated the berserk mode. The blood in his body burned crazily. His eyes also fell into a blood-red color. The aura on his body grew crazily. Every strand of his hair fluttered. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun temporarily reached the extreme sage realm. After activating the berserk mode, his cultivation temporarily reached the extreme sage realm. The muscles on his body were bulging like steel. His veins were bulging, showing his fierce strength. Rumble, Mu Yun charged out of the mountain. His entire body was overflowing with brute force. He directly shattered the entire cliff. Rocks flew everywhere. His momentum was terrifying. The surrounding disciples of the Valley of Beasts and the Silver Lion race hurriedly dodged to avoid being bombarded by the rocks. Are you worthy of using the accessories of my Silver Lion race? Die. Yu Wudao snorted coldly and swept his halberd over. Although Mu Yun had entered the berserk mode and reached the extreme sage realm, he wasn't afraid. Because he was the great sage, heaven's equal. The prestige of a great sage was earth-shattering. It was definitely not something that Mu Yun could do. The power of his sword was enough to kill an ordinary supreme saint, but Yu Wudao was a great saint. Facing Mu Yun's ferocious sword, he wasn't afraid at all. Clang, Yu Wudao waved his halberd and pressed it down. The sword and halberd clashed, but both Mu Yun and Yu Wudao remained unmoved. Mu Yun's heart sank. He was already in a berserk state, but he still couldn't shake Yu Wudao. This round of collision was at most evenly matched, but it didn't cause any damage to Yu Wudao. And now that Yu Wudao was on guard, even if he wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would absolutely not be effective. The berserk state won't last long. You will die sooner or later. Why struggle? Yu Wudao snorted coldly as he swept out his halberd, suppressing Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun was in a berserk state, he couldn't kill Mu Yun in a short period of time. However, as long as the berserk state's effect disappeared, it would be Mu Yun's death. Mu Yun's face was solemn. The current situation was precarious. He might have to use his final trump card, the death-snatching technique, to borrow power from the heavens. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Yu Wudao. Yu Wudao's every attack contained the chi of madness. This person had the fate of great rebellion and was the founder of the Tao through killing. His attacking methods were very powerful. If Mu Yun hadn't activated the berserk state, he would have died. Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art, 4th Transformation, activate. At the critical moment, Mu Yun activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. He had already cultivated to the 4th transformation, and when he activated it, his entire body erupted with demonic aura. Eh? Yu Wudao was slightly surprised as he felt a violent demonic aura rushing out. Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. This is the supreme secret technique of the corpse-eating beast race. There are a total of 5 transformations, and you have cultivated to the 4th transformation. Yu Wudao was shocked. Mu Yun's endless methods really surprised him. Fortunately, Mu Yun hadn't reached the Great Saint realm yet. Otherwise, with Mu Yun's methods, he would definitely die. I must kill you today. Otherwise, you will definitely surpass me in the future. You might even reach the level of the vast sky great sage. Yu Wudao's expression turned cold. He waved his halberd crazily like a dragon or a tiger. His aura was awe-inspiring as he brazenly charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun activated the corpse's sovereign tyrannical body, and the aura flames around her body surged. She struck out with her sword, and the demonic aura covered the sword. The demonic might of this sword was torrential as it pierced towards Yu Wudao's heart. Yu Wudao treated it with rapt attention, but he did not expect that Mu Yun's sword was just a feint. Demonic chi erupted from Mu Yun's left hand, condensing into a demonic saber. Suddenly, she slashed out with the saber, striking towards Yu Wudao's shoulder. I have the protection of the golden body of the great sage. It's invulnerable. What's the use of your demonic saber? Yu Wudao snorted coldly. Although Mu Yun's moves changed rapidly, he did not care. This was because his cultivation level was much higher than Mu Yun's. With the protection of the golden body of the great sage, he was not afraid at all. If Mu Yun attacked him with the true injury sword, he would still be wary. But now, it was just a demonic saber. It was not worth mentioning. Yu Wudao did not care. He struck out with his halberd, striking towards Mu Yun. Bang, his halberd arrived first, and the blade of the halberd landed heavily on Mu Yun's body. This brat is dead for sure. Yu Wudao was overjoyed. His great sage strength could shake heaven and earth. If his halberd landed on Mu Yun, he would definitely be able to kill Mu Yun. Buzz, but suddenly, rings of golden light bloomed on Mu Yun's body. A golden body of the great sage appeared and blocked Yu Wudao's attack. Crack, the golden body of the great sage shattered, but Mu Yun relied on the golden body of the great sage to block Yu Wudao's attack. She was not injured at all. Why do you have the golden body of the great sage? Yu Wudao was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun to have a golden body other than the Dharma body. Mu Yun smiled. This golden body was left behind by the former number 1 mercenary, Duan Tianya. After it was destroyed by the Plague Emperor Su Yan, he relied on the 9 elemental chi in the blue sky's underworld diagram and the world tree to continuously repair it. It had already recovered to its original state. Now that he had used it, it had saved his life again. Chi, Mu Yun's demonic saber arrived later, and it landed heavily on Yu Wudao's shoulder. Yu Wudao had the protection of the golden body of the great sage. This attack did not cause any damage to him. It only left a small wound. I already said that it's useless. Yu Wudao calmed down. Mu Yun's golden body of the great sage had shattered. As long as he slashed down with his halberd, Mu Yun would have no way to defend herself. Only death awaited her. Yu Wudao swung his halberd. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from the wound on his shoulder. The wound on his shoulder was just a small wound. But at this moment, blood was flowing out crazily from the wound. The wound kept tearing open, and it was getting bigger and bigger. He circulated his aura to suppress it, but he did not expect that the wound would not heal. Moreover, it was getting worse. The wound caused by the Corpse Emperor's saber has the bleeding curse. It cannot heal. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. The most powerful part of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art's 4th transformation was that it could transform into a Corpse Emperor's saber with the bleeding curse. The wound caused by the Corpse Emperor's saber would never heal. It would only bleed continuously. Among the many curses, the bleeding curse was a special one. The effect of this curse was continuous. It would stay with the body until the person died. Mu Yun's bleeding curse had seeped into Yu Wudao's body. Even his Dharma body could not block it. Now that the bleeding curse was effective, Yu Wudao's wound was getting worse. Currently, in the entire 3 elements realm, the only medicine that could resolve the bleeding curse was Jade Toad House's heart cleansing and chi nourishing pill. Yu Wudao obviously did not have such an elixir. His wound would only bleed continuously until he died. Yu Wudao panicked. His wound was bleeding profusely, and he could not stop it. Damn it! Yu Wudao clenched his teeth and immediately bandaged his wound. He had to stabilize it first. Although the bleeding curse was terrifying, as long as it was treated properly, it wouldn't be a problem. The simplest method was to dig out the flesh where the wound was. Although it would consume vitality, although it was a huge injury, it was still better than bleeding for a lifetime. After bandaging his wound, Yu Wudao calmed himself down. He wanted to fight again with his halberd. But suddenly, his hand loosened, and the halberd fell to the ground with a clang. His clothes also fell off, leaving him completely naked. Above his chest was a huge imprint of the character Rebel. Sword cleansing formation. Mu Yan's expression was cold. While Yu Wudao was bandaging his wound, he was also setting up a formation. He set up the sword cleansing formation and washed away Yu Wudao's weapons and clothes. Unfortunately, I can't wash away his golden avatar. Mu Yan's heart sank. His formation skills were still far from Yang Youtian's. If Yang Youtian was the one who set up the sword cleansing formation, he would definitely be able to wash away Yu Wudao's golden avatar. That way, Yu Wudao would definitely die. But now, although Yu Wudao had lost his weapons and clothes, his golden avatar was still there. He would not die so easily. I'm so embarrassed. When Hani saw Yu Wudao's naked appearance, she blushed and covered her eyes. The surrounding disciples of the Valley of Myriad Beasts roared with laughter. The disciples of the Silver Lion tribe looked embarrassed. They turned their heads and pretended not to see. Yu Wudao was furious. Although he had not been defeated, he was the great sage, heaven's equal. He was humiliated by Mu Yun. It was a fate worse than death. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Although the sword cleansing formation did not hurt Yu Wudao, it dealt a heavy blow to his mind. He was so angry that his body trembled. The wound on his shoulder became more serious. Blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground, dyeing it red. It stained the soil. At this point, there was no way for the battle to continue. Yu Wudao was completely naked, and he couldn't fight Mu Yun naked. Ha ha ha, Yu Wudao, why did you take off your clothes? What kind of performance are you trying to put on? At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. A fishy wind blew in the air. A huge python was rushing over from afar. This python had 9 heads. It was the 9-headed snake. When Yu Wudao saw the 9-headed snake, he was overjoyed. He said, Lord Sanctum, it's good that you came out. Come back with me quickly. The 9-headed snake sneered. Brat, don't think that I don't know that you want to stew me and eat me to improve your cultivation and break through to the intermediate great sage realm. I'm not that stupid. If I go back with you, I'm afraid I won't live past tomorrow. Yu Wudao looked embarrassed. He had the same intention. The 9-headed snake's blood was very rich. If he ate the 9-headed snake, he could advance to the intermediate great sage realm. But this scheme could not be exposed. He smiled, put on his clothes, and said, Lord Sanctum, you must be joking. I can't wait to serve you. Why would I hurt you? The 9-headed snake snorted and said, You bastard. You killed your wife to prove your Tao. You even killed your wife and children. Your reputation is already stinking. What else can you not do? Yu Wudao's face sank. He was the founder of killing to prove his Tao. He was a bad influence. He also knew that his reputation was bad, but the 9-headed snake pointed it out in front of him. Lord Sanctum, don't say so much. Let's go back. My father is still waiting for you. Yu Wudao killed his wife and children. But it wasn't ruthless enough. He wanted to kill his parents as well. Unfortunately, his father's cultivation was unfathomable. He did not dare to act recklessly. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. You want to stew me and eat me. Don't think that I don't know. The 9-headed snake's face was gloomy. An expert like him could detect killing intent. He had already seen through Yu Wudao's intention. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being merciless. The 9-headed snake's eyes shot out a purple-yellow light that shrouded Yu Wudao's body. Not good. Yu Wudao's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he felt that his blood was being sealed. The 9-headed snake shouted, I have sealed his golden body. Mu Yun, hurry up and kill him. Okay. Mu Yun immediately reacted and took out the sleepless ring. A ferocious curse of drowsiness spread out wildly. At the critical moment, Yu Wudao struck out with a backhand. With a bang, the bone in his shoulder was shattered. The intense pain made his sleepiness disappear, and he woke up. Whoosh, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. His eyes were filled with anger and fierceness as he glanced at Mu Yun and the 9-headed snake. Good, 9-headed snake, you dare to betray my Silver Lion clan. When I return from Xianxia Treasure Mountain, it will be the death of you and Mu Yun. Yu Wudao flapped his wings and flew away. The Silver Lion clan disciples saw their young master running away and hurriedly scattered. Damn, what a pity. He ran away. The nine-headed snake saw Yu Wudao run away and felt a sense of pity. This time, they let the tiger return to the mountain, and there would be endless trouble in the future. Yu Wudao was the reincarnation of the mortal Yuan Brush. This person had the great reversal fate. If he didn't die this time, he would definitely become stronger next time. Roar! The nine-headed snake roared and vented its anger on the surrounding Silver Lion clan disciples. Its 9 heads rushed out crazily and bit anyone it saw, chewing them into pieces. In an instant, the valley was filled with wails. It was a tragic scene. Mu Yun was silent. This Yu Wudao was indeed a great saint expert. He could even run away in such a predicament. The next time they met, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. The most troublesome thing for Mu Yun was the Dharma body of a great saint expert. The golden body was fine as he had the true injury sword and could deal true damage. He wasn't afraid of the golden body's defense. However, the great Saint Dharma body's resistance was too strong. The effect of his curse would be weakened by a lot. This time, he had the help of the 9-headed snake, so he could defeat Yu Wudao. He wouldn't be so lucky next time. Strength, I need strength. If I had the strength of a great saint, killing Yu Wudao would be as easy as flipping my hand. Mu Yun clenched his fist. He deeply felt that his strength wasn't enough. He was only a greater saint and was still a long way from reaching the great saint realm. At night, the entire Valley of Beasts was cheering and celebrating. After defeating Yu Wudao, the Valley of Beasts regained its peace. The Hydra was dead drunk. Its 9 heads swayed back and forth. The children in the valley climbed onto its body and ran all over the place, causing a ruckus. These children lived with the demonic beasts all day long. Even if the 9-headed snake looked ferocious, they were not afraid at all. Hani came over with a stalk of spirit grass and handed it to Mu Yun. She smiled and said, "Big brother Mu Yun, it's all thanks to you that our myriad beasts valley got out of this predicament. Grandpa asked me to give you this stalk of fire essence grass." Mu Yun was delighted. She put the Li Hua Xianxiao away and looked around. When she did not see Han Bai, she asked, "Where's your grandfather?" Han Yi's expression dimmed as she said, "My grandfather's curse is acting up. He's resting now." Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. Han Bai had been cursed by the painting suppression curse, and his entire person was imprinted on the painting scroll. He had to suffer the torture of the curse every day, and it was extremely miserable. "Big brother Mu Yun, I heard from grandfather that you are a very powerful person. Can you think of a way to remove my grandfather's curse?" Hani said with a distressed expression. Mu Yun sighed and said, "This painting curse is an ultimate curse. I can't break it either, but don't worry. If I find a way to break it in the future, I will definitely break it for your grandfather." Hani said, "Then I'll leave it to you." She took out a secret manual from her bosom and handed it to Mu Yun. "This is the remnant secret manual of the painting suppression curse. Grandfather asked me to give it to you." Back then, he and the vast heavens sage fought over the secret manual, and each of them got half of the manual. The vast heavens sage was also powerful, and his comprehension was heaven-defying. However, with just half of the manual, he actually comprehended the painting suppression curse. He forced my grandfather to hand over the remaining half, but my grandfather refused, so he was suppressed by him. Mu Yun said in surprise, "I can't accept such a precious thing." The painting suppression curse was one of the ultimate curses. Even a great sage's Dharma body could not withstand such a curse. Once attacked by the painting suppression curse, a person would turn into a white paper painting scroll and could only struggle at death's door in the painting scroll world, living a life worse than death. Moreover, this kind of curse was effective against all things in the world. When a painting suppression curse enveloped it, the earth, mountains, and rivers would be flattened and turned into a painting scroll. The secret manual that Hani handed to Mu Yun was the remnant half of the painting suppression curse. Mu Yun did not dare to accept such a precious thing. Hani said, "Brother Mu Yun, accept it. Grandfather said that you have great luck and might be able to comprehend this ultimate curse. If you really soar to the sky in the future, I hope you can avenge my grandfather. Okay. Mu Yun nodded solemnly. He did not waste any more words and directly accepted the secret manual. At night, Mu Yun returned to his room and took out the secret manual to study it carefully. There was only half of the secret manual, and the remaining half was in the hands of the vast heavens sage. Mu Yun focused on comprehending, but there was only half of the secret manual and it was incomplete. Although his comprehension was high, he could not comprehend it. However, the vast heavens sage only had half of the manual back then, and he could still comprehend it. If the vast heavens sage can learn it, I don't believe that I can't. Mu Yun calmed himself down and continued to comprehend the secret manual. You don't have enough comprehension. Don't waste your energy. At this time, Yan Nanfei's body appeared. He could not help but shake his head when he saw Mu Yun thinking hard. Senior, do you have any ideas? Mu Yun asked. Yan Nanfei was once an expert at the ancient sage level, and his knowledge was very impressive. Yan Nanfei said, you don't have to care about this half of the manual first. Think of a way to advance to the extreme level and comprehend my Book of Heaven's divination. As long as you can see the words on the book, everything will be solved. The Book of Heaven's divination was a wordless heavenly book that Yan Nanfei gave to Mu Yun. However, with Mu Yun's current strength, he could not see the contents of the Book of Heaven's divination. Okay, I got it. Mu Yun kept the secret manual. Yan Nanfei was right. The most important thing now was to think of a way to increase his strength. As long as he had enough strength, all problems could be solved. I'm waiting to recover my strength. I only have the strength of a lesser great sage. I don't even dare to show myself. Otherwise, once I appear and Li Haoyan discovers my existence, I will definitely die. Have you prepared the 9 Suns Grand Rejuvenation Pill that I want? Yan Nanfei's tone was a little anxious. His vitality had not recovered, and he did not dare to go out now. Otherwise, if the vast sky great sage found out, he would die without a burial ground. I'll go back and ask Jade Toad Workshop. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. If Yan Nanfei recovered his vitality, it would be a good thing for him. At least he would have another personal guard. If he encountered someone like Yu Wudao again, he would not have to do anything. He could just ask Yan Nanfei to help him deal with it. That would do. The situation in the Three Elements realm was too chaotic. The next morning, Mu Yun rushed back to Jade Toad Workshop. The situation at Jade Toad Workshop was getting more and more dangerous. Shi Juantian's team was gradually advancing. The camp was already halfway up the mountain. The disciples of Jade Toad Workshop were forced to the top of the mountain and faced a calamity. Mu Yun's expression was solemn as he rushed back to Jade Toad Workshop. Zhou Feishuan saw him return and was delighted. He asked, "Did you get the fire-leaving essence grass?" "I got it." Mu Yun took out the fire-leaving essence grass and handed it to Zhou Feishuan. "That's great. With the fire-leaving essence grass, we can awaken the snow-devouring toad. Come with me." Zhou Feishuan took the fire-leaving essence grass and was overjoyed. He brought Mu Yun to the back mountain of Jade Toad Workshop. There was a huge and damp cave here. Mu Yun followed Zhou Feishuan and carefully stepped into the cave. Inside the cave, there was a huge toad. This toad was snow white, and it had a red cloak on its back. On the cloak, there was the word lake. There was also a huge sword on its waist. There was no scabbard, and it was a pure sword, condensed by the moonlight. It was shining brilliantly. The toad's eyes were closed, and it was snoring. It was obviously in a state of deep sleep. This is the snow-devouring toad. Mu Yun felt an unusually strong aura. This aura was even stronger than that of the 9-headed snake. Even an ordinary lesser saint might not have such a strong aura. "Little girl, don't disturb my sleep. Hurry up and leave." Snow-devouring toad also felt Zhou Feishuan's aura in its sleep. It opened its eyes slightly and was a little impatient. "Your Excellency, Jade Toad Workshop is in danger. Please help us." Zhou Feishuan's tone was sincere. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I only listen to Fairy Ling Long's orders. If you ask Fairy Ling Long to come here, I will naturally listen to her." Snow-devouring toad had a lazy look on his face. He didn't care about Zhou Feishuan at all. Master went to the Seamless Land and hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid she won't be back in a short time. Please help us, Your Excellency. Otherwise, Jade Toad Workshop will be destroyed. Zhou Feishuan said. Since Fairy Ling Long isn't here, don't bother me. Hurry up and leave. Snow-devouring Toad was a little annoyed. Your Excellency, this is my gift to you. Please help me. I am very grateful. Zhou Feishuan took out the fire essence grass. A warm aura spread in the cave. Fire essence grass. Good stuff. Snow-devouring Toad's eyes lit up. This kind of herb was one of the 5 best ingredients for feeding demonic beasts. It was also a delicacy for demonic beasts. Snow-devouring Toad was salivating, his eyes shining. Alright, I will reluctantly help you this time. Snow-devouring Toad snatched the fire essence grass and chewed it. Its snow-white body flashed with a crimson light. Zhou Feishuan was overjoyed. He said, Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. The enemy has already reached the mountain. Oh? The enemy has already reached the mountain? That Shi Juntian is so arrogant. I will go and teach him a lesson. The snow-swallowing ancient toad pulled out its longsword. Immediately, the bright moon covered 1,000 li, the moonlight was vast and mighty, the bright radiance illuminating the entire cave, turning it silvery white. One of the 10 famous swords, the bright moon sword. Mu Yan's expression changed. Snow-devouring Toad's sword turned out to be the bright moon sword of the 10 famous swords. It was ranked 8th. The bright moon sword was imbued with the cold moon sword chi. When the sword struck out, the cold moon shone for thousands of miles, cleansing the dust. Wherever the cold moon sword chi swept out, it would turn into a world of ice and snow. This kind of sword chi also had an illusory impact, causing people to fall into an illusion. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh, Snow-devouring Toad held the longsword diagonally. He bent his body and jumped out of the cave. The disciples of Jade Toad House were struggling to hold on. When they saw the Snow-devouring Toad appear, they were pleasantly surprised. The ancient Toad's sacred seat is finally willing to make a move. The Snow-devouring Toad's huge body slammed down from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing towards the Jiuding Trading's camp. When the disciples of the 9 Tripod Trading Company saw this enormous monster, they were all horrified. What's going on? Shi Juntian heard the commotion and came out of his tent. When he saw the snow-devouring toad, he was shocked. Damn it, Fairy Ling Long isn't here. How did this monster wake up? Who awakened this monster? Rumble, the snow-devouring toad's huge body slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Rocks flew everywhere, and the camp was in chaos. Many people were crushed to death on the spot. Some tried to escape, but they were also crushed to death by the rocks. A bunch of trash. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Die. The snow-devouring toad waved his long sword. In an instant, the moonlight was vast and mighty, filling the sky. The bright light covered the entire mountain. Anyone who was hit by the light of the sword immediately fell to the ground and died. Frost and snow were scattered from the moonlight, and the surroundings were soon covered in snow. The world was covered in snow. Don't panic. Get into formation and face the enemy. Shi Juntian's face darkened. He immediately gathered the remaining soldiers and got into formation to face the enemy. The people he brought were all the elite disciples of Jiuding Trading. After a short period of chaos, they immediately gathered together. Their auras connected into a line and blocked the attack of the snow-devouring toad. The most powerful part of Jiuding Trading was their ancient formations. They liked to set up formations when they were in battle. When hundreds of people attacked in a formation, it was very powerful. Under the leadership of Shi Juntian, the people quickly stabilized their formation and began to counterattack. They steadily charged towards the snow-devouring toad. Ha ha ha, you dare to counterattack in front of me? Snow-devouring toad laughed heartily. With a wave of his cloak, the word lake printed on it immediately emitted a clear and cold light. Between heaven and earth, countless amounts of water vapor gathered and formed many lakes. Soon, the mountaintop of Jade Toad House turned into a world of lakes. The country of thousands of lakes was filled with water. Shi Juntian's team was divided by the lakes, and their formation was immediately broken. So this cloak is actually a page of the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. It turned out that snow-devouring Toad's cape was actually transformed from the Book of Earth Origin. It was a page from the Book of Earth Origin that could create a world of lakes and divide the battlefield. Among the 18 pages of the Book of Earth Origin, the pages of the Book of Lakes didn't have much destructive power, but it was very effective in actual combat. It was very useful in dividing up the battlefield. Under the isolation of millions of lakes, no matter how many people the enemy had, they wouldn't be able to gather into a formation. Chi, the snow-devouring ancient toad, clenched its long sword and slashed out. The 9 Cauldron Trading Company's formation was destroyed and they couldn't resist anymore. All the disciples who were attacked by the snow-devouring ancient toad's sword Chi immediately fell to the ground and died. This damned beast. Shi Juntian flew into a rage when he saw this. He suddenly flew out and attacked snow-devouring toad. Lesser great sage? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with such little strength? Snow-devouring toad snorted coldly. Its strength was actually only equivalent to a lesser great sage. However, it had the Book of Earth Origin and the Bright Moon Sword, so it didn't take ordinary great sages seriously. It wanted to slash out with its sword, but suddenly, it felt empty in its hand. The Bright Moon Sword was gone. Where's my sword? Snow-devouring toad was shocked and stunned. It's in my hands. Shi Juntian's face was cold. He flipped his palm and the Bright Moon Sword appeared in his hand. When did you take it away? Snow-devouring toad was shocked. It didn't notice Shi Juntian's actions at all, and its weapon was snatched away. Ha ha ha, I'm the world's #1 godly thief. I practice the godly thief holy technique. How difficult is it for me to steal your sword? Shi Juntian laughed. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he opened a cloak in his hand. Oh, my Book of Earth Origin. The snow-devouring ancient toad turned pale with fright. At this moment, its cloak was also stolen. Mu Yun and Zhou Feishuan saw this from a distance and were shocked. Shi Juntian was indeed the world's #1 godly thief. He was able to steal snow-devouring toad's weapon and cloak in this battle. Mu Yun and Zhou Feishuan couldn't see his movements clearly. You little thief, give me back my things. Snow-devouring toad was furious. It jumped up and pounced on Shi Juntian. Shi Juntian laughed and said, Old toad, how are you going to fight me without the Bright Moon Sword and the Book of Earth Origin? He was about to attack when he suddenly smelled a fishy smell, followed by a sinister laughter. Shi Juntian, how about I join in? A ferocious figure suddenly flew over from afar. 9-headed snake. Mu Yun was surprised and happy when she saw this figure. It was 9-headed snake. She didn't expect this guy to come to Jade Toad Workshop. Old snake, why are you here? Snow-devouring toad was delighted when it saw 9-headed snake. Ha ha ha, old toad, your Jade Toad Workshop stole a fire essence grass from the Valley of Beasts. I can't let you have such a delicious thing. Quickly hand it over and let me have a bite. 9-headed snake licked his lips. It turned out that he came for the fire essence grass. Sorry, I've already eaten it all. Snow-devouring toad also grinned. It's hard to get rich by eating it alone. Old toad, why didn't you leave me a bite? 9-headed snake was a little annoyed. Shi Juntian didn't bat an eyelid. While snow-devouring toad and 9-headed snake were chatting, he immediately retreated with his people. He was very smart. If there was only one ancient sacred beast, he could still deal with it. But now, 2 sacred beasts were rushing over. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely die. Thief, you still want to run? Give me back my things. Snow-devouring toad was furious when he saw Shi Juntian trying to escape. He flew over to kill him. This thievish-looking person. Could he be the world's greatest thief, Shi Juntian? 9-headed snake's expression turned cold. That's him. This thief is really despicable. He stole all my weapons and magic treasures. Snow-devouring toad's eyes were filled with anger. Ha ha ha, old toad, how could you be so careless? 9-headed snake sneered. Shi Juntian made a prompt decision. He immediately threw away the Bright Moon Sword and the Earth Origin book and fled down the mountain with his people. Snow-devouring toad hurriedly snatched back the sword book. Xianxia took this opportunity to escape with his people. Nine-headed snake was too lazy to chase after them. After all, they were enemies of Jade Toad House. It had nothing to do with him. The disciples of Jade Toad House cheered and immediately retreated. Xianxia and his troops gathered at the foot of the mountain. However, they didn't dare to attack again and could only camp at the foot of the mountain. That night, everyone in Jade Toad House was celebrating. After being suppressed for so long, today was the first time they counterattacked. They finally defeated Xianxia's arrogance. Senior Nine-Headed Snake, thank you for coming to help. Tomorrow, I hope you can join forces with Ancient Toad House and chase Xianxia away. Zhou Feishuan said with a smile. Nine-Headed Snake's arrival was simply a pleasant surprise. It relieved a lot of her pressure. Sorry, I came this time just to taste the Ignis Essence grass. I didn't expect this old toad to eat it all by himself. He didn't leave anything for me. I'm leaving tomorrow. The environment here isn't as comfortable as the Valley of Beasts. Nine-Headed Snake yawned with a lazy expression. Zhou Feishuan said, Jade Toad House is in danger. I hope Senior can help us. Nine-Headed Snake rolled his eyes and said, it's none of my business. You guys fight, don't disturb my peace. Snow-devouring Toad's expression darkened. He pulled out his long sword and shouted, Hey, old toad, how can you say that? This is my territory. You should be more polite. You old toad, I didn't say you were eating it all by yourself. Nine-Headed Snake was a little angry. He paused and took out a scroll. He threw it to Zhou Feishuan and said, Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. This scroll is the scroll of the ultimate curse. If Xianxia dares to fight again, release the ultimate curse. When you get out, I'm sure you'll make him run for his life. Ultimate curse? Zhou Feishuan's expression changed. She had also heard of the ultimate curse. This kind of curse was extremely lethal. It was simply heaven-defying and invincible. In the entire Three Yuan realm, only Haoyan Sage had mastered the ultimate curse, and only two kinds. This level of curse was extremely rare in the Three Yuan realm. No one except Haoyan Sage could understand it. I snatched this scroll from a higher plane world, the Kuan-Su world. I only have one scroll. Now that I'm giving it to you, I've done my duty. Nine-Headed Snake said lazily. You know your place. Snow-devouring Toad snorted and put away his long sword. Zhou Feishuan picked up the scroll. Her expression was still serious. She knew very well that a set of curse scrolls alone would not be enough to defeat Xianxia. Third sister, go to Taijia City for me and ask the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and Titan Giant Ape clan to help. Zhou Feishuan ordered. Lin Jueyue was puzzled. Senior sister, these two clans have never been friends with Jade Toad House. It's good enough that they don't cause trouble. Why are they willing to help? Lin Jueyue was the #1 poison woman in the Three Yuan realm. Her poison skills were fierce. Mu Yun had seen how powerful she was in the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. However, the gap between her and Xianxia was too big. She would not be of much use in this battle. However, she was sure that she did not like Mu Yun. Mu Yun had been in Jade Toad House for a long time, but she had not spoken a word to Mu Yun. Zhou Feishuan said, the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and Titan Giant Ape clan are mortal enemies of Jiuding trading. This time, Xianxia is alone outside. It's a good opportunity for them to attack. Go and inform them. They will definitely come. Yes, senior sister. Lin Jueyue agreed. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Feishuan's strategy was a little inappropriate. What if they lured the wolf to the tiger? Wouldn't it be troublesome if the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and Titan Giant Ape clan refused to leave after they defeated Xianxia? However, he did not say much. After all, Zhou Feishuan must have thought about it for a long time. There was no need for him to talk nonsense. The next day, the Nine-Headed Snake left. Xianxia's troops became restless when they found out that the Nine-Headed Snake had left the Jade Cicada Temple. That night, while Mu Yun was cultivating, she suddenly heard an angry roar coming from outside. My weapons and treasures. That little thief stole my things again. Mu Yun went out to take a look and saw the snow-devouring toad flying into a rage and cursing. Its bright moon sword and Earth Origin book cloak were gone. Obviously, Shi Juntian had stolen them again. Zhou Feishuan heard the commotion and also came out. He asked, "Lord Sage, what happened?" Snow-devouring toad said angrily, "Shi Juntian, that little thief, stole my things again." Zhou Feishuan's expression changed. He said, "That's impossible. If he went up the mountain, I would have sensed his aura." Snow-devouring toad said, "I don't know what happened either. I dozed off and when I woke up, my things were gone. It must have been that little thief who stole them." Mu Yun and Zhou Feishuan looked at each other in shock. Shi Juntian was known as the world's #1 thief. This person's stealing skills were brilliant. They didn't know what method he used, but he actually stole Snow-devouring Toad's sword book. However, Zhou Feishuan and Mu Yun didn't have a trace of it. They didn't notice it at all. "Little girl, come with me. Let's go down the mountain and kill that little thief." Snow-devouring Toad flew into a rage. He just wanted to rush down the mountain and kill Shi Juntian immediately. "Absolutely not." Zhou Feishuan's expression darkened. He said, "Jioding Trading has many people. We are no match for them. Lord Sage, don't panic. When the reinforcements from Taijia City arrive, it will be our chance to counterattack. I don't care. If you don't dare to go, I'll go myself." In its fury, the snow-swallowing ancient toad did not care about anything else. It leaped into the air and its enormous body covered the sky. With a swoosh sound, it smashed towards the campsite at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Feishuan stamped his feet. He did not expect Snow-devouring Toad to be so impulsive. He was simply an old fool. She had to guard the Jade Toad workshop and couldn't go out easily. Otherwise, if something happened, the entire Jade Toad workshop would be destroyed. Mu Yun said, "Miss Zhou, I'll go and take a look." Zhou Feishuan looked at Mu Yun gratefully and nodded. "Okay, thank you very much. The Lord Sage of the Holy See has lost his sword book, so his strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid he's no match for the Shi Juntian. You must keep an eye on him and don't let him mess around." Originally, Snow-devouring Toad's strength was about the same as Shi Juntian's. However, without the bright moon sword and the cloak of the Earth Origin book, he was definitely no match for the Shi Juntian. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. This old toad was about to go crazy. He was afraid that he couldn't stop it. He could only follow and take a look first. Under the moonlight, Snow-devouring Toad's body was sparkling and translucent. It looked very beautiful. Its huge body fell from the sky and smashed into the Jioding Trading's camp. However, it didn't cause any chaos. Instead, it fell into the lake with a plop. With a plop, it fell into a lake. Mu Yun followed it down the mountain. His expression immediately changed. The Jioding Trading's team was waiting for the Snow-devouring Toad's arrival. They didn't panic at all. There were many lakes in the camp. When Snow-devouring Toad fell, it directly fell into the lake. "Hee hee, old toad, I already guessed that you would come." Shi Juntian stood out. He was holding a long sword that emitted a chilly moonlight. On his back was a cloak with the word lake printed on it. As expected, he had stolen Snow-devouring Toad's bright moon sword and the cloak of the Earth Origin book. Shi Juntian created a world of lakes and trapped Snow-devouring Toad. "Thief, give them back too." "Me." Snow-devouring Toad was furious. Its body shook and it flew out of the lake. "You old toad, how dare you come here alone? You're courting death. Brothers, kill it." Shi Juntian put away the Earth Origin book and immediately ordered his team to gather into a formation. Hundreds of people joined forces and advanced in unison. The team didn't make any noise. Only the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. The military might was extremely strict. Clang, hundreds of people drew their weapons at the same time. Sharp rays of light pierced the night sky. Boundless killing intent whizzed out. A bunch of useless people. Die. Snow-devouring Toad snorted coldly and charged into the enemy's formation. Its huge body went on a rampage and broke the enemy's formation. However, these disciples were all elites. After a brief moment of chaos, they immediately regrouped and surrounded Snow-devouring Toad. They raised their weapons and slashed at it. Seeing this, Mu Yan's expression turned grave. She immediately took out the Earth Origin book and wanted to rescue Snow-devouring Toad from the encirclement. Kid, don't try to cause trouble. Your opponent is me. Shijun Tian noticed Mu Yan's presence and immediately attacked with his sword. He didn't care about Snow-devouring Toad because his team was enough to wear Snow-devouring Toad down. He only needed to guard against Mu Yan. Although his team's formation was powerful, Mu Yan had the Earth Origin book and could easily break his formation. Therefore, he definitely couldn't let Mu Yan interfere. Mu Yan suddenly felt a huge sense of danger. He felt an invisible devil's claw trying to steal his Earth Origin book. Oh no! Mu Yan's expression changed. She immediately flipped to the mountain's origin book and shouted. A bare and lofty mountain suddenly fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground with a rumble. On the surface, Mu Yan seemed to have hit nothing but air. However, Mu Yan was sure that the invisible devil's claw had been suppressed by her. Damn it! Bastard! Shijun Tian cried out in pain and retracted his left hand. His face was distorted from the pain. It's not that easy to steal my things. Mu Yan snorted. Although Shijun Tian's stealing technique was powerful, it wasn't that easy to steal the Earth Origin book from him. His mind and soul were much sharper than Snow-devouring Toad's. He wouldn't be fooled so easily. Forget it. I don't need to steal. I just need to kill you and everything on you will naturally be mine. Shijun Tian's expression turned cold. He immediately brandished his sword and attacked. He had just stolen the Bright Moon sword. His swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water. He was indeed a great sage expert. He had already refined the stolen item and was able to use it with ease. In an instant, heaven and earth were shrouded in the cold moonlight. The snow was quiet and the cold wind was piercing to the bone. An illusion of the horizon bright moon appeared in front of Mu Yan's eyes. She fell into an illusory state. Her feet were light and she didn't feel like she was stepping on solid ground. She was empty and couldn't find her direction. This was the illusion that came with the bright moon sword. It could make people fall into the illusory state of the horizon bright moon. The world was far away, but the moon was high up in the sky. In the horizon bright moon, one would feel empty and unable to exert force. This illusory state wasn't a curse. However, it was worse than a curse because one couldn't feel any existence at all. All senses were blinded and one's entire being was illusory. Shijun Tian's sword pierced through the air. However, Mu Yan couldn't hear it at all. She fell into the illusory state and couldn't feel any danger. Hey, kid, wake up! A thunderous voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yan's mind. It was Yan Nanfei's voice. Mu Yan instantly woke up. When she saw Shijun Tian's sword piercing towards her, she hurriedly teleported and dodged. She had just escaped from death, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. This bright moon sword was really evil. It was no wonder it was ranked 8th among the top 10 famous swords. The sword aura came with the illusion of the horizon bright moon. It could make people fall into the illusory state and become muddle-headed. They wouldn't even know how they died. Shijun Tian's sword pierced through the air and was stunned. It wasn't because Mu Yan could dodge it, but because he seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. Master, Shijun Tian looked horrified as if he had done something wrong. He looked around in fear. Master, where are you? Shijun Tian's body was trembling. His lips were pale and he looked extremely terrified. Oh no! I can't be discovered by him. Yan Nanfei hurriedly restrained his aura. He had just woken up Mu Yan and was almost exposed. When Mu Yan saw Shijun Tian panicking, she immediately drew her true injury sword and slashed. Star Explosion Airflow Slash. A majestic star aura condensed on the sword and immediately turned into a sharp sword aura. It fiercely slashed out. Shijun Tian immediately woke up when he felt the impact of the sword aura. However, Mu Yan's sword aura had already arrived and he couldn't block it in time. Sky Stealing Hand. Shijun Tian shouted and suddenly waved his hand. He actually stole 80% of the power of Mu Yan's sword aura. Mu Yan was shocked. She didn't expect Shijun Tian's stealing technique to be so strange. It could even steal the power of her sword aura. This sword aura was only left with 20% of its power. Even if it was a true injury sword, it was useless. Xianxia was hit by the sword aura and retreated 3 steps. A bloody wound appeared on his chest, but it wasn't big. His injury was very light. At this moment, Snow-devouring toad let out a sorrowful roar and fell to the ground. It didn't have the sword book in hand. Facing the siege of a large group of Joding Trading's elites, it could only bitterly hold on. Now that it couldn't hold on any longer, it directly fell to the ground. You bunch of bastards. Wait until I get the sword book back. You're all dead. Snow-devouring toad let out a furious roar. The surrounding Joding Trading's disciples all had grave and stern expressions. When they saw Snow-devouring toad fall to the ground, they immediately surrounded it and slashed it with their swords and sabers. They only managed to cut Snow-devouring toad into pieces of flesh and blood. Snow-devouring toad was also very stubborn. He didn't let out a scream and forcefully endured it. In an instant, he was heavily injured and died. Senior Ancient Toad. Mu Yin turned pale with fright. She didn't expect the Joding Trading's disciples to be so fierce. They actually relied on their numbers and really killed Snow-devouring toad. This was troublesome. If the news of Snow-devouring toad's death were to spread, the entire Jade Toad house would definitely collapse. Zhou Feishuan and the others definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this heavy blow. Ha ha ha, this old toad is finally dead. Shijun Tian looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Damn it. Mu Yun clenched her teeth and immediately took out the Book of Earth Origin. She flipped to the Book of Forest. Vines crawled out from the surroundings and dragged Snow-devouring toad's corpse up the mountain. Stay here. Shijun Tian snorted coldly and wanted to stop Mu Yun. Who can stop me if I want to leave? Mu Yun released the swamp world and directly delayed Shijun Tian's footsteps. Then, she walked up the mountain with Snow-devouring toad. Shijun Tian wanted to chase after her, but his footsteps were hindered by the swamp world and he couldn't catch up. Mu Yun dragged the Snow-devouring toad's corpse back to the mountain. He stared at the Snow-devouring toad's corpse and pondered. It's good that the Snow-devouring toad is dead. I can refine it into a puppet. Mu Yun flipped his palm and directly used the secret method of refining puppets. Spiritual seals landed on the Snow-devouring toad's body. Slowly, time passed, and the Snow-devouring toad was gradually refined into a puppet. Mu Yun peeled off a snowy page from the Earth Origin book and used it as the energy core of the Snow-devouring toad. Under the nourishment of the Earth Origin book, the Snow-devouring toad's eyes glowed again, and its aura was much stronger than before. Not bad, not bad. Unless someone from the Valley of Beasts comes, no one will be able to tell. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. The Snow-devouring toad was now filled with boundless blood qi. It looked like it was alive, and ordinary people would not be able to tell at all. I have already subdued 2 of the 10 sacred beasts. Mu Yun pondered for a moment. He currently had 2 sacred beast puppets, the golden fire Swanee and the Snow-devouring toad. These 2 sacred beasts were quite powerful, and together with the Earth Origin book, they could contend against a great saint expert. If I use the exploding Qi Pearl and the Berserk Bracelet, I wonder if I can kill Shijun Tian. As Mu Yun was pondering, he suddenly felt a strange aura. It was as if there was an invisible demon claw that wanted to steal the Snow-devouring toad. This invisible devil claw was formless and completely invisible. It came from the void and attacked from the void. Mu Yun quickly opened his heaven's eye. When he opened his eye, he immediately saw the appearance of the demon claw. The entire claw was pitch black and twisted, and it contained a rather strong soul power. Shijun Tian, it's you again. Mu Yun's expression changed. This demonic claw clearly belonged to Shijun Tian. Shijun Tian could perform the stealing technique from a distance. It was very magical. Mu Yun caught the trace of his stealing technique devil claw and immediately slashed down with her sword. Immortal fire. Mu Yun roared as a black flame burst out from her sword. The sharp black flame sword chi slashed towards Shijun Tian's devil claw. Mu Yun rarely used the immortal god flame, because this kind of flame required a lot of energy to control. Moreover, this was something that belonged to the 9 Nether Vermilion Bird clan. It involved a first-rate clan and his mother's secret, so it was better to be cautious when using it. It would be coveted by others. At this point, he no longer hesitated and directly used the immortal flame to burn Shi Juntian's claws. Ah! In the distance, Shi Juntian let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly retracted his claw. A ball of black flame was burning on his palm. Billowing heat waves spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. It's so hot. What kind of flame is this? Shi Juntian's expression changed. He wanted to extinguish the flame, but the immortal god flame was like a maggot in his bones. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the immortal god flame. Shi Juntian was attacked by my immortal god flame. He must be injured. This is a good opportunity. Mu Yan's expression changed. She immediately returned to the mountain and told Zhou Feishuan about Shi Juntian's injury. Miss Zhou, Shi Juntian is already injured. If you make a move now, you have a great chance of winning. Zhou Feishuan was a master ranked 10th on the experts ranking. He was also a great saint-level master. At this moment, Shi Juntian was already injured by Mu Yan's immortal god flame. If Zhou Feishuan was willing to make a move, it was very likely that he could kill Shi Juntian directly. No, I can't act rashly. Otherwise, if something happens to me, the entire Jade Toad house will be finished. Zhou Feishuan was very cautious. Until now, he still hadn't made a move. Leng Jianxin, on the other hand, held the hilt of his sword and was ready to make a move. Second sister, I'm warning you. Don't even think about assassinating Shi Juntian. I don't know who you learned from. You like to use assassination methods so much. You're not a killer. Zhou Feishuan saw through Leng Jianxin's intention. Humph, senior sister, you're too timid. Leng Jianxin snorted. Zhou Feishuan sighed. Now, we can only wait for the reinforcements of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Ape. Seeing Zhou Feishuan's hesitation, Mu Yun was a little angry. The opportunity was fleeting. If she didn't make a move now, Shi Juntian would recover and it would be difficult to deal with him. Miss Zhou, you decide for yourself. Mu Yun directly flicked her sleeves and left. Zhou Feishuan wasn't willing to make a move. He wanted to make a move himself to deal with Shi Juntian, but he didn't have the confidence to win. Unless I cultivate the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the evil path, the Devil Emperor transformation. Mu Yun's heart shook. The 9 transformations of the evil path was a secret technique of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. It was the source of all evil techniques in the world. The 9 transformations of the evil path was broad and profound. Each transformation contained endless changes. Mu Yun had already cultivated the first transformation, the Baleful Star transformation. However, she still couldn't defeat Shi Juntian. But if she cultivated the Devil Emperor transformation, it would be different. She had a great chance of killing Shi Juntian. The Devil Emperor transformation is the source of all evil techniques in the world. If I can cultivate the Devil Emperor transformation, I won't have to worry about Zhou Feishuan's face. Mu Yun silently pondered. Instead of waiting for Zhou Feishuan to make a move, she might as well do it herself. As long as she cultivated the Devil Emperor transformation, she would have a great chance of killing Shi Juntian with the help of the Golden Fire Swan Ni and the Snow-Devouring Toad. Mu Yun immediately went to the back mountain of the Jade Toad School. The cave at the back mountain was where the Snow-Devouring Toad lived. Now that the Snow-Devouring Toad had become her puppet, this place was naturally her territory. This place was secluded enough. Cultivating here wouldn't be disturbed by others. Mu Yun immediately opened the Scroll of the Gods and entered the world of the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. Guei hadn't woken up yet. Mu Yun sat cross-legged alone in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. In front of her was an ancient cauldron. It was pitch black and filled with boundless evil qi. The Great Demonic Cauldron was one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. It was Yang Youtian's treasure, and now it was in Mu Yun's hands. Of the 9 great ancient cauldrons, I've already obtained the Thunder King Cauldron, the Fire God Cauldron, the Water Mother Cauldron, and the Great Demonic Cauldron. According to Guei, if I gather all 9 great ancient cauldrons, I can unlock a secret. I wonder what it is. Mu Yun stared at the Great Demonic Cauldron. This cauldron was filled with evil qi. She directly absorbed it and began cultivating the second transformation of the 9 changes of the evil way, the Devil Emperor transformation. The path of the Devil Emperor is to refine the demonic body, steal the demonic blood, nurture the demonic fetus, melt the demonic bones, and reach the pinnacle of the demonic path. Mu Yun comprehended the secret method of the Devil Emperor transformation. The steps of cultivating the Devil Emperor transformation were to refine the demonic body, steal the demonic blood, nurture the demonic fetus, and melt the demonic bones. If she reached the pinnacle, she would be able to reach the Supreme Saint realm. As long as I cultivate the Devil Emperor transformation, I will be able to reach the Supreme Saint realm. Mu Yun was looking forward to it. She began cultivating the Devil Emperor transformation. The first step was to refine the demonic body. Mu Yun directly absorbed the spirit qi from the great demonic cauldron to refine his own bones and meridians. Gradually, wisps of black qi appeared on his body, floating like mist. Mu Yun's corpse Emperor Tyrant body art had already reached the fourth revolution. His foundation in the Devil Tao was extremely solid. Thus, cultivating the Devil God transformation was a piece of cake for him. As the Devil Qi entered his body, he was able to refine them one by one. Moreover, she had the talent of purification in her bloodline, so she was not afraid of the backlash of the evil Qi. In addition, with the foundation of the Star Demon Saint body, Mu Yun's body was as stable as Mount Tai. What she needed most was time. Although the time rule of the Life and Death Secret Pavilion was very special, and 1 year of cultivation here was only 1 day outside, Mu Yun still felt that the time was far from enough. 7 days later, Mu Yun had already spent 7 years in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. The first step, Devil Emperor transformation, is finally completed. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and gently clenched his fist. The joints in his palm became slender and well-proportioned. Between his brows, there was a trace of demonic qi. After completing the Devil Emperor transformation, Mu Yun also felt that his lifespan had recovered to the level of 1 million years. However, he was still unable to break through the barrier. 1 million years of lifespan was the limit of a saint. If she wanted to break through this limit, she would have to reach the Supreme Saint realm. My Devil Emperor transformation has been completed. There is no need for others to do it. I will kill Shi Juntian myself. A trace of battle intent flashed through Mu Yun's eyes. He had never won against a Supreme Saint expert. Last time, he was able to defeat Yu Wudao with the help of the 9-headed snake. It did not count. He really wanted to rely on his own strength to kill a Supreme Saint. Mu Yun left the Scroll of the Gods, walked out of the cave, and returned to the Jade Toad building. However, he found that the once peaceful Jade Toad building had been reduced to ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, and there were traces of fire. Corpses were scattered on the ground. It was a tragic scene. What happened? Mu Yun was shocked. He had only cultivated in seclusion for 7 days. Could it be that the Jade Toad building had been conquered in just 7 days? He heard a voice in front of him. It seemed to be Shi Juntian's voice, so he quickly approached quietly. There were hundreds of people gathered at the corner of the open space in front of him. Half of them were Shi Juntian's team, and the other half were disciples of the Jade Toad building. Zhou Feishuan's body was covered in wounds. Her injuries were very serious, and she was on the verge of death. Around her were ordinary disciples of the Jade Toad building. Leng Jianxin and Liao Xue were nowhere to be seen. Everyone looked dispirited, and their faces were filled with dejection. Shi Juntian held his long sword, pointed at Zhou Feishuan, and shouted, "Zhou Feishuan, quickly tell me the location of the elixir vault." The elixir vault of the Jade Toad building contained countless elixirs and the best elixir refining manuals. However, the location of the elixir vault was very mysterious. Other than Zhou Feishuan, no one else knew about it. Bah! Dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you the location of the elixir vault. Zhou Feishuan gritted her teeth and did not give in. Bitch! Shi Juntian was furious. He slapped Zhou Feishuan's face. Senior Sister Zhou. The surrounding disciples exclaimed, looking sad and indignant. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky. A group of disciples of the Winged Silver Lion clan appeared in the sky under the lead of a man. It's Yu Wudao. Mu Yun's face darkened when he saw the man. Yu Wudao, how is it? Have you found the elixir vault? Shi Juntian asked. Zhou Feishuan, hurry up and tell me where the pill warehouse is. If you tell me, I can give you a quick death. Shijun Tian placed the tip of his sword on Zhou Feishuan's neck, full of killing intent. Zhou Feishuan clenched her teeth, not saying a word. Big brother, sure, let me do it. Yu Wudao took out a sharp knife and grabbed a disciple of the Jiuding trading. With a swoosh, the disciple's throat was slit. Tell me where the pill warehouse is. If you don't tell me, I will kill these disciples one by one in front of you. Yu Wudao's voice was as indifferent as water, without any killing intent. Shijun Tian heard Yu Wudao's almost indifferent tone and couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. This guy was indeed the founder of the Dao through killing. His talent was so great that he could kill without batting an eyelid. His methods were really ruthless. Zhou Feishuan was speechless. She didn't expect Yu Wudao to threaten her like this. If you don't tell me, I will continue to kill. Yu Wudao grabbed another disciple and broke the latter's neck with a crack. Enough. Zhou Feishuan clenched her teeth, on the verge of breaking down. If you don't want to die, hurry up and persuade her. Otherwise, I will kill all of you one by one. Yu Wudao held the bleeding knife and looked around at the disciples of Jade Toad House. However, they didn't show the slightest fear in the face of his threat. No one begged for mercy. Very well. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Yu Wudao grabbed another disciple and wanted to kill him with one slash. Stop. Mu Yun couldn't stand it anymore and flew out. Mu Yun. Everyone was shocked when they saw Mu Yun appear. After not seeing her for a few days, Mu Yun's appearance and aura had changed a lot. Between her brows, there was a trace of evil aura like that of a demon. The lines of her body were like that of a sculpture. It's you, little bastard. When Yu Wudao saw Mu Yun, he was instantly enraged. Back in the Valley of Beasts, he had been defeated by Mu Yun, which was a great humiliation. When he heard that Shijun Tian was attacking the Jade Toad School, he immediately came over to help. With the two of them working together, they successfully took down the Jade Toad School. You came out to die yourself. That's great. I don't have to look everywhere for you. Yu Wudao waved his hand, and a halberd appeared in his palm. His murderous aura sword. Young Lord Yu, let me do it. This little bastard made me lose my hand. I must take revenge for this. Shijun Tian gritted his teeth. There was no flesh on his left hand. It was just a skeleton, and even the bones had been charred. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she was slightly surprised. Back then, when Shijun Tian was burned by his immortal divine flame, she didn't expect him to still have a skeleton left in his palm. He didn't completely turn into ashes. It must be because his stealing skills were brilliant and he stole a portion of the immortal divine flame's energy. He left, so his injuries weren't that serious. Big brother, sure, be careful. This Mu Yun has a lot of curses. It's a little strange. Yu Wudao warned in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, I have the great sage celestial body to protect me. Why should I be afraid of curses? Shijun Tian laughed and swung his bright moon sword, slashing towards Mu Yun. In an instant, the bright moon sword covered 1,000 miles. The bright moonlight illuminated the universe. The cold wind blew, and the snow danced. The bright moon sword chi instantly covered the entire heaven and earth. Mu Yun was slightly surprised. After not seeing Shijun Tian for 7 days, his swordsmanship had improved again. This bright moon sword was originally Snow-devouring Toad's weapon. At this moment, Shijun Tian was using it smoothly without any hesitation. The bright moon sword's sword chi would cause people to fall into a state of nothingness. If one was hit by the sword chi, it would be hard to escape misfortune. Break for me! Mu Yun shouted and pulled out the Star Emperor sword. A dazzling star sword chi whizzed out. With just one slash, it broke Shijun Tian's attack. Shijun Tian was shocked. He felt that although Mu Yun's cultivation was still in the Great Realm, her physical strength had improved a lot compared to before. Mu Yun swung her sword again. She had already mastered the Devil Emperor transformation. Although it was only the first step of devil body tempering, her physical strength had improved greatly. The power of her sword chi was far stronger than before. Although there is some improvement, you're still an ant like trash in front of me. Shi Juntian shook his head. He was a great sage expert. His cultivation was much stronger than Mu Yun's. As long as he was wary of Mu Yun's immortal fire, it would be difficult for him to lose. Mu Yun's many curses were not very effective in front of an expert like Shi Juntian. After all, the resistance of the great sage Dharma body was too high. Even formations were not effective. She could only rely on her strength to meet force with force. Mu Yun, leave quickly. You are not Shi Juntian's opponent. Zhou Feishuan choked. Mu Yun was only a great sage expert, while Shi Juntian was already a great sage expert. The gap between the two was too big. Zhou Feishuan could not see any hope of victory. He only wanted Mu Yun to leave quickly. With Mu Yun's strength, no one could stop her if she wanted to leave. Miss Zhou, only one of us can survive today, Shi Juntian or I. Mu Yun held the Star Emperor sword diagonally. Her mind was racing. Curses were not very effective against Shi Juntian. The most effective method was naturally the immortal fire. The immortal fire was extremely lethal. Even the golden body Dharma body could not withstand it. If it could burn Shi Juntian, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Shi Juntian had suffered a loss last time. This time, he would definitely be on full alert. He would definitely not let Mu Yun succeed so easily. A killer move like the immortal fire also required a huge amount of energy. If she was not sure of winning, Mu Yun would not release it easily. Mu Yun, I will tear you into pieces within 5 moves. A sharp murderous aura appeared on Shi Juntian's face. Yu Wudao watched the battle from the side. Not only did he want to win, but he also wanted to win beautifully. Otherwise, he would lose face. The first move of the sky-stealing hand, heart-stealing. Shi Juntian roared. His claw suddenly became pitch-black and distorted. It flew across the sky and attacked. Mu Yun immediately retreated. Shi Juntian's claw did not chase after her. Instead, it danced in the air, as if it was stealing something. Thump thump, Mu Yun suddenly felt his heart beat violently twice. Then, it stopped. His heartbeat had suddenly stopped. Because of the sudden stop of his heart, the blood in his body instantly entered a sluggish state. He could not breathe, and his ears were buzzing. With his heartbeat stopped, the fighting spirit and energy that Mu Yun had just raised dissipated. Good. I have long heard that Big Brother Shi's stealing technique is the best in the world. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Yu Wudao applauded from the side. Shi Juntian's stealing technique was known as the best in the world. This person's stealing technique was so strange that it had reached the acme of perfection. He could even steal a person's heartbeat. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Mu Yun had been attacked by Shi Juntian's stealing technique. His heartbeat had already been stolen. His heart had lost its ability to beat. This heart-stealing technique was the real heart-stealing. It stole a person's heartbeat to achieve the goal of killing. This kind of killing method only pierced the heart and did not cause blood to flow. It made one's hair stand on end. Mu Yun's heartbeat had already been stolen. He was about to become a corpse. However, Shi Juntian was not careless. He raised his sword and slashed towards Mu Yun. He was very clear of Mu Yun's strength. This heart-stealing technique would not be able to kill Mu Yun. He only wanted to control Mu Yun and then cut him into pieces. Golden Fire Swan and I, Snow-Devouring Toad, show yourself. Although Mu Yun's heartbeat had stopped, his soul and spirit could still be used. With a thought, he immediately summoned the Golden Fire Swan and I and Snow-Devouring Toad. Rumble, the two sacred beasts' huge bodies immediately appeared on the field. One was water and one was fire, one was cold and one was hot. They clashed and mixed with each other, releasing a majestic aura. Under the impact of the Golden Fire Swan and I and Snow-Devouring Toad's spiritual chi, Mu Yun's heartbeat immediately recovered and started thumping. The blood that had just fallen into a deep slumber flowed like lava and filled his entire body. Why is Snow-Devouring Toad still alive? Shi Juntian was shocked. He wanted to raise his sword and slash Mu Yun, but Snow-Devouring Toad intercepted him. Previously, he had stolen Snow-Devouring Toad's sword book and relied on his advantage in numbers to grind Snow-Devouring Toad to death. However, he did not expect Snow-devouring Toad to appear in front of him now. Naturally, he did not know that Snow-devouring Toad had already been refined into a puppet by Mu Yun. Furthermore, it carried the aura of the Snow Book and was even more powerful than before. Shijun Tian, do you think I will die so easily? Mu Yun controlled Snow-devouring Toad and said a sentence. Her tone was full of wisdom and experience, making it seem even more real. No one would have guessed that she was a puppet. Senior Snow-devouring Toad, take this. Mu Yun put on an act and threw out the True Injury Sword. Snow-devouring Toad caught the True Injury Sword with one hand and violently slashed at Shijun Tian. Even the golden body of the great sage could not withstand the sharpness of the True Injury Sword. Shijun Tian did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly retreated. The True Injury Sword in Snow-devouring Toad's hands was even more powerful. Every swing of the sword was accompanied by an earth-shattering aura. Brother Shi, do you need my help? Yu Wudao's face darkened. Snow-devouring Toad and Golden Fire Swanee were both ancient sacred beasts. They were extremely powerful. The combined strength of these two sacred beasts was definitely at the level of a great sage expert. It would not be easy to deal with them. No need. Just watch carefully. There are only 4 moves left. I will tear this little bastard into pieces. Shi Juentian's claws flew out once again. Sky Stealing Hand, Second Style, Steel. Shi Juentian's palm sucked the True Injury Sword from Snow-devouring Toad's hands. Not good. Mu Yan's face changed drastically. If the True Injury Sword was in her hands, Shijun Tian would definitely not be able to steal it. However, she had given it to Snow-devouring Toad to use. She was not paying attention and it was stolen by Shijun Tian. Let's see how you can fight me without this sword. Shijun Tian sneered. The True Injury Sword was imbued with True Injury Sword. Even his golden body of the great sage could not withstand it. However, now that he had stolen the True Injury Sword, he no longer had to be afraid of Mu Yun. In an instant, Mu Yun felt his lifespan slipping away at a crazy rate. Thousands of years went by, and he couldn't stop it. Shi Juentian's move was actually stealing his lifespan. Mu Yan's expression changed drastically. If Shijun Tian continued stealing his lifespan, even 1,000,000 years of his lifespan wouldn't be enough. Stop it right there. Mu Yun roared. He rode the golden swanee and charged forward with his sword. Lifespan was his foundation, the foundation of his cultivation. If Shijun Tian stole his lifespan, he would lose not only his lifespan but also the foundation of his cultivation. This was absolutely intolerable. Shijun Tian sneered and immediately took out a huge ancient bronze cauldron. This ancient cauldron was engraved with various images of wind, clouds, and the sky. It exuded an ancient aura. Wind Demon Cauldron, rise. Shijun Tian raised his hand and the Wind Demon Cauldron flew up from the ground. It crazily absorbed the aura of the storm between heaven and earth. Immediately after, it pressed down on Mu Yun with the force of Mount Tai. A frenzied storm formed at this moment. As soon as the Wind Demon Cauldron appeared, the color of heaven and earth changed. A terrifying wind disaster emerged. The wind disaster that filled the sky followed the Wind Demon Cauldron and smashed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. If he was hit by the Wind Demon Cauldron, even if he wasn't smashed to death, he would be torn to pieces by the wind disaster. The wind disaster released by the Wind Demon Cauldron was so powerful that it made heaven and earth pale. Even if he had tempered his demonic body, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Rage Bracelet. Mu Yun made a prompt decision. He immediately released the Rage Bracelet and entered rage mode. His muscles bulged like steel, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He instantly entered a berserk state. Today, I'll show you what a real storm is. Mu Yun's eyes were blood red. He immediately waved his hand and a frenzied tornado immediately roared out. First Tribulation Wind, Black Dragon Wind Disaster. Mu Yun roared and directly used the Black Dragon Wind Disaster. At this moment, he had activated his berserk state, and his strength had greatly increased. The wind disaster that he released also had the power to shake the heavens and the earth, rumbling loudly. Shi Juentian's storm paled in comparison to Mu Yun's Black Dragon Hurricane. It was not worth mentioning and was instantly suppressed. Black Dragon Hurricane, the first technique of the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art. This is our Jade Toad House's supreme secret technique. How did he learn it? Zhou Feishuan and a group of Jade Toad House disciples were all shocked when they saw Mu Yun use the Black Dragon Hurricane. They didn't expect that Mu Yun actually knew their sect's secret technique. Plop, Shi Juantian's wind magic cauldron was also hit by the Black Dragon Storm. It fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. Shi Juantian's expression was extremely awkward. 4 moves had already passed, but he still couldn't dismember Mu Yun into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, Mu Yun seemed to be getting braver as she fought. Big brother Shi, let me help you. Yu Wudao lifted his sky piercer and wanted to help. On the surface, it seemed that he wanted to help Shi Juntian, but in reality, his eyes had already landed on the berserk bracelet. He couldn't bear to look away, and his eyes were filled with greed. The berserk bracelet was his winged silver lion clan's accessory. He just wanted to take it back immediately. No need. Let me do it. There's only one move left. I'll kill this brat directly. Shi Juntian took a deep breath and raised his bright moon sword. He suddenly shouted, the 4th style of the sky stealing hand, stealing the sky and changing the sun. Buzz, the sword in his hand bloomed with a resplendent light. When the sunlight shone down from the sky, the sword seemed to have a special magical power that stole the sunlight. In an instant, the moonlight of the bright moon sword disappeared and was replaced by a dazzling golden sun. The sword in Shi Juantian's hand became a sun. The original appearance of the sword couldn't be seen at all. The sword in Shi Juantian's hand was like the sun in the sky. The dazzling light made people not dare to look directly at it. The heat of the sun spread out, and even the space was distorted. The flowers and plants on the ground quickly withered. The surrounding people also felt the waves of heat and hurriedly retreated. Die. Shi Juntian held the sun and smashed it towards Mu Yun. He unleashed the qi and blood of a great sage, and a sword stealing heavens and swapping suns. Unexpectedly, he was able to steal the radiance of the sun, transforming it into a sun that crushed down with enough force to dim heaven and earth. Mu Yun's expression changed. This sun was 10,000 times hotter than the lava page. If she was hit by it, not only would she be dismembered into 1,000 pieces, but she was afraid that not even her ashes would be left. This Shi Juantian stealing technique was so powerful. Other than stealing chickens and dogs, he could even steal the sun in the sky. The radiance of the sun on the long sword in his hand became more and more intense. The real sun in the sky also became a little dim, and even sank into darkness. The surrounding light dimmed, and a total solar eclipse appeared in the sky. Shi Juantian's move directly caused a change in the weather. Mu Yun hurriedly retreated. If she was hit by this sun, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it even if she was in the berserk state. Qi Explosion Pearl. Suddenly, Mu Yun took out the Qi Explosion Pearl. The heavenly origin rune bloomed with dazzling light. The aura of the origin power in Mu Yun's body also surged crazily. This kid is crazy. He's already in the berserk state, but he still wants to use the Qi Explosion Pearl. Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? Yu Wudao, who was watching from the side, revealed a horrified expression. The Qi Explosion state directly increased one's strength by a large margin. The increase was much higher than the berserk state, and there were no side effects. It completely relied on the energy of the runes, and didn't consume one's strength. However, Mu Yun had already activated the berserk state, and he still wanted to use the Qi Explosion. His body would definitely be under a huge burden. Swoosh, Mu Yun's aura surged crazily, and instantly rushed from the advanced stage to the supreme stage. At this moment, with the support of the berserk bracelet and the Qi Explosion Pearl, he had already reached the supreme stage of the sage stage. He was just a little bit away from becoming a great sage. This is the heavenly origin rune. This is the power of the heavenly origin rune. Mu Yun clenched his fist and felt an incomparably rich and tyrannical power. This was the power of the runes. It didn't have the barbaric heroism of the berserk bracelet, but only a pure and solemn energy. The current Mu Yun had already reached the supreme stage of the sage stage. Supreme stage. So this is the power of the supreme stage. Mu Yun clenched his fist and felt an unparalleled energy. He felt that he could explode the sun with one punch. At this moment, Shi Juntian had already arrived with the sun. Although Mu Yun had temporarily advanced to the supreme stage, he still had great confidence that he could kill Mu Yun directly. The sun's radiance was definitely not something that a sage could withstand. Yu Wudao, Zhou Feishuan, and everyone present held their breaths and watched with rapt attention. Mu Yun's body released wisps of demonic aura. He had tempered his demonic body. Even if he activated the berserk and chi explosion states at the same time, his body could completely withstand it. He didn't have to be afraid of exploding and dying. Earth Origin Book, Mountain Descends. Mu Yun roared and flipped open the Book of Earth Origin. A towering mountain whizzed down from the sky. Under the infusion of Mu Yun's supreme stage aura, the entire mountain erupted with a ferocious power. It was as if it could suppress everything in the world. Under the gaze of everyone present, the huge mountain collided with the sun. Boom! The collision between the sun and the mountain was so powerful that a terrifying explosion occurred at the epicenter of the collision. A mushroom cloud rose into the air, and the entire earth shook. The buildings and pavilions within a radius of several hundred kilometers all crumbled under the aftermath of the explosion. All of them collapsed. This was a clash between the heavens and the earth, a clash between the sun and the mountains. The heavens and the earth were completely filled with the sound of this huge explosion. Some of the weaker disciples in the surroundings were immediately overturned by the shockwaves of the explosion and were buried in the sky. Zhou Feishuan and Yu Wudao were stunned. Although they were great sage experts, they had rarely seen such a big scene in their lives. It was really too spectacular. Fortunately, the mountain gate of Jade Toad House was protected by a secret formation. Otherwise, the entire mountain range would have collapsed. The explosion lasted for an unknown period of time. When the explosion gradually subsided, everyone looked at the battlefield, only to find that only Shi Juntian was standing. Mu Yun had disappeared. Where is Mu Yun? Zhou Feishuan was shocked. Could it be that Mu Yun was already dead? Ha ha ha, I stole the sky and swapped the sun. This little bastard has already been burned to ashes by me. Shi Juntian laughed. He was indeed a great sage expert. His aura was still calm even after using such a terrifying secret technique. The sun in his hand had already turned back into the cold and bright moon sword. Sorry, the person who turned into ashes is you, not me. Mu Yun's voice suddenly sounded. His entire body seemed to have emerged from a ghost. He moved in an instant and appeared behind Shi Juntian. A wisp of black flames wrapped around his palm. Not good. Shi Juntian turned pale with fright. He could only feel a blazing heat wave coming towards him. This heat wave was far from the brilliance of the sun just now. However, it was enough to erode his heart and refine his bones, causing his soul to scatter. Bang, Mu Yun's palm struck fiercely on Shi Juntian's back. The black flames in his hand also poured out crazily. At the moment of the explosion, Mu Yun had already hidden himself, waiting for the moment when Shi Juntian let down his guard. As long as Shi Juntian was careless, it would be the time for him to counterattack. Even a golden body could not withstand the power of the immortal divine fire. Once burned, only death awaited. Huff, the violent black flames spread out from Shi Juntian's body. He was soon wrapped in the black flames and let out a sharp scream. Big brother Shi! Yu Wudao exclaimed. Looking at the terrifying appearance of the black flames, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Go quickly. Yu Wudao did not hesitate and immediately fled with his men. Save me, quickly save me! Shi Juntian shouted. The surrounding disciples of Jiuding Trading woke up from a dream and rushed over to surround him. However, no one dared to put out the fire. The black flames emitted a heart-eroding and soul-killing aura. How would they dare to approach? They just watched helplessly. Crack, in the Jiuding Trading, Shi Juntian's life tablet also shattered. In the room, the vast Sky Grand Sage opened his eyes slightly and smiled. Very good, very good. Shi Juntian is also dead. I'm the only true disciple left in the entire Jiuding Trading. No one will snatch my providence anymore. The vast Sky Grand Sage flicked his fingers and narrowed his eyes. Mu Yun, your death is not far away. Mu Yun raised his palm and absorbed Shi Juntian's cultivation. This was the cultivation of a great sage. It was simply majestic and vast, shaking the heavens and earth. As soon as Mu Yun absorbed it, he felt as if he had swallowed a bomb. The aura of a great sage exploded in his body and crazily washed over his body's lifeline. If he hadn't refined his demonic body, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Very good, very good. The cultivation of a great sage is indeed powerful. Mu Yun was filled with joy. He directly used the purification talent in his bloodline to purify Shi Juantian's cultivation and get rid of the excess impurities. In the end, more than 20% of the cultivation turned into his strength. Supreme Realm, I've finally advanced to the Supreme Realm. Mu Yun took a deep breath and felt that his current strength had advanced to the Supreme Realm. This was the real Supreme Realm. It wasn't the aura of a Dharma treasure or rune, but his real cultivation. Right now, he was a true Supreme Realm sage. His lifespan directly increased by 300,000 years, becoming 1 million years. However, there was a limit to the lifespan of a sage. At most, it was 1 million years. Mu Yun's extra lifespan quickly turned into vitality. Vigorous vitality flowed in his meridians. The extra 300,000 years of lifespan all turned into vitality. This vitality was simply invincible. In the past, in order to kill the Great Witch, he had used up 300,000 years of his lifespan. Now, he had completely made up for it. The second step of the demonic emperor transformation is to seize the demonic blood. If I can refine all the vitality in my body out of the demonic nature, when the time comes, even a great sage expert would find it difficult to resist the explosion of a blood crystal. Mu Yun was deep in thought, and she was secretly delighted. She had gained a lot from breaking through to the extreme level this time. Before, he had been in the greater immortal realm, so he had to be cautious when facing great saints. But now that he had reached the greater immortal realm, his overall strength had soared. If he encountered an enemy like Shi Juantian again, he wouldn't have to be afraid. Mu Yun had also plundered Shi Juantian's secret manuals. The most important one was the Sky-Stealing Hand. The Sky-Stealing Hand was Shi Juantian's ultimate skill. Mu Yun really wanted to study it, but the matter had not been completely resolved yet. Jiuding Trading's disciples were still nearby. These disciples were all elites. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled down the mountain. Mu Yun did not chase after him because Zhou Feishuan's injuries were very serious. He was already on the verge of death. Miss Zhou, what's wrong? Mu Yun was a little worried. Zhou Feishuan's face was very pale. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Zhou Feishuan shook his head and said, I can't hold on anymore. Yu Wu Dao and Shi Juantian joined forces and broke all my meridians, heart, and lungs. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until tonight. Mu Yun hurriedly said, Miss Zhou, don't talk anymore. Have a good rest. When the surrounding disciples saw Zhou Feishuan's dying appearance, they all shed tears. Zhou Feishuan peeled off the jade ring on his finger and handed it to Mu Yun. He said, Brother Mu Yun, this is the jade ring of our Jade Toad sect master. I can't hold on any longer, but the war hasn't been resolved yet. Please temporarily take the position of sect master and take care of the disciples under me. Brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. He said, Miss Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? He knew that Zhou Feishuan was about to die and had to be entrusted with an important task. However, even if there was a queue for the position of Jade Toad sect master, it still wouldn't be his turn. Zhou Feishuan said, This is an emergency, so we can only do this. Brother Mu Yun, please don't take offense. My second sister, Ling Jianxin, tried to assassinate Shi Juantian a few days ago, but failed. She was beaten down a cliff, and it's unknown whether she's dead or alive. Mu Yun said, There's still Miss Lin Jueyue and Miss Liao Xue. Jade Toad sect had the pride of the flying sword, for true inheritances. Even if they had to be entrusted to the sect master, it still wouldn't be Mu Yun's turn. My third sister, Lin Jueyue, went to Taijia City to call for reinforcements. I don't know when she'll return, but the enemy hasn't been dealt with yet, so I can only entrust it to you. As for my fourth sister, Liao Xue, she's already been killed by Shi Juantian. Her body is at. Zhou Feishuan pointed out a place, but it was empty. There was Nothing there. Where's my fourth sister's body? Zhou Feishuan was surprised. Miss Zhou, this is such an important matter. Let's discuss it again after you've recovered, Mu Yun said. Zhou Feishuan smiled bitterly and said, I can't recover from my injuries. Brother Mu Yun, please take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. Jade Toad sect has been established for so many years. It can't be destroyed in my hands. Zhou Feishuan solemnly stuffed the jade ring into Mu Yun's hand and said, wear this jade ring, and you'll naturally know the location of our Jade Toad sect's pill storage. He smiled slightly and died. Miss Zhou. Mu Yun shouted and shook Zhou Feishuan's body, but Zhou Feishuan was already dead. Senior Sister Zhou. The surrounding disciples of Jade Toad sect all burst into tears. After crying for a long time, everyone's emotions calmed down a little. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Mu Yun. Greetings, Sect Master. Mu Yun sighed. It was difficult for him to refuse Zhou Feishuan's dying request. It was just that everything seemed too hasty. He was responsible for Zhou Feishuan's death. He did not fulfill his promise with Zhou Feishuan to use the Divine Origin Realm to save her life. Everyone, now that we're facing a great enemy, I'm only the temporary sect master. When your senior sister Lin Jueyue returns, I'll pass the position of sect master to her. Mu Yun put on the jade ring and looked at the dilapidated scene of Jade Toad sect. He could not help but sigh. Zhou Feishuan was already dead. Leng Jianxin had failed in his assassination attempt and was knocked off the cliff. No one knew if he was still alive or not. Liao Xue had also been killed. Although their bodies could not be found, they were probably dead. The only one who was still alive was Zhou Feishuan. Lin Jueyue. Mu Yun sighed in his heart about Liao Xue. The three primordial realm was too chaotic. Mu Yun cleaned up the battlefield and gathered the elite core disciples who were still alive. There were only about 50 people left, almost all of them women. These 50 people were all the people of Jade Toad sect now. As night fell, Mu Yun buried Zhou Feishuan. However, he could not find Liao Xue's corpse after searching the entire sect. He did not know where it had fallen. Zhou Feishuan was ranked 10th on the expert list. In fact, even if Shi Juntian and Yu Wudao joined forces, they could not kill her. Unfortunately, she had to take care of her junior brothers and sisters. She had to be distracted when fighting against two people. In the end, she was killed. At this time, Shi Juntian was dead and Yu Wudao had run away. However, the situation of Jade Toad sect was not without worries. The 9 Cauldron Trading Company's disciples were all elites. They weren't like the scattered soldiers of the past. Even though Shi Juntian had died, they didn't disperse. Instead, they gathered at the foot of the mountain, planning to fight again. Any smart person could see that the situation of Jade Toad sect was very dangerous. Zhou Feishuan was dead, and the sect was leaderless. Mu Yun had just taken over as the sect master and had not established his authority yet. Moreover, he had spent a lot of energy in today's battle. If he could destroy Jade Toad sect and find the elixir vault, he would really make a fortune. It was said that the elixir vault of Jade Toad sect stored countless elixirs and miraculous medicines. It was a place that cultivators dreamed of. There were also many top-notch elixir refining manuals. This place was very secretive, and no one knew where it was. Zhou Feishuan said that the secret of the elixir vault was hidden in the jade ring. However, Mu Yun did not pry into it because he was only the temporary sect master. When Lin Jueyue returned, he would return the position of sect master to him. Late at night, Mu Yun returned to the cave and opened the scroll of the gods. Although Yan Nanfei was very knowledgeable, he could not recognize Mu Yun's scroll of the gods. Moreover, Mu Yun had planted the seal of life and death in his soul, so he did not dare to ask anything. Little friend Mu Yun, you have inherited the position of sect master of Jade Toad sect. Quickly open the elixir vault and take out a 9 suns elixir for me. As long as I take the 9 suns elixir, my strength will at least increase to the middle level of the Supreme Saint realm. Yan Nanfei rubbed his hands and looked forward to it. Haha. Mu Yun smiled coldly and said, Miss Zhou's body is not cold yet. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, I gave you face and called you a senior. However, I planted the seal of life and death in you. You are nothing in my eyes. You'd better be sensible. Yan Nanfei's face turned red. He did not expect Mu Yun to be angry. He coughed and said, "Sorry, I was wrong. Give me this 9 suns elixir if you have it. If you don't, it's fine. However, you must bring me to the Xianxia Treasure Mountain." Xianxia Treasure Mountain? Where is that? Mu Yun frowned slightly. Let's talk about it later. Now that you have advanced to the Supreme Saint realm, you can go and comprehend the Book of Heaven's evolution I gave you. Perhaps you will gain something, Yan Nanfei said with a smile. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. He was very satisfied with Yan Nanfei's attitude. He no longer flaunted his seniority. Mu Yun directly entered the Life and Death Secret Pavilion and tidied up his things. First was the Earth Origin book. Currently, he had collected a total of 7 pages of the Earth Origin book. They were lava, mountain, swamp, forest, snow, river, and lake. Among them, the golden fire swan and I had fused with the lava book page. The snow-devouring toad had fused with the snow book page. He still had 5 pages. The lake book page was newly collected. It was once the snow-devouring toad's treasure. The lake book page was still in the shape of a cloak. Mu Yun thought about it and decided to return it to its owner. He let the snow-devouring toad wear the cloak again. This way, the snow-devouring toad had 2 pages of the Earth Origin book. It was very powerful. Then there were the 10 great swords. Currently, Mu Yun had the Bright Moon Sword, True Injury Sword, and Imperial City Sword. The Imperial City Sword was fused into the Star Emperor Sword. The Bright Moon Sword was once the weapon of the snow-devouring toad. Mu Yun also returned it to its owner. Anyway, the snow-devouring toad was his. No matter how good the equipment was, it was still his puppet. Finally, there were the 7 great accessories. Mu Yun already had the Nether Void earrings, the Evil Charm necklace, the Sleepless ring, the Berserk bracelet, and the Corpse Jade pendant. He only needed 2 more to complete the collection. He also collected many of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. The Thunder Emperor Cauldron, Fire God Cauldron, Big Demonic Cauldron, Wind Demon Cauldron, and Water Mother Cauldron were all in his hands. If I learn the ultimate curse, I won't have to worry about facing a Supreme Saint. Mu Yun was a little excited. He still had half of the ultimate curse's remnant scroll, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough comprehension and couldn't comprehend it. Now that Mu Yun had advanced to the Supreme Realm, he still couldn't comprehend this remnant scroll even though he focused on comprehending it. Damn it, the vast Sky Supreme Saint only had half of the scroll back then. If he could comprehend it, why can't I? Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Other than this remnant scroll, there was also Shi Juentian's secret technique that he couldn't comprehend for the time being. Shi Juentian's secret technique was called the Sky Stealing Hand. This kind of stealing secret technique was very magical. It could steal hearts, steal lives, steal things from a distance, and all kinds of methods were unimaginable. However, Mu Yun couldn't comprehend it for the time being. Mu Yun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He put aside this remnant scroll and the stealing secret technique for now. Then, he took out the Book of Heavenly Divination and carefully comprehended it. This Book of Heavenly Divination was the wordless heavenly book that Yan Nanfei gave him. Mu Yun couldn't see the contents of the book in the past, but now that he had advanced to the Supreme Realm, his comprehension and strength had greatly improved. When he looked at the Book of Heavenly Divination again, he immediately saw a word. It was the word refine. It was the word refine. It was just a simple word refine, but when Mu Yun looked at it carefully, all sorts of profound refining techniques appeared before his eyes, such as condensing iron to create objects, splitting weapons to break weapons, and so on. Mu Yun silently comprehended and felt that his refining level was slowly improving at this moment. He took out the Star Emperor sword, flipped his palm, and directly engraved a formation on it. 3rd level blade formation, sword rain formation. This sword rain formation was Yang Dingtian's formation back then. It could condense rain into swords, and its lethality was very powerful. Mu Yun engraved the formation on it. Instantly, the formation became a painting. The formation he engraved wasn't a deadlock, but like a painting, it could be torn off. Legend had it that some refining experts used ultimate curses to turn the enemy into a painting and then used it on the weapon. This way, the enemy's cultivation and the weapon would become one, and the lethality would be very terrifying. Buzz, after the inscription of the formation was completed, Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword also emitted a dazzling radiance. The lines of the formation were elegant and beautiful. It was rather dazzling. This sword rain formation could condense rain into swords. When engraved on the sword, it could greatly increase the power of the sword technique. With the augmentation of this formation, Mu Yun's sword's lethality would increase by at least 30%. It could be considered a top-grade second-grade sacred artifact. A third-grade heaven-peering saint artifact. Mu Yun looked at the sharpness of the Star Emperor sword and was quite satisfied. I don't know what this book of heaven's divination has. I only read the word refine and my blacksmithing skills have improved a lot. Mu Yun closed the book and opened it again. But this time, it was empty. It was really the wordless heavenly book. Not a single word could be seen. He walked out of the Life and Death secret pavilion and called Yan Nanfei out. Yan Nanfei, I saw the words. What word? Yan Nanfei asked with a smile. One word, refine. Refine? The refine in blacksmithing? Yan Nanfei turned pale with fright. Yes, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Mu Yun asked doubtfully. Your comprehension is too good. You can actually see the word refine at first glance. There are 9 words in the Book of Heaven's Divination, which represent 9 kinds of secret techniques. Ordinary people can only see the words blood or qi at first glance. Then, they can increase their qi, blood, origin energy, and true qi. This kind of person who can see the word refine at first glance is extremely rare. Yan Nanfei sighed. 9 words? Which 9 words are they? Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Yan Nanfei was about to speak when suddenly, footsteps came from outside. He quickly returned to the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda. A Jioding trading disciple stood at the entrance of the cave and said to Mu Yun, Sect Master, seeing your sister Lin Jiuyue is back. What? She's back? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He had originally planned to pass the position to Lin Jiuyue. Now that he heard that Lin Jiuyue had returned, he immediately walked out of the cave and asked the disciple, Where's Miss Lin? She went to Taijia City to call for reinforcements. She has already brought back the reinforcements of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Apes. She is currently fighting with the Jioding trading at the foot of the mountain. When the disciple said this, his eyes suddenly turned red. He said, if the reinforcements had arrived a day earlier, our Jade Toad house wouldn't have ended up like this. Mu Yun sighed and didn't say anything. Perhaps this was fate. He went outside and saw that there was indeed an intense battle at the foot of the mountain. Waves of battle cries could be heard. Ha ha ha, useless dogs of the Jioding trading, which one of you can take a slash from me? A rough and wild voice sounded. An incomparably huge figure was moving unhindered on the battlefield, rampaging with a ferocious aura. This was the leader of the Titan Giant Apes. However, the hair on this person's body was completely different from the grayish-black hair of ordinary giant apes. It was actually red. The red hair covered his entire body, making him look like a monster. Barbarian Tai. When Mu Yun saw this figure, her face immediately sank. This person turned out to be Barbarian Tai. Compared to before, Barbarian Tai had changed a lot. Even his hair had changed color, turning red. His aura was also very powerful, much more powerful than before. He had actually advanced to the Great Sage realm. The most eye-catching part of his body was the jade hairpin on his head. His messy hair was pulled together and inserted into a jade hairpin. This jade hairpin was very exquisite and beautiful. It was obviously a woman's accessory. Barbarian Tai wore a woman's jade hairpin, which was neither fish nor fowl. It was very eye-catching. Under Barbarian Tai's command, there were more than 300 elite warriors. They were the disciples of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Ape. Right now, these two races had already joined forces and lived in a place called Taijia City. As for Barbarian Tai, he had already become the city lord of Taijia City. Neither race had any objections to him being the city lord. This was because he had already fused with Long Yen. Right now, there were 2 souls in his body. Barbarian Tai, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Sure enough, Mu Yun heard Lan Yan's voice. That old man from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan wasn't very strong, but he had a good brain. Barbarian Tai had fused with him. It was a combination of brute force and wisdom. It was simply perfect. Jioding Trading's team, under the attack of Barbarian Tai, was utterly defeated. They were quickly defeated and fled in all directions. Barbarian Tai led his men to chase after them. He really didn't leave a single one alive. After the battle was over, Barbarian Tai led his men up the mountain. Lin Jiuyue stood beside him. Compared to his burly body, Lin Jiuyue was like a kitten. Mu Yun's face darkened. She walked down and said, Barbarian Tai, your troops can be stationed at the foot of the mountain. Don't come up. Barbarian Tai chuckled and said, Mu Yun, back then when we were in the Sky Poison Forbidden Land, we could be considered friends after a fight. I heard that you have become the sect master of Jade Toad House. Why are you turning your back on me so quickly? Can't I go up and drink a cup of wine? Mu Yun said, our Jade Toad House has suffered a great calamity. We don't have anything to entertain you. Please go down. Now that Shi Juntian has been killed by me, you can leave. Mu Yun was very clear about Barbarian Tai's personality. If Zhou Feishuan was here, he might be able to suppress him. But now, he was the sect master. Barbarian Tai would definitely not be convinced. If he brought people up the mountain, he might turn the world upside down. Hey, Mu Yun, how do you treat guests? Lin Jiuyue saw Mu Yun being so heartless and immediately reprimanded her. She had never liked Mu Yun. If the guests were really sincere, they should have arrived yesterday. Mu Yun did not budge an inch. How could there be such a coincidence? Jade Toad House had just suffered a great calamity, and Barbarian Tai's reinforcements had just arrived. Perhaps Barbarian Tai wanted Jade Toad House to be destroyed, so he was deliberately late to take advantage of the situation. Hee, Mu Yun, I've offended you. I'll be stationed at the foot of the mountain. If you have any arrangements, tell me. Barbarian Tai smiled and directly made a concession. Mu Yun was stunned. He did not expect Barbarian Tai to agree so easily. His heart sank. It seemed that this Barbarian Tai was no longer a brute after fusing with Lan Yan. He knew his limits. Barbarian Tai directly led his troops down the mountain. Mu Yun also brought Lin Jiuyue back. Hey, I heard that you want to pass the position of sect master to me. Then hurry up and give me the sect master's token jade ring. Lin Jiuyue spread out her hands and said. When Mu Yun heard her words, he almost exploded with anger. He originally had the intention of passing the position of sect master to her, but Lin Jiuyue's tone was too hateful. I just took over the position yesterday. How can I give it to someone else today? Let's talk about it later. Mu Yun left indifferently. It was a pity that Ling Jianxin was not here. Otherwise, it would be better to pass the position of sect master to Ling Jianxin. At least Ling Jianxin's temper was much better than Lin Jiuyue's. You want to monopolize the position of sect master? Lin Jiuyue's expression turned cold. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Mu Yun yawned lazily. She was too lazy to argue with Lin Jiuyue. In any case, with her strength, it was too easy to deal with Lin Jiuyue. Lin Jiuyue's cultivation was still at the intermediate level of the Sage Realm, while Mu Yun had already reached the extreme level. Lin Jiuyue could no longer threaten her. Lin Jiuyue was so angry that he stomped his feet. The feeling of being ignored was even worse than being scolded. The next day, Barbarian Tai's troops were still at the foot of the mountain. This was a huge hidden danger. Mu Yun was thinking about how to ask Barbarian Tai to leave. But before she could say anything, Barbarian Tai had already asked Lin Jiuyue to send a message. Lin Jiuyue directly came in front of Mu Yun and said, Hey, is the sleepless ring on your hand? So what if it is? The sleepless ring was indeed on Mu Yun's hand. This was something he had obtained from killing the Great Witch. In ancient times, this ring was once an accessory of the Titan giant ape's ancestors. City Lord Tai asked me to come over and tell you to return the ring to him, Lin Jiuyue said. Hearing this, Mu Yun almost laughed out loud. What did you say? You want me to give the ring to him? Go back and tell Barbarian Tai that it's impossible to give the ring to him. If he's willing to leave, I can consider giving him tens of thousands of golden origin beads. Mu Yun vaguely felt that Barbarian Tai had an ulterior motive. On the surface, he wanted to take back the ring, but in reality, he wanted to find an excuse to cause trouble. There were many things waiting to be done at Jade Toad House. If Barbarian Tai caused trouble, the entire Jade Toad House would be destroyed. As night fell, the sparrow released by Mu Yun circled above Barbarian Tai's camp. With the sparrow's eyes and ears, Mu Yun could clearly see the situation in the camp. Suddenly, she saw Lin Jueyue swagger in. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Ape clan all bowed respectfully. "Where's your city Lord Tai?" Lin Jueyue asked. "Haha, Miss Lin, I'm here." "What's the matter?" Barbarian Tai walked out of the tent. His huge body looked as majestic as a mountain under the moonlight. The majestic aura of a great saint was suffocating. Lin Jueyue said, "Mu Yun is not willing to return the ring to you, so you have an excuse. I will bring you up the mountain tomorrow, and you will help me kill Mu Yun. This guy has taken over the position of sect master of Jade Toad House. I will not let him off." Lin Jueyue's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Barbarian Tai said, "Very well. After this is done, I want a 9 Suns Great Recovery pill." Lin Jueyue said, "No problem. I will give you the pill you want. However, Mu Yun is extremely difficult to deal with." "Are you confident?" Barbarian Tai said, "Don't worry. I have fused with the true blood of the ancient sacred beast, the ancient demon ape, and entered the great saint realm. No matter how powerful Mu Yun is, he is only a saint. It will be easy for me to kill him." "Haha, don't be complacent. Shi Tian is also a great saint. Didn't he also die in the hands of Mu Yun?" Lin Jueyue sneered. "I am much more powerful than Shi Tian. Shi Tian's great saint realm was stolen, and his foundation is shallow. However, I have entered the great saint realm and entered the great saint realm. My chi and blood foundation is incomparably powerful. Mu Yun is definitely no match for me." Barbarian Tai clenched his fists. The golden spears between his bones clashed, revealing a powerful aura. With the sparrow's eyes and ears, Mu Yun clearly saw the two's conspiracy and was shocked. "This Lin Jueyue actually wants to join hands with Barbarian Tai to kill me." Mu Yun's expression was grave. Fortunately, he had seen through the conspiracy in advance. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. "It's not that easy to kill me." Mu Yun immediately stood up and teleported. His figure appeared in the sky above the camp, looking down at Barbarian Tai and Lin Jueyue. These two people were still plotting in a low voice. "Barbarian Tai, Lin Jueyue, if you want to kill me, why go through so much trouble? I'm right here." Mu Yun's loud and clear voice resounded between heaven and earth. When Barbarian Tai and Lin Jueyue heard this, their expressions changed greatly. They raised their heads to look at Mu Yun in the sky. They never thought that Mu Yun would suddenly attack them. Lin Jueyue had a guilty conscience. Her pretty face was already pale. Phew, Mu Yun summoned a mountain and smashed it down. Rumble, the mountain fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Jueyue. "Lin Jueyue, you conspired against me. You actually wanted to join forces with the foreign races to harm me. I'll suppress you first." Mu Yun immediately suppressed Lin Jueyue. Lin Jueyue didn't even have the ability to resist and fainted on the spot. "Mu Yun, release Miss Lin." Barbarian Tai was furious. He immediately pulled out his long blade and slashed at the mountain in front of him. Looking at the aura of his blade, it was incomparably sharp. It seemed that even the mountain of the Earth Origin book could be broken with a single slash. Mu Yun kept the mountain and flew down. He stood in front of Barbarian Tai and said, "Barbarian Tai, I'll give you a chance. Immediately take your people and scram. Otherwise, we'll meet in battle." "Ha ha ha, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think I, Barbarian Tai, will be afraid of you?" Barbarian Tai laughed loudly, waved his hand to the left and right, and shouted, "Little ones, attack together and kill this bastard." "Yes sir." The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Ape clan shouted in unison and charged towards Mu Yun. Barbarian Tai was very smart. He was no longer the boorish man of the past. Even though he had the strength of a great saint, he still didn't underestimate his opponent. Instead, he directly relied on the advantage of numbers to kill Mu Yun in one fell swoop. Mu Yun looked at the surrounding enemies, who were rushing over like a tide. His expression was still calm. He calmly took out the sleepless ring, and a strong curse of drowsiness frantically spread out. At this time, he had advanced to the supreme realm, and his curses were even more severe. When the curse of drowsiness was released, the area within a radius of 10 miles would be suppressed by the curse. Buzz. 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 The fluctuation of the curse was like a wave, quickly spreading out. Those who were affected by the curse of drowsiness immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. The surrounding flowers and trees also fell into a state of drowsiness. Even the moonlight and white clouds in the sky seemed a little lazy. What a strong curse! Barbarian Tai's expression changed, and then a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. This sleepless ring is an ornament of my clan's ancestor. You bastard, you are not qualified to use it. Barbarian Tai raised his long saber and slashed over. He had the great Saint Dharma body to protect his body, so he wasn't afraid of Mu Yun's curse. But all the disciples under his command had fallen into a state of drowsiness. Some of the weaker ones would never wake up again in this lifetime. Whoosh, Barbarian Tai slashed with his saber. His saber was incomparably domineering, erupting with a majestic aura. The majesty of a great saint was displayed vividly at this moment. Starburst airflow slash. Mu Yun didn't say a word. She directly raised the Star Emperor sword and slashed out with it. A strand of resplendent Star Fiend sword chi sped forward like the Milky Way. Starlight carried rain, and on the body of the Cloud Herder sword, the sword rain formation was activated. The water vapor in the heaven and earth condensed into numerous fine rain swords that mixed within the Star Fiend airflow slash's sword chi. It released a fierce power. It's a third-grade sword formation. Barbarian Tai's expression changed. Mu Yun's sword was obviously engraved with a third-grade sword formation. When the sword chi slashed out, a meteor shower filled the sky. The killing intent was sharp. Every speck of starlight and every rain sword contained an unparalleled sharpness. Even if he had the great Saint Dharma body, he couldn't block such a domineering sword chi. After Mu Yun's Star Emperor sword was engraved with a formation, its lethality had greatly increased. It was already able to break through the great Saint Golden body. Barbarian Tai immediately waved his saber to block. With a bang, the saber and sword clashed. The Starlight Rain sword and the Blood Saber chi instantly collided and then exploded in the air. Violent waves of air also spread out. The lazy clouds in the sky were directly crushed. The moonlight seemed to be awake, scattering a bright radiance. Very good, Mu Yun. You are still so strong. If it was an ordinary great saint, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat you. But unfortunately, I have fused with the true blood of the ancient demon ape and turned into a demon. My strength is incomparably strong. You are definitely not my opponent. Hand over the ring and I will leave immediately. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Barbarian Tai took a step back. After this round of confrontation, he could determine that if he continued to fight, even if he could win, he would have to pay a high price. Because Mu Yun's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Mu Yun was stunned. She didn't expect Barbarian Tai to talk about the conditions. She shook her head and directly refused. If you want the sleepless ring, you have to kill me first. Hearing Mu Yun's decisive refusal, Barbarian Tai's expression also became quite ugly. Stinking brat, I gave you face but you don't want it. Barbarian Tai was furious and directly slashed with his saber. Blood demon slash. Barbarian Tai roared. All the blood and chi in his body poured into the saber. The entire saber erupted with a dazzling bloody light. The tyrannical blood and chi burned. As the bloody light surged, it actually transformed into an ancient sacred beast, the appearance of the ancient demon ape. Whoosh, Barbarian Tai slashed with his saber. The ferocious saber chi didn't have the slightest bit of fancy. It directly slashed towards Mu Yun's head. Golden Fire Swani, appear. Mu Yun summoned the Golden Fire Swani and rode on its back. the aura around her body had also become much more vigorous. He immediately brandished his sword and clashed with Barbarian Tai. Bang! As the sword and saber clashed, Mu Yun was forced back 3 steps. Barbarian Tai's strength was indeed incomparably tyrannical. Even if Mu Yun borrowed the power of the golden fire Xuanyi, it would still be difficult for him to contend against it. Mu Yun, I'll give you one more chance. If you are willing to submit to me and obediently hand over the sleepless ring, I can still let you live. Barbarian Tai held his saber horizontally, his aura overflowing. A smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. She suddenly raised her hand, and a huge body appeared behind Barbarian Tai. Snow-devouring toad, appear. Mu Yun bellowed, and suddenly summoned Snow-devouring toad. Barbarian Tai was shocked. He turned around and saw the ancient snow-devouring toad's snow-white body. It had a cloak on its back, and it held a misty green sword in its hand. The radiance of the sword was even brighter than the real moonlight. Not good. Barbarian Tai's face changed. He never thought that Mu Yun would actually have 2 saint beasts. The moment Snow-devouring toad appeared, a huge snowstorm started to blow between heaven and earth. The energy of the snow-ground book was activated, and the lake book was activated. A lake suddenly appeared beneath Barbarian Tai's feet, and with a plop, he fell into the lake. Chi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Yun immediately controlled Snow-devouring toad, and slashed out with his sword. The bright moon sword pierced through the air, and the sharp sword Chi enveloped the heaven and earth, vast and mighty, clear and bright, the bright moon in the horizon, the cold wind and snow, all suppressed towards Barbarian Tai. And left. Barbarian Tai immediately felt an unparalleled sword Chi slashing down. This snow-devouring toad's Chi and blood cultivation was comparable to a great sage expert, and coupled with the 2 pages of the Earth Origin book and the bright moon sword, its strength was very powerful. If he was hit by its sword, Barbarian Tai would definitely die. He would definitely die. Great Brahma Jade Hairpin, Immortal Buddha Protection. At the critical moment of life and death, the beautiful and exquisite jade hairpin on Barbarian Tai's head emitted a bright golden light. The chanting of the immortal Buddha came from the 9th heaven, and the sound of a yellow bell rang in the void, cleansing the heart of dust. Above Barbarian Tai's body, a golden light barrier also appeared. This golden light shield was surrounded by the illusions of the immortal Buddha, and there were also Buddhist scriptures printed on it, full of a solemn aura. Bang, Snow-devouring toad slashed down and hit the golden light shield, but it did not break the shield. Instead, it suffered a backlash, and the sword flew out of his hand. The Great Brahma Jade Hairpin was an ornament from the ancestors of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. This kind of ornament could increase one's intelligence and perception. Wearing the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin for a long time would also increase one's spiritual perception by a lot. Among the 9 races of the 3 elements realm, the one with the highest intelligence and perception was the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. Their hearts were connected, and their wisdom was enlightened. It was all because in the ancient times, their ancestors had worn the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin for a long time. Therefore, their intelligence and perception were also quite high. Among the 7 great ornaments, the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin was a rather special existence. This kind of ornament did not have a curse attached to it, but instead had the protection of the Holy Buddha. It could open a golden barrier, and during the duration of the barrier, it was unbreakable. However, this golden barrier could only be activated once a month. It was a life-saving trump card. Stinking brat, you actually forced me to this step. Barbarian Tai clenched his teeth. The golden barrier could only be activated once a month. If he activated it now, he wouldn't be able to activate it again. Damn it, I don't have any protection. When I go to the Xianxia treasure mountain, it'll be troublesome. Barbarian Tai's face was filled with anger. He immediately raised his blade and rushed out, fiercely slashing towards Mu Yun. With the golden barrier around his body, he was like a god of war. When Mu Yun's sword struck his barrier, it only caused a few sparks. It was unable to harm Barbarian Tai's barrier at all. I wonder how long this barrier can last. Mu Yun's face darkened, and immediately took a defensive stance, waiting with rapt attention. As long as Barbarian Tai's barrier disappeared, it would be time for him to counterattack. Barbarian Tai brandished his blade and slashed wildly, but he was still unable to harm Mu Yun. Mu Yan's defense was watertight. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the golden barrier around Barbarian Tai's body dissipated. The great Brahma jade hairpin also lost its luster and dimmed down. Now. Mu Yan's expression turned cold as she immediately launched a counterattack. Riding on the golden fire Xianxia and bringing along the snow-devouring toad, she ruthlessly charged towards Barbarian Tai. The golden fire Xianxia stomped on the ground, causing lava to emerge from the ground. Snow-devouring toad let out a sigh of relief and turned into a snowstorm that filled the sky. Snow danced in the sky, and lava flowed on the ground, forming a rather spectacular scene. Mu Yan, the Star Emperor sword. Of the golden fire Xianxia and the snow-devouring toad's sword Qi was incomparably sharp and had the power to split the heavens and the earth. I have an ancient sacred beast as well. Ancient demonic ape, descend. Barbarian Tai roared, and the phantom of a giant ape suddenly appeared in the sky, descending onto his body. Of demon of demon demon of heaven of demon ancient demon. Ofs. Of course. Of demon of heaven. Of his of heaven. Of heaven. Its entire of was of heaven. It of it. Of it of Tai. Of course. Of course, it. The phantom of the ancient demonic ape descended upon Barbarian Tai. Barbarian Tai's body suddenly underwent an astonishing change. A single demon horn grew out of his forehead, and a pair of demon wings spread out from his back with a crash. His body also continued to grow, and in the end, he became several feet tall, as if he was about to reach the Barbarian Tai. A towering mountain. Transformed? Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Barbarian Tai had actually turned into an ancient devil ape. The ancient demonic ape's majestic demonic blood aura enveloped the sky. Mu Yan's golden fire Xianxia and snow-devouring toad trembled under the suppression of this demonic blood aura and lost their ability to fight. The ancient demonic ape is ranked 5th among the 10 great sacred beasts. It's much more powerful than your golden Xianxia and snow-devouring toad. Now that I've transformed into a demon, your 2 sacred beasts won't be able to resist my demonic aura. Barbarian Tai waved his hand and shouted, "You 2 beasts, quickly submit to me and get the hell over here." Relying on the suppression of the demonic blood, Barbarian Tai actually wanted to subdue Mu Yan's 2 sacred beasts. But as his words fell, snow-devouring toad and golden fire Xianxia did not move. Although they were suppressed, they did not betray him. Eh? What's going on? Barbarian Tai was slightly startled. The aura of the ancient demonic ape was even more powerful than that of the golden fire Xianxia and snow-devouring toad. Relying on the suppression of the blood aura, he could force them to submit. However, the 2 sacred beasts did not have any intention of submitting. Mu Yan coldly snorted. Snow-devouring toad and golden fire Xianxia had already been refined into puppets by him. They would never betray him. Mu Yan did not explain the truth. Instead, he kept the sacred beasts. It's useless even if you put them away. As long as I kill you, these 2 sacred beasts will naturally submit to me. Barbarian Tai raised his long blade, flapped his wings and swooped down, slashing towards Mu Yan. He had transformed his blood into a devil, so his cultivation required a large amount of blood and qi. As for the ancient sacred beasts, they had abundant blood and qi that he could absorb for cultivation. Barbarian Tai was also quite interested in the 2 sacred beasts under Mu Yan's command. Ding, Mu Yan held the Star Emperor sword and fought with Barbarian Tai. After Barbarian Tai transformed into the ancient demonic ape, his strength had increased by a lot. After exchanging a few blows with him, Mu Yan felt a huge pressure. If this continued, he would probably be hacked to death by Barbarian Tai. Freeze! All of a sudden, a golden word appeared in the void. It was a huge fixed character. This word was written with iron and silver hooks, vigorous and powerful. Mu Yan had never seen such beautiful words before. When the word freeze appeared, Barbarian Tai's body was immediately frozen. Tear. Immediately after, the word tear was drawn. The wings on Barbarian Tai's back were torn off. He suddenly lost his wings and was caught off guard. He fell from the sky. An old figure appeared in the air, holding a brush in his hand. He only wrote 2 words, but it heavily defeated Barbarian Tai's spirit. "Senior, why did you come out?" Mu Yan's face darkened. This figure was Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei held the Mortal Origin brush and wrote 2 simple words, directly defeating Barbarian Tai. It was unknown if he was stronger or if the Mortal Origin brush was stronger. "Mortal Origin brush, that's the Mortal Origin brush." "Old man, who are you? How can you have the Mortal Origin brush?" Barbarian Tai was shocked. The Mortal Origin brush was one of the 3 Yuan treasures. This kind of magic treasure was extremely magical. Every word it drew carried a huge amount of killing power. Even the artifact spirit that was born from the Mortal Origin brush, the Proud King, was also ranked among the experts of the 3 Yuan world. He was ranked number 1. "Kill." Yan Nanfei didn't say a word and directly drew the word kill. This kill word was blood red in color and was filled with monstrous killing intent. It ruthlessly descended and imprinted towards Barbarian Tai's head. Mu Yan's heart stirred as he felt a very familiar aura. This kill word had the same effect as his Heavenly Origin Mirror's secret killing technique. It seemed that the Heavenly Origin Mirror and the Mortal Origin brush were both 3 Yuan treasures, and there were many similarities. When Barbarian Tai saw the kill word coming, his face immediately changed. He didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. However, the killing intent crazily rushed over. He definitely couldn't escape. A sharp killing intent ruthlessly imprinted towards his head. "Damn it, how can this Mortal Origin brush be so powerful? Just a word can kill me." Barbarian Tai gritted his teeth. He only felt a sharp killing intent lingering around his entire body. If he was hit by this kill word, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, Barbarian Tai pulled out the Great Brahma Jade hairpin and threw it back. Ding! A sharp killing intent struck the Great Brahma Jade hairpin. Barbarian Tai took this opportunity to immediately flee. It's a pity that he ran away. Yan Nanfei sighed. With a wave of his hand, he took the Great Brahma Jade hairpin and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face was gloomy. "Senior, why did you run out? If your identity is exposed and discovered by the vast sky sage, we will all die." Yan Nanfei smiled a little awkwardly. "I saw that Barbarian Tai's chi and blood cultivation was incomparably majestic. If I can kill him and refine his chi and blood, even if I don't use the 9 Sun Great Recovery Pill, I can still recover my Yuan chi and improve my cultivation. Next time, don't come out without my order." Mu Yun gritted his teeth, looking a little angry. Fortunately, Barbarian Tai didn't know Yan Nanfei. Otherwise, if the news spread out and the vast sky sage found out, he would definitely die. "Alright, I was wrong this time." Yan Nanfei saw that Mu Yun was angry and didn't dare to say anything more. This time, he was indeed impulsive. "Show me the Mortal Origin brush," Mu Yun said. "Here, it's useless even if you take it. This Mortal Origin brush is completely different from the Heavenly Origin Mirror's Earth Origin book. You haven't proven your Tao yet, so you can't unleash the power of the Mortal Origin brush." He handed the Mortal Origin brush to Mu Yun. Mu Yun casually wrote a word, but the handwriting was crooked and didn't have any structure or power. Compared to Yan Nanfei's ingenious methods, it was far inferior. As expected, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and returned the Mortal Origin brush to Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei wrote the word burn, and a huge fire burned down. The disciples of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Titan Giant Ape clan were still unconscious and were directly burned to death by the fire. This Mortal Origin brush is so magical. What words I write will appear. Mu Yun was shocked. Haha, you haven't reached that realm yet. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yan Nanfei wrote the word teleport again. His and Mu Yun's bodies were immediately teleported back to the mountain. Mu Yun was stunned. This Mortal Origin brush was indeed magical. It actually had the effect of teleportation. "Little friend Mu Yun, if it's convenient for you, give me a 9 Suns Great Rejuvenation Pill. When my Yuan Chi recovers, I can write the word chase and chase after Barbarian Tai. No matter how far he escapes, he won't be able to escape from our grasp." Yan Nanfei was still thinking that if he killed Barbarian Tai, he could seize Barbarian Tai's chi and blood to further recover his Yuan Chi. "Okay." Mu Yun nodded faintly and didn't comment. The magic of the mortal origin brush was indeed a little beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, his cultivation was insufficient and he was completely unable to unleash the effects of the mortal origin brush. Yan Nanfei wanted the Nine Suns Great Rejuvenation Pill. This pill should be hidden in the Jade Toad Hall's pill vault. Mu Yun took it out and took a look. It turned out that the pill vault of Jade Toad House was actually in the cave where Snow-Devouring Toad lived. It was rather secretive. So the pill vault is there. Mu Yun came to a realization and looked at the rare treasures in the ring again. There was nothing that could arouse his interest except for a scroll that attracted his attention. This scroll was the ultimate curse scroll left behind by the nine-headed snake. Zhou Feishuan had died before he could use it. Mu Yun put away the scroll and headed to Snow-Devouring Toad's cave. He found a mechanism in the crack of the mountain wall. With a click, he turned the mechanism, and the mountain wall rumbled open, revealing an entrance. A trace of cool aura filled the air from inside. It spread out. Mu Yun took a deep breath and smelled a medicinal fragrance that refreshed his heart. He walked in and saw the entire pill vault. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines piled up. In addition, there were a large number of alchemy manuals that were neatly arranged. I am the sect master of Jade Toad House. These things are all mine. A trace of excitement appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. He originally wanted to pass the position to Lin Jueyue, but Lin Jueyue had betrayed him. It was already very good that Mu Yun did not kill her. He would definitely not give the position of sect master to her. For now, he could only continue to be the temporary sect master. He naturally would not take all these pills for himself. He had to keep them and properly nurture the disciples of Jade Toad House so that they could increase their strength as soon as possible. It would be great if Fairy Linglong came back. I wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Mu Yun pondered. Fairy Linglong was Liao Shua's mother and was once the sect master of Jade Toad House. It was said that Fairy Linglong had already gone to the Seamless Land and handed the position of sect master to Zhou Feishuan before she left. She would not be returning in the near future. Mu Yun shook his head, collected his thoughts, and stepped into the pill vault. Mu Yun, can I come out? Yan Nanfei's voice rang out. This time, he had learned his lesson. He knew to ask Mu Yun and did not act on his own. Sure, you can come out. Mu Yun nodded. Yan Nanfei was overjoyed, and immediately appeared. He glanced around the pill storehouse, then walked over to one of the shelves and grabbed a pill bottle. Yan Nanfei opened the medicine bottle, and a bright golden light emerged, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. This Nine Suns Grand Restoration Pill is a supreme grade 3 Genesis pill. As long as I consume it, I'll be able to recover to the middle grade sage level. Yan Nanfei poured out the pill and held it in his hand. This pill was golden in color and emitted a majestic spirit chi. Grade 3 Genesis pills. It seems like there aren't many of them here. Mu Yun frowned. Judging from the aura of this Nine Suns Great Recovery Pill, it didn't seem to be an ordinary item. Grade 3 Genesis pills are extremely precious, not to mention that this Nine Suns Great Returning Pill is a top grade one. There is only one in this storage. There's only one, and you want to swallow it? Cough, cough. It's a waste to keep this pill. Why don't you give it to me? What do you think? Yan Nanfei's eyes were filled with anticipation. Mu Yun was the sect master of Jade Toad House. He held great power, and all the pills were under his care. As long as he was willing, no one would say anything if he gave away the Nine Suns Great Returning Pill. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. If Yan Nanfei recovered his strength, he would also benefit from it. Okay, I'll give this Nine Suns Great Returning Pill to you. Mu Yun agreed. Thank you, my lord. Yan Nanfei was overjoyed. He even changed the way he addressed Mu Yun and immediately consumed the pill. Although he was subdued by Mu Yun, he was once an ancient saint. He didn't acknowledge Mu Yun from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun was aware of this. The dark seal of life and death controlled life and death. Although he knew the intentions of those who were controlled by him, there were still some flaws in those who were at a higher realm than him. For example, he didn't notice that Feng Tianyue was a spy. After a month, my vitality will be restored, Yan Nanfei said with certainty. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. In the following month, he also began to cultivate. There were many pill secret manuals in the storage. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't let them go to waste. I can finally learn alchemy. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Out of the 3 paths of alchemy, array formation, and weapon refinement, the one he wanted to learn the most was alchemy. After all, Mu Yun was once an extremely powerful alchemist. There were many heavenly fires in his blue sky underworld diagram, which were very practical for alchemy. Although he didn't have a master to guide him, his comprehension was extremely high. These pill secret manuals were naturally not difficult for him. Moreover, his foundation was deep. He could understand these secret manuals at a glance. Alchemy is a good thing to improve one's cultivation and assist in cultivation. I'm only at the extreme level of the sage realm now. I haven't reached the great sage realm. If there are any alchemy pills that can improve my cultivation, that would be great. Mu Yun pondered and flipped through the alchemy secret manuals. Soon, he found a special alchemy pill. Extreme Sky Heart Dao Pill, a 3rd-grade origin pill. It can condense the Dao seed. From the extreme level of the sage realm to the great sage, heaven's equal, one needed to prove one's Dao. Although there were differences in the way of proving one's Dao, in general, they were divided into 3 steps. The first step was to condense the Dao seed and condense a Dao heart seed in one's body. The second step was to hatch the Dao heart seed and give birth to the Dao heart seed. The Dao heart seed was not far from the great sage Dao. The last step was to prove one's Dao. This was the most important step. If this step was achieved, from then on, one's luck would be on par with the heavens. Great luck would be added to one's body, and one would have endless luck and blessings. Condensing the Dao seed was the simplest and most basic step. If one didn't have the Dao heart seed, the path of proving one's Dao would be impossible. Mu Yun didn't know how to condense the Dao heart seed, but this extreme Sky Heart Dao pill was very effective. It could directly allow him to give birth to the Dao seed. He didn't need to painstakingly fumble about. If he could really refine the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill, he could save at least 300,000 years of hard work. The herbs used for the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill are golden sky flower, wood spirit grass, black ice water, fire essence grass, earth aroma grass. Mu Yun looked at the alchemy manual with rapt attention. In order to refine the extreme heavenly heart Dao pill, he needed 5 types of herbs. He already had the profound ice water, so it wouldn't be a problem to borrow another stock of the myriad beast valley. Mu Yun entered the heavenly poison ancient pagoda again and rummaged through the storeroom. He found the wood spirit grass and earth aroma grass. However, he didn't have the last herb, the golden sky flower. These 5 herbs represented the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the 5 elements were combined, the Dao heart would be formed. Without one herb, he wouldn't be able to refine the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill. Mu Yun didn't know where to find the golden sky flower, but he wasn't in a hurry. This was because Yan Nanfei was experienced and knowledgeable. When the time came, he could just ask Yan Nanfei. He calmed his mind and continued to comprehend the origin pill secret method. This extreme Sky Heart Dao pill was a grade 3 origin pill. It wasn't that easy to refine. Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was an origin pill. It was even more powerful than immortal pills and divine pills. Even if his alchemy foundation was deep, he didn't dare to be careless. As long as he refined the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill, he would be able to condense the Dao heart seed and save tens of thousands of years of hard work. A month's time passed quickly. Mu Yun also figured out the method to refine the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill. Everything was ready. Only the last herb, the golden sky flower, was left. Yan Nanfei also came out of seclusion. After he took the 9 Suns Great Rejuvenating Pill, his aura was much stronger than before. He had already recovered to the intermediate Great Sage realm. Haha, little friend Mu Yun, I have already recovered to the intermediate Great Sage realm. If you are in any danger in the future, I can come out and help. Yan Nanfei smiled. He was able to recover this time because Mu Yun was willing to give him the pill. He had the strength of the intermediate Great Sage realm. His method of hiding his aura was also much more powerful. Now, he could come out and move around. Because his aura was hidden, even the vast sky great sage couldn't detect it. Senior Yan, congratulations. Mu Yan smiled and asked, I want to ask if you know where the golden sky flower is? I want to refine a pill, but I lack the golden sky flower. Golden sky flower? You want this herb? Yan Nanfei's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The golden sky flower is only found in the Xianxia treasure mountain. The Xianxia treasure mountain is very dangerous. You haven't reached the great sage realm. If you set foot in the Xianxia treasure mountain, I'm afraid you will die, Yan Nanfei said solemnly. Xianxia treasure mountain? What is that place? Mu Yun had never heard of it. This Xianxia treasure mountain was once the residence of Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia was that person's wife, and that person loved her dearly. Who knows how many spirit veins of heaven and earth he stole from the outside world and planted them all in this Xianxia treasure mountain. The density of the Xianxia treasure mountain is terrifying. Cultivating in it for a year is more powerful than cultivating outside for 10,000 years, Yan Nanfei sighed. So powerful? Who is that person? Mu Yun was shocked. That person is the creator of the three elements world. I can't say his name. Otherwise, I will suffer endless torment and disaster. My luck will also be robbed. That person's aura is too powerful. Even if I recover to the ancient great sage realm, that person's aura is too powerful. I don't dare to mention his name with the strength of a sage. Yan Nanfei revealed a look of reverence. Mu Yun suddenly realized that the person Yan Nanfei was talking about was the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. This Fairy Xianxia was the wife of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. The Heavenly Lord of Calamity had snatched countless heaven and earth spiritual veins and planted them all in the Xianxia treasure mountain. One could imagine the amount of spiritual qi in this treasure mountain. The Xianxia treasure mountain opens once every 10,000 years. Every time it opens, it will attract countless experts to fight over it. There are even experts from the outside world who want a share of the loot. Yan Nanfei said, there are many heaven and earth spiritual veins in this Xianxia treasure mountain. It also nourishes countless heaven and earth treasures. As long as you can enter the mountain, you will definitely soar. It opens once every 10,000 years? I'm afraid I won't be so lucky. Mu Yun sighed. It seemed like there was no hope of finding the golden sky flower in the Xianxia treasure mountain. Yan Nanfei said, there are still more than 3,000 years before the next opening of the Xianxia treasure mountain. It is currently in a sealed state. However, as long as you pass 3 stages, you can enter the treasure mountain to cultivate. Pass the stages? That's right. If you are in a hurry to go to the Xianxia treasure mountain and don't want to wait, you can choose to pass the stages directly. As long as you pass the 3 stages, you can enter at any time. Yan Nanfei said. That good? Mu Yun was delighted. It would be great if she didn't have to wait. Yan Nanfei said, don't be happy so early. These 3 stages are very difficult. Every year, countless experts fail and die. Therefore, most people would rather wait 10,000 years than risk their lives to pass the stages. It's too dangerous. Yan Nanfei said, these 3 checkpoints can change at any time. I can't tell what they are, but it's too dangerous for you to challenge them before you reach the great sage realm. I advise you not to go. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Mu Yan's face darkened. He wanted to refine the extreme sky heart Dao pill, and he only lacked the golden sky flower, which could only be produced by the Xianxia treasure mountain. No matter what, he had to take a look. This was because the extreme sky heart Dao pill was a superior elixir for cultivating the Dao heart seed. If he could refine the extreme sky heart Dao pill, he could save a lot of hard work. Mu Yan's strength had already reached the extreme sage realm, and the first step to breaking through to the great sage realm was to cultivate the Dao heart seed. I want to take a look. Mu Yun really wanted to see what kind of place the Xianxia treasure mountain was. You must go to the Xianxia treasure mountain. I also want to cultivate there and recover my vitality, but not now. You are too weak now. Without the strength of a great sage, going to the Xianxia treasure mountain is just courting death. Yan Nanfei shook his head. He did not agree with Mu Yun's approach. There's no harm in going and taking a look. Mu Yun made up his mind. Heh, since you're not afraid of death, I'll bring you there. Don't regret it. Yan Nanfei did not waste any more time. He directly brought Mu Yan out of Jade Toad Workshop and flew towards the Xianxia treasure mountain. He took out his mortal origin brush and drew the word quick in the void. His and Mu Yan's speed suddenly became as fast as a shooting star. A few days later, Mu Yan and Yan Nanfei arrived at the northern border of the Three Elements world. This was a desolate place with sparse vegetation and few people. Mu Yan looked over and saw that the world was vast and desolate. At the end of this desolate land stood a towering mountain. The entire mountain was shrouded in a layer of golden mist, and rich spirit energy was slowly spreading out. Is that the Xianxia treasure mountain? Mu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain. Yan Nanfei was about to speak when his expression suddenly stiffened. His eyes were dull, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at the sky in shock as if he had been struck by lightning. Senior Yan, what's wrong? Mu Yan looked up, but he didn't see anything strange. But in the next instant, heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. A powerful figure flew over from the distance. This figure was so majestic, so tyrannical. As he swept past, the entire world trembled. It was as if all the worlds in the world had to submit to his aura. His eyes were like the sun and moon. When he opened and closed them, the sun sank and the moon rose. The sky was bright and dark at times. Lightning and fire flickered in the clouds. He took a step and crossed 1,000 miles, instantly arriving in front of Mu Yan and Yan Nanfei. Master, long time no see. This person had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with arrogance. He looked at Yan Nanfei like a cat playing with a mouse. Yan Nanfei's entire body trembled. His face was ashen, and he couldn't utter a single word. Mu Yan was stunned. This person called Yan Nanfei his master. Could he be the vast heaven sage? Traitor! You still have the face to see me. Yan Nanfei's entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth, and his face flushed red. He pointed at the person and cursed. That person smiled. Master, I didn't kill you back then because of our relationship as master and disciple. I didn't expect you to harm me today. I'm sorry, I can't let you live anymore. You are the vast heaven sage? Mu Yan's expression changed. This person's aura was so strong that it defied the heavens. He was an expert at the extreme great saint realm. The Saint Tao Genesis chi on his body was so majestic that it shook heaven and earth. It was unprecedented. With a breath, heaven and earth would shake, and with a raise of his hand, mountains and rivers would overturn. This kind of expert was far beyond Mu Yan's imagination. That's right. The vast sky grand sage nodded and said, I originally wanted to fatten you up before killing you. At the very least, I wanted to wait until you had proven your Tao and obtained the fate of the Tao seat. Then, I would kill you. But I'm sorry, you must die today. The vast heaven sage's eyes were indifferent. It was as if he saw Mu Yan as an ant. He could kill her if he wanted to. It didn't take much effort. Little friend Mu Yan, I'm sorry. I've harmed you. Yan Nanfei's face was full of pain. The vast heaven sage smiled. Master, you're too impatient. When you attacked Tai Manzi, your aura was already exposed. Did you think you could hide it from me? It's impossible to hide it now. Since we've been master and disciple for so many years, you should kill yourself. I'll give you a proper burial. Mu Yan's heart sank. As expected, she was exposed. Unfilial disciple, cut the crap. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Yan Nanfei waved the mortal yuan brush and drew the word seal. A powerful sealing aura immediately suppressed the vast heaven sage. Master Ao isn't here, and the mortal yuan brush doesn't have an artifact spirit. It's a joke if you want to deal with me. The vast heaven sage shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of white flame floated out and broke Yan Nanfei's seal. The next moment, the white flame flew across the sky and struck Yan Nanfei's shoulder at a terrifying speed. Ah! Yan Nanfei screamed. Smoke rose from his shoulder, and even his bones were corroded. Bone-corroding cold flame. It's ranked 15th on the primordial flame list. Where did you get it? Yan Nanfei covered the wound on his shoulder, his face twisted. Mu Yun was shocked. She felt that the vast heaven sage's flame was very powerful. It was much more powerful than her heavenly flames. There were many heavenly flames in his blue sky underworld diagram, such as Thousand Calamity Ghost Fire, Purple Lotus Sacred Fire, Soul Devouring Heart Fire, Alien Origin Cold Flame, Alien Origin Phosphor Fire, and so on. After coming to the 3 primordial realm, he hadn't used them. They weren't powerful enough to deal with Saint Path experts. But the bone-corroding cold flame released by the vast heaven sage was so powerful that even Yan Nanfei couldn't resist it. He didn't know what kind of flame it was. This is what I refined when I went to the Kuan-Su world to train. Master, you should kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll be turned into a pile of ashes under my bone-corroding cold flame. The vast heaven sage's tone was indifferent. A white flame floated on his palm, and waves of heat whizzed out. The heat carried a bone-corroding cold chi, which was very strange. Haha, you want me to kill myself so that I won't have to bear the bad name of killing my master and damage my luck. It's not that easy. Even if I die today, I won't let you have an easy time. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth. His old and frail body dashed out towards the vast heaven's grand sage. Sai, you and I are master and disciple. Why do you have to do this? The vast heaven sage shook his head. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of bone-corroding cold flame shot out. Yan Nanfei hurriedly raised the mortal yuan brush and swung it. The brush tip shone and blocked the bone-corroding cold flame. But the bone-corroding cold flame floated in the air and flashed behind him. With a sizzle, it directly imprinted on his back, burning a terrifying wound. A burnt smell spread out. Yan Nanfei let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he smiled sadly and passed the mortal yuan brush to Mu Yun. Mu Yun, hurry up and leave. I'll hold him back. You must survive and take revenge for me. Kill this traitorous disciple. You must take revenge for me. Yan Nanfei's eyes were filled with determination. He pounced on the vast heaven sage like a crazy demon. Mu Yun caught the mortal yuan brush and immediately flew away. She knew the difference in strength between her and the vast heaven sage. If she stayed here, she would definitely die. As long as she escaped and thought of a way to survive, she would have a chance to counterattack. Haha, you want to run away from me? The vast heaven sage sneered. He flicked a wisp of bone-corroding cold flame towards Mu Yun. But Yan Nanfei stepped forward and blocked the bone-corroding cold flame to buy time for Mu Yun. It's useless. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. The vast heaven sage flipped his palm. A terrifying curse aura whizzed out crazily and suppressed Mu Yun. The curse aura shrouded heaven and earth. Suddenly, heaven and earth turned into a painting scroll and a piece of paper. White clouds were imprinted on the paper, and they were still floating. It was very strange. Painting suppression curse. Mu Yun's face changed. The vast heaven sage's curse was actually the painting suppression curse. If she was attacked by the painting suppression curse, she would be turned into a painting. Even if she could survive, she would be in a situation worse than death. At the critical moment, Mu Yun released the puppet Fang Tianyue to block the painting suppression curse. Pucci, Fang Tianyue's body was flattened. He was flattened into a piece of paper and a painting. He was imprinted on the painting scroll. Mu Yun was horrified. She hurriedly kept the painting scroll and flew away. Don't waste your energy. If I want to kill you, where can you run to? Vast Sky Grand Sage shook his head and unleashed another curse. Traitorous disciple, stop. Yan Nanfei pounced forward, trying to stop the vast heaven sage. The vast heaven sage was calm and composed. He calmly waved the bone-corroding cold fire and blocked Yan Nanfei. The strong curse aura swept across the void and suppressed Mu Yun. Golden Fire Swanee. Mu Yun summoned the Golden Fire Swanee to block the curse. Crack, the Golden Fire Swanee was attacked by the curse. Its body twisted and turned into a dog. The majestic ancient sacred beast turned into a dog under the suppression of the vast heaven sage's curse. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it whimpered. Degrading beast curse. Mu Yun's heart sank. The vast heaven sage's curse was one of the ultimate curses. It was called the degrading beast curse. It could degrade humans into beasts. It could also degrade some powerful demonic beasts into pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. The vast heaven sage was the only one in the entire three elements realm who could master the ultimate curse. Mu Yun saw the effects of the two curses with her own eyes. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She immediately flew towards the Xianxia treasure mountain. The vast heaven sage wanted to chase after her, but the entire sky was petrified. Even the white clouds turned into stone clouds. The sunlight was petrified and poured down from the sky like a mudslide. However, even the ground was petrified. All the flowers and trees were turned into stone sculptures. "Brother Mu Yun, are you all right?" A delicate voice rang out as a young girl walked out from the nearby forest. This young girl looked very demonic. She had a head of snake hair, and every strand of her hair was a poisonous snake. As she walked, she emitted a terrifying petrification curse aura. When this aura rushed out, heaven and earth, sunlight, and space would be petrified. He was going to be petrified. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun was stunned. He didn't know this young girl, but there was no doubt that she had saved him just now. "I'm Hani. Don't you recognize me?" The young girl smiled. "Hani?" Mu Yun was shocked. Hani was the granddaughter of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, Han Bai. In his impression, Hani was just an ordinary young girl, but the snake-haired girl in front of Mu Yun was very powerful. Mu Yun couldn't imagine that she was Hani. He took a closer look. It was indeed Hani. Although the snake-haired girl was a little strange, her facial features were delicate. It was indeed Hani. "You. How did you become like this?" Mu Yun asked in surprise. "I have already made a contract with the nine-headed snake senior. It will be my guardian beast. I used its energy to evolve into a snake-haired demoness and have the ability to petrify." Han Yi's head was full of snake hair. Every poisonous snake was peeking out and staring at Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun knew that she didn't have any ill intentions, he still felt a chill down his spine. "I didn't expect you to become a snake-haired demoness." Mu Yun smiled bitterly. "Did my appearance scare you?" Hani smiled. Her hair returned to its original appearance. She was no longer a poisonous snake. She looked like a pure girl next door. "No, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Mu Yun thought that if it weren't for Hani, he would probably have to use all his strength and even use the Great Death Snatching technique to have a chance to escape. This vast sky great sage was too powerful. Moreover, he had mastered the ultimate curse and origin fire. "It's a pity that I can't save that old senior. I'm sorry." Hani looked apologetic. "Everyone has their own fate. You don't have to blame yourself." Mu Yun's face turned solemn. She was afraid that Yan Nanfei would not be able to survive this time. Moreover, he was in grave danger. The vast sky sage had already decided to kill him. "I have to reach the great sage realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be a match for him." Mu Yun gritted his teeth. If he wanted to fight against the vast sky sage, he needed to at least have the strength of a great sage. However, he had not even cultivated the seed of Tao heart yet. However, this person cared a lot about the Tao of fate, so he was determined to kill him. Mu Yun naturally did not completely believe in the path of providence, but he believed more in the improvement of his strength. "Brother Mu Yun, why did you come to Xianxia Treasure Mountain?" Hani asked. "I want to concoct pills, but I'm missing one ingredient. This ingredient can only be found in the Xianxia Treasure Mountain. Moreover, I've heard that the spirit qi in this mountain is incomparably boundless. Cultivating here for a year is better than cultivating outside for 10,000 years." Mu Yun raised his head and looked at the mountain in front of him. Wisps of rich spirit qi were constantly seeping out. There are still a few thousand years before the next opening of the Xianxia Treasure Mountain. If you want to go in to pick herbs, you can only pass the levels. You're also here to pass the levels? The Xianxia Treasure Mountain opened once every 10,000 years. It was usually closed. If one wanted to enter, they had to pass 3 levels. Otherwise, they would not be able to set foot on the mountain. "Yes. Senior Hydra asked me to pass the levels for training, but he only asked me to pass the first level." After the first level, I have to leave immediately because the levels after that are very dangerous. I'm not strong enough. If I force my way through, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Then let's go in together. Mu Yun was alone and also felt that it was dangerous. If he could have Han Yi's company, it would be much easier to pass the levels. Alright, let's go together then. Han Yi smiled sweetly. She held Mu Yun's arm and walked towards the Xianxia treasure mountain with him. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw two boys guarding the entrance. Saints, it's not time for the treasure mountain to open yet. If you want to enter, you have to pass the 3 levels first, said one of the boys. Yes, we are going to pass the levels. Mu Yun nodded. This is the teleportation scroll for the first level. If you want to pass the level, you can teleport over. The boy took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Mu Yun and Han Yi. Mu Yun and Han Yi looked at each other. Han Yi seemed a little nervous. She grabbed Mu Yun's arm and said, Brother Mu Yun, we're going. Alright, let's go. Mu Yun opened the 2 scrolls without saying anything and teleported away with Han Yi. In the next moment, the 2 of them appeared in an underground palace. This underground palace was full of walls and forks. It turned out to be a maze. So the first level is a maze. Han Yi looked around and said, as long as we walk out of the maze, we will pass. Be careful. Follow me. Mu Yun pulled Han Yi and walked forward together. There were many forks in this maze, layer upon layer. They did not know where the exit was. As they walked, the walls of the underground palace suddenly cracked. Strands of black hair spread out from the cracks. Like vines, they frantically wrapped around Mu Yun and Han Yi. Mu Yun's face darkened. She summoned a heavenly fire. The purple lotus sacred fire spread out. The blazing flames burned the hair, and a burnt smell was emitted. Ah! A scream came from the dome of the underground palace. A monster fell down. This monster was a pale-faced demoness. Her hair was thick and spread out like a tide. Oh, this is the forbidden woman. Be careful. Han Yi's eyes turned cold. Her hair turned into a poisonous snake. A tyrannical petrification curse aura suppressed the forbidden woman and turned her into a stone statue. Mu Yun waved her sword and shattered the stone statue. The forbidden woman was a rather strange dark monster. Her hair was extremely thick and could wrap a person to death. It seemed that there were many monsters in this underground palace. Mu Yun and Han Yi continued to move forward cautiously, looking for the exit. Along the way, they encountered many zombies, blood corpses, ghosts, and other monsters. However, with their strength, ordinary monsters naturally could not hurt them. After going around in circles in the underground palace for 3 days, the 2 still could not find the exit. They kept going around in circles. We can't go on like this. Brother Mu Yun, I'll send out my pet snake. Protect me. Han Yi sat cross-legged. The poisonous snakes on her head fell to the ground one by one and crawled in all directions. She wanted to send out these poisonous snakes. With their numbers, they might be able to find the exit. Mu Yun hurriedly stood guard by Han Yi's side to prevent her from getting hurt. Han Yi sat cross-legged. She restrained her aura and released the poisonous snakes. There's demonic aura here. Be careful. A shout sounded from nearby, followed by a series of footsteps. A mercenary team appeared in front of Mu Yun. The leader of this mercenary team was a middle-aged man with a valiant expression. He held a saber in his hand. When he saw Mu Yun and Han Yi, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. Everyone, be on guard. Prepare for battle. This person is Mu Yun, the most notorious villain in the 3 Elements realm. Our top mercenary from the previous generation, Xianxia, died in his hands. The middle-aged man's tone was gloomy as he gripped his saber tightly. All the mercenaries drew their weapons and looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. Who are you? I don't know you. There's no need for us to draw our weapons. Mu Yun's face darkened. He still had to take care of Han Yi and did not want to cause trouble. Ha ha ha, I'm the leader of the mercenary guild. Duan Feiyun, you're the enemy of our mercenary world. Since you've met me today, don't even think about leaving alive. Duan Feiyun laughed sinisterly. It turned out that ever since the war between Jiaoding trading and the corpse-eating beasts, mercenaries from all over the world had gathered and formed an organization called the Mercenary Guild. This Duan Feiyun was the leader of the Mercenary Guild. His strength had already reached the lesser level of the Great Sage realm. He was a genuine Great Sage expert. Duan Feiyun, right? You'd better leave immediately. Don't force me to make a move. Mu Yan's eyes were cold. He did not want to cause trouble, but if Duan Feiyun was still stubborn, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Ha ha ha, I'm a Great Sage expert. How arrogant of you to talk to me like that. I can kill you with one slash. Duan Feiyun laughed sinisterly and directly brandished his saber. You're courting death. Even if you're a Great Sage, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Mu Yun snorted coldly. The enemies he had encountered were powerful experts like Tai Manzi, Yu Wudao, and Shijun Tian. He had even met the vast Sky Great Sage. Ordinary Great Sages were nothing in his eyes. Starburst Airflow Slash. Mu Yun pulled out the Star Emperor sword and slashed out. The constellation Qi and Rain flying sword instantly slashed out. I have the golden body of the Great Sage. Your sword technique can't hurt me. Duan Feiyun sneered. He did not dodge or block, but directly slashed his saber at Mu Yan's head. Asterisk bang, asterisk Mu Yan's sword Qi arrived first and ruthlessly slashed at Duan Feiyun's body. Asterisk Puchi, asterisk Duan Feiyun spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He only felt a tyrannical force rushing towards him. His golden body of the Great Sage could not block it at all and directly exploded. Impossible. Duan Feiyun miserably took 3 steps back and almost fell. A hideous sword wound had appeared on his body. His golden body of the Great Sage was like a piece of paper under Mu Yan's sword. It could not block at all. Mu Yan's Star Emperor sword was engraved with a 3rd-grade blade formation, Sword Rain formation. The power of the entire sword was even stronger than the true injury sword. An ordinary golden body of the Great Sage could not block the impact of his sword Qi. Useless chicken and pottery dog. You can't even withstand a single blow. Mu Yun shook his head. He had encountered true experts. An ordinary Great Sage like Duan Feiyun was nothing in his eyes. The surrounding mercenaries saw that Duan Feiyun was injured and hurriedly went up to support him. They all asked, Sir, are you all right? I'm fine. This brat is only good at his weapon. Watch how I deal with him. Duan Feiyun waved his hand and a white piece of paper suddenly whistled out. A towering ice mountain descended from the paper. Earth Origin Book, Ice Mountain Descends. End of chapter 2305. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.